In the lounge reserved for the engagement banquet, Jiang Wan stood before the mirror, carefully adjusting her veil. The woman in the reflection wore flawless makeup and a custom champagne-colored gown, delicate and perfect like a porcelain doll. She drew in a deep breath, forcing herself to believe that today would be the happiest day of her life. Lin Zihan, the boyfriend she had dated for 3 years, was finally going to be engaged to her. Although he would occasionally say she was not smart enough, although he would always casually mention how Bai Rou dressed better than she did, although he was spending the Jiang family's money with growing entitlement, she told herself it was fine. Wasn't love supposed to be about tolerance? Jiang Wan comforted herself in this way, like a textbook case of someone perfectly conditioned by emotional manipulation. Wan, you look so beautiful. Bai Rou pushed the door open and entered wearing a pink bridesmaid dress. Her eyes reddened, as if she were even more excited than the bride. Warmth rose in Jiang Wan's chest. Ruru, why are you crying? I'm just happy for you, Bai Rou said, wiping at the corners of her eyes. For Zihan to marry you, it must be the blessing of 8 lifetimes of good fortune. You have to be happy, you must. As she spoke, tears spilled down again. Jiang Wan hurriedly pulled out tissues for her. Don't cry, your makeup will run. In her previous life, Jiang Wan had taken this scene as proof of deep sisterly affection. In this moment, Jiang Wan still did not know that the word best friend would soon be permanently erased from the dictionary of her life. Bai Rou dabbed away her tears, glanced at her phone, and her expression shifted slightly. Wan, I'm going to the restroom for a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, go ahead. Jiang Wan smiled and nodded, watching Bai Rou's hurried departing figure. In her heart, she was already planning to thank this best friend in her speech later. After Bai Rou left, the lounge fell quiet. Jiang Wan turned to the mirror again to adjust her veil when she suddenly remembered that she had left her lipstick on a seat outside in the banquet hall. That lipstick had been a Valentine's Day gift from Lin Zihan. Its shade hideously bright, like poison neon, yet she had treasured it and kept it with her. Such was the absurd circuitry of a mind consumed by love. Lifting her gown slightly, so as not to trip, she stepped out of the lounge. In the banquet hall, guests had not yet fully arrived. A few servers were arranging wine glasses on the tables. Jiang Wan searched around, but did not see the lipstick. Instead, at the far end of the corridor, she heard a familiar voice. It was Lin Zihan. Keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear. Jiang Wan instinctively lightened her steps and moved closer to the corner. Then she heard Bai Rou's voice, tinged with sobs, exactly the same tone as when she had just been happy for you in the lounge. Zihan, I can't hold back anymore. Every time I see her looking so happy, I feel sick. Why does she have everything? Why am I the one who has to be a supporting role? Lin Zihan's voice carried open mockery. Why bother comparing yourself to her? She's just a foolish rich idiot. Aside from her family's filthy money, what part of her could possibly compare to you? Jiang Wan's steps halted. Her mind rang with a sharp buzz, as though a grenade had been hurled into it. A foolish rich idiot. Then why are you still getting engaged to her? Bai Rou's voice sounded wounded. An engagement isn't a marriage, Lin Zihan replied lightly, as if discussing the menu for the day. That old man in the Jiang family is shrewd. Without an engagement, how would I get any projects? You probably don't know this. Jiang Corporation's development rights for that riverside plot, the old man has already agreed to loosen his grip. He let out a laugh filled entirely with calculation. Once I've taken everything I can, I'll find a reason to kick her aside, and then we'll go abroad. By then, far from everyone's eyes, she won't even have a place to cry. How long will that take? Bai Rou's voice softened. I don't want to keep sneaking around. Every time I see her holding your arm, I want to claw that face of hers. Soon. Lin Zihan's tone turned sticky. You think I enjoy facing her every day? Aside from money, what does she have? She can't dress herself up, can't speak well. In social situations, she's like a block of wood. If she hadn't been born into the right family, she wouldn't even be worthy of carrying my shoes. You're just sweet-talking me. How am I sweet-talking you? He chuckled. Just wait and see. During the engagement banquet today, I'll make her sign a share transfer agreement. I've already thought of the excuse. Say it's for joint management after marriage, when in reality. Lin Zihan laughed in unrestrained satisfaction. In the corridor, Jiang Wan stood frozen. Her fingers clutched at her gown, knuckles turning pale. Each word felt like a knife carving into her flesh, one slash after another. 3 years of love, countless nights spent staying up to help him revise proposals, arguments at home, when she nearly fell out with her father trying to persuade him to invest in Lin Zihan's company. And in return she got one sentence, a foolish rich idiot. In return another line, not even worthy of carrying his shoes. In return yet another, once I've drained her dry, I'll kick her away. Jiang Wan felt her very blood flowing backward. She should rush forward and tear the masks off this pair of shameless lovers. But she couldn't move. 3 years of ingrained habit still held her back. What if this was all a misunderstanding? What if she had misheard? Lin Zihan's tongue could be sharp, but he had said he liked her. This was what 3 years of psychological manipulation had done to her. Even with the truth flung straight in her face, her first reaction was still to search for excuses for a scumbag. Just as Jiang Wan's mind battled itself, the two figures down the corridor drew apart. Footsteps approached in her direction. Jiang Wan instinctively stepped back, trying to hide, but she trod on the hem of her own gown, her heel making a sharp tap against the floor. Who's there? Lin Zihan strode over, alertly turned around the corner of the corridor, and then he and Jiang Wan met each other's gaze. The air froze for 3 seconds. Jiang Wan watched Lin Zihan's expression shift, first surprise, then a flicker of panic, and immediately after that, he actually smiled. It was the kind of smile that said, now that I'm exposed, good, I don't have to keep pretending. Oh, it's Wan, he said, straightening his collar, not a trace of guilt in his tone. You heard us. From behind him, Bai Rou leaned out. Seeing Jiang Wan's face, she too smiled. Not the panic of someone caught in an affair, but a kind of triumphant release. Wan, don't blame Zihan. Bai Rou stepped forward, lightly hooking her arm through Lin Zihan's, her tone delicate and pitiable. We truly love each other. You have such good conditions, you're sure to find someone better. As she spoke, a glint of smugness flashed in her eyes. That trace of smugness shattered the last fragile line of defense in Jiang Wan's heart. Truly love each other. Jiang Wan heard her own voice, dry and rasping like sandpaper. Bai Rou, when I funded your trips abroad, bought you bags, and helped your brother find a job, why didn't you say you two truly loved each other? Bai Rou's face changed for an instant, but she quickly rearranged it into a look of grievance. Wan, I know you're good to me, but feelings can't be measured in money. Can't be measured in money. Jiang Wan's voice rose. Then take off that Armani suit. I bought it. Take off that Jaeger LeCoultre watch. It's my father's engagement gift to him. Those Jimmy Choo heels you're wearing were charged to my card. Her fingers trembled as she pointed at Lin Zihan. And that Porsche he drives, his company, the large apartment he lives in. All of it is paid for with my Jiang family's money. You're not truly in love. Fine. Then return everything to me, and you can go wherever you please. Lin Zihan's expression finally changed. Jiang Wan calmed down. He frowned as though scolding a child who didn't understand. Don't make a scene here. If word gets out, it'll be bad for the Jiang family's reputation. Bad for the Jiang family. Jiang Wan almost laughed. When you and Bai Rou were plotting how to drain the Jiang family dry, did you ever consider it would be bad for the Jiang family? Lin Zihan's expression went completely cold. He took a step forward and looked down at Jiang Wan from above. This posture of superiority had been honed to perfection over the past 3 years. Since we've come to this point, let's lay everything on the table. His voice was low, tinged with inexplicable superiority. Yes, I'm with Ruru. Why? Don't you have any self-awareness? He let his gaze travel up and down Jiang Wan, making no effort to hide his disdain. Look at yourself. Aside from your family's money, what do you have? Abilities. Insight. You can't even understand a proper financial report. When I talk to you about the company, all you do is nod. Do you know how exhausting it is every time I try to talk to you? Ruru is different. She understands me, my ambition, my pressure. Compared to her, you. He gave a derisive snort, leaving the rest unsaid, the implication already brutally clear. Jiang Wan's chest heaved violently. Each sentence felt like a precision-guided missile exploding right at her most vulnerable spots. Lin Zihan went on, do you really think I'm marrying you for who you are? Do you think I'm marrying you as a person? He spread his hands with an expression that said, have you even looked in a mirror? Honestly, if your father didn't have those projects in his hands, I wouldn't even bother holding this engagement banquet. Since you've caught us today, all the better. He drew a document from the inner pocket of his suit, unfolded it, and held it out in front of Jiang Wan. This is a share transfer agreement. Sign it, and we can part on good terms. If you don't, his tone paused, the corner of his mouth curling up. There are quite a few media outlets attending the engagement banquet today. Imagine the headline: the heiress of Jiang Group publicly jilted by her fiancé. Jiang Wan's hands trembled, not from fear, but from the feeling of being utterly hollowed out. 3 years, more than 1,000 days. She had ground all her pride into dust and offered it to him in her hands. And in return she received a share transfer agreement, an opportunist tool for raiding her family at their weakest. Behind Lin Zihan, Bai Ro's lips could not help but curve upward as she watched the scene. She had waited too long for this. Waited for Jiang Wan to fall from the clouds and shatter to pieces. Wan, don't blame Zihan for sounding harsh. Bai Ro stepped closer, her voice filled with false pity. Honestly, I do feel sorry for you. Look at you. Aside from money, you can't do anything. What will you do in the future? She extended a hand, pretending to reach out to Jiang Wan. Why don't you sign the transfer agreement first? I'll help talk to Zihan for you. Maybe. Bai Ro never finished her sentence, because Jiang Wan abruptly stepped back, colliding with the wall behind her. A wave of fierce dizziness surged over her. Deep in her brain, something seemed to explode. Countless images surged forth like a flood unleashed from a broken dam. She saw herself signing that transfer agreement. Saw the wedding canceled, the media swarming, and Jiang Corporation's stock price plunging in a single day. She saw her father rushing everywhere to save the company, collapsing into the ICU from exhaustion. Saw her mother sobbing as she signed away their assets to pay off debts, her hair turning white overnight. She saw Lin Zihan and Bai Ro living freely abroad, spending her family's money on parties and yachts. Saw herself kneeling before them, begging them to show mercy, Bai Ro's foot pressing on her hand as she laughed. Look at you now. She saw her father's figure as he jumped from the roof of the hospital. Saw her mother soon after swallowing an entire bottle of sleeping pills. She saw herself standing on the same rooftop, wearing that same champagne-colored gown, her figure drowned beneath the tide of mocking voices behind her. That idiot from the Jiang family is nothing without money. I heard her man ran off with her best friend. Serves her right. If you're born with such a good life, but still manage to be this stupid, who can you blame? She saw herself spread her arms and plunge into the abyss. The wind in her ears sounded like the final verdict on her 30-year life. Idiot. You brought this on yourself. This is what you deserve. Wan. Jiang Wan. Bai Ro's voice pulled her back to reality. Jiang Wan's pupils refocused. She saw Bai Ro before her, that face painted with insincere pity. She saw Lin Zihan, the share transfer agreement still held out toward her, and his impatient expression. They remained in the same positions as before. But Jiang Wan was no longer the same Jiang Wan. Within her body a tidal wave had erupted. Those images of tragic deaths, regrets carved into bone, more than 1,000 nights of helplessness and despair, all crashed into her mind like a fire, burning away every last trace of weakness. Her heart pounded violently, her temples throbbed. And then Jiang Wan smiled. It was a smile that seeped from her very marrow, bearing the hatred of her past life and the clarity of this one. A share transfer agreement. She reached out to take the document, her voice light. President Lin, your calculations are truly impressive. Lin Zihan frowned. Jiang Wan's reaction was beyond his expectations. She ought to be crying, collapsing, clinging to his sleeve, and asking, what did I do wrong? I'll change. Not standing there now, looking at him with this gaze. That gaze made him inexplicably uneasy, as though she were looking at a dead man. Jiang Wan, you'd better be sensible. Lin Zihan broke off halfway through his sentence because Jiang Wan wasn't looking at him at all. She lowered her head and flipped through the agreement, her gaze sweeping over the densely packed clauses. The smile at the corner of her mouth grew wider. The Riverside Plot Jiang Department Store shares and controlling stakes in my father's 2 tech subsidiaries, she read aloud, as if reciting a menu. President Lin, your appetite is not small. This is what you owe me. Lin Zihan folded his arms. 3 years of youth. Did you think that was for— Yes, I do owe you. Jiang Wan nodded. Then she flipped to the last page of the agreement, tapping a finger on the signature line. But there's something missing here. What? Your name. Jiang Wan lifted her head, smiling sweetly at him. If you don't sign, who am I transferring these shares to? Lin Zihan was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to agree so readily. You're willing to sign? Of course. Why wouldn't I? Jiang Wan slapped the document lightly onto the nearby table and pulled a pen from the holder. Here, President Lin, you sign first. Lin Zihan, still doubtful, picked up the pen and signed his name in the Party A section. When he looked up, he found Jiang Wan watching him, eyes crinkled with a smile that never reached their depths. That smile sent a chill down Lin Zihan's spine. "Your turn," he said, handing her the pen. Jiang Wan took it, and in the Party B section, wrote a single word: "Get lost." Then she tore the entire agreement cleanly in two and flung the pieces into Lin Zihan's face. "You, living off others to this extent, your skin is thicker than a city wall, President Lin." Jiang Wan flung the pen aside. 3 years of youth. Do you deserve to talk about youth? In these 3 years, everything you ate, wore, and used. Was there a single thing that wasn't paid for by me, Jiang Wan? Driving my car while courting my best friend. How did you manage to feel so justified? Her voice grew louder and louder, as if she were shouting out all the suffocated rage of her previous life. You think I'm brainless? If I'd truly had a brain back then, I would have kicked a Phoenix man like you 800 miles away on the very first day. Investing in your company, buying you a house and a car, introducing you into the business association. I treated a dog with more devotion than I treated you. Byro's face turned deathly pale. Wan, how can you say such things? You shut up. Jiang Wan whipped around to face her, and that look made Byro instinctively step back. The hatred for Byro stepping on her hand, for driving her parents to their deaths, for destroying her family, all surged up at once. Byro, you said you felt sorry for me just now. Each month you took at least tens of thousands in pocket money from me, then snatched my man and still expected me to thank you. I didn't. You did. Not only did you thought it wasn't enough. Jiang Wan seized her wrist, her grip so strong that Byro screamed. You really think that once I'm out of the picture you'll become the Jiang family's young madam? Dream on. Lin Zihan will do anything for money. She stared at Byro, her voice cutting like a blade. For money, there's nothing Lin Zihan won't do. In the grand banquet hall, champagne still dripped down along Lin Zihan's hair. His custom Armani suit worth 6 figures clung to him like a rag fished out of water, leaving him utterly bedraggled. Byro fared even worse. The makeup she had spent 3 hours perfecting was completely ruined. Mascara smudged into 2 dark circles, false lashes hanging precariously on her cheekbones, and the carefully blown-out hairstyle had collapsed halfway, making her look like a drenched bird caught in a storm. More than 200 guests fell utterly silent. Then, someone let out a faint snort of laughter. Like the first domino piece tipped over, the laughter quickly spread through the entire hall. Ha! My God, this is too spectacular. Did anyone record it? Hurry up and record. This is far more entertaining than any TV drama. Guests raised their phones one after another, a sea of flashes clicking in rapid succession. Lin Zihan's face shifted from ashen to the color of pork liver, then to a dark purplish hue, its changing tones as varied as a painter's palette. Jiang Wan, he roared, his voice so thunderous that even the chandeliers seemed to tremble. But Jiang Wan had already turned away and was walking off. She strode away with effortless poise, the champagne-colored hem of her dress trailing behind high heels ringing crisply against the marble floor, her retreating figure both beautiful and fiercely dashing. She did not so much as glance back. Stop right there. Lin Zihan rushed after her, hand outstretched, intent on grabbing Jiang Wan's hair, when another hand suddenly reached in from the side. That hand was slender and well-defined, knuckles long and clean. A segment of a steel watchband showed beneath the cuff, a limited edition Patek Philippe worth 8 figures. That hand clamped firmly around Lin Zihan's wrist. The strength was neither excessive nor gentle, yet Lin Zihan's arm felt as though locked in an iron vice, utterly unable to move. Raising a hand against a woman, a low voice sounded, not loud, yet it instantly silenced the entire hall. Isn't that rather disgraceful? Hearing that voice, Jiang Wan's steps halted. This voice, was it not the same man she had bumped into at the entrance earlier? She turned back and saw the scene clearly. A tall, slender man stood before Lin Zihan, towering over him by a full half head. He wore a perfectly tailored black suit. The shoulder line was sharp and the waist cinched with faultless precision. Light fell across his profile, his jawline carved as if by a blade, features deep and austere, his gaze cool and detached, as though resting on something utterly insignificant. A presence like his could not be concealed. He merely stood there doing nothing at all, and yet the air pressure in the hall seemed to drop to freezing. The oppressive feeling made people instinctively want to step back. Lin Zihan clearly felt it too. He strained to pull his hand free, but it would not budge. Who are you? Lin Zihan's voice wavered. What business is this of yours? The man ignored him. He tilted his head slightly, letting his gaze pass over Lin Zihan to land on Jiang Wan. There was something subtle in that look. On the surface it was calm and unruffled, yet deep within his eyes was a barely discernible tension, as though he were checking whether she was hurt. You're all right? He asked. Just 2 words spoken as casually as commenting on the weather. Yet Jiang Wan inexplicably felt that this man was nervous. She shook her head. I'm fine. Only after that did the man withdraw his gaze and turn it back upon Lin Zihan. He released his grip. The moment his hand was freed, Lin Zihan staggered back 2 steps, nearly losing his balance. You, he muttered, rubbing his wrist, fury almost spilling from his eyes. Who on earth are you? This is between me and Jiang Wan. It's not your place to interfere. An outsider. The man lifted an eyebrow slightly. The motion was minimal, yet somehow it sent a chill crawling down people's backs. He drew a business card from the inner pocket of his suit, held it lightly between 2 fingers, and extended his hand forward, not to Lin Zihan, but to lay the card casually on the table beside them. The nonchalance of that gesture was brazenly obvious. Zhang Guohua. He stated his name in the same tone one might use to remark on pleasant weather. His voice was not loud, yet everyone in the hall heard it. And then, silence fell over the banquet as though someone had pressed a mute button. Every sound vanished in an instant. Zhang Guohua. No one present was ignorant of the weight those 2 syllables carried in the business world. Sole heir to the Zhang Consortium. The invisible magnate who controlled half of the world's top-tier capital. In business circles, he was known as the living Yama whom everyone dreaded. Rumor had it that at 18 he independently handled his first cross-border acquisition. At 20, he cleared all collateral branches of the Zhang clan from the core management. By 25, no younger name surpassed his on any global rich list. The key was, he almost never appeared in public. Financial magazines had queued 3 years for an exclusive interview, without success. Invitations from elite business associations to attend soirees were always declined. Paparazzi had shadowed him for half a year, only ever capturing the rear bumper of his car. And now this man was standing right here at the scene of a farcical engagement banquet. All to block the path of a former fiancé for a woman with whom he had no prior acquaintance. MMR. Zhang. Lin Zihan's voice cracked, slipping out of tune. Of course he knew who Zhang Guohua was. He had dreamed of forging a connection with the Zhang family, sending countless visiting cards, all returned without exception. Never in his wildest imagination had he thought the first meeting with the man himself would be like this, soaked in wine, looking like a stray dog fished from a pond. And caught red-handed, about to lay hands on a woman. A buzzing filled Lin Zihan's head, his legs felt somewhat weak. MMR. Zhang WHWH, why are you here? His voice dropped several tones at once, the anger vanished from his face, replaced by a fawning smile. His change of expression was so abrupt that even Bai Rou beside him stared in astonishment. Zhang Guohua did not reply. He did not even spare Lin Zihan an extra glance. It was as if the words spoken earlier had been directed at empty air. This kind of disregard cut deeper than a slap. The guests in the hall finally came back to their senses, whispers surging like floodwater released from a dam. My God, it really is Zhang Guohua. How could he show up at this kind of engagement banquet? Do the Jiang and Zhang families have ties? I've never heard of any. Did you not see how he shielded Miss Jiang just now? They must have some connection. This is insane. The cheating scumbag gets exposed, and then the richest man steps in to play the hero. The onlooker's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Lin Zihan could no longer maintain his composure. He dared not vent his anger on Zhang Guohua, yet he was unwilling to slink away in humiliation. So he did something foolish. He turned his hostility back onto Jiang Wan. Fine Jiang Wan, you're ruthless, he hissed, lowering his voice as though afraid Zhang Guohua might hear, yet still wanting Jiang Wan to catch every word. Found yourself a higher branch to perch on, have you? No wonder you're so bold today. Already secured your next home, haven't you? His tone was thick with sourness and spite. The bitterness was so strong that even Bai Rou beside him frowned. Listening to him, Jiang Wan suddenly laughed. She had been about to walk away, but those words made her change her mind. She turned back, walking toward him step by step. Stopping before Lin Zihan, she lifted a hand, only to straighten the lapels of his suit jacket. The gesture was as gentle as it had been in the past. Lin Zihan froze. Zihan Jiangwan spoke, her voice soft, utterly different from moments before. You're right. I have indeed found my next home. Lin Zihan's eyes lit up, thinking he had hit the mark. You admit it. Of course I admit it. Why wouldn't I? Still smiling, Jiangwan gazed at him. My next home is truly formidable, taller than you, wealthier than you, better looking than you, and most importantly. She paused, leaning closer to his ear, her voice dropping so only the two of them could hear. He would never sneak around with my dearest friend. Color surged into Lin Zihan's face, turning it the shade of pork liver at once. You. He raised a hand about to shove Jiangwan, then suddenly remembered Zhang Guohua, standing nearby, and jerked his hand back, almost wrenching his own waist. The abrupt, awkward withdrawal was so comical that several nearby waiters could not suppress their laughter. Bai Rou finally reached her limit. She had been doused in wine, publicly humiliated, mocked by the entire hall, and now a titan of wealth had appeared to stand behind Jiangwan. Why? Why was there always someone to shield Jiangwan? In the previous life it had been that way, before her rebirth it had been that way, and now it was still the same. So what if he's Zhang Guohua? Bai Rou shrieked, her voice as sharp as nails scraping across a blackboard. Jiangwan, you're nothing but a fool. Without the Zhang family you are nothing at all. Do you really think Mr. Zhang would truly fancy you? He only sees you as enough. Just 2 words. Quietly spoken. Yet Bai Rou stiffened as though a hand had closed around her throat. Her screech was cut short. At last Zhang Guohua regarded her directly. That look lasted barely a second, if that. But Bai Rou felt a chill run from her scalp to the soles of her feet. It was the coldest gaze she had ever encountered in her life. No anger, no disgust, no emotion at all. He looked at her as though she were something entirely devoid of life. I don't repeat myself. Zhang Guohua's voice was as faint as plain water. But Bai Rou did not dare utter another word. Seeing this, Lin Zihan understood that staying any longer would only bring greater shame. He seized Bai Rou's wrist and lowered his voice. We're leaving. But we're leaving. Dragging Bai Rou along, Lin Zihan slunk toward the exit. After several steps he stopped again, unwilling to accept defeat. Turning back, he fixed his gaze on Jiangwan, his eyes brimming with venom. Jiangwan, don't start celebrating yet. The money in that account of yours. You mean the 30 million? Jiangwan cut him off, her smile widening. She drew her phone from her clutch and tilted the screen for all to see. On the screen, a bank transfer confirmation was displayed in stark text. Transfer amount 300,000 yuan. Receiving account Jiangwan, personal account 6,688. Transfer time 1931. Status intercepted, funds returned. The color drained from Lin Zihan's face. You. How did you? How was it intercepted? Jiangwan tilted her head, feigning innocence. President Lin, did you truly think I was foolish enough to let you control a joint account under my name? She slipped the phone back into her bag, her tone light, as if discussing what she had eaten that day. I adjusted the permissions on that account last month. Any transfer exceeding 500,000 requires my personal confirmation. While you were busy getting intimate with Bai Rou, just now the bank already called me 3 times. I simply... She paused, her smile blazing and unrestrained. Couldn't be bothered to answer. Lin Zihan felt his blood pressure spike wildly. He opened his mouth, wanting to hurl some vicious retort, but his mind was blank. No cutting remark would come. In the end, he managed only you'll regret this. Then dragging Bai Rou along, he practically fled the hall in stumbling haste. Their retreating figures were as pathetic as 2 drenched strays being swept out the door. The banquet hall fell quiet for 2 seconds. Then, ha! I'm dying, did you see how 30 million? He didn't even manage to get his hands on 30 million, ha! Jiangwan's move was flawless. Absolutely brilliant. I declare this the most entertaining engagement banquet I've ever attended. At last, Father and Mother Jiang emerged from their shock. Mother Jiang seized Jiangwan's hand, eyes reddening. Wanwan, are you alright? Jiangwan looked at her mother's face. In her previous life, this woman had been ruined by Lin Zihan, and Bai Rou reduced to poverty, swallowing sleeping pills, in the end dying so emaciated she was nothing but bone. In this moment, her mother's eyes were filled with nothing but love and worry, the same love as before. Jiangwan's nose stung, but she held herself back. She tightened her grip on her mother's hand and smiled brightly. Mom, I'm wonderful. In this life, I have never felt better than I do now. As she spoke, light seemed to gleam at the corners of her eyes. Mother Jiang hesitated for a moment. Looking at her daughter's face, she could not shake the feeling that something was different. In the past, Jiang Wan's gaze had been timid and soft as she hardly dared to raise her voice. There were blades in those eyes. There was fire. There was something Mother Jiang had never seen in her daughter before, as though she had truly come alive. 1-1. Father Jiang stepped forward, words caught in his throat. Jiang Wan turned toward him and suddenly bent in a respectful bow. Dad, I'm sorry. Father Jiang blinked in surprise. What are you? I was immature before and made you worry, Jiang Wan said, lifting her head, her eyes serious in a way that left no room for jest. From today onward, I will share the burden of Jiang Corporation with you. Father Jiang was stunned. His daughter had never shown the slightest interest in business. Whenever he raised matters concerning the company, she would avoid them at all costs. Yet today she was volunteering to help. I really mean it, Jiang Wan replied with a smile. But before that, she turned her head toward the man who had remained silent at her side. Zhang Guohua was still standing where he had been. It was as though an invisible glass dome separated him from the surrounding clamor, his quiet presence almost unreal. Mr. Zhang, thank you for what you did just now. Jiang Wan walked up to him, her tone formally respectful. Zhang Guohua lowered his gaze to look at her. From this angle, she was half a head shorter than he was, face tilted up, the outer corners of her eyes slightly lifted, carrying a smile. Not one of flattery, but a polite, detached expression, the standard face of social distance in business. Something shifted inside him. In the previous life, he had not arrived in time to protect her. By the time he reached the rooftop, she was already there, like a flower scattered by the wind. He would never forget that image for as long as he lived. No need to thank me, he said, his voice as calm as ever. I just happened to be passing through. Passing through. Spoken as if he had merely wandered by. Jiang Wan lifted an eyebrow. For Mr. Zhang to happen upon an engagement banquet of this level, that is quite the coincidence. It is rather coincidental, he agreed, his tone unchanged, though an almost imperceptible hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Jiang Wan had the vague sense that there was more beneath his words, but she did not pursue it. On the first day of her rebirth, she had far too many matters to handle to waste time playing guessing games with a mysterious magnate. In any case, I owe you a favor for today. She drew a business card from her bag. If there is ever a time when the Jiang family might be of use. Zhang Guohua accepted the card. His fingertips brushed against hers, lingering for less than a second. When he withdrew his hand, the motion was so natural that no one could have read anything into it. Yet his other hand at his side quietly curled into a fist. I will be in touch. He slipped the card into the inner pocket of his suit, right over his heart. Jiang Wan nodded, then turned to bid farewell to her parents. Stepping out through the doors of the banquet hall, she felt the cool night wind brush past, and the last of the dizziness in her mind finally faded away. Her phone screen lit up again. A text from the bank: your account 6688 has received 300 yuan. Current balance 300,0507. 63 yuan. The 30 million had returned. Looking at the figure, Jiang Wan's lips curved upward. The first step, she had secured the money. Next, those street front shops, she was determined to snatch them. She opened her notes app and ticked off intercept the shops from her list. Just as she was about to contact the agent, her phone rang. An unfamiliar number. The taxi stopped at the entrance of the Jiang family villa. Jiang Wan paid the fare and pushed the door open to get out. A gentle evening breeze blew, completely dispersing the dizziness in her head. She stood at the door, looking up at the three-story building. It was brightly lit, and warm yellow light seeped through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room. That was the light her mother had left on for her. In her past life, this house was finally sealed by the court. Her father's lifelong efforts and her mother's painstakingly arranged home were ultimately drained by Lin Zihan and by Ro, leaving nothing behind. Jiang Wan took a deep breath, suppressing the warmth pooling in her eyes. In this life, no one could touch her home. She pushed the door and entered. Wan. Jiang's mother jumped up from the sofa and rushed over to grab her hand, her eyes red, as if she had just been crying. Where have you been? I called you, but you didn't answer. That Lin Zihan and by Ro, I already know. Your father has sent someone to investigate. Jiang Wan held her mother's hand firmly. I'm fine. Jiang's mother was taken aback. She looked at her daughter's face, still the same face, but somehow felt different. Her eyes were still those eyes, but they lacked a bit of timidity and had more of a sharpness like a blade. Don't worry, I will handle this. Jiang Wan smiled slightly. You and Dad should rest early. There are still a lot of things to do tomorrow. But Mom? Jiang tightened her grip, her tone serious. Trust me this once. Jiang's mother opened her mouth, ultimately nodding. She watched her daughter ascend the stairs, suddenly feeling that today, Jiang walked differently. In the past, she walked with her head down, hunched, as if afraid of being seen. Now she walked upright, every step taken firmly. It was like heading into a battle. She was determined to win. Jiang reached the second floor and closed the bedroom door. The first thing she did was open her computer and log into her bank account. The moment the page refreshed, she squinted at the numbers on the screen. Balance, 507. 63 yuan. 30 million had indeed been transferred away. When she saw this number in her past life, she collapsed on the spot. She squatted on the ground and cried for half an hour before calling Lin Zihan, sobbing and begging him to return. Lin Zihan sneered on the phone, saying, "If you want the money, come beg me." She actually took a taxi to his place and waited downstairs all night. Early the next morning, Lin Zihan came out with by Ro looking down at her from a height, saying, "Want money? Sign the equity transfer agreement and he'll return it to you." She signed. Then the money didn't come back and the equity was gone. So foolish to the core. Jiang stared at the 507. 63 yuan. Suddenly, she smiled. That kind of smile was not a bitter smile nor a cold smile, but a genuine, slightly excited smile. Like a hunter who discovered that its prey had walked into a trap. Just right. She murmured to herself, typing a few keystrokes to bring up the bank transfer records. Play with me. The transfer records were clear. 30 million was transferred in 3 transactions, each for 10 million, with the receiving account belonging to Lin Zihan's company. The transfer time was 7:30 in the evening, just when she had stumbled upon the affair and confronted them in the corridor. He had already been making money at that time, saying, "As long as you sign the equity transfer agreement, we can part on good terms," while secretly transferring her dowry money. So treacherous. So ruthless. Unfortunately, he forgot one thing. Jiang picked up her phone and dialed a number. It rang twice and a slightly surprised male voice answered on the other, and Miss Jiang. "Manager Zhou, sorry to bother you so late." Jiang's voice was as sweet as honey. "I have a question for you." Manager Zhou was the financial director of the Jiang Group, an old man who had cooperated with the Jiang family for 20 years. In her past life, when the Jiang family went bankrupt, he was one of the few who tried to help Jiang's father salvage the situation, only to be broken-legged by Lin Zihan's men and lay in the hospital for half a year. "You say?" Manager Zhou's tone was very gentle. "Last month I asked you to help me adjust the permissions for the joint account." Jiang paused. "Do you remember?" "Of course I remember. You said at the time that any transfer exceeding 500,000 needed your confirmation and would be delayed for 24 hours. Manager Zhou's voice carried a hint of confusion. "What's wrong?" "Delayed for 24 hours. Jiang's lips curled up. In her past life, she made this change because Lin Zihan forced her to. That time he took 1 million from the joint account, without saying a word, claiming it was for temporary use. When she asked, she was scolded for being oblivious. She felt wronged for several days, and in the end secretly went to the bank to change the permissions, not daring to tell him for fear of angering him. Later, busy preparing for the engagement banquet, she completely forgot about it. Lin Zihan didn't know either. In this life, when the memories flooded in, the first thing she thought of was this matter. "Manager Zhou, what is the status of those 3 transfers now?" "Let me check." Sounds of typing came from the other end of the line. After a few seconds, Manager Zhou's voice turned serious. "All 3 transfers are within the delay period status, pending confirmation." "Miss Jiang, was this money operated by you?" "No." Manager Zhou's voice deepened. "Do you need me to help you intercept it?" Jiang leaned back against the chair, lightly tapping her fingers on the table. "Intercept all 3. Understood. They'll personally go to the bank early tomorrow." "No." Jiang's voice was light and airy. "Go now. Get it done tonight." The other end of the phone fell silent for 2 seconds. Manager Zhou was probably taken aback by the decisiveness in her tone. When did the once soft-spoken young lady of the Jiang family ever give orders like this? "Okay." Manager Zhou didn't ask further. "He'll handle it right away." "Thank you. Send me a message when it's done." Jiang hung up the phone. Then she opened another web page. The property trading platform for Linjiang shops. The moment the page loaded, her eyes lit up. She knew about that piece of property from her past life. The row of old shops next to the Linjiang site, a total of 12 with ownership scattered among a few small owners. Due to its poor location and low foot traffic, these shops have remained unrented for years, and the owners were eager to sell. But 3 months later, the city government would announce a new round of urban planning. The Linjiang area would be included in the core commercial district, and the prices of surrounding properties would soar. Those 12 shops would transform from neglected wrecks into golden properties that were hard to come by overnight. In her past life, a businessman from out of town picked them up. That person had a keen eye, buying all 12 shops in one go for less than 8 million. 3 months later, they sold half and made a net profit of 200 million. In this life, Jiang clicked on the contact seller button. No one could compete with her. Just as she was about to message the seller, her phone rang first. The caller ID displayed a strange number with 4 8s at the end, which looked quite intimidating. She answered, putting it on speaker. Jiang Wan. On the other end was Lin Zihan's voice. There was an undeniable smugness in his tone, like a weasel that had stolen a chicken. You received the bank message, right? Jiang Wan said, nothing, leaning back against the chair and crossing her legs. I transferred 30 million away from you. Lin Zihan's tone grew increasingly arrogant. You should only have a few hundred yuan left in your account, right? How is it Miss Jiang living without money? He paused mid-sentence, suddenly switching to a feigned gentle tone. Actually, I didn't want it to be like this. When you were too impulsive tonight, causing such a scene in front of so many people, which isn't good for anyone. How about this? You come to my house tomorrow, and we'll sit down and talk it over. Sign that equity transfer agreement, and he'll promptly return the money to you. I swear to heaven. When he said the word swear to heaven, his tone was sincere, as if reciting wedding vows. Jiang Wan almost laughed out loud. He had said the same thing in her past life. She had gone. She had signed. Then the money never came back. The equity was gone. Her parents' lives were also lost. Wan, are you listening? Lin Zihan's voice softened again. Actually, I still like you. As long as you are obedient, Lin Zong. Jiang Wan finally spoke, her voice sweet, like freshly roasted chestnuts. Have you finished speaking? Lin Zihan was taken aback by her tone. I finished speaking. Then it's my turn. Jiang Wan picked up her phone, changing to a comfortable position, her tone light, as if chatting about what she had eaten today. First, you said that 30 million was transferred away by you. Are you sure? The other end of the line was silent for a second. What do you mean? I mean, open your bank account and take a look right now. Jiang Wan's voice carried a hint of laughter. See if that 30 million has arrived. On the other end, there were sounds of rustling followed by the sound of typing. After a few seconds, how is this possible? Lin Zihan's voice suddenly shot up an octave sharp, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The transfer failed. What happened? Wasn't it already submitted? Jiang Wan leisurely admired her nails. Mr. Lin, there's something I forgot to tell you. I changed the permissions for that joint account last month. Any transfer exceeding 500,000 requires my confirmation, and there's a 24-hour delay for it to arrive. She paused, sweetening her tone even more. While you were busy being affectionate with, by Ro, the bank's confirmation call came to my phone, ringing 3 times. Guess whether I answered it. The other end of the line fell completely silent. It was so quiet that one could hear Lin Zihan's heavy breathing, like a beast robbed of its meat. Jiang Wan. These 2 words were squeezed out through clenched teeth. I'm here. Jiang Wan's tone remained cheerful. Does Mr. Lin have anything else to say? Are you playing me? Playing you? Jiang Wan laughed lightly. Mr. Lin, you were the one who first stole my money. This is called legitimate defense, not playing tricks. Did you learn your language from Bai Ro? You. Stop with the you and I nonsense. Jiang Wan's voice suddenly turned cold, the sweet facade instantly stripped away, revealing a sharpness like a blade. Lin Zihan, listened closely. In the past, I was blind and took you for granted. Now that I have opened my eyes, I realize you are even worse than a dog. A dog would still wag its tail after eating my things while you took mine, and then turned around to try to bite my entire family. Do you think transferring 30 million would be enough to control me? Do you think I would cry and beg you without this money? Do you think the whole world revolves around you? She stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the night. Her voice was soft, but each word was sharp as a knife. Lin Zihan, the game has just begun. Don't you want the Jiang family's money? Come, I'll play with you. Let's see in the end who kneels down to beg whom. There was no sound on the other end. After a long time, a low, suppressed laugh, filled with rage, came through. Good. Very good. Jiang Wan, you wait for me. I'm waiting. Jiang Wan hung up the phone, tossing it onto the bed and stretching out with a big yawn. Refreshing. So damn. After being wronged for so many years in her past life, she hadn't even managed to say a harsh word before her death. Today she vented it all out, feeling so good that she almost wanted to pop open a bottle of champagne to celebrate. But it wasn't time to celebrate yet. Jiang Wan sat back down in front of the computer, opened the trading platform, and messaged the seller of the Linjiang shops. Hello, I am interested in the Linjiang shops under your name. Are they still for sale? After sending the message, she suddenly thought of a question. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 Zhang Guohua is meeting her for coffee. What exactly does this person want? In her past life, she had no interaction with Zhang Guohua. The only time she heard his name was in the news. Zhang's consortium had acquired the Jiang family's mess after the bankruptcy, and at that time the media praised him for his keen insight and taking advantage of the fire. At that time she was already struggling to survive and had no mood to pay attention to a stranger's acquisition. But now that she thought about it, was he really acquiring the Jiang family's mess just to take advantage of the fire? Or did he have other motives? Jiang Wan shook her head. Forget it, let's not think about that for now. The most important thing now is, her phone rang again. This time it was a text message from the bank. Your account 6688 intercepted 3 abnormal transfers totaling 3,000,000 yuan, and the funds have been returned. Current balance 300,00507. 63 yuan. Jiang Wan looked at this number, her eyes curving into crescent moons. 500 yuan turned into 30 million, all within less than 2 hours. The speed at which this money made money was faster than stock trading. No, not just stock trading. Suddenly she remembered that in her past life a certain stock was about to hit 7 consecutive limit-up boards next week. This was triggered by a tech company suddenly releasing a groundbreaking new product, causing the stock price to soar from over 10 to 60. In her past life, she understood nothing and just stared blankly at the news. This time, Jiang Wan opened the stock trading software and transferred 30 million into her securities account. Then she stared at the Klein chart of that stock, her eyes filled with light. That light belonged to a money-savvy person. It belonged to a woman who had been told you can't do anything but make money, finally finding her turf. The blue light from the computer screen reflected on her face, revealing a bright and arrogant smile. Just wait, she murmured to herself. By this time next week, 30 million will become 60 million. Next month, it will become 3 billion. She stood up and walked to the window, gazing out at the night. The city's neon lights flowed together like a river, and in the distance a cruise ship slowly sailed by, the sound of its horn faintly drifting over. Jiang Wan took out her phone, opened the notes, and added a few lines after intercepting shops. Step 3, stock market demon stocks, invest all 30 million. Step 4, register a new company, independent operation. Step 5, investigate Zhang Guohua's background. She looked at the last line, thought for a moment, and added another. Step 6, find out. Why did he acquire the Jiang family's mess in the past life? The mysteries of her past life must be unraveled in this life. Early the next morning, Jiang Wan was awakened by the ringing of her phone. The caller ID was an unfamiliar number. She groggily answered, hello. Hello, Miss Jiang, I am the representative of the Lin Jiang shops. My surname. On the other end was a middle-aged man's voice. I saw the message you sent last night. Are you still interested in the shops? Jiang Wan instantly became alert. Yes, of course. She sat up, speaking while hastily putting her phone on speaker and looking for her slippers. Mr. Wu, are all those shops in your name being sold together? Yes, the 12 shops belong to 4 owners, and I am the largest, owning 4. The other 3 owners are out of town, and they have entrusted me to sell them all. Mr. Wu paused, sounding a bit hesitant. However, there's a situation I need to inform you of in advance. Yes, go ahead. Yesterday afternoon, a Mr. Lin also contacted me saying he wanted to buy all 12 shops in bulk. The price has been mostly settled. Oh, we just need to sign the contract. He's scheduled to meet me at 10 o'clock this morning, saying he wanted to sign the contract and pay the deposit on site. Jiang Wan signed the contract and placed the pen on the table. Her movement was brisk and decisive, carrying a sense of determination that this matter is settled. Mr. Wu stared at the signature on the contract, a bit dazed. 5 minutes. From the moment Miss Jiang entered to signing her name, it took only 5 minutes. No bargaining, no hesitation, no feng shui considerations, no consulting distant relatives. She pulled out her phone and transferred the payment on the spot, a full 10 million, as swiftly as buying a cup of milk tea. Miss Jiang, Mr. Wu said, holding the contract with a slightly trembling voice. You are the most straightforward buyer I have ever encountered. Of course, time is money, Mr. Wu. Every minute I hesitate means losing money. Jiang Wan stood up, picked up. Mr. Wu did not grasp the deeper meaning of her words. All he knew was that 12 shops that had been unsold for 3 years were finally sold, and the price was 2 million higher than that of the surname Lin. He almost wanted to bow to Jiang Wan. Then, what about the follow-up procedures? They'll have my lawyer contact you, and everything will be completed today. Jiang Wan handed him a business card. Feel free to contact me anytime for any matters. She turned to leave. After taking a few steps, she suddenly remembered something and turned back to add, by the way, Mr. Wu, about that person surnamed Lin. If he comes looking for you again, please tell him. Tell him what? Jiang Wan's lips curled into a smile. Just say, next time he makes an offer, don't be so stingy. Mr. Wu, how could he dare to pass on such a message? Jiang Wan pushed open the conference room door. Outside, Lin Zihan was still standing in the corridor, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place with a face ashen as if he hadn't eaten for 3 days. His tie was askew, his hair a mess, panting heavily. Upon seeing Jiang Wan exit, his eyes flickered. Jiang Wan. His voice was hoarse. You damn. Shoo. Jiang Wan raised a finger to her lips, her smile sweet. Public place, oh, mind your manners. Lin Zihan was choked by her words, his face turning purple. You intercepted my project. What right do you have to intercept my project? What right? Jiang Wan tilted her head innocently. Because I have money, because I came earlier, and because my offer is higher than yours. In market competition, the one who offers more wins. This principle, Mr. Lin wouldn't be unaware, right? You. And also, Jiang Wan took a step forward, lowering her voice slightly. You say I intercepted your project. What about that 30 million affair? Lin Zihan opened his mouth, but no sound came out. You failed to steal my money and now only have a few million left in your account, right? 8 million as a package price. What will you use to pay? Jiang Wan looked him up and down, her disdain evident. Will your Porsche suffice as collateral? Just a reminder, I'm the one who bought that car. The registration is in my name. Lin Zihan's face turned from purple to black. You, what about me? Can you only say that one word? Jiang Wan shook her head. Sighed. Mr. Lin, to do business, one must have self-awareness. You can't even handle my joint account, yet you want to compete with me for shops. Do you think you deserve it? With that, she walked past him in her high heels. Arriving at the elevator, she pressed the down button. Lin Zihan finally snapped out of his shock and rushed over. Stop right there. Those 12 shops were the ones I initially had my eye on. I spent half a month researching. What right do you have? What right? Jiang Wan turned around to look at him. The elevator doors opened behind her, golden light enveloping her, as if casting a halo around her. Standing in the halo with the corners of her eyes slightly raised, her red lips parted slightly. Because I was born into a good family. Did you not say? Other than having money, I know nothing. Then today I will tell you having money is enough. The elevator door slowly closed. Lin Zihan's distorted face was gradually swallowed by the gap in the door. At the last moment, Jiang Wan waved at him through the gap, her smile radiant enough to blind anyone. Goodbye, Mr. Lin, let's play again next time. The elevator descended. Jiang Wan leaned against the elevator wall, exhaling deeply. Her hand still trembled slightly. It was not from nervousness. It was exhilarating. Intercepting the project from a scumbag felt even better than a spa. She felt like every pore was celebrating. After being PU'd by Lin Zihan for so many years in her past life, today, she finally made him taste the bitterness of being stepped on. Though this little stepping compared to what he did to the Jiang family was far from being interest, it didn't matter, there would be plenty of time in the future. The elevator reached the first floor, and Jiang Wan strode out of the office building. Sunlight poured down warmly. She glanced at the time, 10:30 in the morning. There were still over 4 hours until her 3 o'clock appointment with Zhang Guohua. More than 4 hours. Enough for what? Enough for stock trading. Jiang Wan returned to her car, took out her phone, and opened the stock trading software. The Klein chart on the screen was a chaotic mix of red and green lines which appeared to others as a mess, but to her it was a treasure map from her previous life. She found that tech stock, the one that had started a 7-day surge in her past life on the following Monday, and today its price was still low at 15.38, as quiet as a sleeping dragon. Jiang Wan opened the trading page. Inputting the code. Inputting the quantity. Inputting the price. Her finger hovered over the confirm purchase button as she took a deep breath. 30 million. This was all her current assets. All in a single purchase, no diversification, no hedging, no retreat. Such an operation would be considered suicide in the eyes of any financial advisor. Never put all your eggs in one basket. Even the market stall Andes understand this principle. Yet Jiang Wan knew that by this time next week the price of this stock would be 60. From 15 to 60, a fourfold increase. 30 million would turn into 120 million. She put all her eggs in one basket and waited for the basket to turn into golden eggs. This gamble's confidence came from the memories earned with her life in her past life. Her finger pressed down. Order submitted, buying 2 million shares, limit price 15. 50, amount 31000000 yuan. A prompt box popped up on the screen. Your order has been executed. Jiang Wan looked at the line of text, her eyes curving into crescent moons. This was her first true investment since her rebirth, using her own money and making her own decisions. Not relying on her father, not on anyone. From today on, Jiang Wan would earn her own money. The stock prices on her phone screen began to fluctuate. 15, 52, 15, 60, 15, 75. Like a seed just sprouting, breaking through the soil. Jiang Wan stared at the slowly rising numbers on the screen, her mood so good that she began to hum a tune. Then she suddenly thought of a question. The phone call from Zhang Guohua. Be careful of the stock you are about to invest in, there might be traps. How did he know which stock she was going to invest in? She had only decided yesterday, and even her parents didn't know. The only possible leak was her phone, but she hadn't told anyone. Unless Zhang Guohua was monitoring her. This thought just emerged only to be dismissed by her. He was a billionaire, not a pervert. Why would he monitor a woman just dumped by her fiancé? So how did he know? And that bouquet of flowers. Yesterday afternoon in the Zhang Corporation building's Sky Garden, the white eustoma on the table. That was her favorite flower. She had never told anyone about this, not even by row. How could a stranger know what flowers she liked? The more Jiang Wan thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Leaning against the driver's seat, she stared at the slowly rising stock prices on her phone screen, her mind in a chaotic mess. Forget it. Let's make the money first. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon at the Zhang Corporation building, Jiang Wan arrived 5 minutes early. This time, she didn't wear a suit skirt, but a waist-hugging foggy blue dress that accentuated her slender waist. Her makeup was lighter than yesterday, but her lipstick was still a bold red. She found that this not to be trifled with lip color gave her a wonderful sense of security. The elevator went straight to the top floor, and when the doors opened, Jiang Wan paused for a moment. The Sky. This is the city's most upscale private club with a rumored entrance fee in the 7 figures and requiring 3 or more members' recommendations. Although the Jiang family is also a wealthy family, their status is insufficient. They had never even seen the membership application form. At this moment, Zhang Guohua was sitting in the rattan chair in the center of the garden. He wasn't wearing a suit today, but had changed into a light gray cashmere sweater, the collar slightly open, revealing a well-defined collarbone. Lacking the coldness of formal attire, he exuded an inexplicable, homely feel. A thought popped into Jiang Wan's mind at an inopportune moment. This man looks good, even in a sweater. Stop it. She mentally slapped herself. Miss Jiang. Zhang Guohua stood up and pulled out the chair across from him for her. Please sit. His voice was as deep as always, fading like the last notes of a cello in the air. 2 cups of coffee were placed on the table. 1 cup was black coffee and the other was a latte. Hers was the latte topped with a delicate tulip design. Next to it was a slender glass vase with a bouquet of white eustoma. Jiang Wan's gaze lingered on that bouquet for a second longer. Then she sat down and smiled politely. Mr. Zhang, you didn't invite me here just to have coffee, did you? Of course not. Zhang Guohua lifted his black coffee and took a sip, his movements elegant, as if he were posing for a magazine cover. You secured those 12 shops in Linjiang. It was not a question, but a statement. Jiang Wan's heart stirred slightly. This person received news too quickly. Less than 5 hours after the contract was signed, he, an unrelated person, already knew. Mr. Zhang's information channels are indeed extensive. She lifted her latte, took a sip, and perfectly complimented, the coffee is good. I'm glad you like it, Zhang Guohua replied. Jiang Wan felt something was amiss again. What did he mean by I'm glad you like it? It sounded like it was prepared specifically for her. Let's talk business. Zhang Guohua set down his coffee cup, interlacing his fingers on the table, his posture relaxed, yet commanding. About those shops, I'd like to collaborate with Miss Jiang. Jiang Wan almost spat out her coffee. Collaborate. She had just intercepted that project yesterday, signed the contract this morning, and now the richest man was at her door asking for collaboration. If there was no trickery involved, she'd flip her name backward. Mr. Zhang. She set down her cup, maintaining her polite smile. That area of shops in Linjiang consists of 12 old dilapidated spaces in a poor location with little foot traffic, barely able to rent out. The Zhang Corporation has assets worth hundreds of billions. Surely you wouldn't care for such insignificant gains. Even insignificant gains are still gains. Zhang Guohua replied without changing his expression. Moreover, he paused, looking into her eyes. Since Miss Jiang is willing to invest, it indicates that there is a gold mine within these insignificant gains. I believe in your vision. Jiang Wan's heart skipped a beat. The surface meaning of this sentence was quite flattering. A top billionaire complimenting her insight would make anyone feel elated. However, upon further reflection, this statement implied an unspoken premise. He believed in her judgment. On what basis? Her reputation in the business world, to put it nicely, was the daughter of the Jiang family. But to put it bluntly, she was Lin Zihan's unwitting fiancée. Aside from having money, she had no remarkable business achievements. A woman who had never conducted business suddenly purchasing a set of obscure shops would typically warrant a normal person's reaction of just another rich second generation wasting money. Yet Zhang Guohua's response was, I want to collaborate with her. This was too abnormal. Mr. Zhang is flattering me. Jiang Wan decided to probe a bit, her smile turning modest. To be honest, I bought those few shops purely to vent my frustration. I didn't think too much about it. Oh. Zhang Guohua raised an eyebrow. What kind of frustration is worth 10 million? The scumbag had his eyes on those shops, so I just didn't want him to succeed. She said it with conviction. Zhang Guohua looked at her for 2 seconds. Then he smiled. It was a faint smile, the corners of his mouth only slightly curling upwards, but in that moment he transformed. The glacier melted, spring blossomed, and the face that was usually as cold as a marble sculpture suddenly radiated warmth. Jiang Wan was taken aback. This reason, he picked up his coffee cup, a trace of lingering amusement in his voice, is more fascinating than any business proposal I've ever heard. So Mr. Zhang should refrain from meddling. Jiang Wan seized the opportunity. I bought that out of spite. Whether it can turn a profit is still debatable. If you can gamble so accurately out of spite, he set down his cup, raising his eyes to look at her. That's a kind of talent as well. Jiang Wan. What was wrong with this person? In 3 sentences, he kept complimenting her, almost making her think she was some kind of business genius. Mr. Zhang. She decided to cut to the chase, placing her coffee cup firmly on the table. Let's speak frankly. Why did you call me here? Zhang Guohua looked at her. His gaze was deep and serious, as if peering through her to a further place. Collaboration, he said. You provide the shops, I'll provide 50 million. We will transform it into a commercial complex, and the ownership will be distributed proportionately. He'll handle the operations, and the profits will be split evenly. Jiang Wan thought she heard wrong. 50 million. She bought the shops for 10 million, and he was offering 50 million for renovation. And he was only going to split the profits evenly. This wasn't collaboration, it was handing out money. Mr. Zhang. She leaned in slightly, lowering her voice. Do you have something on me? Zhang Guohua's expression remained unchanged. No. Is it because my father owes you a favor? I am not acquainted with your father. Then it's even stranger. You, a hidden billionaire worth trillions, come to find a recently dumped wealthy young lady for collaboration, offering conditions so generous that it feels like giving me money. Jiang Wan drew a circle on the table, with her finger a glint of cunning in her eyes. Mr. Zhang, you must like me, right? She regretted saying that immediately. She had let her tongue slip. Perhaps her recent winning streak had gone to her head, and made her say something she shouldn't have. Zhang Guohua paused for a moment, a very brief pause of perhaps only a fraction of a second. Then he set down his cup, his expression remaining calm, but Jiang Wan noticed. The tips of his ears seemed to have deepened slightly in color. Miss Jiang, he began, his voice still deep and steady. You are overthinking this. I knew it. Jiang Wan gave a dry laugh, quickly trying to backtrack. I was just joking, please don't take it seriously, Mr. Zhang. Not at all, he replied. Then he picked up his coffee cup and took a sip, his movements still elegant. However, the faint flush on his ears had not completely faded. After a few seconds of silence, Jiang Wan cleared her throat, deciding to steer the conversation back on track. Speaking seriously, Mr. Zhang, a 50 million investment is indeed highly needed for me. Oh, I accept this condition in principle. But I have a question. Please go ahead. Why do you want to collaborate with me? To be honest, I believe you should have investigated my current situation thoroughly. Having been dumped, nearly losing 30 million my account balance, she paused, is just the little I've earned from stock trading earlier. In the entire business world, there must be countless more reliable partners than I am. 3 days after signing the contract, Jiang Wan received a huge package. To be precise, it was a safe taller than a person, so heavy that the moving company's workers almost strained their backs. A note was stuck on the outside of the box, written in the sharp handwriting of Zhang Guohua. 50 million has been received. Enjoy our cooperation. Jiang Wan opened the safe, which was neatly packed with contracts, authorization letters, and official seals, along with a black bank card. On the back of the card was a smaller note with 6 words, just spend it. There's more if needed. Jiang Wan held the note, sitting on the sofa in a daze for a full 10 seconds. What kind of divine partner is this? They provide the funds without interference, discuss the profits casually, and transfer 50 million without batting an eye. The key point is the added note saying there's more if needed. The tone feels like a pampering father to a daughter. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Zhang Guohua. Mr. Zhang, I received the money. Are you sure you won't send someone from the finance department to supervise? Aren't you afraid I might run away with the funds? Less than 10 seconds after sending the message, a reply came. You can't run away from me. Jiang Wan stared at those 4 words, feeling an inexplicable chill down her spine. This reply seemed to imply, no matter where you run, I can find you again. She closed the safe and decided not to contemplate the thought process of Zhang Guohua for now. The urgent task at hand was to sort out her current affairs. Renovation of the shop had begun, the company registration was completed, and the floating profits in the stock market were measured in millions daily. There was something even more important today, the business cocktail party in the evening. This was her first public appearance as an independent identity after her rebirth, and she needed everyone to know. Jiang Wan is not anyone's fiancé or a fool. Jiang Wan is simply Jiang Wan. By 3 in the afternoon, she stood in the cloakroom, facing 2 rows of clothes, caught in a dilemma. The stylist Lily was waiting nearby with a pile of dresses, speaking professionally and earnestly. Miss Jiang, tonight's cocktail party is of high caliber, gathering many business tycoons. I recommend you choose darker colors for a low-key and reserved look, not too ostentatious. This one. Jiang Wan pulled out a dress. Lily took a glance and nearly lost her composure. The dress was a dark green velvet bodycon gown with a deep V neckline plunging below the chest, and the back was completely hollow, hanging only by a few delicate chains. The hem was long, but there was a slit on the side, so high it reached the thigh. Miss Jiang, this might be too what? Too. Lily hesitated for a long time to find the right words. Too much like a scene crasher. That's exactly right. Jiang Wan posed in front of the mirror, her eyes slightly raised, smiling like a fox. I am indeed going to crash the scene tonight. Lily fell silent for a moment, deciding to give up on persuading her. She had a premonition that after tonight this dress would sell out all over the city. At 7 in the evening, in the banquet hall of the Junhua Hotel, crystal chandeliers cascaded like waterfalls, and champagne towers were stacked higher than people. Waiters in tuxedos moved like fish, carrying trays with delicacies smaller than a fingernail, just the right size to fit in a gap between teeth. Business elites gathered in groups, chatting and laughing, flattering each other. Every face wore a polite fake smile, and every greeting concealed hundreds of ulterior motives. When Jiang Wan arrived, the banquet hall was already bustling with people. She stood at the entrance removing her coat and handing it to a waiter. Then, the entire hall fell silent. Not exaggerated, it truly became quiet. It was as if someone pressed the mute button and all sounds vanished in an instant. All eyes were glued to her. The dark green velvet dress shimmered under the hall lights, making her appear as if she were a finely crafted blade unsheathed. From the front, she looked like a powerful and commanding woman. As she turned her bare back and the precarious chains were revealed, both beautiful and dangerous. Is that the daughter of the Jiang family? Wasn't she just dumped recently? How come? That dress is too bold. Didn't she used to go for the innocent look? What do you know? This is called darkening. She's stimulated by a scumbag. Whispers surged like a tide. Jiang Wan remained deaf to them. She picked up a glass of champagne from a waiter's tray, wearing a socially appropriate smile, her gaze sweeping across the room. She was looking for two people. One was Zhang Guohua, who had said he would come tonight. The other was her old friend, who she was certain would appear here. Zhang Guohua had not been spotted yet, but the old friend had already shown up. Bai Rou stood beside the dessert table dressed in a white dress, with Lin Zihan's arm linked with hers. They were trying to ingratiate themselves with a real estate businessman, smiling obsequiously. Bai Rou was dressed very innocently tonight. A white chiffon long dress, hair flowing softly over her shoulders with light makeup, looking innocent and pure. But her eyes betrayed her. Those eyes were fixated on Jiang Wan's direction, nearly popping out with envy. Jiang Wan was simply too dazzling today. So dazzling that Bai Rou looked like a maid next to a princess. How dare she dress like that? Bai Rou whispered, pinching Lin Zihan's arm. Lin Zihan did not respond. His gaze was also glued to Jiang Wan, his expression complicated. It was a mix of greed, resentment, anger, and an indescribable possessiveness. Like a person watching something they lost being picked up and polished only to find out it was a piece of gold. Bai Rou's voice was tinged with sourness. Now that she's gotten close to Zhang Guohua, how could she still look at you? Zhang Guohua. Lin Zihan scoffed, raising his glass and gulping down a mouthful. What if he's the richest man? She's just lucky stepping in dog poop. I bought that tech stock too, and next week I can earn a few tens of millions as well. Let's see how long she can be smug. When he said next week I can earn a few tens of millions, there was a biting certainty in his voice. Bai Rou did. She was staring at Jiang Wan, calculating something else in her mind. This cocktail party filled with business elites and numerous media was a perfect opportunity. If she could publicly embarrass Jiang Wan, it would make up for the humiliation from the engagement banquet. Zihan, she tugged at Lin Zihan's sleeve. Can you help me with something? When Jiang Wan walked to the center of the hall, her phone vibrated. She glanced down. Zhang Guohua's message, 2 words, turn around. She turned around. Zhang Guohua stood at the entrance of the banquet hall dressed in a dark blue 3-piece suit. The lapel pin was a discreet platinum version, and the cufflinks sparkled under the lights. His hair was meticulously styled, and his entire face still bore that distant expression that kept strangers at bay. However, when his gaze landed on her, it noticeably paused. That pause was very brief, short enough that only someone like Jiang Wan, who was intentionally observing him, could catch. His Adam's apple moved slightly, then he walked over quickly. I'm late, he said, his voice as low and steady as ever. Mr. Jiang Wan raised her champagne glass. You said there would be a good show tonight. Where is it? Don't rush. Zhang Guohua took a glass of wine from a waiter's tray, his gaze sweeping over a certain spot in the banquet hall, the corner of his mouth twitching. The actors are not yet in place. At that moment, the host took the stage. Dear guests, thank you for attending tonight's business cocktail party. Before we begin our free mingling, we have a small entertainment program. The host smiled and raised the microphone. Tonight, we have invited a professional tango dance troupe to perform for everyone. However, before that, we would like to invite the guests present to come up for an impromptu opening dance just to liven up the atmosphere. Is there anyone willing to volunteer? A sparse applause erupted from the audience, but no one stepped up. Everyone understood this kind of segment. Whoever went up first would always become the target. If they danced well, no one would praise them, and if they danced poorly, they could be laughed at for a whole year. The host was about to encourage a few more times, when suddenly a gentle voice rang out, "I'll do it." Bai Rou stepped out from the crowd, her face adorned with a sweet smile. She walked up to the host, took the microphone, her voice as soft as if it could squeeze water out. No need for an opening dance. I'm afraid everyone will laugh at me. However, I've known my good sister, Jiang Wan, for so many years and have always admired her dancing skills. Why don't we let her come up for a performance? With these words, all eyes were once again on Jiang Wan. Bai Rou turned to Jiang Wan, her smile still sweet. Wan, you wouldn't refuse, would you? I remember you said tango is your favorite dance style. Since we have a professional troupe here, why not come up for an impromptu performance? As she said this, her tone was so sincere and her eyes looked so innocent that they could drip water. But Jiang Wan saw the slight expression in her eyes, a barely contained smugness. This was a trap. Bai Rou had known her for many years and certainly understood she couldn't dance tango at all. The only time she had encountered tango was in her sophomore year when she watched a movie and casually said to Bai Rou, "Tango looks so cool," and that was it. Bai Rou wanted her to embarrass herself in public. In her past life, Bai Ro had used this trick countless times, publicly recommending her to sing knowing she couldn't carry a tune, inviting her to evaluate business cases knowing she was clueless, inviting her to cook knowing she couldn't even crack an egg. Each time Jiang Wan had foolishly fallen for it, making a fool of herself under Bai Rao's kind encouragement. Each time Bai Ro would pretend to help her out, earning a heap of praise for being such a good best friend. This time, Jiang Wan set down her champagne glass. She glanced at Zhang Guohua. Zhang Guohua was also looking at her, his gaze carrying a hint of inquiry. Do you need help? Jiang Wan slightly shook her head at him. Then she stepped forward, walking toward the host. Sure. 2 words, straightforward and decisive. Bai Rao's smile froze for a moment. She hadn't expected Jiang Wan to agree so readily. Based on her understanding of Jiang Wan, this foolish woman should have blushed and waved her hands, saying, I can't, only to be pushed onto the stage by Bai Ro. Why was today so unpredictable? But Bai Ro quickly adjusted her expression, smiling, even sweeter, wonderful. I knew Wan would be the most generous. She said, Music maestro, please play a classic tango dance piece. Wait a moment. Jiang Wan walked up to the host, took the microphone, and turned to Bai Ro. Her smile was brighter than Bai Rao's, so radiant it made people feel uneasy. Ro, we've known each other for so many years, we share joys and sorrows together. I can dance, but you have to join me. Bai Rao's smile froze again. I can't dance tango. Can't dance. Jiang Wan tilted her head innocently, just like Bai Ro. Then, why did you recommend me earlier? I thought you surely would recommend me because you knew I could. As soon as this was said, someone in the audience couldn't help but laugh. Bai Rao's face flushed slightly up. I thought you danced well, that's why I recommended you. I really can't. That's all right. Jiang Wan handed the microphone back to the host, stepped off the stage, and grabbed Bai Rao's wrist. It's fine if you can't dance. Tango is about going with the rhythm. Let's embarrass ourselves together. No one will laugh at the other. Bai Ro was dragged forward, her face turning pale. She desperately looked back at Lin Zihan, but he was on a call and didn't see her at all. Seeing this, the host quickly stepped in. All right. It seems tonight's opening dance will be performed by these 2 beauties. Music maestro, please play a classic tango dance piece, and let's welcome them with applause. The music began. The classic A Step Away played its prelude, long and melancholic. Jiang Wan stood in the center of the dance floor, one hand holding Bai Ro and the other elegantly extended. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then she moved. As she took her first step, everyone was stunned. Not in the embarrassing way, but in a breathtaking way. Jiang Wan's body unfurled like flowing water, every movement precise and rhythmic. She wasn't dancing as standard tango. After all, she had never learned it. But she blended the elements of tango with her knowledge of modern dance, creating a unique style. Her high heels tapped a crisp rhythm on the floor, the hem of her dress soaring with her spins, the side slit revealing glimpses of her thigh. With her eyes closed and a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth, she was completely immersed in her own world, far from being someone forced onto the stage. But in reality, she had learned tango in her past life. After Lin Zihan criticized her for lacking grace, she secretly enrolled in a dance class and practiced for half a year, wanting to surprise him on his birthday. She had indeed performed for him. On his birthday, he and Bai Ro sat on the sofa watching her dance while whispering jokes, and when the music ended, they didn't even give her perfunctory applause. The skills she had accumulated in her past life finally came in handy this time. Bai Ro was dragged by Jiang Wan, spinning in the dance floor, clumsy and disoriented like a doll being dragged along. Her white dress fluttered with Jiang Wan's spins. Accidentally stepping on her hem, she stumbled forward. After finally stabilizing herself, she was spun around again by Jiang Wan's turn, her hair coming undone, her expression management completely crumbling. Wan, I really can't. Don't be modest. Jiang Wan laughed, her voice loud enough for everyone to hear. Weren't you confident when you recommended me earlier? Come on, spin. She held Bai Rao's hand, executing one final spin, then gracefully released her hand, taking a beautiful bow to the entire audience. Bai Ro stumbled back 3 or 4 steps, desperately trying to stabilize herself, but her heel caught on her skirt. She fell back screaming as she crashed into the nearby dessert table. Crash! The 3-tiered cake tower collapsed. Cream chocolate sauce and strawberry bits poured down like a waterfall, drenching Bai Ro from head to toe. Her white dress transformed into a colorful palette, a piece of kiwi stuck in her hair, her face smeared with cream, with only her 2 eyes blinking angrily beneath the cream. The whole venue fell silent for a second. Then, ha! Laughter erupted like a dam, bursting unstoppable. Bai Ro sat amidst the chaotic remains of the cake, trembling all over, unsure if it was from anger. Her eyes were red, tears swirling in her eyes, but she held them back, because once she cried, the cream on her face would wash away, making her look even worse. Oh dear. Ro. Jiang Wan rushed over her face, full of concern, her voice sounding more genuine than real. Are you okay? How could you be so careless? Was it the shoes that didn't fit? I told you not to wear such high heels. As she spoke, she reached out to help Bai Ro, and the moment she touched Bai Rao's arm, She leaned in close to her ear, lowering her voice to say something only the two could hear. Next time you want to splash someone, check if your own glass is steady first. Biro suddenly raised her head, the tears in her eyes instantly turning into shock and resentment. Jiangwan straightened up, her worried expression still perfect, and turned to the waiter, waving, "Please help this young lady clean up. She accidentally fell." Jiangwan. Biro gritted her teeth as she got up from the ground, cream dripping all over her like a melting. What's wrong, Ro? Jiangwan turned her head, blinking. Biro opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But what could she say? I originally wanted you to embarrass yourself, but ended up falling instead. I shot myself in the foot. She could say nothing. She could only grit her teeth and force out a smile that looked worse than crying. The back seat of the Rolls-Royce was spacious, like a small conference room with leather seats, so soft one could sink into them. A faint aroma of cedar pervaded the car, identical to the scent of Zhang Guohua. Jiangwan sat on the left side of the back seat, her fingers unconsciously turning the metal clasp of her handbag. Mr. Zhang, did you just say someone offered 5 million to buy my scandal? Yes. Who? Lin Zihan. Zhang Guohua leaned back in his seat, relaxed in posture, but a predatory alertness gleamed in his eyes. He has colluded with the Lin family and all your family's business rivals. Next week's business meeting, he will join forces with several of your father's longtime adversaries to challenge you. Jiangwan fell silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. The laugh was light, but it echoed clearly in the quiet cabin. 5 million to buy my scandal. He really is willing to spend big. She leaned back in her seat, her tone casual, as if discussing the weather. Unfortunately, she turned to look at Zhang Guohua, fire burning in her eyes. He has no idea what I have in my hands. Zhang Guohua met her gaze, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. It was his second smile, still faint, but Jiangwan noticed. What do you have? Evidence of Lin Zihan embezzling funds from the Zhang family. Jiangwan took out a voice recorder from her handbag, spinning it around her fingertips. In my past life. No, before, when I foolishly helped him with the accounts, I kept a lookout. Every penny he embezzled from Zhang family projects I have documented. She paused, her voice growing cold. Not just him. There's also the finance manager who signed the fake accounts for him. I have dirt on him too. Zhang Guohua looked at the recorder in her hand, silent for a few seconds. Then he reached out, not to take the recorder, but to press down the continuously spinning metal object in her hand. Stop spinning, he said, it's blinding. Jiangwan was taken aback for a moment, looking down at her hand. She indeed had a habit of fidgeting with things when nervous without even realizing it. Sorry. She put the recorder away and asked Mr. Zhang, the business meeting is next Wednesday. When do you think Lin Zihan will strike? After the opening speech. That's best. Jiangwan smirked. Striking when there are many people makes a louder sound. The car stopped at the gate of the Zhang family's villa. Jiangwan pushed the car door open, just about to get out, when Zhang Guohua's voice came from behind. Jiangwan. She turned back. The light in the car cast half shadows and half light on his face, his overly handsome features appearing like a sketch divided by light and shadow. He looked into her eyes, his tone low and steady, yet carrying an indescribable seriousness. I'll accompany you to the meeting on Wednesday. Not as a partner, he paused, but as your support. No matter what happens, I'll be there. Jiangwan's hand gripping the car, door tightened slightly. The evening breeze blew in, cool and refreshing, but for some inexplicable reason her ears felt slightly warm. Thanks, she tried to make her voice sound casual, but I can handle this myself. Just watch. Zhang Guohua fell silent. Jiangwan closed the car door, watching the Rolls-Royce slowly drive away. The taillights traced 2 red lines in the night, turning a corner before disappearing. She stood at the door, taking a deep breath. Wednesday. 5 days left. In 5 days, she had too much to do. Registering a new company, building a team, bidding for that golden plot of land, adjusting positions in the stock market, and finding a lawyer to organize the evidence into a format usable in court. Jiangwan, oh Jiangwan, she murmured to herself as she walked inside. Who did you owe in your past life to be this busy in this life? On Monday morning, Jiangwan's new company officially opened. The company was named Wanfeng Capital, and the registered address was a nondescript building in the city center. She didn't want a flashy office building. It was too ostentatious and easy to attract envy. What she wanted was something low-key and practical to wait until the company was firmly established before moving. On the first day of opening, the office was still in disarray when the phone lines exploded. President Jiang, congratulations. Sister Wan wish you great success on your opening. Miss Jiang, I heard you went solo. Let's have a meal another day. Jiang Wan answered the calls until her hand was sore, wearing a professional smile, but internally, she was frantically mocking. These people had been gossiping behind her back just days ago, saying she was mentally unstable after being dumped. But now that they heard she secured Zhang Guohua's investment, they all changed their tune faster than flipping pages. Thank you. All right, definitely another day. She hung up the 18th congratulatory call, slumping in her office chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. So this is what it feels like to be a boss, she murmured. How did my dad handle so many calls every day before? Secretary Xiao Zhou poked her head in. President Jiang, there are flowers delivered outside. Flowers? Xiao Zhou stepped aside and two delivery guys brought in a flower basket taller than a person. The flower basket was absurdly large, almost filling the entire reception area. Red roses paired with white eustomas with a card in the middle. Congratulations on your opening. Zhang Guohua. Jiang Wan stared at that line for 3 seconds. Another white eustoma. What obsession does this person have with white eustomas? She took out her phone and sent Zhang Guohua a message. Mr. Zhang, I received the flowers. But could you send something more low-key next time? This flower basket is bigger than my desk. Less than 10 seconds after sending the message, a reply came. Then another one followed. A new company needs a presence. A flower basket that's too small doesn't match you. Jiang Wan held her phone, suddenly unsure of how to respond. His way of speaking is truly remarkable. Clearly a mutual favor between partners, yet he made it sound like a domineering CEO pampering his wife. She shook her head, brushing away this strange thought, picked up her bag, and prepared to leave. This afternoon, there was something more important. She must secure that golden plot of land opened for public bidding by the city government. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Lin Zihan sat in his office, which was about to become unaffordable, staring at the fluctuating stock prices on the computer screen, his expression dark. That tech stock was hitting its limit again today, but he hadn't earned a penny, because he hadn't bought any. Last week, when he told Jiang Wan, I have insider information that it's a trap, don't touch it, his intention was to scare her away and monopolize the juicy piece. As a result, Jiang Wan not only wasn't scared off, but instead dove in with all her assets, making a profit of over 100 million in 3 days. He had raised money to jump in on Monday as soon as the market opened, but he received a mysterious phone call that morning advising him that the stock would plummet on the 4th day, suggesting he hold off. He believed it. Today was already the 4th limit up. Damn. Lin Zihan grabbed the cup on his desk and smashed it on the floor, the porcelain shattering into pieces. The assistant outside shrank her neck, pretending to organize documents, not daring to lift her head. Zihan. Bairo pushed the door open, and upon seeing his ashen face, cautiously stepped around the broken porcelain. A faint mark from the cake tower incident could still be seen on her face, a light bruise on her forehead that several layers of concealer couldn't hide. There's news from the court. Lin Zihan raised his head. What did they say? Lawyer Wang said the subpoena has been delivered to Jiang Wan's company. The court date coincides with the business meeting next Wednesday. Bai Rao's eyes sparkled with a sinister light. If she goes to court, she will miss the bid presentation at the meeting. If she attends the meeting, it will be a default judgment against her, leading to direct loss. Lin Zihan's face finally revealed a hint of a smile. That smile was cold like a winter snake. Good. Let her choose, whether to save her company or save face. Also, Bai Rao leaned in closer, lowering her voice. I contacted the former deputy financial director of the Jiang family, the one surnamed Sun. Wasn't he fired by Jiang Wan's father? He has harbored resentment and is willing to testify, claiming Jiang Wan plagiarized his proposal in her business plan. Is he reliable? Reliable. He has a document that is highly similar to Jiang Wan's plan, dated 3 days earlier than hers. Bai Rao smiled sweetly. Even if Jiang Wan argues to the contrary, the date on the documents will serve as irrefutable evidence before the judge. Lin Zihan leaned back against the chair, exhaling a long breath. Let her be proud, he said coldly. Let her bask in it for a few more days. Next Wednesday, I will ruin her reputation. Wednesday, 9 in the morning. At the Intermediate People's Court, Jiang Wan sat in the defendant's seat, facing a lawsuit document. The plaintiffs were 2 small companies united by the Lin family, accusing her of commercial fraud, claiming Jiang Wan used improper means to obtain trade secrets and snatched away the development rights of the golden plot that belonged to them. Sitting on the plaintiff's side was a bald, middle-aged man, a distant relative from the Lin family, named Lin Zhengguo. Next to him was the acting lawyer, and beside them was the former deputy financial director, surnamed Sun. A sparse crowd of about a dozen people sat in the gallery, including reporters, a few onlookers from the business circle, and Bai Rao. She sat in the last row by the aisle, wearing a simple, white shirt, her hair neatly draped over her shoulders. When she saw Jiang Wan walk in, a nearly imperceptible smile appeared on her face. That smile was not one of victory, but rather a satisfaction of, you've finally fallen into my hands. Jiang Wan glanced at her once before looking away. Not worth a second glance. Order in the court. The judge struck the gavel. The case of plaintiff Lin Zhengguo versus defendant Jiang Wan for commercial fraud is now in session. The plaintiff is requested to present their claims and factual basis. Lin Zhengguo's lawyer stood up, cleared his throat, and began a lengthy discourse. In essence, Jiang Wan allegedly obtained the business plan of Lin's enterprise through improper means a month ago, plagiarizing its core proposal and preemptively submitting the development proposal for the golden plot to the city government, causing substantial losses to Lin's company. The demands were for Jiang Wan to cease her infringing actions, compensate for economic losses of 30 million yuan, and publicly apologize. What evidence does the plaintiff have? The judge asked. We have evidence. The lawyer picked up a document and held it up for the court. This is the development proposal submitted by the defendant to the city government. In this one, he picked up another document. This is our business plan that was drafted and completed 6 months ago, which has more than 80% similarity in terms of positioning, planning, and profit model regarding the golden plot with the defendant's proposal. More crucially, he paused, raising his voice slightly. The drafting date of our plan predates the submission date of the defendant's proposal by a full 3 days. We have ample reason to believe that the defendant obtained our trade secrets through some improper means in advance. Additionally, we have witnesses. The former deputy financial director of the Jiang Group's son can testify that the defendant has repeatedly used resources from the Jiang Group to illegally obtain business information from competitors. The former deputy director's surnamed son stood up, adjusting his tie with a performative air of, I don't want to do this, but I must stand for justice. Jiang Wan looked at him and almost laughed out loud. She certainly remembered this person. In her past life, it was he who had stolen the last liquid funds of the Jiang family during their hardest times and fled. When he was caught by the police, most of the money in his account had already been gambled away. Her father had said nothing at the time, only sighed. In this life, he had jumped out again. Still standing with Lin Zihan. Does the defendant have anything to say? Jiang Wan stood up. Today she wore a black suit, her hair neatly pinned up, and her entire demeanor was a stark contrast to the angry woman she had been at the engagement party. No longer was she the furious woman who splashed champagne, but a calm, precise business newcomer with every word sharp as a scalpel. Your Honor, I have a few questions for the plaintiff's witness. The judge nodded. Proceed. Jiang Wan turned to the deputy director's surnamed son. The man felt a bit nervous under her gaze, but still stood tall. Mr. Son, you just said you witnessed me using resources from the Jiang Group to obtain business information from competitors. May I ask, specifically which year? Which month? Which day? Where? What information from which company did you obtain? Son was caught off guard by the detail of her questions. Last year, probably around July or August in the company office. July or August. Which office? Who else was present at the time? August. In the finance department's office, I was the only one present. You were the only one present, so no one can testify for you. Jiang Wan tilted her head, her tone innocent. So couldn't you say anything you wanted? Someone in the gallery couldn't help but laugh. The judge frowned and struck the gavel. Sun began to sweat. Additionally, Mr. Sun, during your tenure as deputy financial director at the Jiang Group, have you ever been penalized by the company for financial misconduct? That was a personal grudge with my superior. I was set up. I'm not asking for the reason, I'm asking if it happened. Yes or no? Yes. Thank you. No further questions. Jiang Wan sat down. Before the judge could speak, she stood again. Your Honor, I also have a few questions regarding the plaintiff's submitted original business plan. She picked up the plaintiff's plan, flipping to the first page. This document, the plaintiff claims, was drafted 3 days earlier than my proposal, meaning it existed before the formal bidding. However, I have a small doubt. She flipped to the middle page, displaying it to the judge and the gallery. This plan cites the latest land use planning data released by the City Planning Bureau on August 20th of this year. The data released on August 20th. How could it be included in a document dated August 15th? The courtroom fell silent for a second. Then, like water splashing into hot oil, the gallery erupted. Lin Jiangwo's lawyer's face changed drastically as he snatched the plan, frantically flipping through its pages. His face grew paler, ultimately resembling a near-dead gray. What is going on? The judge demanded. The lawyer stammered, turning to glare fiercely at Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo was even more bewildered, with his mouth agape and a dazed look in his eyes, completely unaware of what had occurred. Jiang Wan leisurely took out another document from her file. Your Honor, I have a screenshot of the release date of the land use planning data from the City Planning Bureau's website, clearly showing that the publication date is August 20th. Additionally, I have the original electronic document of the plaintiff's plan showing that the actual creation time was August 22nd. Both pieces of evidence have been notarized. She handed over the notarized copies. This means the plaintiff is not originally plagiarized, but rather, in reverse. They copied my proposal after I submitted mine, then forged an earlier date document, intending to accuse me of commercial fraud. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the plaintiff's side, her voice casual, yet incisive. This is a false accusation. In reverse. They copied someone else's homework, changed the dates, and claimed I was the one copying. If this were in school, parents would have to be called. In court. On the day of the countersuit hearing, Lin Zihan sat in the plaintiff's seat, wearing a newly purchased deep blue suit. Biro helped him choose it, saying that blue conveys a sense of steadiness, which could leave a good impression on the judge. Before leaving, Biro even helped him adjust his tie, kissed him on the cheek, and softly said, once we win this lawsuit, we will turn our fortunes around. Lin Zihan thought the same. He spent a whole week mobilizing all of Lin's family connections, uniting 3 old rivals who had been oppressed by the Jiang family for years. Old Sun from the construction materials industry, Old Qian from real estate, and his distant cousin Lin Zhangguo, to form an anti-Jiang alliance. The 4 of them gathered for a grand feast, drinking more and more as they felt increasingly confident in their chance. Old Sun pounded the table, declaring, "What can a little girl possibly do?" Old Qian chimed in, saying, "Zhangguo is just playing around with her. Let's see if he cares when real trouble strikes," while Lin Zhangguo confidently assured this evidence is absolutely solid. This evidence was a bank transaction record that allegedly proved Jiang Wan had bribed a government official during the bidding for a prime piece of land. When Lin Zihan received the material, he was so excited that his hands trembled. He finally had Jiang Wan's weakness. However, what he did not know was that this material was bought by Ro from an online scammer for 30,000 yuan. The scammer claimed it was a bank record leaked through internal channels, and Ro believed it. Lin Zihan believed it too. Their overwhelming desire to win and to trample Jiang Wan underfoot caused them to lose their basic judgment. 5 minutes before the hearing began, Lin Zihan sat in the plaintiff's seat, reviewing the statement prepared by his lawyer. Beside him were Old Sun, Old Qian, and Lin Zhangguo, all dressed impeccably, wearing expressions of determined confidence. The spectator seats were filled with people, reporters, business spectators, and several old partners of the Jiang family. Lin Zihan had deliberately notified several media outlets, wanting everyone in the city to see Jiang Wan being sentenced. Ro sat in the last row of the spectator seats, holding a delicate handbag. Her expression was subtle. She was both eager to see Jiang Wan's misfortune and vaguely uneasy. Deep down, she was uncertain about the reliability of that evidence. But she did not tell Lin Zihan. The door swung open, and Jiang Wan walked in. Today she wore a white silk blouse paired with black wide-leg pants, exuding a sharpness akin to a blade drawn from its sheath. 2 lawyers followed her, one carrying documents, and the other a laptop, walking in unison, exuding an imposing aura. What surprised Lin Zihan the most was that Jiang Wan was actually smiling as she entered. It was not a forced smile, but a genuine, joyful smile. She whispered something to her lawyers, who also smiled in response. Then she walked to the defendant's seat, sat down, crossed her legs, took out a mint from her bag, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. She didn't cast a single glance at Lin Zihan. A chill ran down Lin Zihan's spine. He knew Jiang Wan too well, at least he thought he did. In her past life, Jiang Wan's first reaction to trouble was to cry, her second was to seek his help, and her third was to blame herself with "it's all my fault." But now Jiang Wan's reaction to trouble was actually eating candy. This was too abnormal. "Silence," the judge said, banging the gavel to announce the start of the hearing. Lin Zihan's lawyer stood up, cleared his throat, and began his statement. He started with the commercial competition relationship between Lin Zihan's company and Jiang Wan's company. Then he shifted the tone, his voice becoming fervent. "Your Honor, esteemed judges, we possess crucial evidence that can prove the defendant Jiang Wan bribed government officials during the bidding process for the prime land to gain an unfair competitive advantage." He raised a document and waved it in the air. This is a bank transaction record that clearly shows that 3 days before the bidding, 100,000 yuan was transferred from an account under the defendant's name to the relative's account of a government employee. We have reason to believe that this sum is indeed a bribe. A stir arose in the spectator seats. The reporters' pens flew across the paper, and someone had already started drafting a headline. "Jiang's daughter embroiled in bribery scandal. The prime land may be rebid." The judge looked at Jiang Wan. "Does the defense have any objections?" Jiang Wan stood up, chewed the mint in her mouth, and leisurely took a sip of water. Her slow pace felt like she was watching television in her own living room. "Your Honor, I have 2 questions regarding the evidence submitted by the plaintiff. First, the plaintiff claims that I transferred 100,000 yuan to a government employee. May I ask, who is this employee? What is their position? Which department do they belong to? Can the plaintiff specify?" Lin Zihan's lawyer was taken aback and turned to look at Lin Zihan. Lin Zihan was also stunned. The bank transaction record only listed the receiving account without indicating who the payee was. He had hurriedly purchased the material for 30,000 yuan, and the seller said, "It's not convenient to disclose the payee's information, but you can check for yourselves." He was eager to use it and did not delve deeper. The identity of the payee is still under verification. Still under verification. Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow. "You dare to accuse me of bribery in court with a bank record that hasn't even verified the payee? Isn't your standard of evidence a bit too low?" Someone in the spectator seats laughed out loud. Lin Zihan's lawyer turned beet red, "But that transfer itself is very suspicious. 3 days before the bidding, exactly 100,000 yuan. What a coincidence." "Oh, a coincidence." Jiang Wan nodded, her tone almost condescending. "Let me ask my second question. This bank transaction record, was it an original or a copy? If it was an electronic record, which bank was it retrieved from? Is there a bank seal? Is there a data source statement?" The lawyer's hand began to shake. He flipped through the document, repeatedly growing colder with each glance. There was no bank seal, no data source, no retrieval date, and it didn't even look like a standard bank transaction record. This was not any internal document, it was just a table casually created with Excel. Lin Zihan saw the lawyer's expression and felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of ice water. This. You can't produce it, can you? No worries, I'll clarify for the plaintiff. Jiang Wan pulled out a thick document from her bag and held it up for the judge and spectators to see. It was a formal bank transaction record, each page stamped with the bank's red seal, and the bottom had anti-counterfeiting numbers. Your Honor, this is a record of all bank transactions for the past year from all accounts under my name that I voluntarily requested. All are stamped by the bank, and each transaction has clear payee and purpose statements. She flipped to one page, pointing at a line of records 3 days before the bidding. I indeed had a transfer of 100,000 yuan. But the payee is not any government official, but the official donation account of the City Charity Association. This money is the Jiang Group's fixed annual charitable donation, complete with donation agreements, receipts, and public records. The plaintiff's so-called bribery was actually my donation to build a teaching building for a primary school in the mountainous area. The entire courtroom fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, my God, mistaking a donation for bribery. Who collected this evidence? This is outrageous. How dare you bring this to court? The spectators burst into laughter, and even the judge had to bang the gavel several times to restore order. Lin Zihan's face turned from red to purple, then from purple to green, finally settling into an unidentifiable shade of gray that was a mix of anger and despair. He abruptly turned to the last row of the spectator seats. My row was already gone. The moment Jiang Wan produced the donation record, she had scuttled out through the side door. Silence. Silence. The judge banged the gavel heavily, his face pale with anger. Plaintiff, where did you obtain this evidence? Lin Zihan's lawyer was completely flustered. It was provided to the lawyer by the party involved. We still need to verify further. No need for verification. Jiang Wan interrupted the lawyer, her voice turning cold, no longer carrying the earlier teasing lightness, but instead a sharpness that sent chills down spines. Your Honor, I have a second piece of material. She produced an appraisal report. I commissioned a judicial appraisal agency to evaluate the bank transaction records submitted by the plaintiff. The result was, this document is forged. The format, seal style, and data coding do not meet the standards of a formal bank transaction record. In simple terms, someone used computer software to create a fake transaction record which they then printed out to use as evidence. She handed the appraisal report to the judge. The plaintiff used forged evidence in court, attempting to frame me for bribery. This is no longer a commercial dispute. This is a criminal offense. Her words struck like a hammer in the courtroom. Lin Zihan was stunned. He gaped at his lawyer, who was also gaping. The two of them were like fish thrown onto the shore, mouths opening and closing, but unable to make a sound. Additionally, Jiang Wan swiftly pulled out another stack of documents from her bag, her movements quick as a magician's card trick. I have a third question for the plaintiff. Mr. Lin Zihan's company has received 4 cooperation opportunities from the Jiang Group over the past 3 years. Among them, the contract amount for the Linjiang Land Supporting Project was 23 million. However, this sum, she raised a bank transaction record which was Lin Zihan's company's account record. Less than a week after the funds were deposited, it was transferred in batches to 3 different personal accounts totaling 18 million. One of those accounts, she glanced at Lin Zihan. The coldness in her gaze made him shiver, belongs to Bai Rou. I would like to ask the plaintiff, is this money, project funds, or personal accounts? If it's project funds, why was it transferred to a personal account? If it is a personal account, has there been a tax declaration on the company's accounts? Lin Zihan's lawyer had completely given up resisting. He slumped in his chair, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, old son Old Qian and Lin Zhengwo, sitting beside the plaintiff, wore expressions that were increasingly entertaining. Old son shifted his chair to the side, wanting to create a 3-meter distance from Lin Zihan. Old Qian lowered his head, pretending to look at his phone, though nothing was displayed on the screen. Lin Zhengwo was the most miserable. As Lin Zihan's cousin, he couldn't move and could only sit there with a stiff smile like a wax figure. Given that the critical evidence submitted by the plaintiff has significant flaws and the defendant has presented compelling counter-evidence, the judge banged the gavel, his voice echoing throughout the courtroom. This court hereby rules, dismisses all claims made by the plaintiff. The gavel struck again, even heavier than the first time. At the same time, the plaintiff used forged evidence in court, suspected of the crime of false accusation. This court decides to transfer the relevant materials to the public security authorities, recommending that investigations be initiated against the plaintiff Lin Zihan and related responsible persons. The defendant Jiang Wan's countersuit, false accusation, forgery of evidence, and commercial defamation are all valid. The plaintiff is ordered to compensate the defendant for economic losses and damages to reputation totaling 25 million yuan. When Lin Zihan heard this figure, he felt as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped on him. His trading company's account couldn't even produce 250,000 yuan. 25 million. He would have to sell the company, sell his house, sell his car, and that might not even cover the deficit. Court is adjourned. Jiang Wan stood up, tidying her documents on the table. Her movements were composed as if she had just finished a routine meeting. Her lawyer whispered something to her, and she nodded. Then she finally turned her head and glanced at Lin Zihan. That glance was brief, perhaps lasting only half a second. But the disdain and indifference in that look pierced Lin Zihan's heart like a needle. It was not hatred. Hatred at least showed concern. The way she looked at him was as if she was gazing at an inconsequential item already processed and discarded. Jiang Wan withdrew her gaze and turned to leave the courtroom. Behind her, reporters swarmed in their flashes, creating a cacophony. Lin Zihan was escorted out by the court officers through the side door. His tie was askew, his suit wrinkled, and his eyes bloodshot. As he passed by the spectator seats, a bystander softly remarked, "He had it coming." The voice was not loud, but in the quiet corridor it sounded especially clear. Lin Zihan's steps faltered for a moment, but he did not turn back. That afternoon, photos of the verdict spread across the social circles of the entire city. Jiang Wan's countersuit was successful. Lin Zihan lost and was ordered to pay 25 million, and the forgery of evidence was transferred to the public security authorities. Each keyword hit the excitement points of the onlookers. Those who had been gossiping behind the scenes turned the narrative faster than a spinning top. 3 days later, the conference room of Wanfeng Capital was filled with people. Reporters, investors, representatives of collaborators, and several eager entrepreneurs. All flocked in after hearing about the verdict. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the entire room, every face filled with anticipation. Jiang Wan stood at the front of the conference room, and the large screen behind her displayed the new logo of the company. A simple character for Wan designed in the shape of wind, elegant yet sharp. Thank you all for attending the founding announcement and first round of financing signing ceremony of Wanfeng. She spoke into the microphone, her voice clear and confident. Today, Wanfeng Capital formally signed a strategic cooperation agreement with the Zhang Family Consortium, securing 50 million in the first round of investment. At the same time, we have initiated the development plan for the prime land with plans to officially start construction in the first quarter of next year. Applause erupted. Jiang Wan paused briefly, her gaze sweeping across the room. Additionally, regarding the renovation project of the Linjiang commercial shops, the first phase of recruitment has been completed. All 12 shops have signed contracts with brands covering various fields, such as dining, retail, and cultural creativity. It is expected that within 6 months, the Linjiang district will become a new commercial landmark in the city. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience erupted in excitement. It should be noted that the commercial shop area had been hanging for 3 years without any inquiries before Jiang Wan purchased it. Everyone referred to it as a commercial graveyard where anyone who tried would meet their demise. Yet Jiang Wan had completed all recruitment in less than a month. President Jiang, how did you achieve this? President Jiang, rumor has it that you are in a romantic relationship with Zhang Guohua of the Zhang Family Consortium. Is that true? President Jiang, after Lin Zihan's company went bankrupt, will you consider acquiring his assets? Jiang Wan smiled slightly at the camera, her smile containing 3 parts confidence, 3 parts cunning, and 4 parts guess. What business secret? No comment. The press conference concluded successfully amidst applause and laughter. Jiang Wan stepped down from the stage, took the cup of water handed to her by her secretary, and was just about to return to her office for a breath of fresh air when her phone suddenly rang. She looked down and saw that the caller ID was Zhang Guohua. Hello, President Zhang. Don't call me President Zhang. Just call me by my name. The press conference was held in the largest banquet hall of the Grand Hyatt Hotel, twice the scale of Jiang Wan's previous event. Every crystal chandelier blazed, flooding the entire hall with daylight-bright radiance. A 70-year champagne tower gleamed beside a crimson carpet stretching from the entrance to the podium. The backdrop bore 2 lines of gilded characters: Tianheng Property Phase 2 Launch Ceremony for the Golden Plot. Beneath them, smaller yet sharper text reads Citywide Premiere, 1 step ahead. Zhao Yongfa stood atop the podium in an immaculate white suit, his hair slicked back so tightly it shimmered, an inflated pufferfish poised for spectacle. He was the founder of Tianheng Property and the wealthiest member of Lin Zihan's anti-Jiang Wan alliance. Having built his fortune in construction materials, he later pivoted into real estate, leveraging casual banquets with municipal officials to dominate the industry for over a decade. His deepest grudge was reserved for the Jiang family. 10 years earlier, Jiang Wan's father had publicly exposed substandard rebar in Zhao's bid at a tendering meeting, costing him a 1 billion yuan contract. That debt festered for a decade, until today when vengeance finally arrived. Distinguished members of the press, valued partners, Zhao Yongfa boomed into the microphone, his voice engineered to reach even the back row. Today, Tianheng Property officially unveils its Phase 2 development plan for the Golden Plot. He pressed a remote. The massive screen behind him lit up, revealing exquisitely rendered visuals, a mixed-use commercial complex, Class A office towers, luxury residences, and an underground retail plaza, every detail polished to perfection. Jiang Wan sat cross-legged on her office sofa, cradling a steaming latte, watching the live broadcast on television. On screen, Zhao Yongfa's face filled the frame, captured in such high definition that even the sheen of oil glistening at his nose tip was unmistakable. She took a bite of a cream puff. The rich filling melted luxuriously on her tongue, sweet enough to make her eyes half close in quiet delight. Every employee of Wanfeng Capital had crowded into her office, sitting cross-legged on the floor, leaning against door frames, each face frozen, as though witnessing a car crash unfold in real time. Xiao Zhou clenched her fists, eyes wide with disbelief, staring at the renderings on screen, nearly identical to their own proposal. Her voice trembled. Director Jiang, they stole our plan. It's identical. No, it is ours. I know. Jiang Wan licked cream from her fingertip, her tone as placid as commenting on the weather. This cream puff is excellent. Where did you get it? Director Jiang. Xiao Zhou stamped her foot in frustration. Oh, calm down, Jiang Wan said, taking another bite. Let's keep watching. On screen, Zhao Yongfa gestured animatedly, spittle flying. The screen shifted to the next slide. Core project metrics, total investment, projected ROI, construction, timeline, leasing strategy. Each line verbatim from Jiang Wan's top secret proposal. Reporters snapped furiously. Some had already drafted headlines. Tianheng property preempts golden plot phase 2 launch. Wanfeng Capital risks losing the edge. At the climax of his speech, Zhao Yongfa abruptly pivoted, his expression transforming from business titan to moral crusader. In truth, today's event is not merely about unveiling Tianheng's new project. He paused deliberately, letting silence settle before continuing. I have a far more urgent purpose, to expose certain corrupt practices festering within our industry. He pressed the remote again. The screen displayed a side-by-side comparison. Tianheng's original proposal. On the left, Wanfeng Capital's preliminary municipal submission from 1 month prior on the right. At first glance, they appeared strikingly similar. Both featured a mixed-use complex, luxury residences and an underground plaza. Zhao Yongfa pointed emphatically at the comparison. Behold, this is Wanfeng Capital's draft plan submitted just 1 month ago. Now compare it with our original proposal, completed 6 months ago. Don't they bear an uncanny resemblance? Don't they? Murmurs swelled like a rising tide through the audience. Reporters' eyes gleamed. Gossip warfare eclipsed any press release in drama. Tianheng has spent over a decade building real estate projects, each design born from countless sleepless nights by our team. Yet we never imagined our original blueprint would be leaked, preemptively submitted to municipal authorities. Jiang Wan, the founder of Wanfeng Capital, acquired our trade secrets through illicit means, registered the plan with the government first, then dared accuse us of plagiarism. His voice rose thick with righteous fury. This audacious theft masquerading as justice. I, Zhao Yongfa, will not stand for it. He slammed the podium, sending the microphone shrieking with feedback. Before all these witnesses, I demand one question of Jiang Wan. Does your conscience feel no pain? A beat of silence fell over the room. Then thunderous applause erupted. A few planted attendees cheered loudly, inflaming the atmosphere into something resembling a public tribunal. Zhao Yongfa stood tall, palms braced on the table, chest heaving, his face radiant with the intoxicating flush of triumph. He had waited for this moment too long. 10 days earlier, Bai Rou had placed the stolen proposal on his desk, and he'd scarcely believed his fortune. A chance to reinvent himself. A chance to exact revenge upon the Jiang family. It had simply walked through his door. He paid 5 million yuan for the plan, 3 million more to stage today's spectacle, all to nail Jiang Wan publicly to the pillar of shame. Applause still echoed. Zhao Yongfa straightened his lapels, his smile blooming like a chrysanthemum. In Wanfeng Capital's office, the air hung thick and still. Every gaze remained fixed on Jiang Wan. Xiao Zhou's eyes were red-rimmed. She joined Wanfeng barely a month ago, yet she'd witnessed Jiang Wan's unwavering trust in her team, her fierce dedication to every detail. To be slandered so publicly, her anguish ran deeper than personal insult. Director Jiang, let me contact our lawyers. No need. Jiang Wan rose, tossed the empty pastry box into the bin, and wiped her fingers with a tissue, each motion unhurried, as if tidying her kitchen after breakfast. She walked to her desk, picked up the remote, and switched off the television. Xiao Zhou, do you recall what I told you 2 months ago when drafting the proposal? Xiao Zhou blinked, straining to remember. You said there were 2 versions, A and B. Correct. Jiang Wan lifted the landline receiver and began dialing. Version A was prepared for thieves. That's the one unveiled on stage today. Version B. The line connected. Jiang Wan's smile turned both honey-sweet and razor-sharp. A mint candy dusted with chili flakes. Hello, Director Li of the Planning Bureau. This is Jiang Wan of Wanfeng Capital. Regarding our recent application for land use classification adjustment, yes, the approval result has come through. Listening intently, her eyes curved into crescent moons, her lips lifting into a grin so wide it could hang oil bottles. After hanging up, she turned to her stunned staff and spread her hands. Version B is the true plan. Version A contains a subtle Easter egg. I altered key plot parameters ever so slightly. Just enough. For instance, the floor area ratio ceiling is listed as 3:5, but the official planning approval sets it at 2:0. Commercial space allocation is stated as 60, yet the maximum permitted is only 40. Building height limit is cited as 200 meters, but the actual cap stands at 80 meters. With each sentence, her team's eyes widened further. Should competitors proceed using version A, every architectural drawing must be redone. Construction permits will be denied. Banks will refuse financing. All upfront investments, gone. She paused, popping the last mint into her mouth. And one more thing. The geological survey data in version A is fabricated. Beneath that plot lies a karst cave system. Foundation costs will triple the estimates in version A. Should Mr. Zhao commence construction accordingly, not to mention whether planning approval would ever be granted, the ground alone would drain his liquidity. Silence reigned for 3 full seconds, then erupted into deafening cheers. Xiao Zhou leapt upward, nearly flinging off her stiletto heel. Finance departments, Xiao Zhang collapsed onto his desk, pounding it with laughter. Operations staff exchanged triumphant high fives. Jiang Wan dropped the remote onto her desk and brushed imaginary dust from her palms. We need do nothing. Let him dig his own grave and jump in. She strode toward the door, pausing beside Xiao Zhou. Please post an announcement in the company group. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. We'll hold an internal briefing on the real Phase 2 plan for the Golden Plot. Bring notebooks. The content will be extraordinary. She stepped out. The sharp, precise click of her heels echoed down the corridor. 3 days later, Zhao Yongfa sat rigid in his opulently gilded office, motionless as a stone statue, staring blankly at the document before him. It was an official rejection notice from the Planning Bureau. The land use classification adjustment application had been denied, citing severe discrepancies between Tianheng's Phase 2 proposal and the Bureau's approved land use parameters. The submitted floor area ratio of 3:5 exceeded the approved ceiling of 2:0. Commercial allocation of 60 surpassed the 40 limit. Building height of 200 meters breached the 80-meter cap. All 3 core metrics violated regulations, rendering the proposal invalid and requiring complete redesign. Zhao Yongfa's hands began to tremble. He knew precisely what redesign entailed. Engaging the architectural firm anew would cost no less than 2 million yuan. Each day of delay would accrue hundreds of thousands in equipment rental and labor fees. Worse still, his loan agreement with the bank contained a clause mandating issuance of the construction permit within 3 months, or immediate loan recall. Half the deadline had already elapsed. Redesign alone required 2 months. Subsequent planning approval would take at least another month, leaving no margin for error. His fingers flew across the calculator. 5 million yuan for the stolen plan, 3 million for the launch event, 20 million for land grading and temporary infrastructure, 8 million advanced for equipment procurement. Total investment now exceeded 36 million yuan. If the project failed approval, every cent vanished. For a firm of Tianheng's scale, 36 million yuan threatened outright cash flow collapse. Sweat beads rolled from his temples, splattering onto the document and bleeding into dark, spreading stains. His phone rang, caller ID by Ro. Zhao Yongfa stared at the name, his pupils reddening as if trying to burn a hole through the screen. He answered, voice low, guttural, as if squeezed from between clenched teeth. Miss Bai. Your brilliant plan has ruined me. Bai Ro's voice quivered on the other end. Mr. Zhao, I had no idea the plan was flawed. You didn't know? Zhao Yongfa shot upright. The chair catapulted backward, crashing against the wall with a thunderous crack. You brought me this plan, swore it was Jiang Wan's core secret. I paid 5 million yuan for it, invested tens of millions in groundwork, and now the Planning Bureau declares it utterly unusable. Did you set me up? Are you colluding with Jiang Wan? Mr. Zhao, absolutely not. I despise Jiang Wan. I'd sooner cut off my own hand than ally with her. I don't care about your feud with Jiang Wan. Zhao Yongfa's voice dropped into a terrifying calm. The stillness after the storm colder than rage itself. 5 million yuan, and over 30 million in preliminary investment. I am holding you personally accountable. You have 1 month to repay me. Fail to settle in full, and you'll learn firsthand how I built my empire. My debt collection brothers haven't worked in quite some time. The call ended. Bai Rose slumped onto the grimy floor of her rented room, the phone slipping from her grasp, screen facing up, glowing with rows of relentless debt collection numbers. She buried her face in her palms, shoulders convulsing, not with sobs, but with ragged, suffocating gasps. The room, shared with Lin Zihan, measured under 20 square meters, windowless walls mottled with mold. Its sole table overflowed with instant noodle cups and beer cans reeking of sour decay. Lin Zihan lay sprawled on a creaking single bed in the corner, emaciated cheekbones, jutting stubble shadowing his jaw, wearing a t-shirt whose collar had stretched beyond recognition. The court-ordered 25 million yuan compensation remained unpaid. His company had been forcibly auctioned, assets frozen, his bank account holding less than 3,000 yuan. His daily routine now consisted solely of drinking and cursing Jiang Wan by row the world itself. "It's all your fault," Lin Zihan muttered, suddenly tongue thick and slurred. He rolled onto his back, dull eyes fixed on the ceiling, pupils unfocused, vacant. "Your stupid idea, stealing the plan. Huh, you stole a bomb. Jiang Wan knew you'd come for it. Dug the pit herself and waited. You're worthless, even theft you botch." "Shut up," Bai Rou screamed, hurling an empty beer can. It struck the wall and clattered across the filthy floor, rolling in widening arcs. Yellow dregs spilled across the floorboards, seeping into cracks and twisting into grotesque trails. Lin Zihan barely flinched, then laughed. A sound more harrowing than tears. A bankrupt gambler mocking another who lost even more spectacularly. "Blame me. That's hilarious. Who boasted they destroy Jiang Wan? Who pounded their chests swearing the plan was flawless? Now that creditors are knocking you, blame me. You're a fool. So foolish you count Jiang Wan's money while she plays you like a puppet." Bai Rou trembled violently, teeth grinding audibly. She wanted to retort, but no words came. Because she knew Lin Zihan spoke truth. At every turn, believing she seized advantage, she danced precisely within Jiang Wan's choreography. The engagement party wine splash. The cake toss at the gala. The courtroom defeat. The poisoned proposal. Each time, without exception, she'd mistaken herself for the hunter, only to realize too late she'd been prey from the very beginning. Yet she could not accept that conclusion. To admit it would mean conceding she would forever fall short of Jiang Wan, a woman possessing nothing but vulgar wealth, undeserving of such dominance. 7 days left, Bai Rou whispered, voice raw from deep in her throat. She lifted her head. Dark circles smudged beneath her eyes like theatrical makeup, lips cracked and peeling. "Zhao Yongfa gave me 1 month. Where do I find 5 million in 30 days? She scrolled frantically through her contacts, finger dragging, names flashing past. Zhao Yongfa's path was severed. Lin Zihan's was blocked. The other anti-Jiang Wan alliance members, Lao Sun's number disconnected. Lao Qian had blocked her. Lin Zhengwo had changed his entirely. Not a single person answered. She was a rat trapped in a dry well. Smooth walls encircling her, no foothold, no escape. One person remains. Her finger froze mid-swipe. Her eyes flickered, then dimmed. At the very bottom of her contacts, Zhang, a number she'd stumbled upon in Lin Zihan's phone, belonging to a collateral branch member of the Zhang group, exchanged casually at a business reception. His name was Zhang Qiming, distant cousin of Zhang Guohua, reputed throughout commerce for quietly undermining his elder cousin, determined to prove he was no lesser man. Bai Rou gripped her phone, knuckles bleaching white. She feared Zhang Guohua, but Zhang Qiming was his rival and therefore Jiang Wan's adversary. An enemy's enemy is a friend. When Lin Zihan decided to kidnap Jiang Wan, his mind had already slipped into delirium. He had holed up in this cramped rental apartment, barely 20 square meters, for 2 full weeks, curtains drawn tight, losing all sense of day or night. Takeout containers and beer cans littered the floor, the air hung thick with a sour stench. The rancid tang of spoiled instant noodle broth mingled with cheap tobacco. He had wasted away dramatically, cheekbones jutted like blades, eyes sunken deep into their sockets, stubble rough and unkempt, his t-shirt collar sagging loosely over protruding clavicles. The court-ordered compensation of 25 million yuan was utterly beyond his reach. His company had been forcibly auctioned, his accounts frozen. Even his Porsche had been towed away by the bank. On the day the tow truck arrived, he crouched on the roadside, watching helplessly as his car was hoisted onto the flatbed, while passers-by filmed it on their phones, their comments scrolling endlessly. Deserved. And karma. The bank had sent its final demand letter yesterday. Tomorrow marked the deadline for compulsory enforcement. He would be blacklisted as a discredited debtor, barred even from boarding high-speed trains. "I have nothing left," he muttered, sitting on the edge of the bed, head buried in his hands, voice muffled and hollow. "My house, my car, my company, my money. All gone. All her doing. That wretched Jiang Wan." Bai Rou sat opposite him on a small wooden stool, back pressed against the mold-stained wall, knees drawn tightly to her chest. Her condition was scarcely better. Sunken eyes, sharply defined cheekbones, her face gaunt, as if stripped of every trace of subcutaneous fat. Zhao Yongfa called over a dozen times daily, demanding repayment. She dared not answer. Her phone silenced and buried beneath her pillow, vibrating every few minutes like a ticking time bomb counting down. "What's the point of saying any of this?" she said coldly. "Your 25 million. My 5 million. 30 million total. Our lives combined aren't worth that sum." Lin Zihan suddenly lifted his head. A strange light flickered in his eyes. Not anger, not despair, but the feral, feverish gleam of a man grasping at the last straw before drowning. Who says we're not worth it? He rose and paced twice across the suffocatingly narrow room. Aluminum cans clattered noisily beneath his feet. Then he stopped, crouched before Rose, seized her shoulders with both hands, his fingernails digging and sharp and painful. I have a plan. His voice dropped low, each syllable radiating a scorching manic heat, as though red-hot iron plunged into icy water. Jiang Wan is now worth over 100 million yuan. Kidnap her. Demand ransom from her father, 100 million yuan. Once we have the money, we vanish. Southeast Asia, South America, anywhere. Cross the border, and no one will ever find us. Rose's shoulders trembled faintly beneath his grip, but she did not pull away. She remained silent for so long that Lin Zihan began to believe she would refuse, until finally she spoke. She has Zhang Guohua. Rose's voice was barely audible, thin as a razor blade gliding across skin. That man is far more dangerous than we imagined. You saw what happened with Zhao Yongfa. The entire affair was orchestrated behind the scenes by Zhang Guohua, shielding Jiang Wan at every turn. And Jiang Wan is no longer the same woman she once was. Do you still think she's the naive, obedient girl who followed your every command? She'll call the police. She'll set traps. She'll toy with us mercilessly. Have you forgotten what transpired in court? Then this time you won't need to appear in person. Lin Zihan released her shoulders and stood retrieving from beneath his pillow an ancient Nokia flip phone, the only possession the bank hadn't seized, deemed too obsolete, even to appraise. I know men who do this kind of work. Men who helped me collect bad debts in the past. They want only money, no questions asked. We'll take her as she leaves work, straight from the underground garage into our vehicle. What can one woman possibly do? Rose stared at his emaciated face, and felt suddenly a profound strangeness, as if gazing upon. 3 years earlier, when she first seduced him, he had been the presumptive son-in-law of Jiang Group. Impeccably dressed in tailored suits, generous to a fault, treating her to elite restaurants where he signed bills without blinking. Back then she believed he was her ladder to upward mobility. Now the ladder had rotted through, and she too would plummet with it. Then Zhao Yongfa's debt collection call rang again. The phone buzzed 3 times beneath her pillow like 3 venomous serpents simultaneously flicking their tongues. She pulled it out. Zhao Yongfa's name glared on the screen, accompanied by over a dozen unread messages. Miss, by 3 days remain. Do you truly believe ignoring calls changes anything? My men have already located your residence. Guess when they'll arrive. Her face drained of color. She flipped the phone face down onto the floor, closed her eyes, drew a slow, deep breath, and opened them again. In those eyes, hesitation had vanished, replaced only by the steely resolve of someone backed into an inescapable corner. When do we act? Tomorrow. Lin Zihan grinned, revealing teeth yellowed by years of heavy smoking. She'll inspect a construction site tomorrow. The underground garage, few people, blind spots and surveillance. Afterward, straight onto the ring road, under 40 minutes to the abandoned warehouse on the city's outskirts. Even if the police catch wind of it, they won't catch us. As he spoke, his tone carried a chilling, self-assured elation, as though victory were already unfolding before his eyes. Yet he did not know. This very abandoned warehouse on the city's outskirts had been used by Rose in a prior life. After tricking Jiang Wan into signing the equity transfer agreement, they had brought her here, locking her inside overnight to force her to sign a second document relinquishing her inheritance rights. Jiang Wan had knelt on the floor, begging them, her forehead bleeding from repeated impacts against the concrete. Rose had stepped on her fingers and whispered, "So this is your day?" Even more ironically, Rose had reported the crime to the police in that lifetime. But lacking evidence or witnesses, the case dissolved into oblivion. The pitfalls she'd stumbled into before would not ensnare her twice. On Wednesday afternoon, Jiang Wan proceeded as scheduled to inspect the construction site on the prime gold-plated plot. She stood beside the excavated foundation, wearing a safety helmet, blueprints held firmly in hand, discussing pile-driving progress with the project manager. Sunlight bathed her face in golden warmth, her complexion radiant. With the lawsuit won, her company thriving and stock valuations soaring past 1 billion yuan, she had never looked more vital, more assured. Zhang Guohua stood precisely 3 paces behind her, clad in a charcoal gray trench coat, collar slightly raised, lending his features an aura of impenetrable austerity. Jiang Wan had insisted he needn't accompany her. Just a quick tour of the site. What could possibly happen? Yet he came anyway, citing site safety concerns. If you're injured, it jeopardizes the entire cooperative project. Jiang Wan had quipped, since when did Director Zhang develop such meticulous concern for engineering quality? To which he replied, unflinching, starting today. Once the domineering CEO mode activated, not even 10 oxen could drag him back. When the inspection concluded, dusk had begun to settle. Jiang Wan bid farewell to the engineering team and walked alone into the underground garage. Her heels echoed hollowly against the cement floor. The garage lights flickered weakly, several tubes burnt out and unreplaced, casting erratic claw-like shadows across the walls. She reached her parking space and pressed the remote key. Her headlights flashed twice. At that moment, footsteps rapid and purposeful approached from behind. More than one pair. Before Jiang Wan could turn, a cloth soaked in acrid chemical scent clamped over her mouth and nose. A nauseating blend of industrial alcohol and cloying anesthetic. She struggled instinctively, elbowing backward, eliciting a stifled grunt, but the cloth tightened, pressing deeper. Within 10 seconds her limbs went slack, her eyelids fluttering shut. Her phone slipped from her grasp, landing on the floor, its screen still glowing. 2 men wearing baseball caps and surgical masks lifted her and hurried her toward a licenseless gray minivan parked nearby. The van door slid open with a metallic groan. She was tossed onto the rear seat, her head striking the door handle with a dull thud. The door slammed shut, the engine roared to life, and the van surged out of the garage. The entire operation lasted less than 2 minutes. Clean, precise, as if rehearsed countless times. Silence reclaimed the garage. Only her fallen phone remained, its screen stubbornly alight. The screen displayed not the home interface, but an active application titled Real-Time Location Sharing. Shared with Zhang Guohua. Sent 10 minutes ago. The final message consisted of 4 simple characters. Casual as an invitation to dinner. Director Zhang, the fish is biting. The van sped along the ring road. 1 man drove, the other watched Jiang Wan. The driver was bald, a cobalt blue dragon coiling around his thick neck, blasting heavy metal so loud the windows vibrated. The watcher, a lanky figure masked and gloved, held Jiang Wan's phone, turning it over repeatedly. Bossy held it up. Why isn't this woman's phone locked? The bald man glanced briefly in the rearview mirror. She forgot. Sometimes the wealthy are astonishingly careless. Saves us trouble. Check her contacts. Find her father's number. The lanky man scrolled through the contact list and found a number labeled simply Dad. He then browsed photos, texts, and WeChat, growing increasingly unsettled. There was almost nothing personal inside. Photos showed only landscapes and work-related screenshots. Chat logs were pristine, like those of a brand new device. Not a single transaction recorded. It was deeply unnatural. How could a woman worth over 100 million yuan maintain such sterile digital hygiene? He checked recent calls, and there at the top of the list was a single name, Director Zhang. Call durations were brief, but frequency relentless, several calls daily. Is this woman involved with Zhang Guohua? The lanky man frowned. Zhang Guohua, the Zhang conglomerate patriarch. Did we just target the wrong person? Who cares? The bald man waved dismissively, the dragon tattoo twisted sinuously across his neck, as if alive. Get paid and leave. Who she belongs to is irrelevant. Lin Zihan promised deliver her to the warehouse, and he handles the rest. 100 million yuan, split 3 ways. Over 30 million each. Take the money, flee overseas. What can Zhang Guohua, or Li Guohua, do once we're gone? On the rear seat, the unconscious Jiang Wan shifted subtly. Not a reflexive twitch, but a deliberate repositioning of her head onto a more comfortable angle. Her eyes remained closed, yet her lips moved faintly, murmuring silently. She was counting. From the moment she'd been thrown into the van, she'd been tracking time with meticulous precision. She noted the dashboard clock at departure 7:23 p.m. Speed hovered near 80 kilometers per hour, heading west, toward the abandoned industrial zone on the city's periphery. She knew that route intimately. Biro had taken her there in a prior life. At the 14-minute mark, the van exited the highway, pavement giving way to uneven, cracked concrete. 6 minutes later, it stopped. Total travel time approximately 40 minutes, exactly as she'd calculated. The bald man hauled her out and carried her into a derelict factory building. The lanky man followed, flashlight beam darting erratically through the cavernous darkness. The air reeked of rust and machine oil, discarded parts and shattered glass crunched underfoot with brittle rhythmic snaps. Bind her securely and film a video to send to that old man, Jiang, the bald man ordered. I'll step outside to make the call. The lanky man laid Jiang Wan onto a rusted metal-framed bed and tied her wrists and ankles with rope. The knots were deliberately loose, slapdash perfunctory. At the moment the rope tightened, Jiang Wan tensed her wrists, recalling a trick from a long-ago crime drama. Tense, then relax, leaving precisely 2 centimeters of slack, enough to slip free. Her eyes stayed closed. Breathing steady, expression relaxed. She appeared utterly unconscious. Yet inwardly, she was making a decision no one could anticipate. A bold, audacious decision. She wondered, should she escape first, startling the kidnappers? After all, the police would arrive soon enough to arrest them. Why not play a little before they did? Days spent in meetings and financial reports had left her stifled. This rare burst of adrenaline deserved full indulgence. The notion grew irresistible. So as the lanky man turned to fetch water, Jiang Wan opened her eyes, slipped free of the ropes, rose smoothly, and brushed dust from her clothes. Then she did something no ordinary kidnapping victim would ever do. She withdrew a backup phone concealed in her pocket. She opened notes and began typing. She was drafting a speech, one designed to psychologically annihilate her captors the moment she confronted them. First, what exactly does Lin Zihan offer you for abducting me? He owes 25 million yuan, his company bankrupt, surviving only on loans from Biro. Does he possess funds to pay your fee? Second, you may not know who I am. Allow me to reintroduce myself, Jiang Wan, founder of Evening Breeze Capital, net worth exceeding 1 billion yuan. Beside me stands Zhang Guohua of the Zhang conglomerate. Should he learn you've kidnapped me, how long do you imagine before he traces your ancestral village? His special assistant Lin Zhou formerly served in criminal investigations. He uncovers grave sites for sport. Third, I grant you 10 seconds to decide: flee now, and I will pursue no consequences. Or wait for the police, and face life imprisonment. 10-9-8. She reviewed the draft, deeming the third point insufficiently intimidating, and added one final line: oh, and I neglected to mention, I transmitted my live location to Director Zhang before boarding your van. He is undoubtedly en route. Your time is running perilously short. She saved the note, slipped the phone back into her pocket, and reclined once more onto the metal bed. She did not flee. A sudden realization struck her: escaping alone would be arduous. Pitch-black terrain, unfamiliar roads, and high heels rendering every step exhausting. Better to await Zhang Guohua. He would arrive in his Rolls-Royce. Warm interior, freshly brewed coffee awaiting her. Yes, that settled it. She closed her eyes, a faint serene smile playing upon her lips, like a child awaiting Christmas morning. When the lanky man returned with the water bottle, he found Jiang Wan still asleep, and nodded approvingly to his accomplice. This woman sleeps deeply. Jiang Wan rolled her eyes inwardly. Terrified. Let's see who frightens whom. Lin Zihan and Biro arrived at the derelict factory just before 9 o'clock. Lin Zihan kicked open the rusted iron gate and strode in, then froze upon seeing Jiang Wan lying bound on the metal bed. His expression verged on ecstatic. This was no ordinary joy at the sight of wealth, but the frenzied euphoria of a gambler who believes against all odds that he's just seized the sole card capable of reversing total ruin. He circled the bed twice, scrutinizing Jiang Wan, bound helpless, his gaze brimming with triumph, vindictive satisfaction, and a raw, unsettling greed. Jiang Wan, so this is your day. He crouched beside the bed and extended 2 fingers toward her cheek. Weren't you arrogant? Didn't you relish humiliating me in court? Didn't you publicly shame me with invoices? Why lie motionless now? His fingertips never touched her skin. Jiang Wan's eyes snapped open. Her gaze was startlingly lucid, utterly unlike that of someone recently drugged. Lin Zihan recoiled violently, jerking his hand back and stumbling half a step backward. Then, realizing his weakness, he straightened abruptly, forcing his voice into a harsh, threatening rasp. Awake. Good. Let me inform you. You've been kidnapped. Call your father. He must prepare 100 million yuan. Refuse, and you won't leave alive. Jiang Wan yawned, a genuine, unhurried yawn. She truly was tired after lying still so long. It stretched wide and languorous, trailing a soft, sleepy murmur that resonated through the vast, hollow factory hall. 3 days later, the kidnapping case was officially closed by the Criminal Investigation Team of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The main culprits, Lin Zihan and Biro, along with accomplices Zhao Chong and Sun Wei, were all apprehended and confessed to the crimes. Zhao Chong and Sun Wei were hired by Lin Zihan for 50,000 yuan, both having criminal records. Zhao Chong had previously engaged in violent debt collection, and Sun Wei had stolen cables, making them old acquaintances of the police station. After their arrest, the two exhibited a sincere attitude, eager to confess during the interrogation, even revealing details about Lin Zihan cursing someone at a mahjong table on a specific date, desperately seeking to earn a merit. Lin Zihan was not so cooperative. During the interrogation, he remained silent, head down, hands cuffed to the chair, nervously scratching at the iron armrest with his fingertips, leaving rust under his nails. Only when the police played the recorded evidence for him did he suddenly look up, his eyes wide, as if they might pop out. The recording was provided by Jiang Wan, capturing the entire process of him conspiring with Biro to kidnap, every word recorded clearly. This is a frame-up. Lin Zihan suddenly roared. She set me up? That recording was illegally obtained by her. It cannot be used as evidence. Mr. Lin, the lead detective and experienced officer, removed his glasses to clean them, his tone flat, as if reading a menu. Your accomplices have all confessed. Zhao Chong said the kidnapping plan was drawn by you, and Sun Wei stated that you provided the channel for purchasing the anesthetic. Biro also confessed, claiming you were the first to propose the kidnapping plan. You now have 2 choices. Firstly, remain silent, and we will directly transfer the case to the prosecutor's office. The evidence chain is complete, and we can convict without your testimony. Secondly, truthfully confess and seek leniency. You choose. Lin Zihan opened his mouth, his lips moving a few times, finally squeezing out a hoarse sentence, as if scraping it from the depths of his throat. Biro also confessed. Yes. Lin Zihan's shoulders slumped like a building stripped of its load-bearing walls. He slumped in the interrogation chair, the handcuffs clanging against the iron armrest. After a long time he said, "I confess," and then began recounting from the beginning. Starting from the public humiliation at the engagement banquet, discussing the thwarted business deal, the lawsuit that cost him $25 million, and how his company went bankrupt, leaving him unable to pay rent. His voice was calm as he spoke, devoid of anger or regret, as if recounting someone else's story. Only when he mentioned, "I thought kidnapping her would turn things around," did his voice finally tremble. Not from regret, but from unwillingness. "I still don't understand." He raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, the stubble from 3 days of not shaving glaring under the harsh fluorescent lights of the interrogation room. She wasn't like this before. She used to listen to everything I said. If I told her to go east, she wouldn't dare go west. She was so foolish, so easy to deceive. How could she have changed so suddenly? The old detective glanced at him, closed the record book, stood up, walked to the door, and turned back to say she didn't change. She finally opened her eyes. The door to the interrogation room slammed shut in front of Lin Zihan, its echo lingering in the corridor. In the adjacent interrogation room, Bai Rao's situation was worse. She wasn't silent. Once she started talking, she couldn't stop. Crying and speaking, justifying herself with each sentence, starting with, "It wasn't my idea. It wasn't my idea. It was Lin Zihan who wanted to kidnap Jiang Wan. It wasn't my idea. That stolen plan was Zhao Yongfa's own willingness to buy. It wasn't my idea. The plan to cheat during the engagement banquet was first suggested by Lin Zihan." The female officer conducting the interrogation typed expressionlessly, the keyboard clicking incessantly. When Bai Rao cried to the point of gasping for breath, the female officer handed her a tissue and asked a question that completely shattered her. "At the kidnapping scene, Jiang Wan was tied to an iron bed, and you kicked her. Was that kick also Lin Zihan's idea?" Bai Rao's crying abruptly ceased. Her mouth opened, tears still streaming down her face, but no sound came from her throat. Her toes unconsciously rubbed against the floor beneath the interrogation chair, as if the high heels were still there, as if Jiang Wan's fingers were still at her feet. After a long time she lowered her head and whispered in a voice as faint as a mosquito's, "I kicked her myself. I just hated her. Why should she have everything while I have nothing? Why should I always live in her shadow?" "So you wanted her dead?" Bai Rao did not answer. She buried her face in her hands, her shoulders trembling violently, and the sound leaking through her fingers was no longer crying, but a whimper, like a small animal stepped on its tail. The female officer closed the record, stood up, and slightly shook her head at the person behind the one-way glass. The case report was submitted to the prosecutor's office that same day. The list of charges was lengthy. Lin Zihan, kidnapping, principal offender, extortion, falsifying evidence, and false accusation, all 4 charges to be served concurrently. Bai Rao, kidnapping, accomplice, theft of trade secrets, falsifying evidence, and false accusation, all 4 charges to be served concurrently. Zhao Chong and Sun Wei, kidnapping accomplices, to be handled in a separate case. According to the relevant provisions of the criminal law, just for the charge of kidnapping, the starting point for sentencing is 10 years or more in prison. Adding the other charges, the 2 would likely spend the rest of their lives in prison. Jiang Wan received the case closure notice at home. She sat on the living room sofa, freshly showered, her hair still wet on her shoulders, wearing a loose beige loungewear. The call came from Captain Li of the criminal investigation team, handling the case with a formal tone as he recited the list of charges. Finally, he asked victim Jiang Wan, "Do you have any opinions about the case result?" "No opinions. Thank you for your hard work. Then the subsequent compensation matters will be notified to you separately." "Okay, thank you." She hung up, placed the phone on the coffee table, and continued watching TV. The television showed an outdated variety show, several guests playing charades, laughter bursting out, and she watched expressionlessly for a while, then suddenly picked up the remote and turned off the TV. The living room fell silent. She sat alone on the sofa, hands on her knees, sitting very upright, as if waiting for someone. Outside, the sound of passing cars mingled with the faint sound of piano music from a neighbor's house, and the rustling of spring wine through the leaves. All the sounds were as usual, but tonight they felt particularly clear. She had won. Since the day of her rebirth, she had walked step by step, each step taken on the edge of a knife. Thwarted business deals, countered lawsuits, set traps for Bai Rao to steal fake plans, and turned the kidnapping into a self-immolation. Each step had been a victory. But now, sitting in this empty living room, she suddenly felt a void in her chest. That void was left from her past life. Her former lover and most trusted friend conspired to push her into hell. In this life, she had taken revenge, sending both into prison, yet the void remained. It wasn't sadness nor loneliness, but a complex emotion she couldn't name. Like winning a war, yet being the only one left standing amidst the smoke. Her phone rang. The caller ID showed Zhang Guohua. She answered. "Where are you?" His voice was as deep and steady as ever, but tonight it carried something extra. A hint of caution, as if afraid of startling her. "At home. Have you eaten dinner?" "Not yet." There was a 2-second silence on the other end. "Open the door." Jiang Wan was taken aback, stood up from the sofa, walked to the door, and peered through the peephole. Zhang Guohua stood outside, wearing a dark gray cashmere coat, the collar slightly open, holding 2 large bags. The peephole distorted his silhouette, making him appear even taller like a stretched-out sketch. Jiang opened the door. A gust of cold wind swept in, carrying the familiar scent of cedar from him. "What brings you here?" "I brought you dinner." He lifted the bag in his hand. The one bag wafted the spicy aroma of hot pot base, while the other was filled with ingredients and drinks stuffed full hot pot. The spiciest. Jiang watched him bringing the bags into the kitchen, his movements as familiar as if he were in his own home. He took off his coat and hung it on the rack, rolled up his sleeves, and began to take things out of the bags. Beef tallow base, tripe, duck, blood shrimp paste, fatty beef rolls, enoki mushrooms, potato slices, all neatly arranged on plates. The induction cooker was brought by him. The inyong pot was also his. Even the dipping sauces were divided into two bowls, one with sesame oil and garlic, the other with sesame sauce and fermented bean curd. "Mr. Zhang, did you move a hot pot restaurant here?" Jiang leaned against the kitchen doorway, arms crossed, watching this man worth trillions of dollars fumble with the packaging. He was too vigorous while unpacking the tripe, causing ice water to spill everywhere, but he remained unflustered, wiping it up with a cloth and continuing to unpack. "The takeout from hot pot restaurants isn't clean." He didn't look up. "Plus you don't eat cilantro, and they always include it." "I picked it out for you." Jiang's smile faltered slightly. She indeed didn't eat cilantro, but she had never told him about this. She sat down at the dining table, watching him boil the pot, the red oil bubbling, chilies dancing on the surface of the soup, the entire room filled with the spicy aroma, warm and comforting, like someone poured a big cup of hot chocolate into the air. He handed her a bowl of prepared dipping sauce, the chopsticks already separated and neatly placed at the edge of the bowl. She took it, dipped a slice of tripe, and brought it to her mouth. Spicy. So spicy it made her eyes water. But that spiciness warmed her entire body, and the void in her chest seemed to be filled a little by the hot soup. "Is it good?" He nodded, not saying anything more, just placing slices of beef into her bowl. One slice, then another. He hardly ate, spending the entire time cooking and serving her like a personal hot pot chef on standby 20. As Jiang ate, she suddenly put down her chopsticks. "The police told me today that the case is closed. Lin Zihan and Bai Rou have all confessed. The charges total 4, and they'll serve at least 10 years. Zhang Guohua paused while cooking shrimp paste, responding with "I won." Her voice was very soft, so soft it almost got drowned out by the bubbling of the hot pot. He put down his chopsticks and looked at her. The soup in the pot continued to bubble, chilies dancing on the surface, steam rising and blurring his expression. "But I can't feel happy at all." Jiang lowered her head, staring at the bowl of dipping sauce, the sesame paste forming a small whirlpool at the bottom. "You know, in my past life." "Never mind, I won't say it." "If I told you that I lived a whole life," she began, her voice slow, as if carefully defusing a bomb. "In that life, Lin Zihan and Bai Rou deceived me out of all my money and caused my parents' death. I stood on the rooftop, and before jumping I saw all the regrets beneath my feet. Regrets about believing a scumbag, regrets about entrusting my parents' lives to 2 con artists, regrets about never living a day for myself. I thought I really died. Then I opened my eyes." She paused. "I opened my eyes and found myself in the lounge of the engagement banquet. The mirror reflected my face, but it wasn't me. It was a face that had yet to be destroyed. I thought I was dreaming. Then I heard Lin Zihan and Bai Rou's voices in the hallway, exactly the same as in my past life. The soup in the pot continued to bubble, and the sound of bursting bubbles was particularly clear in the quiet room." Zhang Guohua put down his chopsticks. He looked into her eyes, his lips moving. Then he said something that froze Jiang completely. "I know." Jiang was stunned. "What do you know?" "The rooftop. Before you jumped, you were wearing that champagne-colored dress. That day was your 31st birthday. The wind on the rooftop was strong. You stood outside the railing, looked back once, but no one came to pull you back." His voice was low and steady, but the hand he placed on the table, his long bony fingers, were slightly trembling. "When I rushed upstairs, you had already jumped. Just a few seconds too late." Jiang felt all the blood in her body rush to her head, then all drained away in an instant. "What did you say?" Her voice completely changed pitch. The chopsticks slipped from her hand, falling on the table with a thud before rolling to the ground, but she was utterly oblivious. "How do you know? How could you possibly know?" "Because I also rebirthed." 5 words. Jiang's mind went blank. The hot pot continued to bubble, the fan of the induction cooker hummed, and the wind outside blew the curtains up. The whole world was functioning as usual, but she felt as if she had been thrown into a whirlpool. "The day of my rebirth was the week before the engagement banquet." Zhang Guohua's voice was low, as if afraid of breaking something by speaking too loudly. "I wanted to find you, but I was afraid of scaring you. I checked all your information and set up every possible measure to protect you. That day at the engagement banquet, I originally had no right to attend. I had no ties to the Jiang family. But I still went because I knew what would happen that day." He paused, his Adam's apple bobbing. "I was afraid of being too late, just like in the last life." Jiang stared at his face. His expression remained calm, but the redness at the tips of his ears had spread down to his neck. That wasn't a shy blush. It was a bogus, uncontrollable reaction when someone peeled back their deepest secrets. What happened in the last life? She couldn't get a complete sentence out. Countless question marks collided in her mind, leaving her dazed. In the last life, he had acquired the Jiang family's assets. In the last life, he had rushed to the rooftop. In the last life, he was just seconds too late. She suddenly recalled the first time she saw him after her rebirth at the entrance of the engagement banquet, when he had steadied her. The way he looked at her then was like seeing a lost treasure returned. Back then she thought she was overthinking it. Now she finally understood. The first time I saw you. No, the first time I saw you in my last life. Zhang Guohua picked up his chopsticks again, placing a slice of tripe in the pot, his movements as steady as ever, but the red oil splashed onto his sleeve, and he didn't wipe it off. Was 10 years ago when I just returned to the country, and I lost my wallet and passport at the airport. You helped me pay for the taxi fare from the airport to the city, a little over 100 yuan. You even took off your coat and gave it to me, saying it was cold outside and your dad's car was already waiting at the door. He put down his chopsticks and took something out of his inner suit pocket, placing it on the table. It was a 100, not a new bill, but one that had been folded countless times, its corners worn white, a strip of transparent tape, holding it together, an old version of the 100 yuan bill that had already been withdrawn from circulation. I kept this 100 yuan for 10 years. I always wanted to pay you back in my last life, but never got the chance. This life finally gave me the opportunity. Jiang Wan looked at the wrinkled bill, and tears suddenly fell. Since her rebirth, she had vowed not to cry. This life, not a single tear would fall. Whoever bullied her would be repaid double. The trending topic had been hot for 2 days, but its popularity not only remained, but grew even fiercer. As Jiang Wan stepped out of her apartment to go to work, the flash of cameras nearly blinded her. A dozen journalists armed with cameras and microphones squatted at the entrance of the community. Upon seeing her, they swarmed toward her like sharks, catching a whiff of blood, their microphones thrusting closer than selfie sticks. Miss Jiang, when did you and Mr. Zhang Guohua get together? Miss Jiang, some say you dumped your ex-fiancé for the Zhang family's funding. How do you respond? Miss Jiang, someone caught Mr. Zhang entering your home late at night. Are you two living together? Miss Jiang, you previously said you were just business partners with Mr. Zhang. Is it business during the day and also business at night? Jiang Wan paused in her tracks. Today she wore a misty blue waist-cinching suit dress with 8-centimeter stiletto heels, and her sunglasses concealed half her face. Facing a row of dark cameras, she removed her sunglasses with an exaggerated slowness, revealing a distinctly defined face and a pair of eyes that carried a mixture of amusement and sharpness. Everyone, let me briefly state 3 points. She raised a finger. First, my personal matters with Mr. Zhang Guohua do not require explanation to anyone. Second, since its establishment, Wanfeng Capital has secured 3 projects, a prime land parcel, the renovation of riverside shops, and a commercial complex with a total estimated value exceeding 2 billion. Instead of worrying about my love life, you might want to consider my business empire. Writing about it would also make a sensational piece. I've even thought of a headline for you: the ex-fiancé earns 2 billion in 2 months after being dumped, scumbag regrets in prison. Several reporters couldn't hold back their laughter, with the one holding the camera shaking their shoulder. A third finger was raised. Third, Jiang Wan put her sunglasses back on, a smug curve forming at the corners of her mouth beneath the dark lenses. Who says women must rely on men? I, Jiang Wan, rely on myself. After saying that, she turned and walked toward the white Porsche parked by the roadside. The engine roared to life, and the car elegantly merged into the morning rush hour traffic under the gaze of the reporters. Inside the car, she opened her phone to scroll through the comments section. Netizens' comments were even less serious than the reporters' questions. The top comment read, "Sister, kill me." The second was, "President Jiang, do you still need leg accessories? The kind that can warm the bed." And the third was even more outrageous, "I declare Wanfeng CP is locked," and I swallowed the key. Jiang Wan, expressionless, swiped away the comments, but the upward curve of her mouth betrayed her. Locked? Who wants to be locked with him? That man could even stoop to taking secret photos. Who knows what he would do next? She pressed the accelerator, forcing herself to refocus on work. Today there were important matters to attend to. The bidding for the commercial complex project in the city center, for which she had prepared for an entire month. No one would take this juicy piece of meat from her. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Zhang's tower top floor office. Zhang Guohua sat in front of his desk, the screen of his laptop displaying a video window featuring a middle-aged man who looked like a university professor wearing glasses. "Mr. Zhang, how does this one look?" 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, 240 square meters facing south with a view of the central garden. Fully equipped with smart home technology, underfloor heating, and central air conditioning. The owner is in urgent need of a sale, and the price is negotiable. The middle-aged man on the video turned his phone around, showing the empty living room sweeping past the floor-to-ceiling windows, open kitchen, and the exaggeratedly large double bed in the master bedroom. No. Zhang Guohua shook his head expressionlessly. This was the fifth property he had rejected this morning. This one is really good. The agent's voice carried a hint of desperation. It's not about good or bad. Zhang Guohua lifted his coffee cup and took a sip. It's about the location. It must face Building C Unit 3. Just that building and nothing else will do. The agent paused for a moment, lowered his head to flip through the property listings in his hand, his expression becoming more complicated. Mr. Zhang, there's only one unit for sale in that location. A top-floor duplex over 400 square meters. The total price is. Buy it. I haven't said how much. Full payment. Transfer today. Move in tomorrow. In the video, the agent's mouth dropped open in shock. He had been in the industry for 15 years and had never seen a buyer who could purchase a house faster than buying cabbage. Zhang Guohua closed the video, leaned back in his chair, and rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table. Then he picked up his phone and dialed Jiang Wan's number. Hello. Are you free tonight? His voice remained calm, but if listened closely, there was a slight rise at the end. What for? Are you inviting me out for hot pot again? No. I've just moved into a new home and would like to invite you over to say hello. He paused, his tone as casual as if he just happened to pass by. We'll be neighbors from now on, so it's good to greet you in advance. There was a 3-second silence on the other, and then Jiang Wan's alert voice came through. Neighbors. Where have you moved to? Zhang Guohua leisurely stated the name of a community and the building number. After he finished, there was a full 5 seconds of silence on the other end. Zhang Guohua. Jiang Wan's voice came back, each word deliberate. Did you buy the top floor of the building directly opposite mine? Not directly opposite. That's good. It's directly across the window. My bedroom window faces your master bedroom window. His voice carried a hint of an almost imperceptible smile. You can see me if you pull back the curtains. Closer than just neighbors. Jiang Wan. Do you think being a billionaire allows you to do whatever you want? Not think so. Moi. I can indeed do whatever I want. On the other end of the line, there was a muffled sound, as if someone had thrown the phone down on the table, followed by a series of deep breaths. After a long pause, Jiang Wan's voice finally came back, striving to maintain calm, but each word came out as if squeezed through her teeth. Fine. You're cruel. You're treating tonight's hot pot. The most expensive one. All right. Half and half broth, mildly spicy. Last time it was the spiciest. Why mildly spicy this time? Last time you had a stomachache all night. This time no spiciness allowed. Jiang Wan fell silent again, and this time the silence stretched on longer. She recalled the last time they had hot pot, as she indeed had a stomachache, but she hadn't told him. How did he know? How do you know I had a stomachache? You held your stomach 3 times. The first time was when you were cooking the tripe, the second time was when you were drinking soda, and the third time was when you stood up. Each time you thought I wasn't watching. His tone was as calm as if he were reading a financial report, but I was watching. On the other end, the silence prolonged for several more seconds. Then with a very soft got it, the call ended. Zhang Guohua put down his phone and picked up his coffee cup. Lin Zhou was standing at the door holding a stack of documents, his expression resembling someone trying hard to hold in laughter. Lin Zhou. Boss. She just said got it. Her tone was 3 clicks softer than last time. He lowered his head, looking at the reflection in his coffee cup, the corners of his mouth barely moving. Progress is good. Lin Zhou silently took out his notebook, opened a new page, and wrote boss relationship progress update. Upgraded from being disliked to being tolerated. No congratulations. In the evening at the Grand Hyatt Hotel's banquet hall in the city center, the bidding meeting for the commercial complex project was underway. Jiang Wan sat in the 3rd row of the bidding seats, flipping through the bid documents, her expression as calm as if she were waiting for a bus. Her secretary Xiao Zhou was not as composed. She gripped her folder tightly, her knuckles turning white. Every time someone took the stage, she took a deep breath, startling those sitting next to her with her frequency of inhalation. As the bidding reached its final round, the host announced the beginning of the final offer phase. The opponent was a long-established local real estate company, the Su Group, led by its head Su Shurong. Su Shurong, 58 this year, had meticulously combed back hair, and his gaze contained an arrogance that seemed to say, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. The Su family and the Jiang family had been rivals for years, having settled scores a decade ago over the bidding for the land in Linjiang, where Su Shurong had been publicly exposed by Jiang Wan's father for fabricating materials, losing a major project, and holding a grudge for a full 10 years. At this moment, he tilted his head, sizing up Jiang Wan, who sat not far away with the gaze of a predator, a faint cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. President Jiang, Su Shurong suddenly spoke, his voice neither loud nor soft, just enough for the whole room to hear. I heard you're quite the hotshot lately. Your stock market has doubled, and you've been trending. However, doing business isn't like dating. It's not something you can win just by scandal. In bidding, it still relies on strength. Wouldn't you agree? As he finished speaking, several people from the Su side laughed in response, their laughter low, but particularly jarring in the quiet banquet hall. Jiang Wan didn't even turn her head. She flipped a page of the bid document, her tone casual, as if chatting with a friend. What President Su said is true. But speaking of strength, I've heard that Su Group's net profit dropped by 40 points last quarter, and you were fined several million for illegal sales. President Su, I truly can't learn this kind of strength from you. Su Shirong's smile froze on his face. Jiang Wan closed the bid document, stood up, and walked toward the podium. Her steps were neither rushed nor slow, her high heels making almost no sound on the carpet, but every step landed under the gaze of everyone present. Reaching the center of the stage, she adjusted the microphone, lifted her head, and revealed a bright and confident smile. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have all seen Wan Feng Capital's bid documents. I won't repeat much, just 3 additional points. First, the total investment for the project is 800 million. Wan Feng Capital contributes 450 million, holding 51% of the shares. The funds are fully in place with no financing risks. The corresponding bank guarantees and capital verification reports are on the 3rd page of the bid attachments, with every source of funding verifiable. Second, we have already initiated the leasing process for the commercial complex. Currently, 37 brands have signed letters of intent to settle, including 3 international first-tier brands. Here I can reveal a message: these 3 brands previously had stores in Su's projects, but they have decided not to renew after their contracts expire and will instead settle in our Wan Feng project. As for the reason, she paused, her gaze sweeping over Su Shirong's ashen face. I can only say that businesses vote with their feet, not their mouths. Third, and most importantly, she pressed the remote and the large screen behind her lit up, displaying a series of exquisite renderings. We are not just building a mall. We aim to create the commercial landmark of this city for the next decade. The renderings on the large screen lent undeniable weight to her words. The streamlined glass dome, the sunken music fountain plaza, the rooftop stargazing camping base, and the highest sky dining restaurant in the city. Each detail was enough to make the judge's eyes shine. Wan Feng Capital, Jiang Wan. Thank you all. She gave a slight bow and stepped off the stage. The banquet hall fell silent for a full 3 seconds, then thunderous applause erupted. Su Shirong sat in his place, his expression shifting from arrogance to rigidity, then to a pale gray, ultimately freezing into a discontented scowl. He turned his head and whispered something to the assistant beside him. The assistant nodded, quickly pulling out his phone and exiting the banquet hall. Half an hour later, the bidding results were announced. Wan Feng Capital won the bid. Jiang Wan stood to shake hands with the judges, her smile radiant and composed. As she walked out of the banquet hall, Xiao Zhou was so excited that she almost tossed her folder into the air. President Jiang, you were amazing. Did you see Su Shirong's expression? It looked like he swallowed a fly, haha. I saw it. Jiang Wan took out her phone and saw a message from Zhang Guohua. The bidding results are out. Congratulations. Waiting for you downstairs. She paused for a moment and glanced out the window. That shiny black Rolls-Royce was parked at the hotel entrance, the window halfway down, a hand reaching out from inside waving at her. She got into the car, leaned back on the seat, and let out a long breath. Zhang Guohua handed her a cup of warm latte, the temperature just right, neither too hot nor too cold. How did you know I like lattes? You said so yourself last time you had coffee. You said American coffee is too bitter, lattes are just right. He started the engine, his tone flat. I just said it casually. I remembered. Jiang Wan held her coffee cup, suddenly feeling the temperature in the car was a bit higher than before. She pretended to focus on drinking coffee, hiding her face behind the cup. By the time they returned to the community, the sky had darkened. As Jiang Wan got out of the car, the night wind carried half her words away. You don't need to pick me up for the next bidding, I can come back by myself. It's on the way. Zhang Guohua locked the car and got out too. You live in the building across from mine, and you say it's on the way. They'll just drop you off at the entrance. He put his hands in his coat pockets, his expression as if it were natural to say 1 + 1 = 2. It'll just go back. It's not far, it's just a matter of walking a few more steps. Jiang Wan opened her mouth to retort him, but found he had already walked ahead of her, the hem of his trench coat slightly billowing in the night wind, his figure tall and straight, casting a long shadow under the streetlight. The two walked side by side to Jiang Wan's door. She took out her key, inserted it into the lock, turned it, and the door opened. Then she turned around, leaning against the door frame, looking at him. The streetlight illuminated her head, highlighting his outline sharply. His eyelashes cast a small shadow in the light, and his eyes, quiet and steady, looked at her, as if waiting for her to say something. During the bidding, Jiang Wan began, her voice much lighter than usual. Su Shirong mocked me for rising to fame through scandal. At that moment, I really wanted to retort him. I'm not relying on scandal. I'm relying on strength and, she paused, and someone who handed me a cup of hot coffee when I was at my lowest. Zhang Guohua's eyes brightened slightly, but his expression remained calm. He stepped forward, the distance between them suddenly becoming very close, close enough for her forehead to feel the warmth of his breath. He merely handed you a cup of coffee. You deserve better. Like what? Like someone who can buy a house in the building opposite yours. When he said this, a noticeable smile finally formed at the corners of his mouth. Not the kind of formulaic smile, but a genuine, youthful smile. That smile made him seem less like a billionaire business mogul and more like an 18-year-old boy who finally got a glance from the girl he liked. Jiangwan looked at him and suddenly smiled. She reached out, gently tugging at his sleeve. Got it, new neighbor. Tomorrow morning at 7 at the breakfast shop at the community entrance. I'll treat you. Their soy milk is particularly delicious, but you have to peel the tea eggs. I'll peel them. And the fried dough sticks must be torn apart. I'll tear them. You're so obedient. The business world's living Yama. With you, he lowered his head, his nose nearly touching her forehead, his voice soft, as if afraid to wake someone. I've never lived before. Jiang Wan's ears turned red in an instant, all the way down to her neck. She quickly released his sleeve, turned around to push open the door, blocking it with her back, revealing only half her face, her voice striving to maintain composure. Good night. Good night. The door closed. Jiang Wan leaned against the door panel, covering her face with her hands, her fingertips cold, but her face was hot enough to fry an egg. She heard footsteps outside, gradually fading away, followed by the sound of the elevator dinging in the opposite building. She quietly walked to the window, pulled back a corner of the curtain to look outside. The lights on the top floor across were on. The warm yellow light spilled through the floor-to-ceiling window, and a silhouette stood by the window, seemingly looking in this direction. She hurriedly let the curtain fall. Jiang Wan stared at the surveillance screenshot on her computer screen, her finger hovering over the mouse for several seconds. The photo was clear. At the entrance of the VIP room of the securities company, a figure in a cleaning uniform was pushing a cleaning cart past. The figure was small and wearing a low-brimmed hat, but the beige flat shoes on her feet stood out against the dark floor. She was all too familiar with those shoes. They were the very pair her mother loved to wear in her past life. Soft-soled, shallow cut, adorned with an embroidered small white magnolia on the upper. When Bairou visited the Jiang family, she had even complimented Andy's shoes are so beautiful. Later, when the Jiang family went bankrupt, Bairou rummaged through her mother's wardrobe and stole those very shoes. The ghost won't disperse, Jiang Wan muttered to herself, zooming in and out on the photo, a curve at the corner of her mouth, not one of anger, but a certain certainty of just as expected. Although Bairou was in prison, her reach evidently extended beyond. The insider trading evidence that Su Shirong obtained was likely a trap set by Bairou before her incarceration. How deep was this woman's obsession? Deep enough that even facing imprisonment, she didn't forget to plant a bomb awaiting to explode. However, there was no time to deal with Bairou now. Jiang Wan closed the email interface and opened the stock trading software. On the screen, the Klein chart of Jiang Group resembled a writhing giant python, the red and green bars fluctuating violently, and the trading volume bar was extraordinarily high, 5 to 6 times the usual. The stock price, which opened at 38 yuan, had been hammered down to 31.50, evaporating several hundred million in market value. In just one day, the entire market resembling a whale besieged by piranhas. Su Shirong had struck. The timing was ruthlessly chosen. With less than 10 days until Jiang Group's 20th anniversary celebration, if the stock price couldn't stabilize, when Jiang's father delivered his speech on the day of the celebration, every shareholder in the audience would not be thinking about the glory of Jiang Group over the past 20 years, but rather how much my stock has fallen today. Even more ruthless, Su Shirong was not only crashing the stock in the secondary market, but had also bribed financial media to fabricate a slew of fake news about Jiang Group's funding chain breaking and mass resignations of Jiang Group executives flooding the media. The host of the financial channel read in a worried tone, Jiang Group's stock price has plummeted again today and market confidence continues to decline, while the scrolling subtitles were filled with terms like Jiang Group crisis and investors panic selling. Jiang Wan's phone rang. Wan, her father's voice was lower than usual, the background noise filled with ringing phones and anxious voices from the conference room. Did you see today's stock price? The shareholders were all calling to ask for updates, and a few small shareholders were already clamoring to withdraw their investments early. After the invitations for the celebration were sent out, a third of the recipients replied that there was a scheduling conflict. What scheduling conflict? It was because they saw Su Shirong crashing the stock and dared not come. I saw it. Jiang Wan wedged the phone between her ear and shoulder, her fingers flying over the keyboard as rows of data popped up on the screen. Su Shirong's short-selling path, capital volume, and financing leverage ratio were all clearly dissected with the technical analysis she learned in her past life. Dad, don't panic. Their method of short-selling is quite conventional. They borrow shares to crash the stock while pairing it with negative news to create panic. This combination looks intimidating, but it has a fatal flaw. What flaw? Short-selling requires repaying the shares. Jiang Wan's finger paused on a curve on the screen, which was the peak of Su Shirong's short-selling capital inflow, timestamped at 10 o'clock this morning. Just at the moment when the stock price plummeted the hardest. The lower they push it, the more they earn. But the premise is that they can buy back the shares at a low price. If they crash it halfway and the stock price suddenly rebounds, the shorts will be trapped. At that point, not only will they not make money, but they will also have to buy back shares at a high price, getting hit from both sides. This is called squeezing the shorts. Jiang's father fell silent for a moment, seemingly digesting this information. As a traditional entrepreneur who had been in the industry for decades, he wasn't familiar with these twists and turns of the capital market, but he sensed the certainty and confidence in his daughter's tone, an assurance not born of blind optimism, but that of a hunter recognizing prey stepping into a trap. Are you confident? 100%. Jiang Wan closed the data analysis page and began putting on her coat. There are 9 days until the celebration. In 9 days, I will make Su Shirong kneel to close his position. Help me with one thing. Contact all the shareholders you can reach and tell them that there will be significant good news announced at Jiang Group's anniversary celebration. The specifics are temporarily confidential, but enough to let every shareholder who holds their stocks make money. Trust me. After hanging up, Jiang Wan put on her coat, picked up her car keys, and walked out. She needed to find someone. Someone who could turn this counterattack from beautiful to textbook level. As she reached the door, she barely opened it before nearly colliding with someone. The familiar scent of cedar greeted her, mixed with the cool morning air and a hint of indistinct coffee aroma. Zhang Guohua stood outside the door. He was wearing a black cashmere coat today, wrapped in a deep gray scarf, holding 2 cups of coffee and a brown. Seeing her, his expression showed no surprise. Instead, he raised an eyebrow slightly, as if saying, I anticipated your departure at this time. Going to the company. He handed over a cup of latte. The cup still had a sticky note attached. 3 sugars, extra milk, just the right temperature. Did you install a GPS on me? Jiang Wan took the coffee, her eyes unable to resist glancing at the sticky note. 3 sugars, extra milk. He even knew that she had recently changed her taste. No need for GPS. Every time you have a big move, you leave half an hour early in the morning. Today you left 40 minutes early, indicating that the situation is more urgent than usual. He paused, taking out a sandwich from the brown paper bag and handing it to her. Eat breakfast first. The stock market doesn't open until 9:30. A rushing over now is futile. Jiang Wan accepted the sandwich and took a bite. Bacon and egg, the edges cut neatly, the bread slightly toasted. Not from a convenience store, but homemade. She glanced at him. He was looking down at his phone, apparently checking the real-time stock market data. Morning light slanted through the corridor windows, casting a thin layer of golden light on his profile. You got up early to make sandwiches. Lin Zhou made them. You're lying. Lin Zhou wouldn't cut off the edges of the bread. Zhang Guohua put away his phone, his expression unchanged as he shifted the topic. Get in the car. He'll explain on the way. The Rolls-Royce drove out of the community, merging into the morning rush hour. The car's heating was just right, and the seat heating was set to the most comfortable level. The car's audio system played an old jazz piece, the female voice lazily humming an unknown tune. Jiang Wan took a bite of the sandwich while opening her laptop. The screen displayed Jiang Group's stock intraday chart. Today's decline was larger than yesterday's, with the stock price already down to 28 yuan. Su Shirong has invested heavily this time. Zhang Guohua spoke while driving, casting a glance at the data on her screen. He has utilized the funds from 3 subsidiaries of Su Group and added leverage through underground banks. Preliminary estimates suggest that the short-selling amount is nearly 2 billion. This isn't a spontaneous act of revenge, but a long-planned business strike. He wants to crush Jiang Group's stock price before your father's anniversary celebration. 2 billion. Jiang Wan took another bite of the sandwich, chewed twice, her expression not one of discussing a life-and-death business battle, but more like commenting that today's coffee wasn't sweet enough. Su is quite wealthy. Don't you think it would be better if he used this 2 billion to properly run his building materials business instead of giving it to me? Do you have a plan? I do. She swallowed the sandwich and wiped her fingers with a napkin. His strategy is quite simple. Crash the stock, release negative news, create panic selling, then buy back shares at a low price. Once the stock price falls below 20, profiting from the difference. But he forgot to account for one thing. What thing? Us. Zhang Guohua lightly tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. I want to leverage an action from Jiang Group. Jiang Wan turned to look at him, her eyes shining startlingly in the dim car light. No funding needed, just an announcement. An announcement stating that Jiang Group is in deep discussions for strategic cooperation with Jiang Group, covering areas including commercial real estate, technology investment, and emerging industry layout. The vaguer the better, the more it sparks imagination the better. Like the 2 parties are in preliminary contact regarding certain areas of cooperation, holding an optimistic attitude towards cooperation prospects. You are more familiar with these cliches than I am. Zhang Guohua's lips curved slightly. A barely perceptible arc, but Jiang Wan had learned to recognize. It was a smile. You want to use this news to counter Su Shirong's negative reports, prompting the market to reassess Jiang Group's value. Once the stock price begins to rebound, the shorts will be cornered. Not just that. Jiang Wan took a sip of coffee, her eyes shining even brighter. I want to acquire his 3 subsidiaries when he is forced to close his position. Those companies were originally his funding channels for short selling. Now that he has drained their cash flow, their valuations have fallen to rock-bottom prices. take advantage of his misfortune and strike. Zhang Guohua fell silent for a moment. Then he reached out and pressed a button on the steering wheel. The car's phone was dialed. Lin Zhou. Boss. Draft an announcement. Zhang Group is in in-depth discussions for strategic cooperation with Zhang Group, covering areas including commercial real estate technology investment and emerging industries. Both parties hold a highly optimistic attitude towards the prospects of cooperation. You control the wording. It should make readers think that Zhang Group could invest in Zhang Group at any moment, but without giving any explicit commitments. Before the market opens at 9:30, send it to all mainstream financial media. Also have the research department issue a report on Zhang Group, giving it a strong buy rating with a target price of 60 yuan. Understood. Lin Zhou's voice paused. Boss, do I need to remind you that this kind of announcement without substantive content might be too what? Too much like. Specifically sent for Miss Jiang. Not like it. Zhang Guohua glanced at Jiang Wan, who was stifling laughter in the passenger seat. Exactly that. Lin Zhou hung up the phone with a tone of I knew it. The moment the call ended, Jiang Wan seemed to hear him mumble, when will my boss learn to date normally? But the signal cut off too quickly for her to be sure she heard it right. At 9:30 the stock market opened on time. Zhang Group's stock price continued to drop in the first 5 minutes after opening, reaching 27.50. The market filled with sell orders, the red numbers jumping anxiously. Su Shirong had evidently intensified his short-selling efforts. The sell orders on the order book piled up layer upon layer like an ever-deepening black hole. Then, the announcement from Zhang Group was released. At the moment the announcement was released, a subtle change occurred in the market. First, the rhythm of the sell orders slowed down, then some began to tentatively buy. 100 hands, 200 hands, 500 hands. Buy orders sprang up like bamboo shoots after rain. Financial media alerts popped up almost simultaneously, with increasingly exaggerated headlines breaking. Zhang Group and Jiang Group announced strategic cooperation. Invisible rich man takes action. Can Jiang Group turn the tide? Zhang Guohua stands with Jiang Group. Su's short selling may suffer backlash. Most astonishing was the report issued by Zhang Group's research department. After the word strong by the target price was a whole double that of Jiang Group's current stock price. Jiang Wan sat in the trading room of Wanfeng Capital, facing 3 massive screens, displaying Jiang Group's stock price, the linked data of Su Group stocks, and the overall capital flow. Her fingers were racing across the keyboard, and the trading room was as quiet as an examination hall save for the sound of keyboards and the air conditioning. President Jiang, the stock price has started to rebound. Don't rush. Jiang Wan took a sip of coffee, her eyes glued to the screen. The rebound wasn't strong enough. Su Shirong was still resisting. His trading team was desperately placing sell orders to try to push the stock price down again. But every sell order that came out was almost instantly swallowed by the buy orders in the market. Because Zhang Group's announcement sparked a thought in everyone. If Zhang Group really invested in Jiang Group, then Jiang Group's current stock price is a bargain. No one wanted to miss this opportunity for wealth. It's reached 29. Xiao Qin's voice was no longer just excited, it was beginning to tremble. Wait a bit longer. Jiang Wan's fingers were rhythmically tapping on the table. She wasn't waiting for 29A, she was waiting for the signal of Su Shirong closing his position. When the shorts are forced to close their positions, there will be a wave of forced buying. That's when the real rocket launches. Half an hour later, the signal arrived. Su Shirong's trading team began massive buying to close positions, and the buy orders on the market surged like a flood, pushing the stock price from 31 to 35, 37.40. Every second was refreshing the highest price of the day. The chain reaction of the short squeeze was even more intense than Jiang Wan had anticipated. Because Su Shirong's position was leveraged, the financing party immediately demanded margin when they saw the stock price rise, forcing him to buy more as it rose, a beast desperately crashing against the walls of its cage. Xiao Qin jumped up from his chair. President Jiang. It's 40. The office erupted in deafening cheers. Some were pounding the table, some were high-fiving, some had already taken out their phones to capture the soaring climb on the screen, ready to post it on their social media. Only Jiang Wan remained leaning against her chair, holding her coffee, her demeanor as calm as if she had just finished a session of yoga. Once the cheers subsided a bit, she turned to Zhang Guohua, who had been silently watching the screen from the sofa next to her. Mr. Zhang, what are the prices of those 3 subsidiaries under Su Group? Construction materials, transportation, and property. All have declined by more than 30%. Su Shirong pledged the assets of these 3 companies to raise capital for his short selling, and the banks are now demanding repayment. The combined market value of the 3 companies is less than 4 billion. Zhang Guohua glanced at her, a trace of barely perceptible amusement in his eyes. Are you planning to take action? Now. Jiang Wan stood up, placing the empty coffee cup on the table with a crisp sound like an auctioneer's gavel. Xiao Qin, buy in batches, keep it low-key, don't let the market notice. I want these 3 companies to bear the name Jiang before dark. By the way, The construction materials company when Su Shirong took it from my dad 10 years ago, he probably didn't expect he would have today. That afternoon, Wanfeng Capital quietly acquired the controlling stakes of Su Group's subsidiaries, construction materials, transportation, and property, through 6 dispersed accounts at a cost 30% lower than the market price. These 3 companies were Su Shirong's foundation, especially the construction materials company. 10 years ago, he forcefully took it from Jiang Wan's father, proudly renamed it from Jiang Construction Materials to Su Construction Materials, and even publicly declared at the annual meeting in the business world, there are no feelings, only wins and losses. Today those words came back to bite him. When the news reached Su Shirong's ears, he was sitting in his office, staring blankly at the screen, filled with rising stock prices. When his assistant hurried in to tell him that the 3 subsidiaries had been acquired, he felt as if someone had pulled the spine out of him, slumping in his chair motionless. The gold-edged nameplate of Su Group on his desk gleamed glaringly under the fluorescent lights. His hands trembled, not out of fear, but because he suddenly realized that the pieces he had spent a lifetime acquiring were completely devoured by a woman not even 25 years old in less than a day. Jiang Wan, he squeezed out between his teeth. That morning the receptionist at Wanfeng Capital Allen was secretly slurping noodles at her desk. The sour and spicy noodles were brought up from a small shop downstairs, and she had specifically asked the owner to add more pickled vegetables and crushed peanuts, the red oil glistening enticingly. Just as she slurped her first mouthful of noodles, before she could even chew, her peripheral vision caught a sight through the glass revolving door that almost made her spit out the noodles. A man and a woman were kneeling at the entrance of the company. She recognized both of them. No one in the entire company didn't know them. The man was Lin Zihan, Jiang's former fiancée, who had been mercilessly criticized online, the main culprit of the kidnapping case. Logically, this person should be in prison right now, yet he was kneeling there wearing a wrinkled white shirt, the collar yellowed, the cuffs frayed, his beard at least 3 days unshaven, and his cheekbones were so prominent they could serve as a bottle opener. The woman was by Ro, once a delicate little flower, now resembling a crushed chrysanthemum. Her hair was dry and split, her bare face had deep-set eyes, and her mouth was covered in blisters, dressed in a faded floral dress, trembling beside Lin Zihan. In their hands they held a banner, scrambled together from some print shop, with a white background and red letters, the glue not yet dried, swaying in the morning breeze. It read, "Jiang, please spare us, we beg you." Next to it was an A4 sheet densely filled with text. It was too far away to read clearly, but she could vaguely see words like repentance, sorry, and moment of madness. Alan put down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and picked up the internal phone to dial the CEO's office. The phone rang twice before it was answered. "Jiang, there are people downstairs looking for you," Alan carefully worded. "They are kneeling." The line was silent for a second. Then came a voice, calm to the point of being unnatural. "Who?" "Lin Zihan and Bai Ro." "Aren't they supposed to be in prison?" "I was thinking the same thing." Alan glanced outside again to confirm. She wasn't seeing things, but they are indeed downstairs. They even brought a banner that says, "Jiang, please spare us." Bai Ro seems to be crying, and Lin Zihan has been slapping himself. There's already a crowd filming the scene. The line fell silent for a moment, then a soft laugh came through. Not a joyful laugh, but one of mockery. "Let them kneel. I'll finish my breakfast first." "Understood, Jiang." Alan hung up and resumed slurping. Through the glass door, she saw Lin Zihan slap himself again, the sound crisp like a cucumber being smacked, while Bai Ro cried so hard that her snot was dripping onto the banner. Alan expressionlessly slurped another mouthful of noodles, thinking this is far more entertaining than any. 20 minutes later, Jiang Wan finished her last bite of sandwich, drank her last sip of latte, wiped her mouth with a napkin, touched up her lipstick, and leisurely took the elevator down. Zhang Guohua had gone to the Zhang Corporation for a meeting early that morning, leaving breakfast on her desk with a sticky note that read, "There's a tough battle today, eat up before you fight. Zhang." She had initially thought the tough battle he mentioned was the merger negotiation that morning, but it turned out he was referring to the spectacle downstairs. At the moment the revolving door opened, Jiang Wan caught a whiff of the morning street air, mixed with exhaust fumes, osmanthus fragrance, and the scent of crepes. Then she beheld the scene, more absurd than she had anticipated. Lin Zihan was kneeling at the main entrance with a piece of hard cardboard from who knows where under his knees, his face marked with red welts, 5 distinct stripes on each side, clear evidence of self-inflicted punishment. Bai Ro knelt beside him, her hair blown by the morning wind into a nest-like mess, clutching a corner of the banner, sobbing so violently her tears blurred the word "spare" into a red haze. The crowd had formed layers around them, composed of passers-by, office workers from nearby buildings, and a few streamers holding up their phones to broadcast live. A bespectacled young man was speaking to the camera. "See, everyone, this is the ultimate form of a scumbag and a cheap woman." Double tap to like and unlock the follow-up. A nearby Annie with a grocery basket paused to watch, muttering, "Today's youth really know how to play." Jiang Wan stood on the steps looking down at this farce from a high vantage point. The morning light streamed from behind her, enveloping her in a thin layer of golden glow. Today she was wearing a black velvet suit with a silk champagne-colored shirt underneath, paired with black stilettos. This outfit made her look like a judge standing there. Lin Zihan's eyes brightened upon seeing Jiang Wan, and he crawled a couple of steps forward on his knees. He lifted his head, his eyes red, his voice hoarse like it had been rubbed with sandpaper. Wan, I was wrong. I really realized my mistakes. Every day in the detention center, I've been reflecting, I've figured it all out. It was my moment of madness, my inability to recognize good, and being blinded by jealousy. Will you forgive me? I beg you, spare us. Just say a word, and Su Shirong won't chase us anymore, and we will. He was interrupted by his own choked sobs. Then he did something that made everyone present gasp in shock. He raised his hand and slapped himself 6 times, one after another. Each slap was louder than the last, making his head sway like a rattling drum. Afterward, his face was swollen with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, yet the pleading in his eyes intensified like a gambler pushing all his chips onto the table. Spare you. Jiang Wan tilted her head, her tone as flat, as if she were asking about the weather today. Lin, where does this conversation come from? I haven't been the one hunting you down. It's your own crimes that sent you to prison: kidnapping, stealing trade secrets, slandering, and framing. Which of these did I force you to do? From beginning to end, I simply reported a crime and provided some evidence. Am I to blame for that? You can't expect me to help you cover up your crimes, can you? I'm not your accomplice. Her words were delivered casually, yet each one struck precisely at the heart of the matter. The crowd erupted in muffled laughter, someone at the bottom murmuring, well said, and another adding, a kidnapper still has the face to ask for forgiveness. Biro could no longer hold back. She released the banner and crawled forward on her knees, her posture suggesting she wanted to hug Jiang Wan's legs. Her sobs transformed from suppressed sniffles into loud wails, her tears and snot mixing together, her face smeared like a palette drenched in rain. Wan, I was wrong. I truly realized my mistakes. I shouldn't have stolen your plan. I shouldn't have helped Su Shirong undermine John's corporation. I know I deserve to be in prison. But I beg you, considering we've grown up together, spare my parents. They have nothing to do with this. Jiang Wan's expression finally shifted slightly. Not sympathy, but coldness. Your parents. She walked down the steps, stopping in front of Biro, close enough for Biro to see her own reflection in Jiang Wan's high heels. When you teamed up with Lin Zihan to plot against my family's fortune, almost ruining my parents, did you think of my family then? When you transferred fake accounts to my account, sent forged materials to the prosecutor's office, stuffed stolen plans in my office, when you kicked me while I was tied to an iron bed, did you think about the 6 words growing up together? Your cries of seeking mercy for your parents now are just a joke. Jiang Wan squatted down to meet her gaze, her voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. But in the previous life, when you stepped on my fingers, I begged you to spare my parents. What did you say then? What did you say? Biro's pupils dilated suddenly. She enunciated each word, her voice low as if squeezed from the cracks in the earth. How did you know? That was something I said privately to Lin Zihan. Jiang Wan did not answer her question. She simply looked into Biro's eyes with an almost pitying gaze. The emotions in that gaze were complex. Not hatred nor schadenfreude, but a regretful longing of how wonderful it would be if you hadn't taken this path. But that feeling of regret lasted only a moment before being overshadowed by indifference. She stood up, dusted off imaginary dirt from her knees, and turned to walk away. After taking 3 steps, she paused without looking back. Whatever the court decides, so it shall be executed. Whatever the prison rules, so shall the sentence be served. I will not plead for you, neither obligated nor have the time. How you got to this point is entirely your own. Her high heels clicked sharply against the marble steps, each step resonating crisply. That sound echoed in the silent square like a judge's gavel striking in a courtroom. Suddenly Lin Zihan sprang up from the ground like a trapped beast, letting out its final roar. Jiang Wan, do you think you're so great just because you've won? Do you think Zhang Guohua really loves you? He is just using you. The Zhang Corporation has set its eyes on your family's real estate resources. Once he's drained you dry, you'll end up just like me. Jiang Wan halted her steps and turned around. She looked at Lin Zihan's swollen face, her expression devoid of anger or grievance, only a faint, genuine confusion. You still don't understand. Do you think I care about anything you say? In my eyes, you have become someone completely irrelevant. Your curses, your confessions, your tears are nothing more than noise to me, no different from the promotional broadcast at the convenience store downstairs. All just mere noise. After saying this, she turned and walked into the revolving door, not looking back. At the moment the elevator doors closed, Jiang Wan leaned against the elevator wall, closed her eyes, and let out a... When she had spoken those words, her expression had been as calm as if reading a financial report, yet her palm... It wasn't softness nor wavering, but some emotions cannot be fully digested in 3 or 5 years. Those past events were like engravings on her bones. Even reborn, they still ached at certain moments. Her phone vibrated. She took it out to check. It was a message from Zhang Guohua. Good job. I've had someone record the two kneeling downstairs. How did you know? She was taken aback. The surveillance camera at your company entrance, I watched the live feed from my office. He sent a screenshot of still from the surveillance footage showing her looking down at the two kneeling the morning light behind her forming a golden backdrop. The composition was surprisingly artistic, resembling a movie poster. Below it was a message: "This shot is great. Print it and hang it at home." Jiangwan stared at the line for 3 seconds before bursting into laughter. The mirror in the elevator reflected her face, and the tension in her previously tight lips had somehow turned into a lovely arc. She quickly typed a few words back. "Don't you have to work? Can the richest man slack off?" "Of course. I'm taking a day off today to celebrate those two clowns finally kneeling." Jiangwan looked at the serious reply on the screen, leaning against the elevator wall, smiling for quite a while. When the elevator reached the top floor and the doors opened, she stepped out into the hallway where the sunlight was just right, with large windows revealing a city awakening. That afternoon, 2 documents arrived simultaneously at Wanfeng Capital. The first was the court's final judgment. Lin Zihan, multiple crimes combined, sentenced to 15 years in prison, all personal property confiscated, and compensation of 25 million yuan for Jiang Wan and Jiang's corporation for economic losses and reputational damages. By Roe, multiple crimes combined, sentenced to 12 years in prison, all personal property confiscated, and compensation of 18 million yuan for Jiang Wan and Wanfeng Capital for economic losses. Both had no executable assets under their names, and the compensation would be deducted in installments from their labor earnings in prison. Calculating, Lin Zihan would have to make paper boxes in prison until retirement to clear the debts. The second document was a court injunction. It prohibited Lin Zihan by Roe and their relatives from coming within 500 meters of Jiang Wan, her family, and all employees of Wanfeng Capital. It banned any form of harassment, threats, or stalking. Violators would face severe penalties. Jiang Wan placed the judgment on her desk and picked up her phone to call her parents. "Dad, the verdict has come down. Lin Zihan received 15 years by Roe 12. All properties confiscated." Jiang's father, on the other end, fell silent for a long time. Then he said something that made Jiang Wan's nose tingle. "Your mom asked me to ask if you're coming home for dinner tonight. She made you some pork rib soup." "I will," Jiang Wan replied, her voice much softer than before. "I will definitely come home." After hanging up, she noticed a third item on the desk. It wasn't a court document. It was a beautifully designed gilded invitation, a black envelope sealed with a wax stamp depicting a majestic snow-capped mountain with 2 lines of gold lettering: Global Business Leaders Summit Invitation. Upon opening the envelope, the inner page was a black card of the same material with neat and understated golden lettering: "Dear Jiang Wan, founder of Wanfeng Capital, we cordially invite you to the Global Business Leaders Summit to be held on the 18th of this month at the headquarters of the Jiang Corporation. Top entrepreneurs, investors, and scholars from 16 countries and regions around the world will gather to discuss the new global economic landscape. This summit is hosted by the Jiang Corporation. The founder, Old Master Jiang, will personally preside over the opening ceremony. This is the first time in 30 years that the Jiang Corporation has publicly hosted a global business event, and the first time 3 generations of the Jiang family leaders will appear together. This is a special invitation. Looking forward to your presence. Signed, Zhang Qingye, founder of the Jiang Corporation, grandfather of Zhang Guohua, the legend among legends in the business world, the Old Master Jiang, who built a trillion-dollar business empire from scratch 30 years ago." Jiang Wan read the invitation back and forth several times. The Global Business Leaders Summit, a level of occasion she had only seen in the news broadcasts of her previous life. Everyone receiving an invitation was a pivotal figure in the global business scene. As the founder of a newly established investment firm, she was supposed to be nowhere near. Just then her phone vibrated. It was a message from Zhang Guohua. "Only 6 words. Got it, didn't you?" She replied, "Did you arrange this?" "No. The old master specifically named you. He said he wanted to meet you." Followed by an emoji of a little person wiping sweat. Zhang Guohua sent a wiping sweat emoji. Jiang Wan felt more shocked today than when she saw the 2 clowns kneeling at the entrance this morning. She placed the invitation on the desk, picked up her phone, typed a line, and deleted it, and typed again, repeating this 3 times, and finally sent just 2 words: "Okay." "Okay." Her phone vibrated again. This time it wasn't a message, but a picture. A screenshot of a plane ticket order sent by Zhang Guohua. Date 17th of this month. Flight International Business Class. Passenger name Jiang Wan. The remarks section read: upgraded to first class. The seat next to you is mine. Jiang Wan stared at the plane ticket order, her finger hovering over the screen for several seconds. Then, not a tense smile, nor a triumphant smile, but a relaxed, almost strange, heartfelt smile. She picked up a pen and circled the date of the 18th on the calendar next to the invitation. Just as she finished drawing the circle, her phone rang again. The headquarters of the Jiang Corporation stands prominently on the city's central axis, a 6-to-6-story structure with deep blue glass curtain walls reflecting a cold light under the afternoon sun. The building's shape resembles an inverted sword, its tip piercing the sky, while its body mirrors the drifting clouds. Jiangwan stands before the building looking up, feeling for the first time in her life that she is small. Not in terms of height, but in that sense of insignificance. She had only seen this building on the cover of financial magazines in her past life, sitting in the passenger seat, next to Lin Zihan, foolishly helping him adjust his tie, thinking that the most extravagant scene of her life would be Jiang's annual meeting. Now she stands here wearing a custom dark green gown flown in overnight from Milan, with 8-centimeter stiletto heels on her feet, clutching a black invitation with gold embossing. Nervous. Zhang Guohua's voice came from beside her. He was dressed in a dark blue 3-piece suit today, with a discreet platinum lapel pin and cufflinks that occasionally sparkled in the sunlight. Standing there, he seemed to blend seamlessly with the building like a part that sprouted from it. Not nervous, Jiangwan took a deep breath, just a bit nauseous. That's normal. He reached out gently, supporting her elbow, the warmth of his fingertips penetrating the thin silk fabric of her gown, neither cold nor hot, just right. The first time I went to a meeting with my grandfather, I stood at the door of the conference room for 5 minutes without daring to enter. You? Jiangwan turned to look at him, incredulous. Zhang Guohua was also afraid to go in. I was 18 that year. He was inside, cursing, his voice loud enough for the entire floor to hear. Zhang Guohua's lips curled slightly. After going in, I found out I wasn't the one being cursed. Relieved, Jiangwan stared at his profile for 2 seconds, suddenly feeling that beneath his eternally cold visage there might be many untold stories of cowardice. This thought oddly relaxed her a bit. The revolving door slowly turned, and she stepped inside. The hall's height reached 20 meters, and the dome was made of a completely transparent jade material, with natural light pouring down from above, casting warm light spots on the floor. The central chandelier was not just one but a whole array. Thousands of crystals linked together to form the shape of flowing clouds hanging down from the dome, like a solidified river of stars. On the 4 walls hung enormous abstract paintings, each a museum-level masterpiece that could fetch enough for an average person's lifetime if sold. And the people in the hall. When Jiangwan's gaze swept over the crowd, her heart skipped a beat. To her left, a silver-haired elder, holding a champagne glass, was conversing, the founding partner of Europe's largest private equity fund, the one who had graced the cover of Time magazine in her past life. To her right sat a middle-aged woman flipping through a tablet, the president of a tech giant in Silicon Valley's Asia-Pacific region, who had just been in the news for acquiring a unicorn company. Straight ahead, a gentleman of Indian descent was surrounded by a group, the head of one of the top 3 venture capital firms in the world, who had invested in 17 publicly listed companies. There were also a few individuals whose names she couldn't recall, but judging by the respectful demeanor of those around them, they were undoubtedly of significant stature. These people would be the absolute protagonists in any other occasion. But at this moment they were all in the same hall, and every single one of their gazes turned towards the entrance the moment Zhang Guohua walked in. Mr. Zhang is here. Those who had been sitting stood up, those who had been conversing paused their discussions, and those who had been facing away from the door turned around. That silence was not a deliberate quietness, but rather a natural and instinctive reaction, like the tide encountering rocks. Several seasoned veterans in the business world who had thrived for decades instinctively leaned slightly forward as they saw Zhang Guohua approaching, extending their hands. The gesture was not one of flattery, but rather a heartfelt respect, or perhaps a deep-seated awe stemming from an awareness of the disparity in their strengths. Zhang Guohua shook each hand in turn, his movements calm and poised, sometimes exchanging a few low-key pleasantries, his voice soft, but every person he shook hands with leaned slightly forward, listening intently. He moved through the crowd like a large ship passing through fishing boats, the waves automatically parting to either side. Jiangwan followed half a step behind him, striving to maintain a composed smile, while her heart was already in turmoil. She certainly knew that Zhang Guohua was the heir of the Zhang Corporation that had been written countless times in the media, but knowing and seeing it with her own eyes were 2 completely different matters. The Zhang Guohua before her seemed like a different person from the one she knew, the one who would help her peel tea eggs, who would blush when caught taking candid photos, who would squat outside her door for half an hour pretending to pass by. The business world's living king of hell. Only now did she truly understand the weight of that nickname. It was neither an exaggeration nor media hype, it was a fact. Lost in thought, her arm was suddenly hooked by someone. It was light and natural, as if afraid she would get lost, yet not wanting to make her feel offended. Don't daze off. Up ahead is the chairman of the Saudi Sovereign Fund for the Asia-Pacific region. He has the cultural tourism resources you need for the second phase of your Golden Land project. I've arranged for you to have a 15-minute chat with him after the summit ends. He slightly turned his head, lowering his voice to whisper in her ear, his tone as flat as if he were reading off a menu. Is 15 minutes enough? Jiangwan quickly regained her composure. Enough. He'll only give you 10 minutes. The other 5 minutes were exchanged with a piece of land. What land did you exchange it for? Dubai. A piece of land I initially didn't want to sell. But now I've reconsidered because you're worth more than that piece of land. As he said this, he had already released her arm, adopting a distant demeanor again as he shook hands with the next big shot, leaving Jiang Wan standing there, her ears visibly reddening. Beside her, Lin Zhou passed by holding a tablet, noticing her flushed face, quickly scribbling a line in his notebook. Miss Jiang's face is red, frequency increased by 40%. The boss charm is subtle yet powerful. The main venue of the summit was located on the top floor of the building. A circular conference hall that could accommodate 500 people, with a completely transparent glass dome allowing them to gaze at the blue sky and white clouds. Seating was divided according to the status and industry of the guests, with seats closer to the podium being the most. Jiang Wan had originally been assigned a central seat towards the back, but after Zhang Guohua glanced at the seating chart, he said nothing and simply drew a long arrow next to her name, extending from the back row directly to the podium, and wrote one word at the arrow's endpoint: change. Thus Jiang Wan was arranged in a reserved seat right at the center of the podium. A nameplate with her name was affixed to the back of the chair, embossed in gold, standing lonely between the chairman of a European consortium and a North American investment giant, like an outlier that no one dared to question. As she sat down, the European consortium chairman politely shook her hand, asking in English with a French accent, "Are you Miss Jiang?" "Mr. Zhang specifically mentioned you," his tone revealing unmasked curiosity. Jiang Wan replied in French, saying, "Nice to meet you." The only thing she had seriously studied in her past life was French, because Bairo had said it sounded nice, and if she mastered it, she could help Bairo with translations. Ironically, Bairo had studied French for 3 years, and still only knew how to say hello, while she had reached the level of discussing business terms in French. The skills from her past life were finally being put to good use in this life. At that moment, an incongruous voice rang out from the middle of the venue. "Oh, so this is the legendary Jiang Wan. Clinging to the Zhang family's leg really makes a difference. Even her seating can be changed on the fly. Those of us in the real industry don't get this treatment." The voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for half the hall to hear. Jiang Wan didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Su Shirong. He sat in the 6th row of the middle section, dressed in a gray suit, his hair slicked back, wearing an expression of carefully calibrated arrogance. 3 parts disdain, 3 parts provocation, and 4 parts, "What can you do to me?" His assistant held a phone with the camera already on, clearly prepared to capture the upcoming confrontation, and the hall fell silent. This silence was not a stillness, but a quiet anticipation as everyone awaited the unfolding drama. A few domestic entrepreneurs who knew about the feud between Su Shirong and Jiang Wan exchanged knowing glances. The European consortium chairman looked around in confusion, quietly asking the person next to him, "What happened?" Jiang Wan turned around, leaning back in her chair, crossing her legs, her posture relaxed, as if in her own living room. The dark green hem of her dress fell elegantly along the edge of her chair. She looked at Su Shirong and smiled. "Mr. Su, long time no see. Last time at the bidding meeting your expression wasn't very good. I was worried for a while. Today you seem quite rosy. It appears that after acquiring 3 subsidiaries you've become more open-minded. This mindset is quite admirable." Someone in the hall couldn't hold back, letting out a short, suppressed laugh. Su Shirong's face visibly darkened, but he quickly regained his arrogant expression, clearly well prepared. Sharp tone. Su Shirong stood up, holding his wine glass, raising his voice a few notches as if delivering a speech. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Miss Jiang Wan, the founder of Wan Phone Capital. Many of you may have heard of her. In recent months, she has been making waves in the business world, with the stock market doubling, acquiring the Golden Land, and buying out 3 companies under my Su family. Young and promising, a formidable opponent. However, I have spoken with several colleagues, and everyone has a question. How can a 26-year-old girl who was being deceived by her ex-fiancé just 6 months ago suddenly become a business genius? She skillfully bottomed out the stock market, preemptively snatched shops. Every step taken was right on the money. Could it be that her luck is just too good? Or is someone guiding her behind the scenes?" His gaze passed over Jiang Wan, meaningfully glancing towards the direction of the podium where Zhang Guohua was. Though he did not say it outright, the implication was clear. Jiang Wan's success was not due to her own abilities, but because Zhang Guohua was supporting her from behind. All eyes in the room were once again focused on Jiang Wan. She remained calm, about to speak, when a voice preempted. Deep, cold, not loud, yet it felt like a bucket of ice water was poured over the hall, tightening everyone's nerves. "Mr. Su." Zhang Guohua stood up. He didn't step forward, just stood still, his suit impeccably tailored, his expression in different hands naturally resting at his sides. But the air in the entire hall froze at the moment he spoke. His gaze towards Su Shirong was not that of a peer, but rather like looking at a bug that had accidentally crawled onto the dining table, too lazy to swat it away, yet ready to do so at any moment. "You say she is clinging to someone's leg." The hall fell silent. "Does she need to cling to anyone?" Zhang Guohua took a step forward, just one step, but Su Shirong instinctively took half a step back. Her projects were secured by her own efforts. Her stock market operations were based on her own analysis. The 3 companies she acquired were purchased with her own earnings. You lost, not because she was clinging to someone's leg. It's because you are simply outmatched. He paused for a moment, his voice suddenly lowering, cold as a wind blowing from the depths of the polar regions. Additionally, you may have misunderstood something. It's not her clinging to my leg. It's me pursuing her. The entire hall was quiet for 3 whole seconds. After 3 seconds, whispers surged like a tide, quickly suppressed again, because Zhang Guohua was still speaking. She hasn't agreed yet. He spoke those 5 words with the most ordinary tone, as if announcing a business, but everyone saw that when he said this, his ears, the damned ears, turned redder than the red carpet on the podium. Jiang Wan sat in her chair, feeling her face was hot enough to fry an egg. She wanted to bury her face in the agenda booklet in her hands, but with more than 300 pairs of eyes staring at her, she could only maintain a proper smile, while fiercely pinching her thigh under the table. It hurt. This wasn't a dream. Su Shirong's expression had completely fallen apart. He stood there, his hand holding the wine glass, slightly trembling, the red wine creating irregular ripples on the cup's wall. He wanted to retort, but he couldn't find any point to counter. What could he say? He had prepared a whole load of remarks. Jiang Wan rose to power through scandal. Jiang Wan's insider trading. Jiang Wan had someone manipulating behind her. But Zhang Guohua's statement, "It's me pursuing her, she hasn't agreed yet," rendered all his ammunition useless. Because this statement publicly acknowledged it was not Jiang Wan who was clinging to the Zhang family, but the Zhang family pursuing Jiang Wan. The positions instantly reversed. Good, very good. Su Shirong gritted his teeth and forced out a sentence, placing down his wine glass, turning to head towards the restroom. His steps were stiff like a moving wooden plank. As he passed the side door of the hall, he brushed past a staff member wearing sunglasses. That staff member slightly turned his head, giving him an almost imperceptible nod. Su Shirong's eyes flickered, a cold smile resurfacing at the corners of his mouth, continuing towards the restroom. The staff member pushed a cleaning cart, slowly approaching the back of the podium along the hallway. Inside the storage compartment of the cleaning cart, there were no cleaning supplies. Instead, there were several black canvas bags, half-open zippers revealing ropes, and tape inside. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan had no idea of what was about to happen. She had just experienced an unprecedented public confession and was trying hard to make her expression seem like, this is no big deal, but her reddened ears had already betrayed her inner turmoil. She wanted to take a sip of water to calm down, just as her hand touched the mineral water bottle on the table. Clang! It wasn't her. It was the loudspeaker. The entire hall's loudspeaker emitted a piercing electric screech, which was then abruptly cut off. In less than a second, all the lights went out simultaneously. Emergency lighting flickered on at the moment the power cut, casting a pale glow that barely outlined the contours of the crowd and the lines of the seats. This was not an ordinary blackout, but a deliberate act of sabotage. All the power locks were engaged, and the emergency lighting could only maintain the minimum visibility, plunging the entire venue into a bizarre, half-lit bluish hue. The crowd began to stir. "Don't panic," someone shouted. "Stay in place." "What's going on? Is this a summit or an escape room? My phone has no signal. The signal has been jammed. No way is this real." Security. Where screams, footsteps, and the sound of chairs being knocked over melded into chaos. In the darkness, the crowd dashed around like headless flies, colliding with one another. Jiang Wan immediately stood up. She instinctively glanced towards the podium. Through the faint blue glow, she saw Zhang Guohua, already on his feet, walking towards her. His steps were quick, yet steady, unlike the panic of others. Then she heard footsteps behind her, not from Zhang Guohua's direction, but from another direction, the fire escape. Someone had pushed open the fire door, and several pairs of shoes hit the concrete floor fast and urgent, as if they had been planning this for a long time. Jiang Wan's pupils dilated in the darkness. News of the summit kidnapping spread faster than a virus. That very night, the news that Su Shirong had hired thugs to kidnap someone at the summit surged to the top of trending searches. Second was Zhang Guohua's public confession, and third was a video clip of Jiang Wan sitting calmly on the podium in front of the kidnappers, captured by an unknown phone. Though dimly lit and shaky, the footage of Jiang Wan seated with 3 large men pinned to the ground behind her was made into a GIF with the caption, "Boss posture, kidnappers retreat." It was shared over 10 million times overnight. The comment section was utterly overrun. The top comment read, "Sis, do you still need a bodyguard? I can wait by the door." The second top comment was, "Zhang Guohua, you dare to claim my person. I could listen to this 1,000 times." The third comment was even more outrageous. "I approve this marriage. Anyone who objects can go be cellmates with Su Shirong." Jiang Wan lay in bed after scrolling through these comments, holding her phone to her chest, staring at the ceiling in a daze for a long while. She wasn't thinking about those comments. She was thinking about Zhang Guohua's words. "I'm the one pursuing her. She hasn't agreed yet." When he said this, the tips of his ears blushed as red as cooked shrimp, yet his tone remained steady, as if reciting a financial report. Was this man nervous or not? Moreover, when he said this, over 300 global business elites in the audience were watching, effectively announcing to the world, not a rumor, not a publicity stunt, but Zhang Guohua's own admission. Zhang Wan turned over, pulled the quilt up to her chin, and closed her eyes. Then her phone vibrated. She reached over and saw it was a file sent by Zhang Guohua. The file was named Strategic Cooperation Framework Agreement Draft. PDF, sent at 147 a.m. Shouldn't normal people be asleep at 147 a.m.? A billionaire with a net worth in the trillions drafting a cooperation draft in the middle of the night. She opened the file. The first page was a standard cooperation agreement template with precise wording and clear clauses. She read line by line. The total investment was 10 billion divided into 3 phases. The Zhang Consortium would fund 60, Wan Phone Capital 40, but equity was split evenly 50-50 with decision-making power shared equally. This meant the Zhang Consortium contributed 2 billion more without holding controlling shares. She flipped to the second page and saw a clause that made her sit up abruptly. Article 14, this agreement carries no personal conditions. Mr. Zhang Guohua's personal feelings toward Ms. Zhang Wan are unrelated to this cooperation. Regardless of Ms. Zhang Wan's response to Mr. Zhang Guohua's feelings, the terms of this agreement shall remain unaffected. The Zhang Consortium promises not to withdraw investment or alter cooperation conditions on this basis. Beneath this was a handwritten note by Zhang Guohua himself. Not printed, but penned with a fountain pen, his handwriting as sharp and stern as his demeanor. Business is business, feelings are feelings. I won't use money to kidnap you. You don't need to repay me with feelings. Fair competition. Zhang Wan stared at that handwritten line for a long time. Fair competition. He used those 4 words. A billionaire hidden tycoon telling her, fair competition. Not competing in the marketplace, but competing for her. Like an ordinary man courting an ordinary woman without leverage or pressure, leaving all choices in. She lay back on the pillow, placed the phone on the bedside table, and turned off the light. In the darkness, her eyes stayed open, listening to the faint sound of wind outside the window. After a long while, she picked up the phone again, flipped to page 14 of the document, and read it once more. Then she did something rather foolish. She took a screenshot of that handwritten line and saved it in an album folder named Important Documents. Her phone vibrated again. Zhang Guohua finished reading the draft. Feel free to suggest changes anytime. She bit her lip and typed, sending files at 2 a.m. Are you insomniac or a workaholic? The reply came almost instantly, not insomnia. I'm afraid you'd fly back after the summit ends tomorrow, and some things can't be said face to face, so I had to put them into clauses. Zhang Wan stared at this message for several seconds, then buried her face in the pillow. The pillow was soft, cool, perfect for soothing a fevered face. The next day at the summit, the main hall was packed to capacity. After the previous day's blackout and attempted kidnapping, security was tightened to the maximum. 3 security checks were required to enter. Even pins had to be taken apart and inspected. Yet more guests attended than the day before. Some business magnates who had only sent representatives previously flew in personally after seeing the news, eager to witness the young woman who remained composed at the kidnapping scene. Old Master Zhang personally presided over the final agenda. The septuagenarian wore a deep gray Zhongshan suit, standing straight with a loud voice unbefitting his age. Before the summit closes, I have an announcement to make. The hall fell silent. Reporters raised their cameras, shutters clicking incessantly. The Zhang Consortium will sign a strategic cooperation agreement with Wan Phone Capital. Old Master Zhang paused, sweeping his gaze over the crowd before resting it on Zhang Wan in the front row. The total investment is 10 billion. Joint development of Phase 2 of the Golden Land Parcel, the Riverside Commercial Complex, and expansion into overseas markets. This is not an ordinary business cooperation. This is the first time in the Zhang Consortium's 30-year history that an external partner leads the project direction. A subdued commotion arose among the audience. 10 billion led by Wan Phone Capital. What did this mean? It meant the Zhang Consortium handed the steering wheel to a company less than half a year old. The shock in the business world rivaled Zhang Guohua's words yesterday, "I'm the one pursuing her." Zhang Guohua stood up and walked toward the signing table. He did not approach directly, but circled to Zhang Wan's seat, slightly bowing and extending his hand to her. This was neither a standard signing procedure nor a polite social invitation. He looked at her with intense focus, as if inviting a dance partner for the first dance at a ball. "Miss Zhang, please." Zhang Wan placed her hand into his palm. His hand was warmer than usual. His fingertips were slightly damp, not from her sweat, but his own. He was nervous. This man who shielded her without flinching before 300 people now had sweaty palms while inviting her to sign on stage. She stood, hooked her arm around his, and whispered in his ear, "Your hand is shaking." "It's not. It is. I can feel it. The air conditioning is too cold. It's set at 26 degrees. Then I'm wearing too little." Zhang Wan couldn't help but smile. This smile was captured by dozens of cameras on site and became a viral meme that afternoon captioned, Jiang Wan, I don't buy your story. On the signing table, 2 documents lay side by side. Zhang Guohua signed his name, handed the pen to her. She opened the file, wrote, Jiang Wan, in the signature column, then closed it and smiled at the entire crowd. Old Master Zhang watched the two with a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. He leaned over Zhang Guohua, patted his shoulder, and whispered words only the two could hear, better than your father. Your father chased your mother for 3 years before daring to hold hands. You only took a few months to confess publicly, not bad. Zhang Guohua remained expressionless as he placed his pen in his suit pocket. Inherited your genes. Old Master Zhang was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. His laughter echoed through the microphone across the venue. The guests were unaware of the joke, but seeing 3 generations of the Zhang family on stage, they stood and applauded. Applause surged like a tide, lasting a full 2 minutes. After the signing ceremony, it was time for free networking. Jiang Wan held a glass of champagne, standing in a corner, finally able to catch her breath. Then she heard voices behind her. 2 middle-aged men holding wine glasses, unaware she was just behind a pillar, shamelessly discussing her. 100 billion signed just like that. What kind of ability does this Jiang Wan actually have? The speaker was a bald, chubby man with an oily face and a suit tightly stretched over his belly. Ability? The tall, thin man sneered, swirling his glass. Ability in bed, of course. You really think the Zhang Consortium is interested in her business talent? What a joke. Her company was only a few months old. What real ability could she have? But yesterday Mr. Zhang himself said he was pursuing her. That's just to save face for her. Do you really believe that? Zhang Guohua is a living demon in the business world, ruthless and merciless. Pursuing a woman. He's playing a grand game. First capturing Jiang Wan, then swallowing the Jiang Group through her. Do you think he's not jealous of Jiang Group's land and their nationwide sales channels? Those are things the Zhang Consortium has long coveted but never acquired. So Jiang Wan is inviting wolves in. More than inviting wolves in, she's selling herself and counting the money. The bald man clicked his tongue twice and took a sip of red wine. Poor thing. Young and already deceived by scumbags, now fooled by a billionaire. The world of the rich is too terrifying. You don't need to understand. You just need to know that once the Zhang Consortium swallows the Jiang Group, Jiang Wan will change from President Jiang to Madame Zhang. No, not even Madame Zhang at best, an X. Billionaires change women faster than sports cars. Jiang Wan stood behind the pillar with a calm expression, having listened to the entire conversation. Then she made a decision. Not to hide anymore. She stepped out from behind the pillar, clicking her heels, holding her champagne, and approached the 2 men. The bald man nearly spat out his wine upon seeing her. The tall man's face instantly turned pale, his glass wobbling nearly out of his hand. Gentlemen, seems like you're having quite a pleasant chat. Jiang Wan raised her champagne glass and clinked it with theirs. A crisp sound like breaking thin ice. But you got one thing wrong. It's not Zhang swallowing Jiang. It's Jiang and Zhang cooperating. It's not inviting wolves in. I'm the one who invited him in. And besides, she tilted her head, her smile so bright it sent chills down spines. I don't know if billionaires change women. But whether I change men is my business. No one has a say, including you. With that, she turned and walked away, clutching her champagne. After a few steps, she stopped, looked back, and added, by the way, about that ability in bed you mentioned. When you two learn how to negotiate a 10 billion cooperation in bed, then come teach me how to do business. Until then, remember this, today's Jiang Wan is not someone you can casually talk about. The men's faces shifted from white to blue, then green, before finally turning a dark liver color. Nearby guests noticed the commotion. Some covered their mouths to laugh, others raised their phones. The bald man put down his glass and slunk towards the side door, the tall man following, head bowed like a guilty. Jiang Wan walked to the other side of the venue, leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window. Her hand holding the champagne trembled slightly, not from anger but fatigue. Her retort had been splendid, yet she couldn't help but ponder the hidden truths in their words. What those men said was not without reason. Zhang Consortium invested 10 billion but held only 50% equity with equal decision-making power. Such terms don't exist in the business world. Normally, shares and rights are distributed proportionally. The party investing more money must have greater shares and control. Zhang Guohua broke this rule, tipping the scale entirely in her favor with an unequal treaty. She knew this was not charity. But what about Article 14 in the agreement? Typed black on white, separating business from feelings. What did it really mean? Did he truly just like her? Or was the agreement itself a more cunning strategy? A ploy to lower her guard? She didn't want to think this way, but having been reborn, once the lessons of her past life were too deep. So deep that any goodwill or kindness would instinctively be scrutinized thrice by her. What are you thinking about? Zhang Guohua's voice came from behind. He approached, stood beside her, and followed her gaze to the city skyline beyond the window. Thinking about? Jiang Wan hesitated. Your agreement. Which part are you unhappy with? Article 14. Article 14 has no commercial value, he said, looking at her seriously. It's not a cooperation clause. It's my promise to you. You can believe it or not, but it's written on paper and has legal effect. Aren't you afraid I'll use it? Use what? Use your feelings, cheat your money, and then run away. Zhang Guohua was silent for a moment. Then he set down his wine glass, slipped his hands into his coat pockets, turned to look at her, and smiled. A confident, assured smile, not a formal one. You won't. How do you know? Because you didn't run away in your past life either. In the end, you never ran. Zhang Wan was stunned. He was referring to her past life. The moment she stood on the rooftop ready to jump. She didn't run, she chose the most resolute way to end everything. He was saying he understood her. From past life to present, she was never one to escape. She opened her mouth to say something, but the phone rang untimely. She glanced down. It was Secretary Xiao Zhou sending a series of screenshots filled with exclamation marks and screams. President Zhang looked quickly. Someone posted you're in Mr. Zhang's signing photos online with slanderous captions. She opened the screenshots. The first was a headline from Financial News. The title read, Zhang Consortium's 100 billion investment in Zhang Group cooperation or takeover. Insider reveals Zhang Guohua's true intentions. The article quoted an anonymous Zhang insider, claiming Zhang Guohua's real goal in approaching Zhang Wan was to control Zhang Group and then swallow its nationwide commercial real estate and sales channels. The 100 billion investment was merely bait for a bigger catch. The second screenshot was a Weibo trending search. 7th in hot searches. Zhang Guohua swallows Jiang. 11th. Jiang Wan invites wolves in. The third was a comment section screenshot. The top liked comment read, I knew it. How could a billionaire be interested in a small boss? It's her land and channels they want. Just a business marriage, don't take it seriously. The second said, poor Jiang Wan just climbed out of a scumbag's pit, now falling into the billionaire's trap. The world of the rich is terrifying. The most vicious third comment. Have you thought maybe Jiang Wan knew all along? She's just using Zhang Group as dowry to become Madame Zhang. A mutual benefit. Jiang Wan's gaze lingered on that last comment. In her past life, she might have hidden at home and cried all day after reading such words. But now she simply put away her phone, lifted her champagne, took a sip, and looked at Zhang Guohua. Someone said you approached me to take over Zhang Group. Do you want to clarify? Clarify what? Clarify. Zhang Guohua was silent for a few seconds. Then he did something Jiang Wan didn't expect. He placed the champagne on the windowsill, took out his phone from his suit pocket, opened Weibo, and began typing. Jiang Wan leaned over and almost spat out her champagne. He was posting on Weibo himself, not through PR or lawyers, but personally. The content was only one line without punctuation. Rumors. I'm pursuing her because I like her. She hasn't agreed yet. Don't cause trouble for me. Jiang Wan stared at that line on the screen for a full 5 seconds, then burst into laughter, bending double, tears nearly streaming. What are you laughing at, Mr. Zhang? You post such a Weibo, your PR department. Rumors spread like cancer cells. Headlines in financial media, pushes from short video platforms, trending topics on social media, and even advertisements in office building elevators, all featured the same photograph. In the photo, Jiang Wan received a pen from Zhang Guohua at the summit, their fingertips brushing against each other. The lighting perfectly illuminated the signing table, capturing a scene as beautiful as a movie poster. Yet the accompanying text read, Zhang's billion acquisition of Zhang's. Insiders reveal Zhang Guohua's true intentions: first to take the person, then the land, ultimately to swallow the entire Zhang Group. Jiang Wan sat in her office staring at the Weibo trending list on her computer screen. Zhang Guohua swallows Zhang was in 3rd place. Jiang Wan invites wolves into the house was 7th, and billion love or billion trap was 11th. With an expressionless face, she scrolled through the comments section. The top comment read, Jiang Wan is so miserable, just climbed out of a scumbag's pit only to fall into the trap of a rich man. The second read, I said, how could a rich man possibly be interested in a small boss? Turns out he's after her family's land and connections. The third was the most cutting. Have you ever thought that perhaps Jiang Wan knows everything? She's just using Zhang as a dowry to exchange for the position of Mrs. Zhang, a business marriage where both sides benefit. Jiang Wan closed the webpage, leaned back in her chair, and shut her eyes. She certainly did not believe these rumors. What kind of person Zhang Guohua was? She knew better than anyone. In her past life, he rushed to the rooftop to save her, just seconds too late. In this life, he approached her cautiously, helping her seize shops, turn lawsuits around, set traps, rushing in first during a kidnapping incident, and claiming before over 300 business elites at the summit, it was I who pursued her. She hasn't agreed yet. If such a man were truly trying to swallow Jiang, then the cost he incurred was far too high. But reason aside, her heart still ached subtly from these rumors. It wasn't distrust, but fear. In her past life, she trusted Lin Zihan 100%, handing over all her money, all her power, all her escape routes to him, only to end up with her family destroyed. She had tasted that feeling of handing over your weakness only to be stabbed in the back once, and she didn't want to experience it again in this life. Moreover, besides these rumors, there was also that text from Zhang Qiming. Do you think Zhang Guohua is clean? There are more things he's hiding from you than you know. Want to know what he did on the night you come see me, and he'll tell you. She certainly wouldn't go to meet Zhang Qiming. But those words were like a tiny thorn embedded in her heart, itching every time she thought of them. What exactly did Zhang Guohua do in his past life? What happened when he reached the rooftop? He had never elaborated, and she had never pressed for details. Because every time the rooftop was mentioned, his eyes would darken as deep as an abyss, and she couldn't bear to look. Her phone rang. Caller ID, Zhang Guohua. This was the third time today he called. She hadn't answered the previous 2 times, not out of anger, but because she didn't know what to say. Should she directly ask him, "What did you do on the night I jumped?" She wasn't ready to hear the answer. She hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call. Busy. His voice was as deep and steady as ever, but if one listened closely, there was a slight sinking at the end. He was suppressing some emotion. Yes. Looking at the reports. You've been looking at reports all day. You called me in the morning to look at reports. You called me at noon also looking at reports, and now it's 4 in the afternoon. What report takes all day to look at? Jiang Wan fell silent. This man's observation skills were too sharp enough that she could hardly hide anything from him. Jiang Wan. His voice suddenly softened a bit, gentle, as if it were a different person. You're avoiding me. It wasn't a question. Jiang Wan's fingers tightened slightly around her phone. She took a deep breath and decided to be straightforward. Yes. I'm avoiding you. You've seen the rumors. I don't want people to think I'm climbing up on your coattails. I also don't want people to think Jiang's is being sold by me to you. I need some time to establish Jiang and Wan phone capital to the point where they can stand on their own without anyone needing to vouch for me, and then we can. All right. He interrupted her. Just one word, straightforward and decisive, like signing a contract. Then the call ended. Jiang Wan stared at the screen displaying call ended, and a corner of her heart felt suddenly empty. She thought he would explain, argue, or say, "Don't worry about those rumors, I'll handle it." But he said nothing, just a simple, was he angry? Or had he given up? She didn't know. All she knew was that the word "all right" echoed in her ears all afternoon, and with each echo her chest felt heavier. By 6 in the evening, most of the company staff had left. Jiang Wan sat alone in her office, staring blankly at the computer. Outside, the sky darkened, and the city's neon lights lit up one by one. From her angle, she could see the brilliantly lit coastline by the river. A knock sounded at the door. "Come in." The door opened, and in walked Zhang Guohua. He was wearing a deep gray coat, the shoulders marked by traces of rain. He hadn't taken an umbrella in the downpour. Several strands of hair were damp from the rain, sticking to his forehead, making his face appear even paler, yet his expression remained that eternally indifferent face, as if both being drenched and being misunderstood by the world were not worth a frown. He held a thick black leather document bag bulging, as if filled with something. "What brings you here?" Jiang Wan stood up. She noticed rainwater still dripping from his coat, yet he stood at the door, neither entering nor wiping it off. "I came to show you something." He placed the document bag on her desk, his movements light, but the bag made a heavy thud upon landing. What was inside was much heavier than it appeared. Jiang Wan glanced at the document bag, then at him. His expression remained calm, but the tips of his ears, damn those ears, were not flushed. Usually they would turn red in front of her, but today they were their normal color. It wasn't shyness or nervousness. It was determination. A kind of calmness bordering on coldness before someone undertakes something very important. She opened the document bag and pulled out the contents. The first item, a shareholding structure chart of the Zhang Consortium. She turned to the last page, and the shareholder column read Zhang Guohua, holding 67. Beside it was a handwritten arrow pointing to a number circled in red ink. 67, with a long string of zeros following the total valuation that she couldn't count at a glance. The second item, a global asset list. Real estates, equities, funds, trusts, art collections, overseas assets, each item listed clearly, like an annual audit report. Flipping to the last page, the total valuation was another astronomical number with countless zeros. The third item, when she turned to the third document, her fingers paused. It was a signed asset authorization letter in black and white, fully notarized with the lawyer's signature and seal already stamped. The content was simple, just a few lines, but each word bore immense weight. "I, Zhang Guohua, voluntarily grant all my assets, including but not limited to shares in the Zhang Consortium real estate funds, trusts, and overseas assets, to Ms. Jiang Wan for management and control. No need for my consent, no additional conditions. This authorization is irrevocable and takes effect immediately. Signatory Zhang Guohua." There was also a handwritten note below. "This is the only way I could think of, using all my assets to let you know that you don't need to worry about me wanting anything from you." Jiang Wan stared at that handwritten line for a long time. The air conditioning in the office hummed, the sound of rain pattered outside, and occasionally a car would pass by the wet road, making a rustling sound. She bowed her head, her bangs obscuring her eyes, making it difficult to read her expression. Her fingers gripped the edge of the authorization letter, her knuckles turning slightly white. You're crazy. She finally spoke, her voice hoarse and unrecognizable. You're the sole heir of the Jean Consortium. You're authorizing all your assets to me. Does your grandfather know? Does the board know? Aren't you afraid I'll just take everything and run? You won't, he replied softly. How do you know I won't? What if I'm just a fraud? What if I've been pretending all along? What if? Jiang Wan. He interrupted her. Then he took a step forward, walked around the desk, and squatted down instead of standing and looking down at her, he squatted down looking up at her. A man worth trillions squatted at her feet, the hem of his coat dragging on the floor, his hair still dripping with water, but his eyes were dry, clear, and resolute. On the night you jumped in your past life, he began, his voice soft, almost as if afraid to awaken someone. When I rushed to the rooftop, you were already standing outside the railing. I called your name, and you looked back at me. Jiang Wan's body stiffened. He had never elaborated on what happened. She had never asked. But at this moment he was crouched before her, speaking that sentence by sentence in a gentle and slow tone, revealing a memory he had hidden for 2 lifetimes. You said a single sentence. You said, "Thank you, but I no longer have the strength to trust anyone." Then you let go of your hand. I rushed forward to grab you, but only caught your sleeve. I still remember the sound of the fabric tearing. After you fell, I leaned over the railing to look down and saw your dress spread out on the ground. It was the champagne-colored dress you wore at your engagement party. His voice finally bore a crack. Not a choked sob, not a tremble, but a fissure born from repeatedly tearing at the same wound in a memory until it became numb, yet still ached subtly. I sat on the rooftop all night. When Lin Zhou found me the next morning, my hair had turned completely white. He lowered his head, his voice dropping to the lowest level, but I dyed it back. But what couldn't be dyed back was that night. I didn't catch you. In this life, starting over, I promised myself that I would never let anyone have the chance to hurt you again. But I forgot to consider one thing. He raised his head, looking into her eyes. The one who might hurt you the most could be me. Those rumors, saying I approached you with ulterior motives, saying I want to swallow Jiang. You don't need to believe. But I know you're avoiding me not because you don't trust me, but because you're afraid. Afraid that history will repeat itself, afraid of being stabbed in the back after handing over your trust. He held her hand, a gentle grip, light, as if afraid she might shatter. So I give you everything. My money, my shares, my entire fortune. Not for compensation, not to prove anything. Because I want you to know that you don't need to trust me. You just need to take these things and treat me as an ordinary man without any leverage. An ordinary man who simply wants to pursue you. If one day you find out I deceived you, you can take everything. I won't hold back a single cent. Jiang Wan's tears finally fell. Not silent tears that dripped down, but a flood of grief, fear, and loneliness that had accumulated for 2 lifetimes, all pouring out in an instant. She bent down, burying her face in Zhang Guohua's shoulder, crying so hard that her whole body shook. Her nails dug into the fabric of his coat, turning her knuckles white, but her sobs were muffled in the coat, issuing broken, suppressed whimpers. Zhang Guohua said nothing. He simply pulled her gently from the chair, letting her lean into his embrace, one hand on her back, and the other pressing against the back of her head. He sat on the floor, leaning against her desk, letting her curl up in his chest. The material of his coat absorbed her tears, but he could feel the warmth of those tears seeping through the fabric into his skin. You don't have to carry it alone. His voice resonated above her head, deeper and softer than usual, like the finest string of a cello being gently plucked. You don't have to anymore. Your battles I will fight alongside you. Your grievances I will help you avenge. Your company you manage it yourself. I'm just a shareholder. No interference, no control, no decision-making on your behalf. Only standing behind you when you need it. Jiang Wan cried for a long time. She cried until the rain outside stopped, until the neon lights outside all lit up, until her throat was hoarse and her eyes swollen, before finally slowing down. She lifted her head from his chest, seeing that a large part of his coat shoulder had been soaked by her tears, the deep gray fabric, now close to black. She wiped her face with her sleeve, and then looked at him, her voice hoarse from crying, but her tone had regained that familiar, slightly playful smile. I'll accept the authorization letter. But you have to promise me one thing. You say, no more getting caught in the rain to find me. With such heavy rain, don't you know to take an umbrella? What if you catch a cold? If the rich man catches a cold, the stock will drop. Zhang Guohua paused for a moment. Then he smiled. Not the kind of slight upturn of the lips, but a full, genuine smile that came from being completely seen. His eyes curved up, the furrows between his brows smoothed out, and his entire face transformed from a cold, hard sculpture into a living, warm person. Got it. I'll bring an umbrella next time. The biggest one for 2 people. Jiang Wan broke into laughter, lightly pushing against his chest. He held her hand, placing it over his heart. Through the thin fabric of his shirt, she could feel his heartbeat. Unsteady, not fast, but strong, each beat, like a promise being made. Then he lowered his head and gently kissed her fingertips. Not on the lips, but on the spot where a ring would fit. This spot is reserved for now. But I'm not rushing you. When you want to wear it, just tell me. Jiang Wan looked at her fingers at the light kiss like a butterfly's wings that he had placed upon them, and all her anxieties and fears crumbled in that moment. She nodded slightly, just enough for him to see. All right. Outside, the rain had stopped. The neon lights of the city reflected on the wet asphalt like a flowing river of light. At that very moment, less than 3 kilometers from Wanfeng capital, in the postoperative recovery room of a small beauty clinic, a woman stood in front of the mirror, slowly removing the bandages from her face. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. The bandages fell to the ground, forming a small white mound. She lifted her head to look at her face in the mirror. It was completely different from before. Her cheekbones had been smoothed, her jawline sharpened, her nose had been augmented, her double eyelids deepened, her lips reshaped into a smile curve, and even the arc of her eyebrows had been altered. This was not by Ro. This was a face that anyone who saw it would conclude this was not by Ro. This was a brand new, unfamiliar, beautiful face, without any flaws. Jiang Wan first noticed the new administrative assistant during the Monday morning meeting. The conference room was filled with people, each department head taking turns to report on last week's progress. Jiang Wan sat at the head of the table, spinning a pin in her hand, her gaze sweeping over the girl in the corner of the conference room, who was diligently taking minutes. She was dressed in a deep blue uniform dress typical of Wanfeng capital, her hair tied back in a low ponytail, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses. Her features were delicate but not particularly striking. She belonged to the type that one would easily forget after a single glance. Is she new? Jiang Wan tilted her head and asked Secretary Xiao Zhou. Yes, she was just hired by the administrative department last week. Her name is Lin Yu. She graduated from a prestigious university and previously worked in a subsidiary of the Zhang family for 2 years in an administrative role. Her record is quite clean. Xiao Zhou flipped through her employment file. She works quite efficiently, always the first to arrive and the last to leave. Just yesterday, she even took the initiative to help the finance department organize a whole year's worth of reimbursement receipts. That's good. Jiang Wan nodded, shifting her gaze back from the girl named Lin Yu to continue listening to the reports. Everything seemed quite normal. After the morning meeting, Jiang Wan returned to her office and found a cup of hot latte waiting for her on the desk. A sticky note was attached to the cup with neat handwriting. President Jiang, the coffee is unsweetened with an extra portion of milk. I know you don't like it too sweet. Lin Yu. Jiang Wan took a sip from the cup. The temperature was just right, and the milk foam was dense, the ratio perfect. She raised an eyebrow. Since coming to Wanfeng, she had indeed changed her taste from sweetened lattes to unsweetened ones with more milk. But only a few people who had shared coffee with her knew about this. How could a new administrative assistant be aware of it? Perhaps she had asked Xiao Zhou. She didn't ponder too much, carrying the coffee to sit down and begin processing documents. The next day, Jiang Wan worked overtime until 9 in the evening. The entire office building remained dark except for her office, where the light was still on, and the corridor was so quiet she could hear her own breathing. Rubbing her tired eyes, she prepared to head downstairs to buy a cup of coffee to keep herself going. As she reached the elevator, she found Lin Yu had not left yet, either crouching in the corner of the pantry, scrubbing the hard-to-reach spots behind the coffee machine with a cloth. That spot was so neglected, even the cleaning lady avoided it, yet Lin Yu diligently cleaned it, even using a toothbrush dipped in detergent to scrub the long-standing coffee stains from the base of the machine. Still here. Jiang Wan leaned against the door frame. It's already past 9, you don't need to wait for me, you can. Lin Yu looked up and smiled at her. It was a very clean smile, her eyes behind the black-framed glasses curved into crescent moons with a shallow dimple on her left cheek, making her appear harmless. I live nearby, it takes me just 10 minutes to walk home. Don't stay too late, remember to eat. Jiang Wan nodded and turned to walk towards the elevator. She pressed the down button and waited for the elevator to come up from the first floor. In that moment, she inadvertently glanced towards the pantry. Lin Yu had finished tidying up and was now standing at the sink washing her hands. The mirror above the sink reflected her profile. Without the black-framed glasses and low ponytail, it was just a silhouette. Jiang Wan's finger hovering over the elevator button paused. That silhouette. The curve of the cheekbones, the line of the jaw, the curve from neck to shoulder. She was too familiar. It was a contour etched deep within her marrow, the same one she had knelt before in her past life, pleading for mercy for her parents, the same one that had stepped on her fingers while wearing high heels and had laughed in her ear, saying, "Tears are worthless, save them." Biro. The elevator arrived with a crisp ding. Jiang Wan abruptly turned to look towards the pantry. Lin Yu had dried her hands, put her black glasses back on, and was now carrying the trash can outside. The round glasses obscured the curve of her cheekbones, the low ponytail altered the visual proportions of her face, and combined with her loose uniform dress and understated demeanor, everything was carefully concealed. But in that moment, the silhouette in the mirror pierced through Jiang Wan's memory like a needle. She stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the B2 parking garage. As the elevator doors slowly closed, she took out her phone and sent a message to Lin Zhou. "Help me look up a person." The new administrative assistant at One Phone Capital Linyu. Look up her ID number, educational background, and the resignation letter from her last job. All the details possible, the more thorough the better. Less than 3 seconds after sending the message, Lin Zhou's reply popped up. Got it. Is this Lin Yu suspicious? Not sure, but her silhouette resembles someone. Who? Bai Rou. Bai Rou is in prison. We just confirmed her prison record last week. Good behavior, no records of leaving. I know. If I'm just being paranoid, I'll treat you to a month of hot pot. If not, she paused, her fingertip hovering over the screen for a moment, then continued typing. Then someone must be helping her. To be able to pull someone out of prison on Zhang's territory, forge a new identity, and arrange for her to enter my company. This person must have the surname Zhang. The elevator reached B2, and the door opened slowly. The air in the parking garage was cold and damp, filled with a mixed scent of gasoline and dust. The motion sensor lights seemed to be malfunctioning, with only a few distant corners dimly lit by fluorescent lights casting a long shadow beneath her feet. Jiang Wan walked towards her white Porsche, the sound of her high heels echoing hollowly on the concrete floor. She pressed the remote key and the car lights blinked twice. On the slope at the garage entrance, a black sedan parked without its headlights on. A woman sat in the driver's seat. No lights on, engine idling, a faint white smoke rising from the exhaust pipe. She watched Jiang Wan open the Porsche's door, settle into the driver's seat, and start the engine through the windshield. Her foot rested on the accelerator, not pressing down. She was waiting. Jiang Wan drove the car out of the parking space, steering through the winding path towards the exit. The exit was a steep slope, approximately 30 degrees, leading to a main road with 4 lanes in both directions. At this time, there weren't many cars on the road. She turned the steering wheel and began to ascend. The Porsche climbed about 5 meters when she suddenly felt something was off with the brake pedal beneath her foot. The resistance of a normal brake should be stable. Press down, and the hydraulic system transmits pressure. The brake pads clamped down on the rotors, slowing the car. But when she lightly tapped the brake, the pedal went straight to the floor with no resistance at all, as if she had stepped into a pile of cotton. She pressed down again. Still nothing. The brakes had failed. Her heartbeat shot up to 180. The car continued to climb. The exit at the top of the slope led directly onto the main road, where the traffic light was red. If her car burst out of the slope and into the intersection, it would collide with a vehicle traveling at 60 miles per hour in the lateral lane, with the point of impact exactly at the driver's side. She would be crushed like a tin can. Even worse, there were 2 cars waiting at the red light at the top of the slope. One was a large truck filled with steel pipes. The other was a black Rolls-Royce. The Rolls-Royce was in the right lane. The driver was looking down at her phone, completely oblivious to the white Porsche that was about to burst out of the garage. In that moment, Jiang Wan's brain entered a high-speed operation mode similar to when she had been kidnapped, and put it in neutral. Pull the electronic handbrake. No response. The button on the electronic handbrake was pressed down, but the system did not activate. It was evidently tampered with. Shift to reverse. No, the speed was too high. Forcing it into reverse would directly ruin the transmission, and she might lose the last bit of control over the car. She slammed on the horn, the sound exploding in the parking garage, sharp and piercing. The woman in the black sedan heard the horn and smiled slightly. She eased her foot off the brake, and the black sedan silently backed up, sliding out of the entrance slope, disappearing into the darkness. The Porsche continued to surge upwards. Jiang Wan yanked the steering wheel hard to the left, trying to scrape the car against the left wall to reduce speed through friction. The side of the car scraped against the concrete wall, producing a shower of sparks. The metallic grinding sound, sharp and deafening, and the right rearview mirror was knocked off. But the slope was too narrow, the friction area too small, the deceleration effect was minimal, and the car still raced towards the slope exit like a wild horse. 10 meters to go. 5 meters. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Zhang Guohua had just placed a document back into the briefcase on the passenger seat. He had worked late tonight, and passing by the entrance of Jiang Wan's company, habitually glanced towards the building. Her office light was still on. She was burning the midnight oil again. Just as he was about to send her a message, he suddenly heard the sound of a horn. It wasn't an ordinary horn. It was a continuous sharp sound accompanied by the sound of metal scraping. He looked up and saw in the rearview mirror a white Porsche bursting out from the garage exit, moving at an abnormal speed, the front bumper already gone, sparks flying from the left side, and the woman in the driver's seat gripping the steering wheel tightly, her face showing neither screams nor panic, but gritting her teeth as she desperately tried to control the direction. It was Jiang Wan. Lin Yu had spent 3 days figuring out Jiang Wan's driving habits. The Porsche was always parked in the same spot in B2, and Jiang Wan's work hours, overtime hours, and client meeting times were all meticulously noted in her phone's memo. This car had an electronic handbrake without a traditional lever. As long as the electronic handbrake control module and brake assist system were sabotaged, the failure would not become apparent immediately, in low temperatures only manifesting when the car warmed up and the brake fluid temperature rose. Her chemical engineering degree from her past life had not gone to waste. That knowledge was more than sufficient to harm someone. The Porsche with completely failed brakes burst out of the slope like a cannonball, crossing the stop line and crashing into the intersection. The truck driver in the lateral lane saw the white sports car, suddenly burst out, and slammed on the brakes, desperately turning the steering wheel to the right. The truck dragging its heavy body spanned 2 lanes, its tires leaving 4 black skid marks on the asphalt, ultimately crashing into the roadside greenery. But there was another car in the other lane that didn't have time to react, the Rolls-Royce. Zhang Guohua did not. In that split-second judgment, he chose not to brake, not to evade, nor to swerve right to avoid the on. Instead, he performed the opposite maneuver, slammed the accelerator, turning the car sideways to block the path of the Porsche as it charged towards the center of the intersection. The black Rolls-Royce stood in the center of the road like a wall facing the out-of-control white sports car. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. A deafening crash exploded in the night, the impact wave shattering the side windows of the Rolls-Royce, shards scattering like hail in the glow of the headlights. All the airbags deployed, white fabric covering the entire cockpit. The sound of the collision echoed in the empty intersection for several seconds before gradually fading away. At the moment of impact, the front of the Porsche absorbed a significant amount of kinetic energy from the Rolls-Royce. The sound of tearing metal abruptly ceased. Silence. Then there was the sound of leaking oil dripping onto the ground, the hissing of coolant leaking out, the distant sound of the truck's engine idling in the greenery, and the sirens of ambulances approaching from the direction of the city center hospital. Jiang Wan's consciousness shattered violently from the impact. At the moment the airbags deployed, she felt as if her face had been slapped hard, darkness enveloping her as a buzzing noise filled her ears, rendering her unable to see or hear anything. Then her consciousness was pulled back to her past life. Unexpectedly, as if the shockwave of the collision had blown open the dusty door between 2 lifetimes. The nights she had walked home alone in her past life. Sitting alone in the pitch-black living room after being scammed by Lin Zihan, moonlight streaming through the curtains onto the floor, her phone screen displaying a balance notification from the bank, 500 yuan. She sat curled up in her knees all night. No one knocked on the door, no one called, no one knew she was awake in the dark waiting for dawn. In her past life, she had tried to seek help. A month before her engagement, she discovered flirtatious messages from Bai Rou on Lin Zihan's phone, and she went to her father saying she wanted to cancel the engagement. But by then the Jiang Corporation had already signed 4 cooperation agreements with Lin Zihan. Her father said the project had already started, and withdrawing now would cost 2 billion, urging her to endure a little longer. She replied, okay. Then she returned to her room, screenshotting those 2 flirtatious messages and storing them in a folder named Endure a Little Longer. The folder growing larger, her days of enduring stretching longer and longer until the point she could no longer endure and found herself with no way out. The moment she stood on the rooftop in her past life. The wind was strong, rustling her skirt. She stood for a long time thinking about many things. Her parents, the money she had lost, and what kind of life her 31 years had amounted to. In the end, she realized one thing: no one had ever come to save her. Not because no one knew her situation, but because she was not worth saving. She was a person who didn't even love herself, so how could she expect others to love her? But now it was different. Someone had crossed their car in front of hers at the moment of impact, shielding her with their life. The door of that Rolls-Royce was dented and deformed, shattered glass scattered everywhere. Through the gap in the deformed window, she could see Zhang Guohua slumped over the steering wheel, blood trickling down from his forehead onto the wheel, the airbags deflated, revealing his tightly closed eyes and pale lips. He had taken the hit for her, without hesitation, without weighing the pros and cons. His instinctive reaction was to absorb the impact himself. In this world, aside from her parents, there was someone else willing to trade their life for hers. That thought struck like lightning, cleaving through all her doubts and fears. She lay in the deformed seat, blood trickling down her forehead, the warm liquid sliding down the corner of her eye, indistinguishable between blood and tears. She tried to reach out to the man slumped over the steering wheel, but her arm was pinned by the seatbelt, and she couldn't move. Zhang Guohua. Her voice got stuck in her throat, producing only a hoarse sound. The sirens of ambulances, fire trucks, and police cars merged into a chorus, drawing nearer. The red emergency lights spun and flashed at the intersection, casting the entire scene in flickering light. Firefighters used a power saw to cut open the deformed door of the Porsche. Hydraulic expanders pried open her trapped cockpit. As she was lifted onto a stretcher and pushed into the ambulance, her eyes remained fixed on the unconscious man in the other ambulance. Is he conscious? Is he badly injured? She grasped the wrist of the doctor accompanying her voice hoarse. The injured has suffered a head injury, right arm suspected fracture, currently unclear consciousness. Further examination at the hospital is needed to confirm. The doctor quickly replied, pressing her back onto the stretcher. Please don't move, yet you also have a mild concussion and soft tissue bruising in your right shoulder that needs to be treated and stitched up. I won't move. But please don't close the curtain. Let me see him. As the back door of the ambulance closed, the sirens sounded again, and they sped into the depths of the night with 2 stretchers. On the 3rd day after the car accident, Jiang Wan obtained Lin Yu's complete file. Lin Zhou personally delivered the file. A thick stack inside a black folder with a yellow sticky note on the cover bearing 4 words, "You were right." Sitting on the accompanying chair in Zhang Guohua's hospital room, Jiang Wan opened the first page and saw 2 photos placed side by side. On the left was Bai Rao's mugshot before her imprisonment. Long hair cascading over her shoulders, an innocent look in her eyes, and that signature white lotus smile curling at the corners of her lips. On the right was Lin Yu's employee ID photo. Short hair cropped to her ears, black-rimmed glasses, a blank expression, like a plain girl fresh out of university. Placed together, the 2 photos seemed to depict entirely different people at first glance. But Lin Zhou had drawn over a dozen skeletal markers on both faces with red thread. The supraorbital foramen position, the highest point of the cheekbones, the mandibular angle transition, the nasofrontal angle, the contour of the ear cartilage, the ratio of the philtrum to the lip peak distance. Next to each marker, precise measurements to the millimeter were annotated, and when compared, the differences did not exceed 2%. The human skeleton has 23 immutable facial feature points that cannot all be altered, even with Lin Zhou said, standing on the other side of the hospital bed, holding a tablet, his voice lowered to avoid waking the still sleeping Zhang Guohua. Lin Yu and Bai Rou have a 96% match on these 23 points. Her fingerprints couldn't be found in the database, as she used some method to bypass the fingerprint registration, but last week she cut her finger on broken glass in the break room. The cleaning lady found a blood-stained tissue in the trash, and we extracted DNA from the blood sample. It perfectly matches the DNA sample Bai Rou left when she was imprisoned. He paused, then flipped to the last page. It was a copy of a parole approval document signed at the bottom left with a name everyone knew, Zhang Qiming. Next to the signature was the official seal of the Zhang Corporation's Human Resources Department. Bai Rao's prison records have been tampered with. The real Bai Rou was taken out of prison by Zhang Qiming a month ago under the pretext of assisting in a commercial case investigation. The Bai Rou left in prison is someone else. A female inmate with a similar build to Bai Rou, whose files were swapped, wearing an electronic ankle bracelet to serve her sentence in her place. Such an operation is impossible without high-level authority within the Zhang family. Jiang Wan looked down at the signature on the parole approval document, saying nothing. Her gaze lingered on the 3 characters, Zhang Qiming, for a long time before she closed the folder and looked up. How long was I unconscious? Lin Zhou was taken aback. You weren't unconscious, you only needed 6 stitches and woke up the same day. Then why did you only give me this file now? It was the boss order. Lin Zhou glanced at Zhang Guohua, who was hooked up to an 4 on the bed, and lowered his voice further. His first words after waking up were, "Don't let her investigate, I'll let her recover properly. But I judge that you've recovered enough." Besides, his concussion hasn't healed, yet so his judgment might not be as sharp as usual. You're defying your boss orders. Special circumstances call for special measures. The boss can't beat me right now. Lin Zhou adjusted his glasses, his expression serious, but a hint of subtle amusement flickered in his eyes. When he can stand up and come after me, I can always run. Jiang Wan smiled faintly. The smile was brief, lasting only 2 or 3 seconds before her expression turned calm and sharp once more. She stood up, placed the folder on the bedside table, and walked to the window of the hospital room. Outside the window was the hospital garden, sunlight spilling onto the lawn where several children in patient gowns chased each other playfully. Where is Zhang Qiming now? She asked her back to Lin Zhou, her voice as calm as if she were asking about the weather. Still at Zhang Corporation headquarters. In the kidnapping case, since there was no direct evidence pointing to him, the police could only temporarily lift his summons. The police have already started investigating this car accident. They found a footprint in a blind spot of the underground parking garage, size 37 women's shoes with a sole pattern that perfectly matches the work shoes Lin Yu wore on the day of the incident. Combined with the DNA report, the arrest warrant should be issued within the next couple of days. But as for Zhang Qiming, Lin Zhou shook his head. We can't touch him for now. Bai Rou didn't directly implicate him, and their communication records were cleared in advance. The legal team within Zhang Corporation has already stepped in, and our people are being blocked from the investigation team. Don't go after him, through Bai Rao's line. Jiang Wan turned around, backlit by the light from the window, her face half in shadow, half illuminated. If he wants to acquire Evening Breeze, let him try. Notify all departments. Starting tomorrow, Evening Breeze Capital will officially activate the anti-takeover plan. Schedule a meeting with Zhang Corporation's financial controller. I want to discuss something his boss won't like. What are you planning? To pay him back in his own coin. He wants to swallow my company. He'll set his own backyard on. Jiang Wan picked up her phone from the bedside table and began typing. The first message went to Jiang Corporation's financial controller. Send me the latest equity structure chart of Mingyuan Capital, including all hidden shareholders and nominee agreements. The second went to Evening Breeze Capital's head of legal. Draft an anti-takeover clause for me targeting Mingyuan. Core strategy, a dual defense of Poison Pill and White Knight. I want the first draft by 10 tomorrow morning. The third went to Lin Zhou. Find a trustworthy auditor within Jiang Corporation. Investigate all related party transactions of Mingyuan Capital over the past 3 years. Focus on whether Zhang Qiming used Jiang Corporation resources to funnel benefits into Mingyuan. If you can find off-balance sheet liabilities he concealed from Jiang Corporation, that will be the fatal blow. After sending the messages, she returned to the accompanying chair, picked up the file again, and flipped to the last page. By Rao's post-surgery photo. She stared at that unfamiliar, beautiful new face for a long time, then said softly as if talking to herself, or to Zhang Guo while lying in bed, in my past life, when she stepped on my fingers, she used her own face. In this life, she changed her face to harm me, which means she's scared. Scared that I know who she is, scared that I still remember her face. What she fears is her weakness. She set down the file and took Zhang Guo's hand. His hand was cold, fingers slightly curled with a wound on the thenar eminence from broken glass that the doctor had stitched with 3 sutures the black thread, leaving neat stitches on the skin. She gently turned his hand over palm up, then placed her fingers into his palm, letting his fingers naturally curl to envelop her hand. His fingers twitched slightly, whether an unconscious nerve reflex or a response to her voice, she couldn't tell. In my past life, I thought bearing everything alone was strength, she said, looking at his hand, her voice so soft it seemed she was afraid of waking him. But I ended up at the edge of the rooftop. In this life, I don't want to bear it alone anymore. You took the car for me, we'll clear the obstacles for you. You've slept long enough, it's time to wake up. If you don't, I'll sell off every project in that asset authorization document you sign one by one, and use the coins to smash your windows. You know I mean what I say. The fingers holding her hand seemed to tighten slightly. Sunlight streamed in through the window, falling on their intertwined hands. The next morning, Jiang Wan appeared punctually in the conference room of Evening Breeze Capital. The 6 stitches on her forehead were hidden by her bangs, and the bandage on her right shoulder was concealed beneath her black blazer, showing no visible signs of injury. She sat at the head of the conference table, a cup of black coffee before her. No sugar, no milk, bitter as medicine. Over a dozen people filled the room. Heads of finance, legal, investment, and public relations. Every core department leader was present, their expressions taut, like drawn bowstrings. Bai has been arrested as Zhang Qiming is still on the periphery. Jiang Wan's voice was not loud, but every word was clear and forceful, cutting through the quiet room like a blade across glass. Bai Rao's ability to enter Evening Breeze, alter files, and bypass background checks wasn't her doing. It was Zhang Qiming's authority within Jiang Corporation. Zhang Qiming is staying put now because he thinks he's hidden deep enough. But he has a fatal weakness. She pressed the remote, and an equity structure chart of Mingyuan Capital appeared on the large screen. It was the latest version, compiled overnight by the finance department, with dense arrows mapping the complex financial flows between Mingyuan Capital and Jiang Corporation like a spider's web. Mingyuan Capital is a company controlled by Zhang Qiming. On the surface, it operates independently, but in reality, a large portion of its funds comes from related party transactions within Jiang Corporation. He uses Jiang Corporation resources to acquire assets at low prices, then sells them to other Jiang Corporation subsidiaries through Mingyuan Capital at high prices, pocketing the difference. Over the past 3 years, he has siphoned at least $1 billion from Jiang Corporation using this method. Part of that money was transferred to offshore accounts, and the rest. She flipped to the next page, revealing a bank transaction record on the screen. The payee column bore the name Su Shirong. Was used to fund Su Shirong's short selling of Jiang Corporation and the kidnapping plot. In other words, the mastermind behind the previous stock market raid wasn't Su Shirong, it was Zhang Qiming. Su Shirong was just the front operator. A hushed stir rippled through the room. Several department heads exchanged glances, their faces etched with shock and anger. President Zhang Qiming is Mr. Zhang Guohua's cousin. If we move against him, could it affect the strategic cooperation between Evening Breeze and Jiang Corporation? Cooperation requires mutual trust. If someone is stabbing you in the back, expecting cooperation isn't collaboration. It's inviting the wolf into the house. Jiang Wan took a sip of her coffee. The bitterness exploded on her tongue, but her expression grew even more alert. From now on, Evening Breeze Capital enters anti-takeover mode. Legal department. Activate the poison pill plan and implement equity dilution clauses. Any hostile acquirer not approved by the board who touches the 15% shareholding threshold will automatically trigger a low-priced new share issuance to dilute the acquirer's stake. Investment department. Activate the White Knight agreement. Contact 3 friendly partners as potential White Knights and prepare for a private placement. Finance department. recoup all available liquid funds, increase share buybacks, stabilize the stock price in the secondary market, and deny the other party any chance to accumulate shares at low prices. Public Relations Department. Once Mingyuan Capital launches a takeover offer, proactively release information, compile the evidence of Zhang Qiming funding Su Shirong into a press release, and strike first. She closed the folder, stood up, placed her hands on the table, and swept her gaze across everyone present. Zhang Qiming thinks he's in the shadows. But he made a mistake. He wants to win too badly. When a person wants to win too much, they show their flaws. Funding Su Shirong, manipulating by row, forging files. Every step left footprints. All we need to do is string those footprints into a chain and tighten it. The room fell silent for a second, then erupted in a unified response. Understood, President Jiang. After the meeting, Jiang Wan returned to her office. On her desk sat another cup of hot coffee, identical to the one she received every morning before, sugar-free, with extra milk and a sticky note on the cup. But the writing on the note was no longer the neat, delicate, "I know you don't like it too sweet." Instead, it was a scrawled, bold new hand. President Jiang, the coffee is normally sweet. I know you've changed your taste. I'm not Lin Yu either. Your new assistant, Alan. Jiang Wan stared at the note for 2 seconds, then smiled faintly. She walked to the window, coffee in hand, watching the endless stream of traffic on the road below. The city morning was vibrant, sunlight glinting off the glass curtain walls of office buildings, scattering like fragments of gold. Her phone rang. The caller ID showed Lin Zhou. "Miss Jiang, I found 2 things. Lin Zhou's voice was more serious than usual, his speech faster. First, Mingyuan Capital officially issued its first round of takeover offers to Evening Breeze Capital shareholders at 9 this morning. The offer price is 30% above market value, cash acquisition, no upper limit. They're targeting your company's small shareholders, the ones you brought in when you issued new shares to dilute Su Shirong's short-selling positions. These individuals hold small stakes, none exceeding 3% individually, but collectively they amount to nearly 15%. Mingyuan Capital is picking them off one by one, offering acquisition prices far above market value. Some shareholders are already wavering." "Expected." Jiang Wan's voice was calm. "And the second thing?" There was a 2-second silence on the other end. Then Lin Zhou's voice dropped even lower. "Zhang Qiming got to someone first. After the summit, when we were investigating Zhang Qiming, we once interviewed Mingyuan Capital's former deputy financial controller, a Mr. Liu, who holds the internal ledgers of all Zhang Qiming's illegal related party transactions over the past 5 years. If this evidence could be submitted to the Zhang Corporation Board, Zhang Qiming's position within the Zhang family would be completely destroyed, and even his father's branch of the family would be implicated. But late last night someone got to him before we did. Where is he? Missing." Lin Zhou enunciated each word, a barely contained anxiety threading through his voice. "His home phone is unreachable, his mobile is off. A neighbor said a black business van parked outside his building last night, and he was gone before dawn. Our people are searching the city. If Zhang Qiming finds him first, the evidence in his hands will be destroyed. And once Zhang Qiming gets that internal ledger, he can use it against us, eliminating dissent and solidifying his position within the Zhang family. Then we'll be facing not just Zhang Qiming, but a siege from the entire collateral branch of the Zhang family." Jiang Wan tightened her grip on the phone. Outside the sunlight was bright, but she felt no warmth. "Keep searching. Find him alive or find the evidence." She hung up. Then she walked to her desk, opened the drawer, and took out the asset authorization document signed by Zhang Guohua. She looked at his signature, her fingers gently tracing his forceful strokes, then closed the file and returned it to the drawer. "When will you finally wake up?" she whispered to the empty office. Then she picked up the landline and dialed the investment department's internal number. "Don't take Mingyuan Capital's takeover offer seriously. Their cash flow can't support a 30% premium, it's just a tentative bluff. But we can't be complacent. Immediately schedule meetings with the heads of the 3 White Knights. I need to see all of them by tomorrow. Also notify the finance department to consolidate all available liquid funds into a dedicated account ready to initiate buybacks at any time." After hanging up, she leaned back in her chair and gazed out the window. The city sky was cut into countless rectangular panes by the glass curtain walls, clouds drifting from one pane to another. She suddenly recalled a scene from her past life. On the eve of Jiang Corporation's bankruptcy, she had been sitting in her office looking out the same window. Back then she was helpless, watching the stock price fall day by day, watching her father grow more haggard each day, watching Lin Zihan and by row slowly drain the Jiang family dry. Back then, all she could do was cry. Things were different now. She picked up a pen and wrote a line on a sticky note which she affixed to the edge of her computer screen facing herself. "In your past life you only cried. In this life you will win." Then she turned on her computer and began to work. The keyboard clicked crisply beneath her fingers, and the clouds outside the window had been scattered by the wind without her noticing. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, a black business van without license plates was silently driving into an abandoned industrial park on the outskirts. The driver, a man in a white suit with a casual smile on his face, was none other than Zhang Qiming. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Accountant Liu has been found. He's in a warehouse on the outskirts. The evidence hasn't been moved yet. After it's dealt with, send a mass email to all Mingyuan shareholders. Launch the second round of takeover offers for Evening Breeze Capital tomorrow morning. He paused, his smile deepening, his tone light as he said, this time no premium. Just issue a formal takeover notice directly. Mingyuan Capital's acquisition offer was like a bomb, precisely targeting the most vulnerable link of Wanfeng Capital. Zhang Qiming was not Su Shirong. When Su Shirong shorted the Jiang family, he used the traditional method of crashing the stock, borrowing shares to sell off, coordinating with negative news, and creating market panic. Though such a tactic was fierce, it had an obvious flaw. Once the stock price rebounded, the short sellers would be squeezed out. Zhang Qiming had learned from Su Shirong's mistake. He did not attack from the secondary market or manipulate the stock price. Instead, he bypassed Jiang Wan's strongest defenses and struck at the most vulnerable point, human hearts. He aimed at the minority shareholders of Wanfeng Capital. These shareholders were external investors brought in by Jiang Wan during the fight against Su Shirong's short selling via a new share issuance to dilute the short sellers' positions. Their individual stakes were small, none exceeding 3%. They were not Jiang Wan's allies, nor her friends, nor even people she knew. They were merely a flock of capital vultures drawn by the scent of profit with zero loyalty and 100% sensitivity to price. Zhang Qiming's offer was 130% of the market price cash acquisition with no upper limit. He did not seek a controlling stake, nor even a seat on the board. He only wanted the shares held by these people. By concentrating the scattered shares in his hands, his total holdings could quietly approach the 15% mandatory offer threshold. By the time Jiang Wan realized it, he would already have a seat on the board, and she would have no power to refuse. According to the company's articles of association, shareholders holding more than 10% of shares have the right to nominate directors. The first step was completed silently. Within 3 days, 4 minority shareholders signed transfer agreements, and a total of 6% of the shares changed hands. Zhang Qiming's holdings jumped from 0 to nearly 8%. Jiang Wan sat in the accompanying chair in Zhang Guohua's hospital room, a laptop propped before her, a video conference window open on the screen. The faces of over a dozen department heads crowded the screen, each expression taut like a drawn bowstring. President Zhang, the marketing department, just received news that Mingyuan Capital has contacted 2 more shareholders with stakes above 1%. One of them is already in the transfer process, expected to close tomorrow. On the screen, the voice of investment department director Zhao carried a suppressed anxiety. At this rate, they'll hit the 15% threshold by next week. When the poison pill is triggered, all shareholders will issue new shares at a low price, which will dilute their stake, but it will also dilute our own holdings, putting greater pressure on our capital. How big is the funding gap? Jiang Wan's voice remained steady. Her right shoulder was still bandaged, and the stitches on her forehead had been removed this morning, her bangs hiding the faint pink scar. She leaned back in her chair, her left hand on the keyboard, while her right gently held the hand of a sleeping man, her fingers resting on the back of his hand. If the poison pill is triggered, we need to raise 800 million within 30 working days to subscribe for the new shares issued at a low price. Currently, the company's available working capital is only 300 million. Adding the funds the Jiang Group can free up, the total is no more than 500 million. There's still a gap of 300 million. A 2-second silence fell over the screen. Then the legal department's Zhou spoke, his voice low and cautious. Also, I just received a lawyer's letter from Mingyuan Capital. They are challenging the legality of the poison pill, claiming that Wanfeng Capital's poison pill clause was temporarily added only after Mingyuan Capital's stake exceeded 5%. They argue it's a discriminatory clause targeting a specific acquirer, violating the principle of equal treatment of shareholders under company law. They have applied to the court for a preservation order to suspend the implementation of the poison pill. If the court grants the order, the poison pill will be frozen and we'll lose our last line of defense. A stifling silence fell over the meeting room. Jiang Wan turned her head to look at Zhang Guohua in the hospital bed. He lay there quietly, bandages on his forehead, his right arm in a cast, his fingers slightly curled. The green line of the ECG monitor pulsed rhythmically on the screen, emitting a faint beeping sound. He was still unconscious. The doctor said the impact had caused a moderate concussion. A waking up was only a matter of time, but no one could determine the exact day. Jiang Wan withdrew her gaze and addressed the dozen department heads on the screen, her voice as steady as if she were reading a financial report. Legal department prepared defense materials in response to Mingyuan Capital's lawyer's letter. The poison pill clause was not added temporarily. It was written into the company's articles of association at the time of Wanfeng Capital's establishment as a defensive provision. The clause's trigger condition is when a hostile acquirer's shareholding reaches 15%, not when a specific acquirer reaches it. The clause itself does not target any specific entity. Include this in the defense brief to let the court know Mingyuan Capital's accusation is a sleight of hand. Investment Department, activate the White Knight Agreement. Contact 3 friendly partners. I've already spoken with the ones I mentioned last time. Arrange video meetings with them as soon as possible. Finance Department, prepare a list of all non-core assets, including the unrented portions of the Linjiang commercial properties, the reserved land for the second phase of the Golden Plot, and some of our short-term financial assets in the secondary market. Evaluate which can be quickly liquidated without affecting the company's operations. PR Department, continue releasing information. Compile the evidence of Mingyuan Capital funding Su Shirong into a media press release and distribute it across all channels from financial media to short video platforms. Don't let Zhang Qiming operate the chessboard comfortably from behind the scenes. Drag him into the spotlight and make him explain himself to the public. She paused, her voice suddenly becoming even calmer, like a tempered blade plunged into ice water. Everyone, Mingyuan Capital does have a larger capital pool than we do. But their weakness is also clear: time. The money Zhang Qiming is using isn't his own, it's the working capital from Mingyuan Capital's accounts. And Mingyuan Capital is answerable to its parent company for audits, and the Zhang Group faces quarterly audits. He can't afford a protracted battle. If we hold off his first wave and force him into a war of attrition, his own backyard will catch fire first. Any questions? The dozen faces on the screen exchanged glances, and no one spoke. But the look in everyone's eyes had changed, from suppressed anxiety to a kindled fighting spirit. Meeting adjourned. Jiang Wan closed the laptop, leaned back in her chair, and shut her eyes. The wound on her right shoulder throbbed with a dull ache, and the skin around the stitches on her forehead felt tight, pulling painfully with the slightest frown. Her hand still held Zhang Guo's. His fingers were cold, but the pulse at his fingertips beat gently, one beat, another steady and stubborn like a pendulum swinging in the deep sea. Just as she was about to stand up to get herself a glass of water, her phone rang again. It was Lin Zhou calling, the ringtone more urgent than usual. Miss Jiang, we've found Accountant Liu. Lin Zhou's voice carried a rare tension. Not excitement, not relief, but the breathlessness of someone who... Jiang Wan sat up straight, instantly, the movement pulling at her shoulder wound, causing her to gasp in pain. In an abandoned industrial zone on the outskirts, in a derelict printing factory. When our people arrived, Zhang Qiming's men were about to put him in a car. There was a scuffle, no guns, just fists. 3 of our colleagues sustained minor injuries, but we got him back. Accountant Liu was frightened and has a few bruises on his face, but no serious injuries. He was carrying an encrypted USB drive containing the internal ledgers of all Mingyuan Capital's illegal related party transactions over the past 5 years, including Zhang Qiming using Zhang Group resources to funnel benefits to Mingyuan, transferring assets overseas, falsifying financial statements to conceal off-balance sheet liabilities, and all bank transfer records of funding Su Shirong's short selling of the Jiang family. A complete chain of evidence, all there. Jiang Wan's fingers holding the phone turned slightly white, but her voice was steadier than before. Where is he now? In a safe house under protection. The board members of the Zhang Group, and Old Master Zhang himself, have been notified. An emergency family meeting is scheduled for tomorrow morning. Lin Zhou's voice finally steadied, but when he spoke the next sentence his tone carried a rare cold edge. The feeling of a hunter closing in. Miss Jiang, this evidence will not only get Zhang Qiming completely out of the picture, but also land him with criminal liability. The illegal related party transactions of Mingyuan Capital involve huge sums. If the Zhang Group decides to pursue legal action, he faces not just expulsion from the Zhang family, but criminal charges of financial fraud and embezzlement. With multiple charges, the minimum sentence is 10 years. Send me a copy of the ledgers. Also help me prepare a speaking outline. I want to attend the Zhang family meeting tomorrow. Tell them I'm not coming as a member of the Zhang family, but as the founder of Wanfeng Capital. The victim has the right to be present at the trial of the perpetrator. After hanging up, she stood and walked to the window. The setting sun was descending, painting the entire city in a golden red. The evening rush hour traffic formed a river of light on the streets, flowing slowly. She turned back to the bedside, looking down at Zhang Guohua. His eyelashes cast 2 faint shadows in the sunset light, and his lips were slightly chapped from dryness. She picked up a cotton swab, dipped it in warm water, and gently moistened his lips. Her movements were so light, as if she were brushing dew from a petal. Tomorrow I'm going to take down your cousin's lair. You missed the kidnapping, you missed the car accident. Don't miss this one. She tossed the cotton swab into the trash, took his hand, and gently squeezed his fingertips. Hear me. If you don't wake up tomorrow, he'll donate all his share of the family fortune. Not a penny will be left for you. His fingers seemed to move again. Jiang Wan looked down at his hand, her heartbeat quickening by half a beat. But his eyes were still closed, his breathing steady, the green line of the ECG monitor still pulsing rhythmically. It might have been an illusion. Or maybe he heard her in his dream. She sat down in the accompanying chair, not letting go of his hand. Late at night, the hospital room was filled only with the beeping of the ECG monitor and the faint hum of the air conditioning. The city lights outside the window were half shielded by the curtains, the other half spilling onto the ceiling, forming a hazy halo of light. Jiang Wan sat in the chair, a cup of long cold coffee beside her. Her eyes were closed, her breathing steady, as if she were asleep. But her fingers twitched slightly every few seconds. Not an involuntary spasm, but like a hunter silently counting the footsteps of prey in the dark. In her past life, she had developed this habit. In the silence before the storm, she would rehearse every move in her mind countless times, until each step was as clear as history already written. Zhang Qiming thought he was attacking, closing in step by step, approaching her core fortress. But he didn't know. She was waiting for the moment he showed his back. The next morning at 10 o'clock in the top-floor conference room of the Zhang Group headquarters. Over 20 people sat around the oval table, 3 generations of the Zhang family core group executives and independent board representatives. A suffocating silence hung in the air, the dead calm before the storm. Zhang Qiming sat in the third seat on the right side of the table. He was wearing a dark blue tailored suit today with understated platinum cufflinks, his hair meticulously combed. A trademark nonchalant smile was plastered on his face, as if he were attending a meeting that had nothing to do with him. In a seat near the back on the left side of the table sat a person no one expected to see, Jiang Wan. She wore a black suit skirt, her hair pinned up immaculately, the small scar from the stitches on her forehead mostly covered by concealer. Her posture was upright, hands folded on the table, her expression as calm as an observer's. But in front of her was a laptop with the screen on, and on the desktop was a folder labeled Mingyuan Capital, not something an observer would bring. Old Master Zhang sat at the head of the table, leaning on a dark wooden cane, his face ashen. Spread out on the table before him was the thick stack of internal ledgers printed from Accountant Liu's USB drive, each page marked with red circles around key points. Zhang Qiming. The old man's voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the room could hear the suppressed anger. Explain these related party transactions recorded in this ledger. Zhang Qiming leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, his smile unwavering. Grandfather, I've seen this ledger before. It was fabricated by Liu, the former deputy finance director of Mingyuan Capital. He bore a grudge after being fired and concocted this false ledger to frame me. I've already filed a defamation lawsuit which is pending acceptance. If you'd like to see it, I can share a copy of the complaint with everyone here. Fabricated. The CFO sitting next to the old man stood up, holding a bank transfer record. Are these overseas account transfer records also fabricated? Over the past 5 years, Mingyuan Capital has transferred more than $1 billion overseas through 6 different shell companies, with the ultimate recipient being an offshore trust in the Cayman Islands. The beneficiary of the trust, Mr. Zhang Qiming, is that you? A crack finally appeared in Zhang Qiming's smile. It was subtle, just a momentary stiffness. His fingers tapped lightly on the table twice, then he resumed his smile. That's a family trust. The beneficiaries include not just me, but also, that is a private trust you established personally. The CFO cut him off, flipping to the last page of the document and adjusting his glasses, his voice as cold as clashing iron. The Zhang Group never authorized it. The Zhang Group's legal department has applied for an asset freeze order from the Cayman court. Oh, and the trust account has been frozen. The billion you transferred out may not be recoverable for now, but at least no more will flow out. The atmosphere in the room instantly solidified. Zhang Qiming uncrossed his legs, leaned forward slightly, and the smile on his face finally vanished completely. For the first time, he directed his gaze at Jiang Wan, who sat at the other end of the table. Jiang Wan met his eyes, her expression as calm as a stagnant pool. But beneath the table, her finger lightly pressed a button on her phone screen. It was a confirmation message from Lin Zhou. Asset freeze order is in effect. All related accounts of Mingyuan Capital are frozen simultaneously. Their acquisition offer has been suspended by the securities regulator due to the inability to prove the legality of the funding source. Their cash flow is cut off. Zhang Qiming was silent for a long time. Then he suddenly stood up, straightened his suit collar, picked up his phone from the table, and turned to walk toward the meeting room door. Zhang Qiming. The old man's voice came from behind, aged and imposing. If you walk out that door, you are no longer a member of the Zhang family. The family meeting has voted and passed formal removal of your directorship in the Zhang Group and freezing of all your Zhang Group equity. Your father's positions in the group are also terminated, effective immediately. Zhang Qiming stopped, but did not turn around. He stood there in silence for a few seconds, his back to everyone, his voice for the first time devoid of its lazy smile. Grandfather, you would abandon your own grandson for an outsider. My own grandson. The old man stood up, striking his cane heavily against the floor with a dull thud. You colluded with outsiders to short your own family's group, kidnapped your future sister-in-law, tampered with your brother's car. You nearly killed him at the intersection. And you talk to me about being a grandson. Zhang Guohua is still lying in the hospital. Have you visited him even once? Zhang Qiming did not answer. He pulled open the door and walked out. The sound of his footsteps faded down the corridor, neither fast nor slow, still maintaining a certain composure. But Jiang Wan noticed that the hand holding his phone had white knuckles from the strain. The door closed. The meeting room fell into silence. Jiang Wan stood up and gave a slight bow to Old Master Zhang. "Thank you for upholding justice." The old man waved his hand, sat back down, took a deep breath, and his voice finally softened. "It's not that I upheld justice. It's that the evidence you obtained was solid enough. Girl, you helped me clean house. I owe you one." Zhang Qiming stood in the second-floor office of the abandoned printing factory, gazing through the shattered window at the empty workshop below. This was the most secluded corner of the suburban industrial zone, a place even navigation couldn't locate. The printing factory had gone bankrupt a decade ago. The machinery had long been dismantled and sold, leaving behind only rusted steel frames and shards of glass scattered across the floor. Zhang Qiming chose this location not for its concealment, but for its utter desolation. So desolate that no matter what happened here, no one would hear a thing. A small oil stain marred the cuff of his white suit. He glanced down, frowned, and flicked at it with his finger, but it wouldn't come off. Then he pulled out his phone and sent Jiang Wan one final message, his wording as terse as a business contract. "I have your parents. Come alone by 10 tonight, bring the equity transfer agreement. 1 minute late, 1 finger broken. Same for calling the police." Below he attached a location pin. After sending the message, he tossed the phone to a nearby subordinate and walked to the corner. There 2 rusted iron chairs sat occupied by 2 people, Jiang Wan's father and mother. A blood-stained gash marked Jiang's father's forehead, his glasses askew on his nose with one lens cracked. Yet he sat with his back ramrod straight, lips tightly pressed, uttering not a single sound throughout. Jiang's mother leaned close to him, a few strands of her hair, loose red marks from the rope binding her wrists. But her expression was unexpectedly calm. So calm that Zhang Qiming found it unsettling every time he saw her. "Mrs. Zhang." Zhang Qiming crouched down, tilting his head to look at her, not afraid at all. Jiang's mother glanced at him, her tone as flat as haggling at a market stall. "My daughter has already sent 3 kidnappers to prison. You're not even on the list." Zhang Qiming's smile froze for a moment, then he laughed again. "Interesting. You're all quite interesting. Once she signs the equity transfer, I'll treat you to tea." "Fine tea." He stood up and snapped his fingers at his subordinates. "In 10 minutes, switch all phones to airplane mode and wait for the signal. Leave 1 man at the main entrance. The rest go to the 2nd floor for the ambush. Hide the cars behind the factory so no one sees them from outside. Once Jiang Wan enters, lock the main gate. After tonight, Wanfeng Capital will bear my name." Meanwhile, Jiang Wan stood by the window of a hospital room, phone clutched in her hand. She read Zhang Qiming's message 3 times over. With each reading, her expression grew colder. Not with fear or panic, but with the chill of a predator realizing its prey had walked right into the trap. Behind her came the rustle of bed sheets. Then that alto, familiar low voice, still hoarse from a coma's awakening, but each word as steady as a nail driven into a wall. "Don't go." Jiang Wan turned around. Zhang Guohua had already sat up in bed, his forehead bandage still intact, his right arm in a cast resting on the blanket, his face so pale it nearly blended with the hospital gown. But his other hand had already pulled out the 4-needle of barefoot on the floor. He was trying to stand. The electrodes from the cardiac monitor had been torn off, setting off a piercing alarm as a nurse rushed in from the hallway. "You can't get out of bed yet. I said don't go." He ignored the nurse entirely, his eyes fixed on Jiang Wan, his voice not loud, but it pressed down the air in the entire room. "What does Zhang Qiming want?" "The equity transfer. Give it to him. If Wanfeng Capital is gone, I can build you 10 more. If money's the issue, the funds in my account are more than you could spend in a lifetime. But you can't go see him alone. He kidnapped your parents to lure you there. He knows you'll go because they're your parents. He knows you won't call the police because he threatened to kill them if you do. He's calculated everything, except one thing." "What thing?" "I'm awake." He took a step forward. His legs gave way, his body swaying, and he reached out to grip the bedrail, his knuckles white from the strain. The nurse tried to support him, but he stopped her with a look. That same look that defined the business world's ruthless tycoon, cold, hard, brooking no objection. "You can't even make it out of the hospital room in this state." Jiang Wan walked up to him, reached out, and gently pressed his shoulder, pushing him back to the bed. He didn't resist, not because he didn't want to, but because he lacked the strength. A man who had been comatose for days and just awakened truly couldn't even leave the room. "I'm prepared," she said, crouching by his bed, looking up into his eyes. Her voice was soft, but every word was as clear as signing a contract. "Every step from start to finish is part of my plan. I didn't call the police. That would trigger his kill switch, and I can't gamble my parents' lives on his limits. I didn't bring the equity transfer either. He wants me to trade all my shares for my parents' lives to make me think I'm choosing. But I hate making choices." She paused, a smile curling at her lips. It was the smile of a hunter about to close the net. Confident, ruthless, laced with a chilling satisfaction. "Choices are for prey. I am the hunter. Zhang Guohua stared at her for a long moment. Then he reached out his uncast hand and took hers. His hand was still cold, but his grip was steadier than ever. Promise me one thing. What? Don't die. Don't worry who would peel your tea eggs if I'm gone. She laughed, stood up, released his hand, turned, and took 2 steps toward the door, then stopped and looked back. Oh, and you still owe me a hot pot. Last time you said we'd go mild spicy, and I said no. When I come back, we'll have the spiciest. You cook, I eat. Zhang Guohua watched her silhouette disappear beyond the hospital room door. Then he picked up his phone from the bedside table and dialed Lin Zhou's number. His voice had regained its usual cold decisiveness, as if the man who couldn't even stand moments ago had been someone else. She's going to the meeting alone. Surround that address with men, all plain clothes, no sirens, no lights. If she loses a single hair, your year-end bonus is gone. If she loses 2, your entire next year's salary is forfeited. Boss, what does her losing hair have to do with my bonus? It does. Because your only task tonight is to bring her back without a scratch. At 10 o'clock that night at the abandoned printing factory on the outskirts, Jiang Wan pushed open the rusted iron gate, her high heels crunching on the broken glass, each step a crisp shatter. She wore a black trench coat, its belt fastened with meticulous precision, a knee-length skirt swaying gently in the night breeze. Her 8-centimeter stilettos carried her with the commanding presence of a model striding down a runway. Moonlight filtered through the dilapidated roof's gaps, casting a sharp, elongated shadow behind her. The men lying in ambush on the second floor peered down through the railing gaps, exchanging surprised glances. They had seen all kinds of victims coming to such meetings, some sobbing, some trembling with fear, some bringing police, some begging on their knees. But they had never seen anyone walk in like this. Not as if heading to her death, but more like inspecting a newly purchased property. Zhang Qiming stood at the center of the second floor, watching Jiang Wan enter the factory, his smile colder than the moonlight. He clapped his hands, the sharp applause echoing through the empty space. Miss Jiang, punctuality is a virtue. Did you bring it? I did. Jiang Wan raised the black briefcase in her hand, her voice not loud, but every word resonated clearly in the vast hall. But before I sign, I want to see my parents. Zhang Qiming snapped his fingers. An emergency light flickered on in the corner, casting a harsh white beam onto 2 iron chairs. Jiang's father and mother sat there, hands and feet bound, mouths taped shut. At the sight of their daughter, Jiang's father shook his head frantically, his tied hands struggling violently against the chair, the iron scraping a harsh sound across the cement floor. Jiang's mother, however, didn't struggle. She just looked at her daughter with eyes that held no fear, no plea for help. Only a calm, almost unwavering trust. That trust made Jiang Wan's heart clench painfully, but her expression remained unchanged. She gave her parents a slight nod, brief, subtle, as if saying, "Trust me." She turned to Zhang Qiming, her tone as flat as discussing terms in a boardroom. "Release them. After I sign, I stay, they go." "Miss Jiang, do you take me for a fool?" Zhang Qiming laughed, pulling a folding knife from his waist and slowly opening it, the blade glinting coldly in the moonlight. "You sign first. Once I confirm it's correct, I'll release them. What if you run after I let them go? You're faster than me. After all, you're wearing heels and I'm in leather shoes. Deal." Jiang Wan opened the briefcase, pulled out the equity transfer agreement, flipped to the last page's signature line, and picked up a pen. Her movements were unhurried, as if she truly intended to sign. Just as the pen tip touched the paper, she stopped. "Oh, before I sign, I have a small question for President Zhang." She looked up at Zhang Qiming behind the second floor, railing, her smile suddenly bright and cunning. "Did you choose this factory yourself, or did your subordinate help you? Good choice of location. Remote enough, dilapidated enough, quiet enough. If something happens here, no one will hear it. Favorable for you and favorable for me." Zhang Qiming frowned, slightly sensing something was off. But time was running short, and he didn't want to waste words. "Sign." "All right." Jiang Wan lowered her head, the pen tip landing on the signature line. Then she did something that left everyone stunned. She didn't sign her own name. She wrote 4 large characters on the signature line. "You've been tricked." She straightened up, tossed the pen back into the briefcase, and looked at Zhang Qiming. Her smile was no longer just cunning. It was a smile so wicked, so deep, waiting to see his face when he realized had stepped into a trap. "President Zhang, aren't you curious? Why did I waste so much time talking to you?" Zhang Qiming's expression changed in an instant. Not anger, not surprise, but the primal fear of a person suddenly sensing danger closing in. He whipped his head toward the factory windows. The pitch-black night sky was silent. No sirens, no police lights, no sign of any encirclement. But he no longer trusted his own eyes. "You shoo." Jiang Wan raised a finger to her lips, as if soothing a restless child. "Listen." From the distance came the roar of helicopter rotors, growing louder and closer, like the heartbeat of a giant beast pounding through the night sky. Through the hole in the factory roof, a blinding searchlight beam pierced the silvery moonlight. In the same instant, all exits, the main door, side doors, back door, even the second-floor windows, were breached from outside. They weren't police. Police wouldn't use such tactics. It was the security team of the Zhang Group's external operations unit, all in black tactical gear with a gold-embroidered Zhang emblem on their arm patches. 18 men advancing in 3 alternating groups for cover, their infrared laser sights weaving an impenetrable web of red dots in the darkness. Leading them was Lin Zhou himself, wearing night vision goggles, a baton in hand, moving with the agility that belied his usual desk-bound persona as the all-purpose assistant who complained about the boss while filing documents. Zhang Kaiming's 7 subordinates were thrown into chaos by the sudden onslaught. 2 instinctively reached for their knives, but with infrared dots locked on their foreheads, the blades slipped from their hands, clattering sharply on the cement floor. 1 turned to run, but collided with the security team advancing from the side door. He was pinned against the wall, face pressed to the cold concrete, too terrified to struggle. The remaining 4 raised their hands in unison, their knees buckling faster than their apologies. Zhang Qiming stood behind the second floor railing, his face ashen. He lunged, pulling out the folding knife and charging toward the 2 iron chairs in the corner. He would take a hostage. The blade was less than 2 meters from Zhang's mother's neck. A single shot. Not a bullet, but a taser round. 2 electrodes trailing thin wires struck Zhang Kaiming's back with precision. A high-voltage arc erupted, and his body convulsed violently, as if struck by lightning. The folding knife flew from his hand, the blade scraping a long, thin mark across the cement floor. His body crumpled forward uncontrollably, his head hitting the leg of an iron chair with a dull thud. Then silence. The helicopter landed in the open space outside the factory, the rotor's roar gradually fading. Lin Zhou holstered his rifle, crouched before Zhang Qiming, who was pinned to the ground, and spoke in a tone as calm as a meeting transcript, but every word carried a deep chill. Zhang Qiming, you are charged with kidnapping, unlawful detention, attempted murder, for hire, financial fraud, and embezzlement. The Zhang Family Council has passed a resolution to remove you from your position. All your assets are frozen, and your shares in Mingyuan Capital have been forcibly repurchased by the Zhang Group. You are currently penniless, unable to afford even a lawyer. Zhang Qiming lay face down on the cold, dust-covered cement floor, his white suit stained with grime and oil. He turned his head with difficulty, his gaze passing over Lin Zhou, who crouched before him, and landing on the woman in the black trench coat, walking toward the corner. Zhang Wan didn't look at him. She had already reached the iron chairs, crouched down, and began untying her parents' ropes. First her mother's wrists, loop by loop, her movements gentle, careful not to touch the red marks left by the bindings. Then her father's. The rope was tighter there as she used her nails to loosen the knots bit by bit, then pulled them free. She tore off the tape from their mouths and reached out to straighten her father's crooked glasses. Dad, Mom, it's over. Zhang's father's lips moved as if to speak, but in the end he just reached out and patted the back of her hand. His hand was still trembling slightly, but the force of that pat was as steady as when he used to put food in her bowl during every meal at home. Zhang's mother, however, was as composed as if she hadn't just been kidnapped. She smoothed her disheveled hair, looked at her daughter, and said something that almost made Zhang Wan laugh. Wan, that boyfriend of yours. Was that helicopter from his family? Next time he comes for dinner, he doesn't need to bring anything. Just fly the helicopter to pick us up. Zhang Wan suppressed a smile as she helped her mother up. Mom, he's still in the hospital. Just woke up, cast still on. Then why aren't you at the hospital with him instead of negotiating with kidnappers? I was just. Next time let the police handle it. Zhang's mother brushed the dust off her skirt, her tone suddenly becoming serious. You can't carry everything alone. Your father saw you burst in and haggle with that man using the backup phone hidden in his shoe. His blood pressure nearly hit 200. Your father was scared away in his past life. Don't let it happen again in this one. Zhang Wan froze. Not because of her mother's words, but because of that last sentence. Past life. She turned to look at her mother, her heart pounding. Zhang's mother met her gaze, that calm look still in her eyes, but deep within lay something Zhang Wan couldn't name. Understanding, recognition, a mother's instinct to know everything about her daughter without needing explanation. Mom, you just said. I said nothing. Let's go home first. Zhang's mother took her husband's arm and began guiding the bewildered Zhang's father toward the factory gate. After 2 steps, she turned back and added, Oh, and about that Zhang Qiming. Don't let him off easy. When he tied my wrists, his nails dug into my skin. Get back at him for me. Absolutely. Zhang Wan stood up, watching her parents walk out of the factory gate until their figures were swallowed by the headlights outside. Then she turned and walked toward Zhang Qiming, who lay on the ground. Her high heels crunched on the broken glass step by step, each one as deliberate as a chess piece falling into place. She stopped before him, looking down. Zhang Qiming raised his head with difficulty, a bloody gash on his forehead from the iron chair leg, blood mixing with dust trickling from his brow. The moment the door of the bulletproof business car closed, Zhang Qiming was pressed into the back seat, his hands cuffed behind his back. His white suit was in tatters with a tear in the left sleeve revealing the shirt underneath. The Patek Philippe watch he had worn for many years was shattered when he was slammed to the ground, the second hand frozen at 10:37 motionless. As the escort vehicle drove across the river bridge, the myriad lights of the city outside the window reflected on the dark river, breaking into countless golden specks of light. Jiang Qiming looked at those specks of light and suddenly recalled an event from his childhood. At the age of 7, his grandfather took him and Zhang Guohua to the riverside to watch fireworks. Zhang Guohua stood quietly beside his grandfather, looking up at the fireworks exploding in the sky, his expression as cold as a little adult. Meanwhile, he ran wildly along the riverbank, tossing firecrackers into the water, creating splashes. His grandfather smiled and said, "These two children, one like ice and the other like fire. I wonder who will achieve more in the future." Later he learned, ice becomes a vessel, fire turns to ash. His grandfather taught Zhang Guohua how to read financial reports, handle mergers, and manage the family fund, while he was assigned to a peripheral role overseeing marginal businesses in Southeast Asia and South America. He felt disgruntled. His abilities were no less than Zhang Guohua's, and his IQ was not lower. Why should everything be handed over to him? This resentment coiled in his heart like a vine for 20 years, tightening until it ultimately strangled. The vehicle stopped in front of a gray building. It was not a prison, but an internal audit center of the Zhang Group, where the Zhang family handled internal affairs not open to the public and not subject to external judicial jurisdiction. The old man issued orders that before handing over to the public security department, they needed to clean up their own house. Jiang Qiming was taken into a windowless conference room. 3 people sat across the long table: the chief legal officer of the Zhang Group, the group's CFO, and a middle-aged man he had never seen before. Before the man lay a laptop, its screen lit up. "Mr. Jiang Qiming," the legal officer began, his voice devoid of any emotion, "before we hand you over to the judicial authorities, the Zhang family needs to verify a few things. Please cooperate. This is not an interrogation, it is an internal family audit." Jiang Qiming chuckled. "Audit me? What is there to audit about me?" The legal officer ignored him, pressed a button on the remote, and the large screen on the wall lit up, beginning to play a video. It was a recording of Su Sharong's confession in the interrogation room. It was Jiang Qiming. He financed and planned the kidnapping. I was just the executor. He promised to transfer the Jiang family's construction materials business to me once the job was done, and he gave me 20 million as an advance. The money was transferred from an overseas account of Mingyuan Capital. I have the transfer records. Jiang Qiming's smile froze for a moment, then returned to normal. Su Sharong was forced to his limits by Jiang Wan. His reckless accusations are not credible. The CFO flipped through the documents in front of him, his tone still steady, as if presenting a financial report. In March last year, Mingyuan Capital transferred 50 million to the Cayman Islands under the name of Overseas Project Investment, but the actual recipient was a shell company with no business dealings with the Zhang family. The actual controller of that shell company is Zhao Chong, Su Sharong's driver, and the person responsible for driving during the kidnapping. A week before the kidnapping, Zhao Chong's personal account received a transfer of 500,000 with Mingyuan Capital's finance department as the remitter. He turned to the next page and continued reading. In January of this year, Mingyuan Capital provided Su's Group with a 30 million bridge loan with an interest rate of 5% per month, far exceeding the market rate. Yet this loan never appeared in Mingyuan Capital's official accounts, constituting an illegal off-the-books operation. The funds were directly used as margin for Su Sharong to short sell Jiang's group stock. We have obtained the original risk approval document signed by you, which bears your handwritten signature and the seal of Mingyuan Capital. The conference room fell silent for a few seconds. The large screen continued to display more evidence. By Rao's cosmetic surgery costs were reimbursed by Mingyuan Capital, amounting to 430,000. The log of the operation to tamper with by Rao's prison records showed that the account of the HR system administrator of Mingyuan Capital had accessed the prison database multiple times on the night of the incident. In the acquisition offer for Wanfeng Capital, the source of funds was filled in as Mingyuan Capital's own funds, but the liquidity on Mingyuan Capital's books had fallen below the regulatory red line 2 months prior. Each piece of evidence was like a puzzle piece. When put together, it formed a complete map of crime. And at the center of this map stood only Jiang Qiming. "Mr. Jiang Qiming," the legal officer closed the document and wiped his glasses. "You did not lose because of bad luck, nor because your opponent was too strong. You lost because every action you took left a footprint. From Su Sharong to Bai Rou, from Lin Zihan to Mingyuan Capital, you wove a criminal network, not a strategy for business competition. Your biggest mistake was thinking that the Zhang family would not investigate you." Jiang Qiming fell silent for a long time. Then he suddenly laughed, not the previous lazy, indifferent laugh, but a bitter smile. It was the bitter smile of a gambler who, after losing all his chips, finally resigned to his fate. "So from the very beginning," he leaned back in his chair, looking up at the ceiling, "I was under your surveillance." "Not from the very beginning. The conference room door was pushed open and a deep, indifferent voice came from the entrance from the first time you tampered with the overseas accounts. Zhang Guohua stood at the door. He was dressed in a deep gray suit with a small bandage on his forehead, and his right arm was in a lighter, more convenient splint mostly concealed by his suit jacket. His complexion was still pale, but those eyes known in the business world as the living king of hell, had already fully regained their former sharpness, cold, piercing, devoid of any unnecessary emotion. He walked into the conference room, sat down in the chair Lin Zhou had pushed over facing Zhang Qiming. The two stared at each other, separated by the long table covered with evidence. 2 years ago, I discovered anomalies in Mingyuan Capital's overseas accounts. Zhang Guohua began, his voice flat, like he was stating a financial report. At that time, there was no evidence pointing to you, just suspicion. I had the audit department place someone beside you, your financial vice president Lu Ziyuan. He worked beside you for 18 months, backing up every illegal transaction, every account alteration, and every original receipt you destroyed. Zhang Qiming's expression finally changed completely. It was not fear nor anger, but a shock akin to being stabbed. He remembered Lu Ziyuan, the taciturn, careful, middle-aged financial vice president who never made mistakes. Last year, he almost fired this person because he was too rigid and did not understand flexibility. He didn't fire him in the end because Lu Ziyuan proactively submitted a simplified version of the internal report, which looked sufficiently perfunctory, so he let it go. It turned out that the simplified version report was taught to him by the Zhang family's audit department. Every informant he placed in Mingyuan Capital was watched closely by this person. His most trusted financial vice president had been working for Zhang Guohua from the very beginning. After the accident, Zhang Guohua continued. Lu Ziyuan left Mingyuan Capital with the complete account book. You sent someone to chase him, wanting to destroy the evidence. But your people were late. My people arrived 10 minutes earlier. Lu Ziyuan is now in a safe place. The account book in his hands is the source of all the evidence you see today. You laid a trap in Mingyuan Capital for 5 years, and I dismantled it with one person. Zhang Qiming's expression shifted from shock to anger, and from anger to a grimace. Finally, he suddenly stood up, his hands cuffed behind him, making it impossible to move, yet he leaned forward, his voice nearly a roar. You knew all along. You knew I was the mastermind. Why didn't you arrest me earlier? You waited to see me make mistakes step by step, waited to see me bury myself. You want me to die more thoroughly. Yes. Zhang Guohua also stood up, facing him, his voice suddenly dropping to a very low temperature. I was waiting for you. Waiting for you to leave all the evidence behind, waiting for you to expose all your accomplices, waiting for your charges to escalate from business violations to criminal offenses. If you had just transferred your assets, grandfather would have shown mercy and the family would have protected you. But if you are guilty of kidnapping, hiring killers, financial fraud, no one can protect you. He took a step forward, and the distance between them was close enough to see each other's pupils. When you inserted by row into Jiang Wan's company, your personnel authority was approved by me. Do you think I didn't know? I made you think I didn't know? Every illegal document you signed at Mingyuan Capital appeared on my desk the next day. Did you think you hit it deep? Every step you took was a path I laid out. The path you walked led to prison, and I personally helped you pave it. Zhang Qiming swayed, slightly falling back into his chair. His eyes widened, his lips slightly trembling, wanting to say something, but unable to utter a single word. After a long silence, he let out a hoarse laugh, as if squeezed out from the depths of his chest. So, all along, I was just a piece on your chessboard. Not a piece. Zhang Guohua turned and walked toward the door, stopping at the entrance without looking back. You were a discarded piece. You turned yourself into a discarded piece. If you hadn't touched Jiang Wan, I could have let you continue to be your local emperor at Mingyuan Capital. But you touched her. From that moment on, you were already out of the game. You didn't lose to me, you lost to yourself. The conference room door closed behind him. In the corridor, Zhang Guohua paused, his body swaying slightly. Lin Zhou quickly supported him. Boss, your injury is not healed yet. The doctor said you can't. It's fine. Go back to the hospital. He paused. First, go buy breakfast. It's Monday. She has a morning meeting and surely hasn't had breakfast again. Buy 2 portions, one to send to her office and one for the nurse to place on my bedside table. So she won't say I'm double standard. Lin Zhou silently took out her notebook and noted the boss injury is not healed, but he still cares about Miss Jiang's breakfast. Note he knows about the double standard. Progress. On the day of the court ruling, Jiang Wan sat in the first row of the public gallery, dressed in a deep blue suit, her hair meticulously styled. Zhang Guohua sat to her left, his right arm finally free from the cast, though the doctor had advised him not to lift anything heavy. So he held her hand with his left, maintaining the grip from the start of the trial, until now the warmth of his palm enveloping hers. I'm fine. Jiang Wan turned her head, lowering her voice to speak to him. You don't have to keep holding my hand. It's me who has the problem. Zhang Guohua stared straight ahead, his expression as indifferent as ever, but his fingers lightly grazed her hand. I'm nervous. It's the first time I've attended as a family member. Who is your family member? You haven't signed yet. It will be soon. Jiang Wan shot him a glare, but did not pull her hand away. There were 3 people standing in the defendant's dock. Lin Zihan was on the far left wearing a prison uniform. His head, shaved, his frame at least 20 pounds lighter than before his imprisonment, the contours of his cheekbones and jawline sharp as knives. Bai Rou stood in the middle, her post-surgery face unable to be maintained in prison, the fillers starting to shift, her chin slightly crooked and the side of her nose showing subtle irregularities. She lowered her head, not daring to look at the public gallery, especially not at Jiang Wan. On the far right was Zhang Qiming, dressed in the same orange prison uniform as the other 2, but his posture and expression were completely different. He did not bow his head, did not slump his shoulders. Even with his head shaved and handcuffs on, he stood tall, scanning the public gallery with an almost arrogant gaze. As his gaze passed over Zhang Guohua, a faint smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. Not out of provocation, but a cold acceptance of to the victor goes the spoils. The judge began to read the verdict. Defendant Lin Zihan guilty of kidnapping, extortion, forgery, and false accusation, sentenced to 15 years in prison, deprived of political rights for 5 years, and all personal property confiscated. Defendant Bai Rou guilty of kidnapping, theft of trade secrets, forgery, and false accusation, sentenced to 12 years in prison, deprived of political rights for 4 years, and all personal property confiscated. Defendant Zhang Qiming guilty of kidnapping, attempted murder for hire, financial fraud, and embezzlement, sentenced to 20 years in prison, deprived of political rights for life, and all personal property confiscated. The gavel struck, the sound echoing in the solemn courtroom. Whispers arose in the public gallery, journalists quickly typing out reports, the sound of camera shutters clicking in succession. Jiang Wan leaned back in her chair, letting out a long breath. This was a breath she had held for 2 lifetimes. In her past life, standing on the rooftop, no one had given her justice and no one had fought for her. She had ended everything in the most decisive way. In this life, she did not jump. One by one, she sent them to court, to prison, to where they deserved to go. The court police escorted the 3 defendants out through a side door. As they passed the public gallery, Lin Zihan suddenly stopped and turned to look at Jiang Wan. The police officer was about to push him forward, but Jiang Wan raised her hand, signaling to wait. Lin Zihan looked at her, his lips moving, his voice hoarse. Did you really like me before? I did. Jiang Wan stood up, meeting his gaze across the courtroom aisle, her voice calm, devoid of mockery or hatred, only of flatness, as if recounting an insignificant historical fact. In my past life, I really did. But from the moment I was reborn, I stopped liking you. A person's heart is only one who once it's pierced it cannot heal. Lin Zihan lowered his head and was taken away by the police. Bai Rou paused for a moment as she passed him, not looking at Jiang Wan, but fixated on the ground, her lips moving to form a few indistinct syllables, as if talking to herself or to someone. Jiang Wan did not look at her, returning to her seat to grab her bag. Zhang Qiming was the last to be escorted out. As he passed in front of Zhang Guohua, he halted. The 2 brothers locked eyes across the iron bars and courtroom aisle. One in a prison uniform, bald, the other impeccably dressed in a suit. One a prisoner, the other the head of the Zhang family. You won. Zhang Qiming's voice was soft, but you're not a good person either. You set up a trap for 5 years for me to fall into, waiting for me to make mistakes, waiting for me to send myself in. You're more ruthless than I am. I am only ruthless to my enemies, but you are ruthless to your family. You've got one thing wrong. Zhang Guohua stood up, facing him, his voice devoid of any victorious joy, as flat as stating an expired piece of news. I did not set a trap for you. I only had someone watch you. If you did nothing, Lu Ziyuan would never hand over the account book. It was you who moved against Jiang Wan. It was not my ruthlessness. It was you who delivered yourself to this fate. Family members do not kidnap family members, nor do they harm them. The moment you acted against her, you were no longer my cousin. I was just reining in a criminal. There is no need for guilt. Zhang Qiming looked at him, the cold smile at the corner of his mouth finally unable to hold up, crumbling away. Then he was turned around and escorted away by the police, disappearing into the shadows of the side door. As she walked out of the courthouse, the sunlight poured down warmly, spreading across her face. Jiang Wan took a deep breath, the air filled with the fragrance of osmanthus from the flower bed at the courthouse entrance, the scent of green onions wafting from a pancake stand by the roadside, and the taste of the dry and crisp autumn sunlight. This was the taste of being alive. In her past life, when she took her last deep breath on the rooftop, the air was only filled with the cold smell of rust. In this life, the air was sweet. Where to next? Zhang Guohua asked. Home. She paused, correcting herself. First to your house. Your grandfather said he wanted to celebrate. He's cooking himself. To be honest, I'm a bit worried. A 70-something tycoon cooking by himself, has he ever cooked before? He has. When I was 7, he made me a bowl of noodles. What happened then? I ate the noodles, and that night, I ended up in the emergency room due to acute gastroenteritis. Then I should probably go to the supermarket first to buy some stomach medicine. No need. He's forgotten how to cook. This time he will call for takeout from the hotel and pretend he made it himself. Don't expose him. He's been doing this for 10 years. Every family gathering is like this, everyone knows, but everyone plays along. This is the most important family tradition of the Zhang family. Jiang Wan stared at his serious expression, realizing he was not joking. She shook her head, opened the car door, and sat in the passenger seat. In the evening, Jiang Wan went to the riverside alone. The procedures following the court ruling were not yet complete. Zhang Guohua had been called back to the old house by the elder to discuss family meeting matters. She wanted to be alone for a while, so she drove to the viewing platform by the river. In her past life, she had come here many times. Every time she was cheated by Lin Zihan out of money, robbed of projects by Bai Rou, or scolded by her father with, "If you don't understand business, don't interfere," she would run here alone, sitting by the railing staring blankly at the river. The river continued to flow. Just like in her past life, it was neither hurried nor slow. Regardless of what happened to the people on the shore, it flowed eastward to the East China Sea at its own pace. Jiang Wan leaned against the railing, watching the sunset glow that shimmered like scattered gold on the river's surface, suddenly feeling the hole in her chest being filled. Not filled by anything. Neither money, success, nor the 100 billion cooperation of Zhang Guohua, and the coffee delivered in the middle of the night. It was filled by herself. By the Jiang Wan who, after being reborn, chose not to take revenge, but to rebuild herself. By the woman who had gritted her teeth and persevered through every battle. By the woman who could finally stand here and say to her past self who stood on the rooftop, "I have gotten justice for you." She took out her phone from her pocket, scrolled to the memo, her fingers sliding to the earliest pinned entry. Protect mom and dad. Protect the Jiang family. Make the scumbag and the petty woman pay the price. Written on the first day of her rebirth, inscribed with all the unknowns and fears, each stroke etched into the screen, also etched into her actions over the past 200 days and nights. She stared at this line for a few seconds, then long pressed delete, typing a new line, let go. Closing her phone, she extended her hand over the railing and released her grip. A gentle evening breeze flowed through her palm, taking nothing away and leaving nothing behind. In the distance, a cargo ship slowly passed by on the river, the sound of its horn long and deep, the sound of the river lapping against the bank, regular and tranquil. Her phone buzzed. A message from Zhang Guohua, only 4 words, "Look back at me." She turned around. Unbeknownst to her, the riverside was now covered in small lights, warm yellow and dense, extending from under her feet all the way to the distant viewing platform. In the midst of the lights was a winding path, at the end of which stood a man in a deep blue suit, holding a bouquet of white eustoma. His hair was slightly tousled by the evening breeze, and there was a bit of pollen on his suit jacket, probably from clumsily choosing flowers at the flower shop. This man, whose presence was as steady as the deep tones of a cello, now bore a hint of nervousness she had never seen before. Jiang Wan walked along the path of lights toward him. The small lights swayed gently in the night breeze, resembling countless fireflies flickering in the grass, the air filled with the briny scent of the river and the fragrance of osmanthus in the autumn night. Standing in front of him, she looked at him. His earlobes were already bright red, but she realized her own face was also quite warm. Zhang Guohua knelt on one knee, opening the ring box. No long speeches, no emotional build-up. His voice was low, even slightly hoarse, but each word was as steady as he was. "In my past life, I didn't catch you on the rooftop. In this life, I want to hold you with this ring. Marry me. Is your proposal really this short?" Jiang Wan, "I prepared 3,000 words. I just forgot it all. Forgot. When I saw you coming, my mind went blank. I only remembered the last sentence." "What is the last sentence?" "Marry me." Jiang Wan looked at his reddened earlobes, at his slightly trembling fingers, at the seriousness in his eyes that could not hold an entire galaxy. Suddenly realizing that perhaps all the misfortunes of her past life were merely to accumulate luck for this life to meet him, she reached out her hand. "Put the ring on. But since you've written your proposal, 3,000 words, you must not waste it. After we go back, memorize and recite it in full. Not a word can be less. Deal." He stood up and slipped the ring onto her ring finger. Then he leaned down and placed a kiss as light as a butterfly's wing on the corner of her mouth. In the distance, the full moon slowly rose over the river. Fireworks exploded in the night sky, not just one or two, but filling the entire reflection on the river. She did not know when he had arranged for people to set up the fireworks on the opposite bank. Gold, red, silver, purple, a cascade of colors reflected on the dark river like a river of shattered. The day after Zhang Guohua proposed, the entire internet erupted. It began with an announcement posted by Zhang Group's official Weibo account. Unprecedented in its informality, no mention of board resolution, no reference to strategic cooperation framework, just a single simple sentence: the CEO's proposal was successful. The future CEO's spouse, surnames Jiang. The wedding date remains pending. All assets have already. 2 photographs accompanied the post. On the left, a screenshot of Jiang Wan seated calmly at the summit's presiding table, facing her captors, without flinching. On the right, a candid shot of Zhang Guohua, kneeling on one knee, ring held aloft, ears flushed crimson. 3 gilded characters, "She said yes," were photoshopped between the images. 6 of the top 10 comments were shrieking in disbelief. U2 tagged the Civil Affairs Bureau asking when it would open for business. One was posted by Lin Zhou using his official account, I am Mr. Zhang's executive assistant. The fireworks in the photo were ignited by the CEO himself, though he burned the cuff of his sleeve doing so. He asked me not to include that detail, but I insisted. Jiang Wan replied with a single character doc. Lin Zhou responded instantly, I'm sorry, Madam CEO. The top trending topic was Zhang Wan engagement followed by a deep red exploding tag. Third was billionaire proposed in 3 words. 7th was Jiang Wan doc. 11th was is Lin Zhou still eligible for his year-end bonus. A single proposal generated 4 trending topics, crashing Weibo's servers and forcing engineers to work overnight on emergency repairs. Jiang Wan sat on her living room sofa wrapped in a blanket laughing aloud at her phone screen. Then she saw a comment, and her smile slowly froze. So Jiang Wan really is a jinx. She doomed her parents. Now she'll doom the richest man in the country. Let's watch the show. She switched off her phone, leaned back against the sofa, and closed her eyes. Her father emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray of neatly sliced fruit. Glancing at his daughter, he set the tray down and sat beside her. He asked nothing, only nudged the fruit tray closer to her hand, then picked up the remote and lowered the television. Her mother stepped out of the bedroom holding a half-knitted scarf and sat at the other end of the sofa. She said nothing, only bent her head and continued knitting. The soft rhythmic click-click of the knitting needles echoed through the quiet living room. Dad, Jiang Wan opened her eyes. The day I returned from rebirth. Did you both already know something? Her parents simultaneously stilled their hands. They exchanged a glance. A silent, wordless communion forged over decades of shared life. You finally asked, her mother murmured, setting down her needles and draping the half-finished scarf across her knees before turning to face her daughter. Your father and I, we also underwent rebirth. Jiang Wan froze. The world seemed muted, as if sound itself had been silenced. Even the distant hum of traffic vanished. The air in the living room grew thin, vacuum-like. All she could hear was the steady, insistent drumming of her own heartbeat. The wind atop the rooftop in her past life. The icy chill of being strapped to a metal bed. The tears swallowed alone in darkness. She'd always believed those burdens belonged solely to her. She'd thought she fought alone, bore all memories alone, pressed forward alone. Yet she was never alone. The night of your engagement party, when you came home and said you'd handle Lin Zihan yourself, her father removed his reading glasses and gently massaged the bridge of his nose with thumb and forefinger, a telltale sign of tension. I knew then you carried memories from your previous life. You never spoke like that before. You used to hide in your room and cry. That evening, standing in our living room telling us, trust me once, I knew our daughter had truly returned. Why didn't you tell me sooner? We feared it would distract you. You faced too many adversaries. Lin Zihan by Rou Su Shurong Zhang Qiming. None are simple foes. If we revealed our truth, you'd also bear the burden of protecting us. Her mother reached out and clasped Jiang Wan's hand in hers. Warm, steady, calloused from years of domestic labor. In our last life, we failed to protect you. This lifetime at least let you finish settling your scores first. We're old, unable to lend strength, but we won't hold you back. Jiang Wan looked down at her mother's hand. That same hand, once trembling uncontrollably as it signed bankruptcy papers, now held hers firmly, neither overpowering nor hesitant, but unwavering. She suddenly recalled the kidnapping day, her mother bound to an iron chair, wrists raw and red, yet gazing at her with a calmness she'd never seen before. At the time, she hadn't understood that look, but now she did. A mother whispering to her daughter, don't be afraid. Her mother remembered everything. The blood pooling beneath the rooftop where she'd watched her daughter fall, her face shattered beyond recognition. Returning with such memories, her mother had never shed a single tear before her, never uttered the word fear. Instead, she quietly cooked her favorite pork rib soup at home and only ever slipped extra pieces into her bowl during rare family dinners, pretending it was mere coincidence. Mom, go ahead, cry. Her mother set aside the scarf and opened her arms wide. No one demands you remain strong. When you're done crying, you'll still be Jiang Wan. You've reclaimed all that was owed you. From now on, live for yourself. Not for vengeance, not for preserving the Jiang family name, not for anyone else's expectations. Sleep in until noon if you wish. Fall in love freely. Ignore those you choose not to see. You've lived 2 lifetimes on behalf of the girl you once were. That's enough. Jiang Wan rested her head on her mother's shoulder, tears flowing silently, soaking into the fabric at her. Sunlight streamed through the window. Autumnal phoenix tree leaves caught by the breeze spiraled past the balcony and settled on the railing, like a golden bookmark slipped into time's crevice. Silence lingered in the living room for a long while. Her mother softly patted her back. Then abruptly her tone turned serious. By the way, there's something I've long wanted to ask you. When will you and Guohua start thinking about children? Mom, just asking. Your father wants to know too. He's too shy to say it. He told me in the kitchen just now Guohua's a fine young man, his background impeccable. But does he even know how to raise a child? Dad, Her father lifted his teacup, feigning deep contemplation of tea origin, his earlobes redder than his future son-in-law's. A week later, Jiang Wan returned to the office and found the building's security guards watching her with strange, knowing glances. Neither the earlier admiration nor the awe she'd earned after securing the prime land deal, but something subtler barely suppressed amusement. She approached the front desk. Before she could even ask about her schedule, receptionist Alan stood up and handed her a folder wearing an expression that said, "This is all I can do for you." Jiang Wan opened the folder. The first page held a photograph, candidly taken along the riverbank, showing her leaning on Zhang Guohua's shoulder, his hand resting lightly at her waist. The second page showed another inside a convenience store buying Odin. She's standing on tiptoe to skewer a fishball with a bamboo stick while he stood behind her, holding her coat aloft to shield her from the wind. Pages 3, 4, 5. All similar snapshots of ordinary tender moments. Who took these? Alan leaned in, voice hushed. Colleagues from marketing happened upon some shots. They said you two were overwhelmingly sweet, sugar levels critically high, and the public needed to share the load. They launched an unofficial account named Did Wan Phone Couple Dispense Candy Today, posting daily. It already boasted over 2 million followers. Brand management has received over 20 endorsement proposals, from wedding planners and bridal fashion houses to couples rings and honeymoon travel apps. Oh, and a soy sauce manufacturer wants you and Mr. Zhang to film an ad. Their slogans drafted: Wan Feng soy sauce, sweeter than first love, souther than tears. Jiang Wan's hand hovered midair, clutching the folder, her expression oscillating wildly between disorientation and reluctant mirth, finally settling on a bewildered, ineffable blend of laughter and tears. She snapped the folder shut and took a deep breath. Decline the soy sauce offer. Decline all endorsements. Tell brand management not to accept anything like this again. Wait, let me see that account first. She took Alan's phone and tapped open the pin video. The footage showed Zhang Guohua frying a steak in the kitchen. Oil spattered onto his hand. He didn't flinch, merely withdrew it expressionlessly and wiped it on his apron before flipping the meat. In the background, Jiang Wan's laughter rang out. She'd been seated at the dining table, doubled over, unable to. The video had amassed over 3 million likes. Comments flooded in uniformly. Even billionaires are human. The man who learned to fry steak for his wife is the sexiest man alive. Jiang Wan stopped laughing. Go help him. Jiang Wan returned the phone to Alan and walked into her office, closing the door behind her. Then opened the Wan Phone Couple Today's Candy homepage and tapped follow. That afternoon, Zhang Guohua posted a single line: "We both saw it. Followed the account. The steak turned out decent. She offered to cook next time. I declined, fearing the kitchen wouldn't survive. I may be right." The comment section exploded. Top comment: "I declare this the year's most powerful display of affection. Not selfies, not ring shots, but a kitchen defense campaign." Second, Zhang Wan: "Spare the kitchen. Let the billionaire handle it." Third, posted by Lin Zhou under a burner account. According to the CEO's browsing history, he spent 2 hours this morning scrolling the CP account, from episode 1 to the latest, capturing screenshots saved in a folder labeled critical documents. "I'm merely stating facts, Madam CEO. Please don't dock my year-end bonus." Jiang Wan replied with one character: done. That evening, Jiang Wan returned home to find her mother seated at the dining table, an old photo album spread before her. Not the pink-covered one from her childhood, but a black leather-bound volume, its corners worn pale from countless readings. Her mother turned to a specific page, her finger resting on a yellowed vintage photograph. "Mom, what are you looking at?" Her mother didn't lift her gaze, her voice soft, as if speaking directly to the image. "Your grandfather's car accident wasn't accidental." In front of Jiang's mother lay an old photo album with a black leather cover, its corners worn and frayed, its spines split with a careful application of transparent tape. She flipped to one page, her fingers stopping on a yellowed, old photograph. In the photo was a middle-aged man around 50, dressed in a deep blue work jacket, standing beside an old black sedan, his smile honest, yet reserved, his eyes squinting into 2 narrow slits with deep crow's feet at the corners. These were the lines etched on a face that had toiled under the sun for many years. The back of the photo bore a line written in ballpoint pen, the ink faded but still legible. "Father taken in October 1998. Jiang Wan's grandfather. Jiang's mother's father." "Your grandfather's accident back then," Jiang's mother began, her voice soft as if afraid to disturb the long sleeping images in the album, "was not an accident." Jiang Wan set down her teacup and moved to sit beside her mother. In her past life, her understanding of this accident was limited to a few vague recounts. Her grandfather had died before she was born in a rear-end collision on the highway. The driver responsible had been fatigued, crashing into her grandfather's car, and both vehicles had tumbled over the guardrail. Her grandfather died on the spot, and the driver ceased breathing while being transported to the hospital. The case was quickly closed. No compensation, no accountability, just a traffic accident report and a few thin pages of a case closure document. Jiang's mother rarely mentioned this incident, and when she did, it was only with a sigh, saying, "Such bad luck." Jiang Wan had known since childhood that her grandfather died in a car accident, but had never probed for more details. Now her mother told her it was not an accident. Your grandfather used to work as the chief engineer at a construction company. That company was called Mingyuan Construction, the predecessor of Mingyuan Capital under the Zhang Group. Jiang's mother's finger gently caressed the smiling face of her father in the photo. He had a copy of a project quality inspection report. I don't know the specifics, only that the report could prove that a side branch of the Zhang family had cut corners and misappropriated project funds in a key project of the Zhang Group. Your grandfather was a principled man. Subpar materials were subpar and falsified data was falsified. No amount of pleading could change that. He refused to sign off on the report, insisting he had to be true to his conscience and to those who would live in those buildings. Not long after he died. After his death, all the inspection data, original records, and backup files were destroyed. The house had been ransacked. Your grandmother said things were missing, but she was already in a state of emotional distress, and the police dismissed it as a regular burglary. Jiang's mother's voice was steady, yet every word came slowly, as if she were dredging up sunken memories from the depths, fragile and shattering with the slightest touch, but needing to be brought up whole. The project with the cut corners was Jiang Group's first high-end development 20 years ago. Jiang Wan no. At that time, the Jiang family had just entered the real estate sector, lacking foundation and experience, and they had hired Mingyuan Construction under the Zhang Group as the general contractor. Your father was in charge of project promotion, and the contact person for Mingyuan was Zhang Qishan from the Zhang family's side branch. Jiang's mother paused. He is the second uncle of Zhang Qiming and Zhang Guohua, Kaiming's biological father. Jiang Wan's fingers tightened slightly, leaving a faint white mark on the teacup's rim. Jiang Wan no. 1. She had seen this name in the old archives of the Jiang Group in her past life. It was the first high-end development by the Jiang Group, and also the largest fiasco since the establishment of the entire group. 3 years after the project's delivery, the underground garage experienced significant leaks, and the foundation showed uneven settlement, leading to media coverage of the Jiang Group's shoddy engineering, with owners filing a joint lawsuit. The Jiang family lost 2/3 of that year's profits, and their reputation plummeted. She had always believed that it was a quality accident due to the Jiang family's lack of experience. Now she knew it was not. Zhang Qishan was in charge of material procurement and foundation construction for Jiang Wan no. 1. He used substandard rebar, falsely reported the depth of the pile foundation, and forged the supervision report. Your grandfather discovered it, conducted inspections, wrote a report, and prepared to report to the group. Then he had his accident. Less than a week after his death, the batch of defective acceptance documents was all replaced with compliant versions, and all those in the know were either reassigned or resigned, completely erasing the entire incident. Jiang Wan fell silent for a moment, then spoke, her voice softer than usual. Is Zhang Qishan still alive? Yes. He is recuperating in Switzerland. After Zhang Qiming was arrested, he showed no reaction, not even hiring a lawyer. Jiang's mother closed the album, looked at her daughter. I thought this would rot in my heart. In my past life, I didn't dare to tell you back, then you couldn't even protect yourself, telling you would only add to another person's suffering. But in this life, you have sent Zhang Qiming to prison and brought the Jiang family to heights your grandfather could only dream of. Perhaps some debts are meant to be settled. Jiang Wan stood up and walked to the window. The night deepened, and the city's lights flickered in the distance. She recalled every battle she had fought since her rebirth, snatching shops, counterattacking Su Sharongs, short-selling, setting traps for Bai Ro to steal fake plans, playing along to unravel the case, and publicly exposing Zhang Qiming at the family meeting. She had thought that defeating Zhang Qiming was the final battle, but now she realized he was merely a pawn on the board. The true mastermind had already made his move 20 years ago, and this pawn had crushed her grandfather and nearly toppled the entire Jiang family. Zhang Qishan. She repeated this name in her mind. In her past life, when the Zhang family acquired the Jiang family's bad assets, although the signer was Zhang Qiming, the ultimate beneficiary was Zhang Qishan. That web had been woven since 20 years ago and was still not closed today. Mom, can that inspection report be? All the originals were destroyed. The backups were also lost. After your grandfather died, the house was ransacked and his office also caught fire. Jiang's mother hesitated, then pulled out a yellowed note from the inner sleeve of the album. But I know someone who might. Your grandfather's assistant, his surname is Zhou. Zhou Yuanji. Jiang Wan took the note. It had a string of phone numbers, the area code from a small city in the south. She picked up her phone and dialed the number. After several rings, just as she thought no one was answering, an elderly male voice came through. Hello. Who are you looking for? Is this teacher Zhou Yuanji? Jiang Wan. My grandfather is the granddaughter of engineer Jiang. There was a silence on the other end for a few seconds, followed by a deep sigh. Your mother has mentioned you to me. I've been waiting for this call for 20 years. Do you remember my grandfather's case? Yes. Not because my memory is good, but because I cannot forget. Zhou Yuanzi's voice was aged yet clear. Your grandfather left a backup of the original data from that inspection report with me. He said if anything happened to him, someone would come to collect it when the time was right. I've been waiting for what he called the time. It's been a long wait. This year when I saw you in the news, saw you send Zhang Qiming to prison, I thought, has the time come? Jiang Wan's fingers tightened around the phone, turning pale. Teacher Zhou, that data. It's here. Completely preserved. A sound of a drawer being opened came through the phone, followed by the rustling of papers being searched. The rebar tensile strength inspection data, the original waveform diagrams of the Pile Foundation ultrasonic tests, the original scans of the supervision reports, and your grandfather's handwritten notes before the incident. The notes recorded everything he knew, including his suspicion that he was being followed, and he instructed that if your mother asked to say the data is at the reservoir. Fearing he couldn't express himself clearly in writing, he stored the most crucial evidence in a waterproof file bag hidden in the archives of the Southern Reservoir, cataloged under his own name. Jiang Wan's breath hitched for a moment. Her grandfather had been hiding evidence even in his final moments. He knew he might not survive, yet he organized and archived all the data, saving it in 2 copies. One hidden in a place unknown to anyone, and the other given to his most trusted assistant. Like an engineer handing over the final set of blueprints, every piece of data precise, to 2 decimal places, every aspect backed up for redundancy. He raced against death with his last moments, not to save himself, but so that 20 years later someone could use this evidence to seek justice for him. Teacher Zhou, can you come over? He'll send someone to pick you up. No need for that. He'll take the first train tomorrow. This belongs in my hands for 20 years. It's time to hand it over. The voice on the other end trembled slightly, not from fear, but from a sense of relief. After hanging up, Jiang Wan returned to the sofa, placing the note on the album. The mother and daughter exchanged a glance in the quiet living room. No more words were needed. The next afternoon, Zhou Yuanji arrived on time. He was a frail old man wearing a pair of reading glasses with the legs wrapped in white tape, carrying a faded canvas bag filled with a thick stack of document folders. Jiang Wan emptied the contents of the folders onto the conference table. A yellowed inspection report, handwritten, original data records, copies of the supervision reports marked with red unqualified labels, and several old floppy disks. The legal department spent 3 days organizing these materials. The data was complete and the evidence was conclusive. Each page was like a bullet, sealed for many years, still capable of hitting the target accurately after being chambered again. This is enough for conviction. Old Zhou from the legal department set down his magnifying glass, rubbing his sore eyes, combining Zhou Yuanzi's testimony and this original data. While the statute of limitations for intentional homicide may pose a barrier, the evidence chain for engineering, quality fraud, and commercial fraud is very complete. Even if Zhang Qishan does not return to the country, we can initiate cross-border judicial cooperation procedures and apply for a red notice through Interpol. Jiang Wan picked up her grandfather's handwritten farewell letter, gazing at the meticulously neat handwriting on the paper. If I am no longer here, please give this to someone who can speak the truth for me. Her grandfather still believed, even in his dying moments, that one day someone would speak the truth for him. In her past life, this person never appeared. In this life, she was that person. She took out her phone and dialed Zhang Guohua's number. Where are you? At the Zhang headquarters. In a meeting. His voice was deep and steady, and in the background there was indeed the muffled sound of reports and pages being turned. What's up? Is your second uncle Zhang Qishan still alive? There was silence on the other end. It was not a silence from being stumped, but a sudden awareness of a long-buried puzzle finally being unearthed. Yes, he's in Switzerland. The doctor said his health is poor and needs long-term recuperation. I haven't seen him in 2 years. He isn't recuperating in Switzerland. Jiang Wan looked at the yellowed photo of her grandfather on the table, her voice calm and certain. He's escaping. 20 years ago, he cut corners on the Jiang Wan No. 1 project and was discovered by a chief engineer. That chief engineer was Jiang Jiangguo. He is my grandfather. Your second uncle had someone tamper with my grandfather's car to ensure the substandard project passed inspection. Then he forged a traffic accident. There was an even longer silence on the other end. Then Zhang Guohua spoke, his voice carrying a rare subdued coldness. Is there evidence? Yes. My grandfather gave the original inspection report and the backup to his assistant before he died. The backup has been hidden for 20 years and just reached my hands. Original data supervision reports and the materials he wrote himself. All of it is here. I'm coming over right away. No need for that. She picked up her grandfather's manuscript, looking at the last lines. Speak the truth for me, her voice suddenly softening. I have a bill to settle with him. Help me with one thing. Find out which hospital and which ward Zhang Qishan is in Switzerland. The rest I will handle. Zhang Guohua was silent for a few seconds before replying with a single word. Okay. No extra instructions. No, it's not safe for you alone. He had seen her splash champagne at her engagement banquet, retaliate in court, set traps during a kidnapping, and corner Zhang Qiming at the family meeting. He knew she did not need protection, only support. After hanging up, Jiang Wan picked up her phone and dialed the internal line of the legal department. Help me prepare materials for a cross-border lawsuit. Defendant, Zhang Qishan. Charges, engineering quality fraud, commercial fraud, and intentional homicide. Yes, intentional homicide. You don't need to worry about the statute of limitations. He escaped for 20 years, evaded the law, evaded time, but he cannot evade me. This time I am here to settle the score for my grandfather. Zhang Guohua stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in his office for a long time after hanging up the phone. Outside the window was the skyline of the city with the glass curtain wall of the Zhang Corporation building reflecting the faint morning light in the thin mist. His phone screen was still lit, displaying the document sent by Jiang Wan. A scanned copy of the original Jiang Wan No. 1 Project Quality Inspection Report. In the signature section of the last page lay a name written so neatly it bordered on obsessive Jiang Jiangwo. Jiang Wan's grandfather, a chief engineer who was murdered 20 years ago for refusing to sign a falsified report. He recalled events from his childhood. When he was 7, his uncle Zhang Qishan took him to the amusement park and bought him his first cotton candy. It was pink and bigger than his head, and he was reluctant to eat it, running around the park with the cotton candy in hand while his uncle laughed and chased after him. Later, when half of the cotton candy was blown away by the wind, his uncle bought him another one, saying, "It's okay, uncle." At 11, he attended a family board meeting for the first time as an observer. His uncle sat in the second position to the left of his grandfather, the most influential person in the collateral branch, speaking with confidence and clarity, causing even his grandfather to nod frequently. At 15, he accidentally came across an investigation report about the Jiang Group in his uncle's study. It circled several names, including Jiang Wan No. 1 and Zhang Jiangwo, with the note completed beside them. At that time, he didn't understand it, thinking it meant the project had been settled. Now he understood. Zhang Guohua pulled out Zhang Qishan's number from his phone. A number his uncle had given him 2 years ago before going to Switzerland for health reasons, saying he could call if there was an urgent matter. He hadn't called even once in 2 years. It wasn't that he didn't think of it, but every time he wanted to call he felt something. An individual recovering abroad, yet never proactively contacting family. Oh, every time there was a family gathering with video calls, it just so happened he was undergoing tests at the hospital. After Zhang Qiming was arrested, all collateral relatives were actively seeking connections, yet Zhang Qishan showed no reaction. It wasn't calmness, it was evasion. Hiding in that private sanatorium at the foot of the Alps long enough for everyone to forget the accident from 20 years ago. He pressed the dial button. It rang for a while before the other party picked up. A slightly fatigued but still composed voice came through. Guohua. What made you think to call your uncle? Is there a breakthrough in Qiming's case? Uncle. Zhang Guohua's voice was calm, as if discussing an unrelated business transaction, but the fingers holding the phone turned slightly white. I have something to ask you. Do you remember the chief engineer Zhang Jiangwo of the Jiang Wan No. 1 project? Silence fell. It wasn't the silence of being caught off guard, but rather one where a person was suddenly exposed, calculating. It was too long. A normal person asked about a project from 20 years ago should recall within seconds, and then say they remember or not. But Zhang Qishan's silence lasted for over 10 seconds, long enough to be considered an admission without any evidence. That was a long time ago. Why are you asking about this? That project was settled long ago, and I don't remember the... Zhang Qishan's voice remained calm, but his speech speed quickened slightly. The last self-repair before a lie was exposed. You don't remember clearly. Let me help you recall. Zhang Guohua opened his computer and a list of evidence just sent by the legal department popped up on the screen. Zhang Jiangwo discovered during the acceptance phase that the pile foundation project you were responsible for used substandard rebar, and the pile depth was also substandard. He conducted tests, wrote a report, and prepared to report to the group. Then he had an accident. Before his accident, all the original testing data in his office was destroyed, and his home was illegally broken into. His wife reported it to the police, but the police closed the case as a common burglary. Less than a week after he died, the supervision report was replaced with a qualified version, and all the reporting materials disappeared. Doesn't this timeline seem a bit too coincidental to you? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Where did you hear these things? Did that Jiang Wan put you under some spell? She doesn't need to cast a spell on me. Zhang Guohua's voice suddenly became very light, as if a blade had grazed his skin. Her grandfather hid a backup of the inspection report in the Southern Reservoir Archive before he died, and it was hidden for 20 years. Yesterday, that backup original was handed to me. It has your signature on it. The acceptance form for the materials that Zhang Jiangwo signed off on, which included that batch of substandard rebar. The date on the acceptance form was 2 days before the accident. 2 days later, he was dead. Silence reigned on the other end. It was not just silence, it was a deathly stillness. A person whose every escape route was blocked by evidence maintained the last shred of dignified silence on the other end of the phone. Uncle, I am now officially notifying you as the chairman of the Zhang Corporation. The legal department of the Zhang Corporation has submitted a request for an international red notice against you to Interpol. The Swiss police will detain you within today. You can hire a lawyer or remain silent, but you cannot come back. Additionally, your son Zhang Qiming voluntarily confessed 3 things after learning about this in prison. The first thing is that you instructed him to funnel funds to Su Shirong through Mingyuan Capital to short sell the Jiang Group. The second is that you authorized him to arrange for Bai Rou to undergo cosmetic surgery and infiltrate Jiangwan's company planning a failed accident. The third thing, the mastermind behind the fraud of the Jiangwan No. 1 project is you not him. He is willing to testify in court to exchange for a lenient sentence. Your most beloved son traded your crime for a reduced sentence. You hid for 20 years, and your own son revealed everything in 3 days. Silence fell on the other end, followed by a faint sound like a phone slipping from fingers and landing on a soft surface, perhaps the bed sheets of a hospital bed or a sofa cushion. Then came a slight rustling sound as someone picked up the phone. Guohua. Zhang Qishan's voice finally lost all composure, like the last brick of a wall crumbling before its collapse. I am your uncle. I know. Zhang Guohua stood by the window. The day had brightened completely, and sunlight poured through the city skyline into the floor-to-ceiling window, casting a layer of cool-toned gold on his face. He stood against the light, his expression indistinct, but his eyes held no warmth. So I will personally clean up the mess. Not leaving it to the legal department or the police, it will be me. He hung up the phone, picked up the internal landline on his desk, and dialed the legal department's number. Send an email to all employees of the group. Copy all global branches, subsidiaries, and affiliated agencies. Zhang Qishan is hereby dismissed from all positions in the Zhang Corporation, all shares and family trust portions frozen and removed from the Zhang family. All collateral relatives of Zhang Qishan, including spouses, children, and direct relatives, are relieved of all positions in the Zhang Corporation with a deadline of 72 hours to complete the handover. Mingyuan Capital is hereby dissolved, its assets merged into the group auditing department, all historical documents to be independently audited by a third party, with no confidentiality period and no authority to destroy. All shares held by collateral relatives in all subsidiaries of the group are to be reclaimed by the group at market price, with forced repurchase, no premium. He paused for a moment, and then added, send a copy to Zhangwan. Add a concluding line to the email. The Zhang Corporation has been established for 40 years. It can accommodate different opinions, but not murderers. All personal dealings with Zhang Qishan are hereby concluded. After hanging up, he stood at his desk for a while, then picked up his car keys and walked out of the office. In the corridor, Lin Zhou was rushing over with a pile of documents, and upon seeing the boss' expression, urgently halted. Having followed Zhang Guohua for so many years, he had seen the boss' cold demeanor crush opponents at the negotiation table, seen him work late into the night with red eyes over documents, and seen him blush, pretending to look at reports in front of Zhang Wan. But he had never seen this kind of expression on the boss before. Not anger, not sadness, but a kind of emptiness, as if he had severed something himself. Boss, the email is already being drafted. Where are you going? To pick her up. Pick up who? Miss Jiang. Not Miss Jiang. Zhang Guohua pressed the elevator button, glanced back at Lin Zhou, the emptiness in his eyes not completely dissipated, but there was already a hint of an indistinct smile at the corners of his mouth. It's Mrs. Zhang. She is trying on wedding dresses today. In a private sanatorium by Lake Zurich in Switzerland, Zhang Qishan sat in a wheelchair, his phone slipping from his fingertips, crashing onto the marble floor, the screen shattering into a web of cracks. Outside the window, the snow-capped peaks of the Alps glowed with a golden red light under the sunset, the scenery beautiful like a postcard. He had lived here for 2 years, seeing this view every day without ever feeling tired. He thought he could keep looking at it, growing old, dying, and seeing everyone forget the things he had done. A knock came from outside the door. It wasn't a nurse or a caregiver, but 3 men in dark suits. The leader spoke a sentence in German. Zhang Qishan understood. Mr. Zhang Qishan, we are from the Swiss Liaison Office of Interpol. You are wanted by the Chinese judicial authorities for commercial fraud, engineering, quality fraud, and intentional homicide. Please cooperate with us for investigation. Zhang Qishan bent down to pick up his phone. The screen was shattered, but he could still see a notification and email to all employees of the Zhang Corporation titled Announcement on the Dismissal of Zhang Qishan from all positions and transfer to judicial authorities. At the end of the email was a bold line. It can accommodate different opinions, but not murderers. There was no signature, but none was needed. He stared for a while, gently placing the broken phone on the armrest of his wheelchair, then slowly raised his hands. The snow-capped mountains outside still stood quietly in the sunset, just like 20,000 sunsets before, without any change. But this was the last time he would see this view as a free man. In the living room of the Lin family's old house, Jiang Wan sat on the sofa, the black album spread beside her. She had just received a call from the legal department. Zhang Qishan has been captured in Zurich, and the Swiss police have officially detained him. The extradition process has been initiated. The original evidence has all been transferred to Interpol. All collateral relatives of Zhang Qishan have been completely cleared. She hung up the phone, opened the last page of the album, and looked at her grandfather's yellowing photo. In the photo, the elderly man in a work jacket grinned kindly, having hidden a piece of evidence with the last moments of his life 20 years ago, because he believed that one day someone would speak the truth for him. Jiang gently pressed her finger against the photo through the thin plastic film, making a belated promise to the man she had never met. Grandfather, the debt has been settled. You can rest in peace. She closed the album and stood up. The sunlight outside was just right. At the other end of the living room, Jiang's mother was studying wedding venue options on a tablet, the screen displaying 3 different styles of layout renderings. She frowned for a long time, then handed the tablet to Jiang's father beside her. Jiang's father put on his reading glasses, scrutinized it for a few seconds, and said in a tone characteristic of an engineer, "The color of this flower doesn't match the bride's bouquet." Jiang leaned against the doorframe, watching them, unable to hold back a smile. In her past life, she had never seen her parents worry about such things. Back then, they were busy saving the company, dealing with creditors, and caring for her grandfather, who had suffered a heart attack due to Lin Zihan's provocation. The wedding was rushed, hasty, and no one cared about it, including herself. She stood in a poorly fitting wedding dress in the hotel banquet hall with a crowd of relatives watching, standing next to the man who would ruin her life, thinking that it was called love. In this life, the wedding dress must fit. The flowers must match. The bouquet must be white Eustoma. The person standing beside her is the man to whom she can entrust her back and her future. Her phone buzzed. A message from Zhang Guohua containing only a line: "Waiting for you downstairs. Is 5 minutes enough? If not, I'll go up and wait. But I can't guarantee I won't hold your hand in front of your mother." She laughed as she typed a reply: "Coming down soon. If you dare hold my hand in front of my dad, they'll tell him you taught me to play mahjong. He lost 3 months worth of pocket money last month and has been investigating the mastermind behind it. Go ahead and tell him. I wanted to confess long ago. Besides, I've already compensated for that loss with your dowry. So technically he lost to himself." Jiang looked at the screen, a smile spreading from the corners of her mouth to her eyes. She put her phone into her pocket, picked up her coat, walked to the door, and paused to glance back at her grandfather's photo on the coffee table. The sunlight illuminated the frame just right, and the elderly man in the work jacket continued to smile warmly in the lens, deep crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, as if he were also happy for her. On the day of the wedding, the entire city was in an uproar. The Junhua Hotel was booked entirely, from the revolving door to the presidential suite on the top floor, with security in the underground parking lot replaced by the Zhang family security team, dressed uniformly in black suits, earpieces, and sunglasses, standing at attention while passing taxi drivers thought a movie was being filmed. A red carpet was laid out at the hotel entrance, extending all the way to the drop-off area, flanked by white lisianthus and pink snow mountain roses, each bouquet airlifted from the Netherlands earlier that morning. Dew still clung to the petals, shimmering in the morning light. Media helicopters circled above the hotel for the entire morning. Financial and entertainment reporters squeezed into the same broadcasting van for the first time, one analyzing the positive impact of this union on Zhang's stock prices, while the other hoarsely narrated the bride's wedding dress was handmade by an Italian designer, taking 6 months to create, adorned with 9,999 crystals. All outdoor screens across the city were live streaming the wedding, from the giant LED screen at the city center's intersection to the electronic billboards in the subway station, all showing the same image. The stage in the banquet hall of Junhua Hotel, dazzling with lights and a sea of flowers. All the convenience stores in the city ran out of Odin before 10 in the morning. This was because Zhang Guohua posted a tweet in the early hours with just one line: "Getting married today. I'm treating all the Odin at the convenience stores. She likes to eat radishes." The accompanying picture was an old photo of the two of them tiptoeing to poke fish balls at a convenience store. The first comment was posted by Lin Zhou using the official account. "The boss cleared out the entire stock of Odin from convenience stores at 3 in the morning. Every skewer of radish was checked, the big ones for her, the small ones for me. In the assistant, and I also like to eat radishes. This post isn't mine. Ooh, I stole Lin Zhou's phone." The Zhang family's PR department has collectively defected. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, at Dongqing Prison, in Lin Zihan's cell, there was a wall-mounted television 14 inches hanging from a high iron rack in the corner, with a protective wire mesh covering the screen. The television was broadcasting live coverage of the century's wedding, showing Jiang in her wedding dress standing at the hotel entrance, sunlight pouring down from the glass dome above her, framing her in a golden glow. That face looked exactly like the one from the engagement banquet. Not quite. At the engagement banquet, she was filled with anger and resolve, like a soldier about to go into battle. But today she had light in her eyes and a smile on her lips, like a traveler who had finally returned home. Lin Zihan sat on the lower bunk of the iron-framed bed, staring up at the television, the bun in his hand crumbling into bits, accumulating a small pile on the sheets. His bald head was reflected in the television's glow, appearing bluish, his prison uniform's collar hanging loosely, collarbones jutting out like 2 knife edges. His cellmate had taken over his lunch, but he showed no reaction. As Jiang Wan smiled on the screen, he also slightly curved his lips, not in mockery nor in resentment, but in a kind of painful, heartfelt bitterness worse than tears. He recalled the day of the engagement banquet when she stood in front of the mirror in a champagne-colored gown, asking him if she looked good. He didn't even lift his head, simply saying it's fine. She smiled, adjusted her veil in front of the mirror like a little dog wagging its tail after being hit. At that time, he thought she would never leave. Even if he tricked her out of 30 million, even if he was cheating with Biro right under her nose, even if he publicly called her a fool with too much money at the engagement banquet, she would still come back to beg him. That's how it was in his past life. In his past life, she offered her shares in the Jiang family, kneeling in front of him and crying, "I don't want anything, you just spare my parents." Did he let her go? No. He took the shares, took the house, took all the money he could, and then pushed her onto the roof. When she jumped, he was discussing a holiday in the Maldives with Biro, using the last bit of her savings transferred from the Jiang family's account. 1-1. His lips moved slightly, his voice hoarse to the point of being almost inaudible. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from the neighboring cell. Biro. She had also seen the live broadcast, but not with her eyes. She had used a half-rusted drawing pin she hid in the workshop a week ago to slash her post-surgery face. Blood streamed down her once exquisite porcelain-like face, dripping onto the collar of her orange prison uniform, staining it a dark red. The prison guard rushed in and restrained her hands as she struggled desperately, her nails digging into the guard's arm, her eyes fixed on Jiang Wan on the television screen. That face was still so beautiful, not from surgery, but from a beauty that radiated from the bones. That should have been her face. She spent hundreds of thousands to achieve that face, only to deliberately ruin it in prison. Because she finally realized that no matter how she changed, she could never become Jiang Wan. She could change her features, but she could never change her heart. Why? Why? Her voice shifted from a scream to a roar, then to a whimper, finally collapsing on the ground, blood and tears mingling, spreading into a small patch on the gray cement floor. Lin Zihan listened to the commotion next door, remaining motionless. He was still watching the screen. In the image, Zhang Guohua was holding Jiang Wan's hand as they entered the banquet hall. The man known in the business world as the living king of hell was now bowing down to help her lift the train of her dress. The train of the wedding dress dragged nearly 3 meters. Each step felt like walking on clouds. He suddenly remembered the last image from his past life. Jiang Wan stood on the rooftop. The wind was strong, whipping her dress wildly. She glanced back at him, her eyes devoid of hatred or resentment, only a blankness that came after being completely drained of all strength. Then she let go of her hand like a petal blown away by the wind, disappearing over the edge of the rooftop. At that moment, he was standing downstairs, not calling for an ambulance or reporting it to the police. He took out his phone and sent a message to Biro. It's done. Next was the Jiang family. Now he spends his days in prison, folding paper boxes, sweeping the playground, and cleaning the public toilets. The Jiang family is still there, the Wan phone capital is still there, and Jiang Wan stands beside another man in her wedding dress, smiling beautifully. He picked up the crumbled bits of bun one by one, putting them back in the iron plate, then stood up and faced the square patch of sky outside the iron bars, softly saying, "1-1. I'm sorry. No one heard. Even if someone did, it was too late." Suddenly a commotion erupted outside the banquet hall. It was not a panic caused by the interruption of the wedding march, but a subdued, wary disturbance. The door at the end of the red carpet was pushed open from the outside, and several uninvited guests stood at the entrance. At the forefront was an elderly man in a gray Zhongshan suit, his silver hair meticulously styled, leaning on a Wang Wali cane, the top of which was carved with a vividly detailed tiger. Behind him stood 7 or 8 attendants of varying ages, all clad in black traditional jackets, their presence causing the reception staff at the banquet hall entrance to instinctively take a step back. The old man's gaze swept over the red carpet, the flower arch, and the light streaming down from the dome, landing squarely on Zhang Guohua at the main table. Then he slammed his cane on the floor, his voice booming, echoing throughout the banquet hall. "Zhang family boy, you didn't even invite me to your wedding. Do you think my old bones aren't worth your trouble?" The entire venue fell silent for a moment. Everyone's eyes turned toward the main table. Zhang Guohua stood up, adjusting his suit collar, his expression still cold, but his voice carried a rare respect and caution from a junior to a senior. "Old Master Chu, I didn't invite you because I was afraid you would be troubled. Afraid I would be troubled." Old Master Chu snorted, striding in with his cane, the group of black-clad men, following in a neat line, their footsteps synchronized. "You just don't want to owe me a favor. You little brat, clever since childhood. I thought you would be single for life since you didn't even look at my Chu family's daughter. Yet you ended up marrying the Jiang family girl." The Chu family. A gasp echoed among the observing guests. This was an existence even more low-key and mysterious than the Zhang family, with a foundation so deep that even the top tycoons in the business world only knew the surface. The Zhang family is an open ruler in the business world, but the Chu family has never participated in any wealth rankings. It's not that they lack the qualifications to be listed, they simply disdain to be listed. The years of interest entanglements and personal connections between the Zhang and Chu families are known only to a few. Old Master Chu is obviously one of them. His Wang Wali cane is said to have been a token gifted by Old Master Zhang many years ago. Old Master Chu stopped at the main table, his gaze shifting from Zhang Guohua to Jiang Wan. He scrutinized her for a moment, then suddenly chuckled, slamming his cane down. Girl, you look just like your grandfather. Your grandfather Jiang Zhangwo worked under me for 2 years in engineering the hardest bone in the entire Chu family. Later he was harmed by that dog Zhang Qishan. I've spent 20 years looking for evidence that you uncovered. This favor is owed by the Chu family. He turned and took a redwood box from one of his attendants, placing it on the main table and opening it. Inside was a pair of jade bangles, entirely emerald green, with excellent clarity, glowing softly under the light. This wasn't the type available on the market. This grade of jadeite could only be found in the Chu family's vault. This is the dowry from my Chu family to the Jiang family girl. It's not for you, but for your grandfather. He safeguarded the safety of a building for the Chu family. The property next to Jiangwan No. 1 was developed by the Chu family. While your grandfather was investigating Zhang Qishan, he also discovered that the Chu family's project had the same issues with shoddy construction, and he rectified it together. He saved the face of the Chu family, and I owe him a favor. Today I return it to you. Jiangwan stood up, receiving the wooden box with both hands, bowing deeply. Thank you, Grandpa Chu. No need to thank me. There's another gift, you should accept it well. Old Master Chu turned, raising his voice towards the entrance of the banquet hall. Come in. 2 more people appeared at the door. The one in front was a middle-aged woman dressed in a deep gray business suit, exuding a competent and reserved aura, carrying a briefcase. She approached the main table, placed the briefcase on it, opened it, and pulled out a document. Miss Jiang, I am a representative of the Swiss Federal Justice Bureau. Through the judicial cooperation procedures between China and Switzerland, all assets of Zhang Qishan in Switzerland, including 3 private accounts, 2 properties, and a private sanatorium at the foot of the Alps, have been frozen and entered into a judicial auction process. The proceeds from the auction will be prioritized for compensating the affected owners of the Jiangwan No. 1 project and compensating the Jiang family for the losses suffered due to the quality incident at that time. The remaining portion, with the agreement of the Zhang family, will be fully transferred to your private account. The person behind her also took a step forward. It was a young man wearing glasses, dressed in a prosecutor's uniform, holding a document, his voice clear. Miss Jiang, pursuant to the Interpol Red Notice procedures, Zhang Qishan has been arrested in Zurich. The extradition process is underway, and he is expected to return to China for trial within 3 months. Meanwhile, in light of the complete chain of evidence you provided in the cases of Zhang Qishan, Zhang Qiming, and Su Shirong, the Supreme Procuratorate has approved the consolidation of all related cases for trial and awarded you the recognition of significant contribution to judicial assistance. This is the formal document. And a personal congratulations. Miss Jiang, congratulations on your marriage. You are the most capable citizen I've seen in gathering evidence. Jiang Wan took the document, glancing at the bright red official seal on it. The Swiss judicial representative and prosecutor brought by Old Master Chu were the other gift he had mentioned. It wasn't the jade bangles, nor a congratulatory gift, but news, a document, and a judicial net that had finally drawn together. Zhang Qishan's assets in Switzerland had been liquidated, and he was to return for trial. The case of her grandfather finally reached a complete conclusion, not with the death of the involved party, but with the extradition of the murderer, marking the end. 20 years, 2 generations, countless days and nights of running, hiding, searching, and waiting, they finally reached this day. She raised her head, her gaze sweeping over the gathered guests, landing on the beam of light pouring down from the glass dome at the end of the banquet hall. If her grandfather were watching from above, he would surely see it. She took a deep breath, closed the document, turned to face Old Master Chu, bent down, and bowed deeply. Grandpa Chu, I accept your dowry. I have avenged my grandfather's life. Thank you. Old Master Chu waved his hand, slamming his cane on the ground, and turned to walk out. As he reached the door, he suddenly turned back and shouted at Old Master Zhang, who had been standing silently beside the main table. Old Zhang, your boy married a good wife, stronger than you. When you pursued your old partner, you didn't even dare to send a flower, and the girl almost thought you were there to conduct business. Old Master Zhang's hand holding the teacup shook, nearly spilling the tea, and he coughed several times in embarrassment, while several old friends beside him laughed heartily. Old Master Chu left. The banquet hall returned to the festive clamor of a wedding. Music resumed, champagne glasses clinked with a crisp sound, and guests rose to invite each other to dance. Jiang Wan sat back down, still holding the document handed to her by the Swiss judicial representative, her fingertips trembling slightly, but her expression was calm. Sunlight streamed down from the dome, landing on the diamond ring on her ring finger, refracting a small rainbow. Zhang Guohua replaced her cool tea with warm honey water, his movements so subtle that no one noticed. The wedding was reaching its climax, the exchange of rings. The MC held the microphone preparing to recite the emotional lines rehearsed countless times when the banquet hall door swung open once again. It wasn't pushed open but blown open by a gust of wind. The heavy carved wooden doors were suddenly thrust aside by an invisible hand crashing against the walls with a dull echo. A cold wind rushed in carrying an air of chill that did not belong to this season, causing the flower petals on the tables to swirl and dance in the air. The candles flanking the red carpet extinguished simultaneously wisps of thin white smoke rising. The lights in the banquet hall flickered once and then returned, but the brightness was much dimmer than before, as if something was blocking the light pouring down from the dome. A figure stood at the entrance. It was a woman wearing an old dress, the hem slightly swaying in the wind. Her hair was long, falling over her shoulders, her face devoid of color, and her lips a pale pink. She stood there against the light from the corridor outside the door, her silhouette outlined in a hazy form. Her eyes fixated on the main table, not looking at Zhang Guohua, but at Zhang Wan. Zhang Wan's hand froze. The ring had just been handed to her from Zhang Guohua, but she had not yet slipped it onto her finger. She looked at the woman at the door, her heartbeat suddenly slowing. Not out of fear, but because that face, she had seen it, in the mirror. Every morning, while brushing her teeth, adjusting her hair in the mirror, or occasionally catching her reflection in the stainless steel interior of her coffee cup. That face was exactly the same as hers. Not similar, not a doppelganger, but identical. The arc of her brows and eyes, the height of her nose bridged the line of her jaw, even the faint little mole at the tip of her left brow was in exactly the same place. But the eyes were different. Her eyes were bright, warm, kissed by sunlight. The woman's eyes were hollow, cold, as if she had been standing alone in the dark for so long that she had forgotten what color light was. The woman took a step forward, her foot crushing a fallen petal on the red carpet, which crumbled silently into a small pile of ashes beneath her. She did not look down, merely gazing at Zhang Wan, then spoke, her voice very light, yet every word rolled into the ears of everyone in the banquet hall like icy beads. You lived 2 lives for me. It's time to return the favor. All sounds in the banquet hall faded away. The orchestra's bow hung suspended in midair, the host stood frozen with the microphone, and even the bubbles in the champagne glass seemed to have halted their ascent. Hundreds of eyes fixed intently on the woman at the door who bore an identical face to Zhang Wan. The woman stepped forward, the hem of her old skirt brushing against a scattering of flower petals on the red carpet. The petals silently shattered into powder, suspended in the air for a moment before being blown away by a cold wind that seemed to come from nowhere. A smile appeared on her pale face, one that resembled not a smile, but a crack. The upward curve of her lips perfectly mimicked Zhang Wan's usual expression, yet her eyes were hollow. Light could neither enter nor exit. Like a mirror reflecting Zhang Wan's features, it failed to capture her soul. What's wrong? Don't you recognize yourself? She tilted her head, her gaze sweeping over the crowd of guests before landing on the ring on Zhang Wan's ring finger that hadn't yet been fully worn. You've lived quite splendidly on my behalf. At the engagement party, you spilled champagne. In court, you counterattacked. At the summit, you sat at the head table, and you even married a tycoon. You've taken everything I wanted. A wave of suppressed commotion erupted among the guests. Some instinctively stepped back, knocking over chairs. Others pulled out their phones to take pictures, the screens lighting up several times, but failing to focus. The camera's autofocus seemed to malfunction in the presence of that face, the features distorting and reconstituting at the pixel level, as if disturbed by an unseen force. Several elderly relatives exchanged uneasy glances and murmured, "Did we hire some special performance?" Zhang Wan gently placed the ring in the ring box, took 2 steps forward, and stood in the center of the red carpet, less than 3 steps away from Zhang Guohua. She looked at the woman at the door, her expression devoid of panic or anger, only a coldness that indicated a line had been crossed. "Who exactly are you?" She spoke, her voice steady, as if examining a fraudulent contract in a conference room. "You cannot be me. I never wore that skirt. It was my favorite in my past life, but I donated it long ago. I don't have that scent you carry. When you entered, the candles extinguished and the petals shattered. You are not human. At least not a living one." The smile on the woman's face finally revealed a crack. The fissure spread from the corner of her mouth, extending along her jawline to her ear, like porcelain struck by a hammer, with a faint dark red glow emanating from the crack. She raised her hand to touch the crack on her face, then gave up the pretense, letting out a laugh. This voice was no longer Zhang Wan's. It was hoarse, deep, like someone who had not drunk water for a long time, speaking too long in the desert. "You don't know me, but you know my father." Her gaze passed over Zhang Wan, sweeping towards the table, where several elderly relatives of the Zhang family sat, their hair, gray faces ashen and unmoving. "My name is Zhang Wan. You may not have heard this name, but you must have heard of Zhang Qishan. Oh wait, you don't know him personally. You only sent his son Zhang Qiming to prison in court, and in Zurich you brought his life to a close in the extradition process." She stepped forward again, the sound of her high heels echoing hollowly on the marble floor. Several elderly relatives of the Zhang family instinctively shrank back, their expressions shifting from terror to a deeper fear, not of this person, but of this name. I am a card that has been discarded. 20 years ago, my father sent me abroad, changed my name, erased my records, and told the outside world that his daughter had died young. He needed a clean identity to conduct those illicit activities while I am his most unclean evidence. I have hidden abroad for 20 years, never once considering returning. Until last week, when the Swiss police froze my father's last secret account. The money in that account was the source of my monthly medical and living expenses. She paused, pressed her hand against the crack on her face, a few strands of dark red light leaking through her fingers. My father was arrested, the account was frozen, and my medicine has been cut off. Your medicine, oi? Jiang Wan furrowed her brows. A targeted inhibitor for a neurodegenerative disease. A rare disease known as mitochondrial myopathy. Without medication, my nervous system will irreversibly degenerate. First my memory, then my motor functions, and finally my ability to breathe. She lowered her hand, the crack widening a bit more, her entire face presenting an unreal sense of fragmentation under the banquet hall lights, like a porcelain doll that had been dropped. I don't have much time left. But my father left me something before he was imprisoned. A list. It contains the names of everyone who helped him back then, who destroyed the test reports, who replaced the acceptance documents, who tampered with the brakes on my grandfather's car, and who under Zhang Qixin's orders handled the cosmetic surgery files and prison transfer procedures for Bai Rou. She pulled a USB drive from her old skirt pocket, raising it into the air. The USB drive reflected a dazzling silver light under the spotlight. These people are still sitting in this banquet hall. You can continue to pretend you don't know me, but this thing you cannot ignore. The banquet hall fell into a dead silence. Then suddenly a commotion erupted from the side door. Several members of the Zhang Qishan lineage simultaneously stood up, attempting to rush towards the side door. Someone knocked over the champagne tower on the table, the sound of shattering glasses exploding like gunfire, the wine splattering on the white tablecloth like a scene of bloodshed. Leading the charge was Zhang Qixin's cousin Zhang Qichuan, an elderly man in his 60s, impeccably dressed, hair graying, yet the speed with which he ran belied his age. He still clutched a half-burned cigar in his hand, the tip tracing a red arc through the air. He reached the side door, his hand just touching the doorknob, when the door was pushed open from the outside. 6 security personnel from the Zhang family in black tactical gear blocked all exits, led by Lin Zhou. He wasn't wearing his usual gray suit, but had changed into a sleek black uniform, and earpiece around his neck, sleeves rolled up to his forearms, with an expression that suggested he had been waiting a long time to catch his prey. He lightly tapped his baton against his palm, gesturing to Zhang Qichuan with a polite, yet cold, "Please, Mr. Zhang, the wedding is not over yet. Please return to your seat. Also, your cigar is burning your tie." Zhang Qichuan looked down to see a small hole burned into his tie, the edges still glowing red. He awkwardly tried to extinguish it, being escorted back to his seat by 2 security personnel, one on each side. Other members of the relatives attempting to flee were also gradually pressed back into their chairs, some bowing their heads in silence, others still struggling, arguing, "What does this have to do with me?" But their voices dwindled, ultimately falling silent under the gaze of the gathered guests. Zhang Guohua stood in the center of the red carpet, having not even glanced at the commotion at the side door. His gaze remained fixed on the USB drive in the woman's hand. Then he spoke, his voice low, yet each word struck the ears of everyone present like a nail. "Zhang Wan. This name is marked as died young in the Zhang family genealogy. Your father Zhang Qishan deregistered your household account 20 years ago. So strictly speaking, you are not within the Zhang family inheritance line." He paused, then suddenly lowered his voice, making it deeper and more solemn, as if signing a contract that could not be reversed. "But Zhang Qishan owes you a life. He hid you, erased your name, severed your future. This debt is acknowledged by the Zhang family. From now on, all your medical expenses, subsequent treatments, and rehabilitation care will be fully covered by the Zhang family fund. No limit, no time frame. What the Zhang family owes you I will repay. But your name will not be restored in the genealogy, not because I don't allow it, but because you don't need it. You don't need to live under the Zhang surname. Your mother's surname is Chu, and someone from the Chu family is here today." His gaze shifted to the elderly man with a yellow rosewood cane at the main table. Elder Chu stood slowly with his cane, nodding at Zhang Wan. "The door of the Chu family is open for you. Your mother was the only architect from our Chu family lineage and my most talented student. Zhang Qishan ruined you. This debt the Chu family has owed for 20 years. You don't have to take the Zhang surname. You are a Chu. The Chu family has the best neurology experts in the country and the most advanced treatment plans in Switzerland. The Chu family will cover all your medical expenses. What your father owes you, the Chu family will pay on his behalf." The hand that Zhang Wan held in the air dropped. The USB drive fell to the ground, rolling twice before stopping at Zhang Wan's feet. She looked down at it, then raised her head to meet the gaze of the elderly man with the cane, the porcelain-like cracks on her face no longer glowing red, but something within the depths of the cracks flickered faintly, like melting ice. Chu family. She repeated these 2 words, her voice no longer hoarse, but light like a child who had not heard her name called in a long time, hearing it for the first time. Yes, Chu family. Elder Chu struck his cane on the ground, his voice firm, yet gentle. The last building your mother designed was in this city, a flagship project of Chu Real Estate. Her design drawings are still in the Chu family archive. If you want to see them, you can come anytime. The design credit for that building is under your mother's name, not Mrs. Zhang, but her own name. Chu Qing. Zhang Wan lowered her head, her fingers gripping the fabric of her old skirt, gripping it so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She remained silent for a while before releasing her grip and looking up at Zhang Wan. 2 women with the same face stood at either end of the red carpet. One donned a wedding dress adorned with crystals, dazzling with a ring on her ring finger that hadn't yet been fully worn. The other wore a faded old skirt, her face riddled with porcelain-like cracks, with a fallen USB drive at her feet. They stared at each other for a long time. Then Zhang Wan bent down to pick up the USB drive from the ground, placed it on a nearby table, and took 2 steps back until she reached the door. She turned around and pushed open the door, about to disappear into the light of the corridor. Wait! Zhang Wan called after her. Zhang Wan stopped, but did not turn back. Where are you going? To the hospital, then to prison. My father owes me 20 years, and I want him to see my face, the appearance of the person he destroyed with his own hands, who ultimately survived. She paused for a moment, glanced back at Zhang Wan, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth, not a crack nor a disguise, but a smile of someone finally walking out of hatred. Thank you for living my life for me. No longer needed. The door slowly closed behind her. The candles in the banquet hall suddenly reignited one by one, as if some invisible spark had reignited all the extinguished wicks. The petals on the table lay quietly in place, no longer shattering into powder. The air warmed. Zhang Wan walked back to the main table, picked up the ring that had not yet been fully worn from the ring box, and steadily placed it on her ring finger. Then she took the microphone from the host and turned to face the gathered guests. Ladies and gentlemen, her voice echoed throughout the banquet hall. The person who just stood at the door is named Zhang Wan. She is the daughter of Zhang Qishan and also my another self. 20 years ago, Zhang Qishan cut corners on the Zhang Wan No. 1 project, which was discovered by my grandfather Zhang Jiangguo. My grandfather refused to sign the fraudulent report and soon after died in a man-made car accident. In order to cover up the crime, Zhang Qishan destroyed all test data, replaced acceptance documents, and either transferred or cleaned up all those in the know. And his daughter, the daughter he personally deregistered and hid abroad, is the most innocent victim of this crime. She paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping over several people at the Zhang family side table in the banquet hall. I was unaware of these matters before my rebirth. I always thought that the quality incident at Zhangwan No. 1 was due to the Zhang family's lack of experience. Until yesterday, when my mother opened my grandfather's old photo album and told me that the car accident was not an accident. Until Zhang Wan stood before me handing me that USB drive. Inside was the list and evidence of all the remnants of Zhang Qishan's lineage. These people remained hidden within the Zhang family group, even after Zhang Qishan's flight, destroying evidence, transferring assets, fabricating documents, and collaborating with by Ro on cosmetic surgery and prison transfers. Each one of them is sitting in this banquet hall today. She lifted the USB drive from the table, raising it forever, but now they no longer need to hide. All the evidence is here. The blood debt of 20 years ago finally has a complete chain of evidence 20 years later. Zhang Qishan was captured in Switzerland, Zhang Qiming confessed in prison, and Zhang Wan stood up to identify all the remaining accomplices. This case is officially closed today. She put down the microphone and returned to the main table. Elder Chu tapped the ground with his cane, turning to his accompanying staff and saying, "Get the legal team involved. All involved personnel, not a single one spared. Also remember Zhang Wan's name in the Chu family genealogy. Surname Chu. What was her mother's name?" "Chu Qing." The assistant quietly reminded beside him. "Yes, Chu Qing. Her mother was the only architect from the Chu family lineage. This girl's medical expenses, living expenses, and future tuition will all be covered by the Chu family." He paused, looking at Zhang Wan. "Your grandfather Zhang Jiangguo, the Chu family, owes him a favor. Today we are repaying it. If you ever need anything from the Chu family, just ask." Zhang Wan slightly bowed. "Thank you, Elder Chu." Elder Chu nodded, turned, and walked out with his cane. Upon reaching the door, he suddenly turned back and shouted to Elder Zhang, "Old Zhang, I've cleaned up your mess. Next time something like this happens, you can handle it yourself. Don't always make me clean up after you." Elder Zhang sat upright at the main table, the cup of tea in his hand, not having been put down since earlier. He moved his lips, set down the cup, his voice hoarse, yet resolute. "The people from Zhang Qishan's lineage, everyone on the list, not one left out. The Zhang family can tolerate differing opinions, but not murderers." His gaze swept over the gathered guests, landing on Zhang Wan. Then he stood up, raised his teacup, and said to the entire room, I have made many decisions in my life. Some right, some wrong. This decision today, to hand over the Zhang family to Guohua and Guohua to Jiangwan, is the best decision I have ever made. Old Jiang, you have a good granddaughter. The Zhang and Jiang families today are united and shall remain free of enmity for eternity. The guests all stood up, raising their glasses. Jiangwan looked down at the ring she had just put on the diamond, refracting tiny beams of light under the candlelight. Then she raised her head to meet Zhang Guohua's gaze. He stood beside her holding a cup of honey water, the same cup she had let cool earlier, which he had replaced with a warm one when no one was looking. She took the cup, lowering her voice to say, "Keep a close eye on those who just ran away. They have already been pressed." Lin Zhou exchanged a glance with me just before he exited through the side door. Zhang Qichuan's cigar, burning his tie, was something he knocked off at the door with his baton. When the cigar fell, it burned Zhang Qichuan's own foot, and it is still jumping on the ground. His voice was calm, but there was a hint of a faint smile at the corner of his eye. "Focus on your wedding. They'll handle the rest." Jiangwan took a sip of the honey water. The temperature was just right. The music resumed, livelier and louder than before, as the violinist exerted all his strength to play a series of magnificent arpeggios. Guests rose to invite dances, and the banquet hall transformed back into the lively atmosphere a wedding should have. Laughter, clinking glasses, and the crisp sound of high heels striking the marble floor filled the crowd. A little girl in a pink, puffy dress squeezed through the crowd, running to Jiangwan, looking up at her with sparkling eyes. "Bride's sister, you are so beautiful. I didn't understand what you said earlier, but I think you are very brave. When I grow up, I want to be like you too." Jiangwan squatted down, patting the little girl's head. "You don't have to wait to grow up. You can be brave right now. What's your name?" "My name is Zhou Xiaodian. My mom is an employee of the Zhang family." When Jiangwan put down the microphone, the banquet hall fell silent for a full 5 seconds. Then, as if someone had poured a ladle of water into boiling oil, the entire hall erupted. The guests, forgetting all social etiquette, hurriedly took out their phones. Some whispered on the phone, instructing their assistants to verify the news immediately. Others quickly scrolled through financial news to confirm the latest developments regarding Zhang Qichuan's arrest, while some directly opened Weibo only to find that the top trending topic had changed. Jiangwan exposed the truth in public, followed by a deep red explosion character. Among the top 10 trending topics, Jiangwan occupied 4. In the top 20, names like Jiangwan Yihao, Zhang Qishan Zhang, won the Chu family, and her grandfather Zhang Jiangguo. All the names she had just mentioned were present. God, the accident at Jiangwan Yihao wasn't Zhang's responsibility. Was it a setup? Jiangwan's grandfather was murdered. A chief engineer was killed for refusing to sign a false report. Is this a business war or a murder case? Jiangwan is actually Zhang Qichuan's biological daughter, hidden for 20 years. Did you capture that face of hers when she stood at the door? All smartphones suddenly lost focus. Old Master Chu actually came in person. Hasn't the Chu family long since stopped participating in public activities? Jiangwan's grandfather saved the safety of a building for the Chu family, so the Chu family is here today to return this favor. The murmurs surged like a tide from all directions. But this time no one dared to look at Jiangwan with sympathy. Sympathy belongs to the weak, and the woman standing here was clearly not one of them. She publicly unveiled a 20-year-old murder case at the wedding ceremony, capturing the last remnants of the Zhang family's side, with a chain of evidence condemning a group of people who once sat at the center of the Zhang family's power. No one dared to feel sympathy for someone like her, only respect or fear. In the face of absolute power, sympathy is the cheapest emotion. Jiangwan stood at the center of the red carpet, the 9,999 crystals on her wedding dress reflecting fragmented light under the illumination. Her expression was calm, not the kind of calm that is deliberately suppressed, but a tranquility that follows a tumultuous wave. She had just said everything she wanted to say, her throat a bit dry, and she lowered her head to sip the honey water on the table. It was still warm. She didn't know how many times the person beside her had quietly changed it. She glanced at Zhang Guohua, who was looking straight ahead, his expression as indifferent as usual, as if the person who quietly got up to change the water during her speech was not him. But she noticed the tips of his ears. They were damned red again. Just then Zhang Guohua stood up. His movement held no deliberate intent, yet the sound in the entire hall seemed to hush simultaneously, as if an invisible switch had been pressed. He walked to Jiangwan's side and took the microphone from her hand. The two exchanged glances. She saw the familiar glimmer in his eyes, the one that only appeared when he faced her, and he saw the hint of mischief in her eyes that suggested, "What are you up to?" He turned around, facing the audience, and began to speak. His voice was not loud, but each word precisely reached every corner of the banquet hall, cold, steady, and devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. "Earlier my wife mentioned many things. Some of you know, some of you do not. She spoke of the past. I wish to speak of the future. Starting today, 50% of the shares of the Zhang Corporation under my name will be unconditionally transferred to my wife, Ms. Jiangwan." The banquet hall erupted even louder than before. If Jiang Wan's earlier statement had caused a stir like pouring water into boiling oil, this was like throwing a block of ice directly into the oil pot. Someone jumped up, knocking over a wine glass on the table, the wine staining the white tablecloth like an abstract painting as someone covered their mouth, forcibly swallowing back a scream. Others simply stood agape, unable to utter a word. 50%. The Zhang Corporation is among the top private conglomerates globally, and everyone present understood what 50% of the shares meant. That is not a figure that can be summarized as generous. It is the equivalent of handing over half of a kingdom, dividing a lifetime of accumulation in two, and entrusting the lifeblood of a commercial empire to another person. Searching through global business history, one cannot find a second precedent like this. No prenuptial agreement could cover such a level of asset transfer, nor could any business logic explain such a decision. This does not align with any case study from business school textbooks, nor does it conform to conventional practices of family wealth inheritance, nor does it match the instinctual reaction of any rational person when faced with massive assets. Someone whispered to their companion below, "Does he know what he's doing?" Well, the shareholders of the Zhang Corporation. He's talking about the shares under his name. Not the Zhang Corporation's shares, but his personal ones. And didn't you hear what old Master Zhang said earlier? Hand the Zhang Corporation to Guohua, and Guohua to Jiang Wan. The old man nodded. A moment of silence ensued. Then the whispers intensified. Old Master actually nodded. So this isn't impulsive? Is it a consensus of the Zhang family? Of course. What kind of place is the Zhang Corporation? Without Old Master's nod, could he announce such a thing publicly? Zhang Guohua ignored the commotion beneath. He reached into his suit pocket and pulled out a document, raising it for everyone to see. It was a signed, sealed, and notarized share transfer agreement. The paper glimmered slightly under the lights of the banquet hall, the red seal of the notary office standing out prominently on the surface. This wasn't a Spuro-Themant decision. This document was signed by me 3 months ago. The transfer procedures have been completed, and the legal effect is immediate. He paused, turning to Jiang Wan, his voice suddenly softening compared to before, no longer the cold tone known in the business world as the living king of hell, but the solemnity and tenderness of a man swearing an oath in front of everyone. I told you everything that's mine is yours. Not a love declaration. It's a contract. He pulled out another document from his suit pocket, unfolded it, and spread it on the table. The paper was slightly yellowed, not fresh printing paper, but an old document that had been rubbed many times with slightly creased corners. This is the asset authorization letter I had you sign 3 months ago. When you finished signing, you said to your secretary, "He's betting everything on me. What if I lose everything?" Isn't he foolish? I heard it. Today I'll answer you, you will never lose everything. But if that day truly comes, losing it is, I can earn it back. You spent less than 3 years building one phone capital from scratch to 100 billion valuation. I am not betting on your luck by giving you half of the Zhang family's assets. I am betting on you as a person. I bet you will win, just as you always do. Jiang Wan looked down at the 2 documents on the table, the asset authorization letter signed 3 months ago, and the share transfer agreement signed today. She gently traced the position of his signature with her fingertip. The forceful handwriting slightly raised, the texture cold and hard like anyone else's, yet real. Then she raised her head, facing the gazes of all, reaching out her hand, not to take the document, but to gently tug on his tie. Not a forceful tug like in idle dramas, but a very light one, her fingertips pinching the end of the tie, pulling it down slightly, making him bend forward a bit. Then she lightly brushed her lips against his. It was not the previous kind of fleeting touch on the corner of the mouth or chin. It was direct, lips to lips, very light, very brief, but firmly pressed there like a stamp, finally sealing the document it belonged to. Zhang Guohua, she released his tie, her voice not loud, but clear in the silent banquet hall. I accept it. Not your shares, but you as a person. She turned around, facing the entire audience. Her gaze swept past her grandfather. The old man was still holding that cup of tea he hadn't put down since earlier, the tea no longer steaming, yet the smile on his lips had not faded. Her gaze passed over old Master Chu, who leaned on his cane against the back of his chair and gave her a thumbs up. Not the exaggerated kind, but a subtle raising of the thumb tip, the gesture reserved, yet his eyes brimmed with approval. Her gaze swept over all the faces in the room, some shocked, some admiring, some still trying to digest the information explosion that had just occurred. Then she spoke, her voice clear, each word landing steadily in the silent air. Thank you all for coming to our wedding today. I know many of you came for the Zhang family, and many were waiting to uncover the unspeakable secrets behind this union. Now you see it. There are no unspeakable secrets. Only a man 3 months ago who wrote all his wealth on paper and then told me fair competition. She smiled slightly, picking up the honey water from the table, raising it, and making a toast to the entire room. And one more thing I will take this opportunity to announce. One Phone Capital will officially go public tomorrow. The roadshow has been completed. Cornerstone investors are fully in place, and the oversubscription exceeds 10 times. Wanfeng's listing is not relying on the Zhang family's endorsement. It is based on my own team, my own projects, and every cent I earn myself. Zhang Guohua did not intervene in any decision of Wanfeng, nor did he make a single phone call for me. When he pursued me, it was when I needed him the least. But when I needed him the most, he was always there. She placed the cup down on the table, holding Zhang Guohua's hand. Their fingers intertwined, her diamond ring and his platinum band reflecting two overlapping circles of light under the illumination. The wedding continues. The music can start. The band conductor was stunned for a full 3 seconds before reacting, hurriedly raising his baton, and the prelude to the ode to joy resounded throughout the banquet hall, louder and more grand than any piece before. The guests paused for half a second before erupting into thunderous applause and cheers. Zhang Guohua lowered his head, his lips close to her earlobe, his voice very low, so low that only she could hear amidst the music and applause. Didn't you need my help for your listing roadshow? I did. She turned her head to look at him, her eyes curved. You helped me bring breakfast. That sandwich you handed to me at the venue entrance on the morning of the listing, the crust was still cut off. Zhang Guohua fell silent for a moment, then the corner of his mouth moved slightly. That arc was so subtle only she could see it. 1 year later, the market value of Wanfeng Capital has soared from 12 billion on its first day to 30 billion, marking its 1-year anniversary. The commercial complex on the prime site was completed 3 months ahead of schedule, and on the opening day, the foot traffic exceeded 300,000, becoming the new commercial landmark of the city. The 12 old and dilapidated shops on Linjiang Street were valued at 10 million last year, but now the price per unit has exceeded 20 million. Those who once mocked Jiang Wan for being foolish and wealthy have now changed their tune, calling her the Midas touch. Financial media headlines have transformed from the jilted heiress to the queen of business. The cover photo features her in a black suit dress, arms crossed, standing in front of the new headquarters of Wanfeng Capital, gracing the covers of major financial weeklies for 3 consecutive weeks. Meanwhile, Su Shirong was sentenced to 7 years in prison for manipulating the securities market and commercial defamation after his short selling of the Jiang Group failed. His company was acquired by the Jiang Group, and the construction materials business he had seized from Jiang's father was reintegrated into Jiang's empire. Lin Zihan received a 15-year sentence for kidnapping, extortion, forgery, and false accusation. Bai Rou was sentenced to 12 years for fleeing after plastic surgery, stealing trade secrets, and damaging transportation tools. She mutilated her own face in prison and was transferred to a psychiatric hospital for forced treatment, daily staring into the mirror and repeating, "I am Jiang Wan." The nurses didn't even dare to give her a mirror. Zhang Qiming was sentenced to 20 years for kidnapping, attempted murder, for hire, financial fraud, and embezzlement. His biological father, Zhang Qishan, was extradited back to the country after being captured in Switzerland, sentenced to life imprisonment for engineering fraud, commercial fraud, and intentional homicide. All involved personnel from the Zhang Qishan branch of the Zhang Group were completely purged. Not a single one escaped. Today, the anniversary celebration of Wanfeng Capital's listing and the Industry Leaders Summit is being held at the top floor of the newly completed commercial complex. The glass curtain wall of the dome banquet hall offers a view of the skyline of the city, with flowing clouds slowly passing outside the window and sunlight pouring through the glass, draping over the shoulders of the gathered guests. Jiang Wan stood in the center of the stage, clad in a haze blue velvet suit dress, her hair casually draped over her shoulders, unstyled and without hairspray, with only the diamond ring on her ring finger occasionally sparkling under the lights. She had just finished her keynote speech, and the audience rose to their feet in applause, the applause echoing for a... In the front row sat the top figures of the global business world. Old Master Zhang, leaning on his cane, sat in the center of the front row next to Old Master Chu. The two septuagenarians sat side by side, occasionally whispering to each other, like ordinary grandfathers watching their grandchildren perform. As she was about to step off the stage, she caught a glimpse of some movement at the side curtain. Zhang Guohua stood there dressed in a deep blue 3-piece suit, his lapel pinned still, that understated platinum version, and his cufflinks occasionally sparkling under the lights. Instead of standing with his hands in his pockets as usual, he was slightly bent over, one hand holding the hand of a little girl who had just learned to walk, while the other pushed a stroller. Inside the stroller lay a round little baby boy vigorously chewing on a milk bottle, with milk foam all around his mouth, his little feet propped against the stroller's railing, one sock already missing. The little girl wore a fluffy tulle dress and had a small bow hairpin on her head, standing next to her father, waiting for her mother to come down from the stage. She resembled Jiang Wan with delicate features, but the craftiness and liveliness in her eyes were an entirely different person's replica. She looked up at her father and asked in a sweet voice, loud enough for the entire audience to hear, "Daddy, when will Mommy? I want to eat cake." The audience fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Old Master Zhang in the front row laughed so hard that his cane almost slipped from his grip, and Old Master Chu helped him steady it. Jiang Wan walked to the edge of the stage, squatted down, and opened her arms. The little girl dashed into her embrace like a cannonball, burying her small face into Jiang Wan's neck, sweetly calling out, "Mommy, Mommy, you talked for such a long time, longer than when you told me the last story. Last time you fell asleep halfway through The Little Pony Crosses the River, and it was Daddy who covered you with a blanket. Your mom fell asleep last time because she had worked for 3 consecutive days, not on purpose." Zhang Guohua walked over, pushing the stroller and bending down to lift the little boy out. The baby boy was cradled in his father's arms, still chewing on the milk bottle, displaying an indifferent expression, completely unfazed by the applause and laughter of the audience. He looked like Zhang Guohua. His features were aloof, even the way he chewed on the milk bottle mirrored his father's demeanor during board meetings. At less than a year old, he already exuded a hint of a stern demeanor. "This little guy has an expression just like yours." Jiang Wan took her son and poked his chubby cheek with her finger. The boy, poked in the face, finally released the bottle, frowned at his mother, and then continued chewing. That expression seemed to say, "Mom, could you not poke me?" "Genetics," Zhang Guohua said, without changing his expression. Jiang Wan stood up with her son holding her daughter's little hand and turned to face the audience. The applause continued, even more fervent than before, interspersed with laughter and waves of exclamation. Several foreign entrepreneurs clapped, while peering around, asking in broken Chinese, "Is this the husband and twins of General Jiang?" The person next to them corrected, "Not twins, they are a pair of siblings with an age difference of 1.5 years. Lin Zhou stood at the side of the stage with a walkie-talkie in hand, observing this scene, and silently took out a notebook, writing a line: "General Jiang's annual speech with kids on stage." The applause more fervent than the speech itself. "Note the family's first public appearance together." He then added a parenthesis: "Year-end bonus secured. The boss wife is in a good mood." Jiang Wan handed the microphone to the MC next to her, holding her son and leading her daughter as they walked off the stage. After taking a few steps, she suddenly stopped and looked back at the stage. The lights were still bright, and the words "Wanfeng Capital's Anniversary Celebration" shone brightly on the backdrop. She recalled standing on the wedding stage a year ago, holding the microphone, publicly exposing that murder case from 20 years ago. At that time, she thought it was the pinnacle of her life. Now she knows it is not. The pinnacle is not a stage, a revelation, or a victory. It is this moment. Her son frowning while chewing on a milk bottle, her daughter tugging at her hand to ask for cake, and the man beside her quietly helping her replace honey water and cutting off the crusts of sandwiches. The family walked off the stage and returned to their main table. Zhang Guohua pulled out her chair, settling their daughter into the adjacent children's chair, then took out a box of cut fruits from his bag and handed it to their daughter, wrapping a bib around their son. His movements were seamless and fluid, clearly honed from long practice. During this time, he answered a phone call handed to him by Lin Zhou, listening for a few moments, furrowing his brow, and replied in his usual indifferent tone, "Let them handle it themselves, I'm taking care of the kids." After hanging up, he continued to feed his son fruit puree, skillfully scooping up a spoonful of apple puree and gently offering it by his son's mouth, precise and steady, without spilling a drop. This scene was captured by Lin Zhou on his phone and posted on the account. "Did the Wanfeng couple spread sugar today?" With the caption, "No lemons planted today." Today's theme is the rich man feeding the baby. The fruit puree is apple-flavored. The little sister is eating grapes. General Jiang is having cake. The family of 4 is each enjoying their own food. The scene too harmonious. No one believes this is the annual meeting of the business world's top couple. The comments section quickly flooded with thousands of messages, with the top comment reading, "The day the Jiang Group and Wanfeng Capital held their annual meetings together, the chairman was overshadowed by his wife's presence on stage, yet he remained calm, feeding his son puree. Truly the annual MVP." The second top comment remarked, "His skill in wrapping the bib is even more practiced than my mom's. How many times has this man secretly practiced?" After the banquet, the family of 4 returned home. Jiang Wan helped her daughter wash up, change into pajamas, and leaned against the bedside to tell her a story. This time she did not fall asleep. By the end of The Little Pony Crosses the River, her daughter's breathing had become even and long, her small hand still clutching a corner of her mother's nightgown, a faint smile of contentment on her lips. Jiang Wan gently pried her daughter's fingers open, tucked them into the blanket, placed a light kiss on her forehead, and quietly exited the room, leaving the door ajar. Turning around, she saw Zhang Guohua leaning against the wall of the corridor, arms crossed, waiting for her. Their son was already asleep, comfortably placed in the crib with the monitor screen beside the crib glowing. She walked up to him, resting her forehead against his collarbone, her entire being feeling as if it had deflated. After wearing high heels on stage all day, her ankles were sore. After delivering a 40-minute speech to hundreds of people, her voice was hoarse, and after soothing her daughter with stories multiple times, her eyelids were already starting to droop. But leaning against this person, inhaling the familiar scent of cedar mixed with the smell of the laundry detergent from home, all her fatigue felt as if gently cradled by something. "What are you thinking about?" Zhang Guohua's voice sounded above her head. I was thinking, standing on the rooftop in my past life, feeling that the world owed me an explanation. Her voice was muffled against his chest, carrying the weariness of the day and a hint of a smile. I don't feel that way anymore. The world owes me nothing. It has given me the best. Zhang Guohua fell silent for a moment, then bowed his head, placing a kiss on the top of her head. There were no extra words, just the tightening of the arms that held her, the palm pressed against her back, pulling her fully into his embrace. The small night light at the end of the corridor was lit, casting the shadows of the two on the wall, overlapping into a complete circle. The city lights outside gradually dimmed, the sound of traffic muffled by thick curtains, leaving only a faint rhythmic rustling sound in the room, as gentle as the tide. She closed her eyes, listening to his heartbeat. The events of her past life occasionally surfaced in her dreams. The chilling wind on the rooftop, the sensation of her skirt swirling around her legs, and the infinite free fall in that final moment. But now she knows how to wake from that nightmare. It was not some psychological technique or a self-healing method. It was in the deepest moments of the nightmare, when someone beside her would groggily extend an arm, pulling her into their embrace. He would say nothing, but the scent of cedar on him, the warmth of his palm, and the solid feeling of being completely surrounded would gently push all nightmares away. Are you tired? He asked quietly. Shall I carry you back to the room? No need. I want to walk by myself. You go ahead. Why? Because if you walk ahead, I can step on your shadow. Grandma used to say that if you step on someone's shadow, you'll find them in the next life. Zhang Guohua was silent for a moment, then released his hold on her, and took a couple of steps forward. The small night light in the corridor cast a long shadow behind him. Jiang Wan looked down at the gray outline on the ground, stepping onto it one by one. Her slippers fell into his shadow, each step in sync with his rhythm, as if they were dancing a silent, slow dance that had been rehearsed countless times. Moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window at the end of the corridor, casting a layer of soft light. 3 years later, the name of Wanfeng Capital appeared at the 17th position on the list of the world's most valuable brands, preceded only by those long-established giants that have been around for over half a century. From being a downtrodden heiress splashed with wine at her engagement banquet and left with only 500 in her account, to becoming the head of a global top 100 enterprise, it took her 5 years. A financial media outlet published a special report titled Jiang Wan 5 Years from Broken Engagement to Business Queen. The cover photo featured 3 images combined. The first captured her leaving the engagement banquet, having just been splashed with champagne, her champagne-colored gown billowing behind her like a flag. The second was a surveillance snapshot from the summit, showing her seated at the podium, with 3 kidnappers pinned to the ground behind her. The third was a photo of her giving a keynote speech at this year's company annual meeting to over 300 executives, with a large screen behind her displaying only 4 words: "The wind has arrived." After the report was published, a comment appeared in the comment section. It was not written by an ordinary netizen, but by the official account of the prison administration. The wording was official and businesslike, yet each word cut like a precise scalpel. Inmates Lin Bai and Zhang lost control of their emotions while reading this report in prison. They have since regained calm after psychological intervention. Lin wrote in her journal, "She wasn't like this before. She used to listen to everything I said. She was so foolish and easy to deceive. How did she suddenly change? By having self-harmed multiple times in prison, was transferred to a psychiatric hospital for forced treatment." The caregivers reported that she often stared in the mirror repeatedly, saying, "I am Jiang Wan." No one replied to that comment. The most liked repost simply stated, "Deserved it." On the day of the Wanfeng Group annual meeting, the city welcomed its first snowfall of the winter. Snowflakes fell profusely, blanketing the entire city in pure white. The revolving doors of the Zhang Corporation building were piled high with white eustoma flowers, each tied with a dark green satin ribbon. The red carpet from the main entrance to the banquet hall stretched for 200 meters, flanked by crowds of people. Some held up their phones, others cradled their children, while several young girls tiptoed to raise their phones above their heads. The comments on the screens scrolling rapidly. A bespectacled young man speaking rapidly into the live broadcast camera said, "Family, do you see? This is the legendary power couple of the business world. Today is the Wanfeng Group annual meeting and the 10th anniversary of the merger with the Zhang Consortium. It is said that President Jiang is about to announce a major news." Double tap to like and unlock the follow-up. This year's banquet hall featured a brand new LED ceiling simulating the aurora, gently flowing above, with intertwining green and purple lights swirling across the canopy, casting a glow that made every white eustoma on the tables appear luminous. Jiang Wan stood at the center of the stage, clad in a black velvet gown, a delicate diamond brooch pinned at the diamond ring on her ring finger occasionally sparkled under the lights. It was the same one she wore on her wedding day 3 years ago and had never taken off since. She had just completed the annual strategic release. Wanfeng Capital officially became the world's largest commercial real estate investment group, with asset management exceeding trillions. The applause from the audience continued for a long time before gradually subsiding. She raised her hand to signal for silence and spoke with a hint of a smile. Thank you all. Finally, there is one more thing to announce. I will be temporarily stepping away from the group's daily management. The venue fell silent for a moment, then a whispering tide surged up. Some in the front row exchanged uneasy glances, but upon seeing the elderly Zhang still leisurely sipping tea at the main table, they relaxed slightly. In the press area, cameras were all aimed at her, the sound of shutters clicking in unison. Jiang Wan waited for the commotion to settle before continuing. This is not a resignation nor a retreat, it's a temporary leave of absence. The audience fell silent for a moment, then a whispering tide surged up again. The reason is quite simple. She gently placed one hand on her abdomen. The gesture was light and natural, as if merely adjusting the folds of her gown. But the entire banquet hall saw it and understood. My second child with Mr. Zhang is expected to meet everyone next summer. Before that, the group's daily affairs will be collectively decided by the CEO's office, and I will participate remotely in major matters. Rest assured it won't cause any delays. Last time when I gave birth to my daughter, I was still in a meeting at the delivery room door. This time I will try to improve. I will do my best. The audience erupted into even more enthusiastic applause and cheers mixed with laughter and waves of congratulations. At the main table, her 4-year-old daughter jumped down from her chair, stumbling as she ran to her mother, looking up and calling out sweetly, "Mama, I want a sister, not a brother. The brother steals my toys." The audience burst into laughter. Jiang Wan bent down to pick up her daughter, kissed her on the cheek, and spoke into the microphone. "The gender is still unknown, but if it's a brother, I promise to help you get your toys back." The laughter grew louder, with some laughing so hard they wiped their eyes. A side door of the banquet hall opened. Zhang Guohua walked in holding a cup of honey water. He wore a dark gray cashmere coat with a few snowflakes still clinging to his shoulders, clearly just finishing up with matters outside. Upon seeing her father, the daughter immediately opened her arms and waddled over like a little penguin, exclaiming, "Daddy, Mama has a baby in her belly. I'm going to be a big sister." The sweet announcement echoed throughout the banquet hall, triggering another round of warm laughter. Zhang Guohua handed the honey water to Jiang Wan, its temperature just right. He then bent down, lifting his daughter with one arm, allowing her to sit in the crook of his elbow. After 3 years, his strength had developed enough that he could hold his daughter with one hand, while still carrying Jiang Wan's bag with the other. He glanced down at the audience with a neutral expression, then used the cold, businesslike tone characteristic of a ruthless mogul to say something that once again sent the audience into laughter. "Regardless of whether it's a brother or sister, anyone who bullies their big sister's toys will face the consequences." "Are you threatening an unborn baby?" Jiang Wan held the honey water, tilting her head to look at him. "It's not a threat." He tucked a stray hair behind her ear with a gentle motion, as if it were a habit he had done 1,000 times. "It's a prior declaration. In our family, bullying the big sister carries the same serious consequences as bullying the mother." The daughter wrapped her arms around her father's neck and made a mischievous face at her grandfather in the audience. Elder Zhang raised his teacup with a smile at the main table, saying nothing, but those beside him clearly saw him, secretly wiping the corner of his eyes with his sleeve. After the annual meeting, the family of 3 drove home. The daughter fell asleep in her safety seat in the back, her face turned to the side, her small mouth slightly open, still clutching a white eustoma she had taken from the banquet. Zhang Guohua was driving, while Jiang Wan sat in the passenger seat, watching the snowflakes drifting down outside the window. "Hey," she suddenly spoke, "do you think if we had met earlier in our past lives we would have avoided many detours?" Zhang Guohua was silent for a few seconds. Then he reached out, holding her hand in his palm, gently rubbing his thumb against the side of the diamond ring on her ring finger. His voice remained low and steady, but the ending held a faint tenderness that only she could perceive. "No, why not? In your past life, before you could love anyone, you had to first learn to love yourself." The Jiang Wan of the past would have seen the Zhang Guohua of the past as just another lifeline. But the you of this life needs no lifeline. What you need is a comrade. That's why I waited for this life. Waiting an extra lifetime is worth it. Jiang Wan looked down at their interlocked hands. His hands were large, with distinct knuckles and a thin callus at the base of his thumb, resulting from his recent practice in cooking. He had spent 2 full months in the kitchen to prepare a competent pregnancy meal for her. Last time, when frying steak, the oil splattered onto the back of his hand, leaving a blister. He expressionlessly applied a band-aid and continued flipping the steak. "You've been getting better at cooking lately," she remarked. "Talent," he replied. "Is the burnt egg from last time also talent?" "That was an experiment." "Experiments end up on my plate. Because you say the burnt eggs taste good too. I need to know the honest feedback." "The feedback is, your burnt eggs are still better than takeout." Zhang Guohua did not respond, but he tightened his grip on her hand slightly. As the car drove over the river bridge, the water reflected the lights from both banks, shattering into millions of golden specks. The snow continued to fall, landing on the car window, quickly melting away, leaving narrow water trails. Upon returning home, the two of them quietly placed their daughter down. Zhang Guohua helped her take off her shoes and tucked her into the blanket, gently removing the slightly wilted eustoma that she had held tightly all the way, placing it in a small vase on the bedside table. The daughter turned over sleepily, mumbling, "Daddy, I want to eat strawberries." He whispered back, "I'll wash them for you tomorrow," and she fell back into a deep sleep. The two of them returned to their own room. Snowflakes fell silently outside, a thin layer of white accumulating on the windowsill. Jiang Wan changed into her pajamas, sitting by the bed staring blankly outside. Zhang Guohua emerged from the bathroom holding a dry towel. He sat behind her and began to dry her hair. His movements were gentle and slow, as if drying something fragile, rubbing each strand from root to tip with a seriousness and focus. Her hair was already long, cascading over her shoulders, the ends resting at her waist. "You've been drying my hair for 5 years," she said. Isn't it tiring?" "Not tiring." He flipped the towel to the other side and continued, "On the last day of your past life, when you stood on the rooftop, your hair was also this long. The wind was strong, and your hair was blown into disarray. I was only a few steps away from you at that moment, seeing the state of your hair. I just wanted to dry it for you every day from then on. That thought began that day and hasn't tired of it yet. It probably won't." Jiang Wan said nothing. She merely extended her hand from under the blanket, gently holding the hand that held the towel. Then she turned, burying her face in his chest, wrapping her arms around his waist, and curling up into his embrace. Zhang Guohua set the towel aside, wrapping one arm around her back, while the other gently combed through her half-damp hair, pressing lightly against the back of her head. Outside, the snow fell heavier, the city sleeping in the snowy night as the lights gradually extinguished. On the other side of the city, the same snow fell on the iron bars of the eastern prison. On the morning when Jiang Wan was the center of attention online, she was sitting in her office staring at the soaring data on her computer screen, her eyes sparkling like a gold miner who had just discovered a gold mine. To understand the situation, we must go back 3 days. That night, after the kidnapping case was resolved, she walked out of the police station side by side with Zhang Guohua, only to be caught on camera by waiting reporters. The photo was taken late at night with dim lighting and a blurry image, but it was enough to recognize the outlines of two figures. She was draped in his trench coat, and he had his hand on her waist, the police lights behind them casting a silvery halo around them. This photo spread like wildfire on social media during the night. Before dawn, the search term Jiang Wan's mysterious boyfriend had skyrocketed to the top of the trending list, followed closely by a deep red explosive tag. Marketing accounts sprang into action, pairing the blurry police station photo with fabricated stories. Jiang Wan quickly climbed up to a wealthy benefactor right after kicking her scumbag boyfriend, secretly meeting at the police station late at night, suspected of cohabitation. Insiders revealed the male counterpart is quite wealthy, driving a limited edition Rolls-Royce, and Jiang Wan is trading her body for resources. The topic of Jiang Wan being kept quickly followed, with views exceeding 300 million in just 2 hours. Jiang Wan, holding her coffee, scrolled through the comments section with her mouse while reading them one by one. I said it, how could she possibly turn her life around so quickly? Sure enough, she climbed into a bigger bed. She kicked Lin Zihan to the curb and immediately latched onto a new benefactor, a seamless transition. Was that recording at the engagement party not self-directed and self-acted? Laughing to death, the female empowerment persona has collapsed. Saying she relies on herself, isn't she just relying on men? Be careful with your words upstairs. What if it's true love? True love? Look at what car that man drives. A limited edition Rolls-Royce. There are no more than 3 in the city. How much is true love worth? Occasionally there were a few comments defending her. Did you forget she was kidnapped? She just finished giving her statement at the police station. Is it abnormal for someone to be with her? Being kidnapped and then facing slander. This world is truly cruel to women. But these voices were quickly drowned out by more ridicule and speculation. Jiang Wan calmly finished scrolling, took a sip of her coffee, and then did something that almost made her secretary Xiao Zhou drop her folder. She smiled. It was not a bitter smile nor a cold smile, but a genuinely heartfelt one, her eyes shining like a hunter spotting prey walking into a trap. President Jiang. Xiao Zhou looked at her cautiously. Are you alright? Should we have the legal department send a lawyer? I've already contacted the public relations company. They suggested we suppress the trending topic, delete posts, and issue a clarification. Suppress what? Jiang Wan put down her coffee cup, pointing at the trending topic. Jiang Wan being kept, her eyes sparkling even brighter. Do you know how much this trending topic is worth? If I were to pay for the same level of exposure, it would cost at least 20 million. Now someone is helping me promote for free, and they're doing it so meticulously. Why would I suppress it? Xiao Zhou opened her mouth, momentarily unsure of what to say. Having joined the company 6 months ago, she thought she had become accustomed to her boss' unconventional operations, from intercepting her ex-fiancé's shop to accurately bottoming out in the stock market and even playing along with the kidnapping case. But facing the overwhelming slander, a normal person's reaction would either be anger or grievance, yet her boss' response was, aren't we going to use this traffic? Call in the head of the marketing department, also the brand department together. Jiang Wan set down her coffee cup, her fingers flying over the keyboard, and a new project titled Linjing Commercial Complex popped up on the screen. Since the whole internet is watching me, let them see something useful. Inform the media that the new project launch has been moved to tomorrow afternoon. Also, she paused, her smile curving up a little higher. Have the brand department find a few reliable photographers to stake out at the company entrance before the launch tomorrow. Take a few photos of the mysterious luxury car pickup. The angles should be ambiguous and the quality should be blurry. The blurrier the better. Then anonymously send them to the most active marketing accounts. Just say, Jiang Wan is suspected of attending the launch with her new benefactor. The luxury car's license plate was obscured, identity a mystery. Let them guess. The more absurd the guesses, the higher the heat. Xiao Zhou's mouth formed an O shape. President Jiang, are you creating your own scandal? Is that not acceptable? Jiang Wan tilted her head, her expression innocent, as if discussing what to have for lunch. Since I've already been criticized, shouldn't I take the opportunity to gain some traffic? Wouldn't it be a waste of their effort in crafting stories? Rather than letting them make up stories, why not I provide them with material? Free advertising space should not be wasted. Xiao Zhou fell silent for 3 seconds, then walked out of the office with a mixed expression of admiration and concern. She knew her boss was a business genius, but she didn't realize that her boss was also a genius at publicity. Suddenly she felt a bit of sympathy for those marketing accounts. They thought they were hunting Jiang Wan, but they didn't know they had already been turned into free promotional tools by her. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan's phone was buzzing nonstop. First, the family group chat exploded. Relatives took turns calling to check in, their tones more insinuating than vinegar. Wan Aunt Sin has been through this, and there are some things that need to be said. It's not good for a woman to jump to a new partner right after leaving one. It doesn't look good. Who is the one driving the Rolls Royce? Can you introduce him to your cousin? Does your dad know about this? His blood pressure is high, don't upset him. Jiang Wan uniformly replied with a smiling emoji and a single sentence, Aunt Sin, don't worry, I'll bring him to show you another day. By the way, when will my cousin pay back the 300,000 she owes my dad? Aunt Sin hung up immediately. The unread messages in the family group chat cleared in an instant. Next came the interview requests from various media, from financial outlets to entertainment tabloids. Her inbox was flooded with titles ranging from tracking Jiang Wan's scandal to in-depth analysis of Jiang Wan and Zhang Zhe's relationship. Some shameless short video accounts even created a series titled The Complete Timeline of Jiang Wan's Relationships, stitching together photos of her splashing champagne at the engagement party, dropping a cake at a party, and being secretly photographed at a summit, all accompanied by emotional background music and commentary, with view counts easily exceeding 10 million. The most interesting reactions came from the other 3 individuals. Biro somehow managed to post an exclusive insider article online from the detention center. Later, Lin Zhou found out it was helped by her not-yet-fired cousin, who worked as a police officer. The headline was extremely provocative. I was deceived by Jiang Wan for 3 years, and I finally dare to speak the truth. In the article, Biro, portraying herself as a victim, accused Jiang Wan of cheating first and orchestrating the engagement party. After using me and Zihan, she sent us to prison just to make room for her new love, and the so-called evidence in her hands was all fabricated in collusion with her new partner. At the end of the article, she attached a handwritten letter written in the detention center. The handwriting was crooked, but the sentence, "Please give me justice," was particularly well written, as if it had been traced repeatedly. After reading this article, Jiang Wan commented simply, "She can still post online from the detention center. It seems the food is too good." Lin Zihan also jumped into the fray. During his bail period, thanks to Su Shirong's hefty bail, he accepted an interview with an entertainment media outlet. In front of the camera, he wore a simple white shirt, clean-shaven, and his hairstyle was freshly groomed, looking like a stray dog drenched in rain, suddenly cleaned up. He sighed at the camera, his eyes slightly reddened, his voice carrying a perfectly timed quaver. "I don't want to say in matters of the heart, there's no right or wrong. If she found someone better, I wish her well. I just hope she no longer hurts innocent people. I indeed made mistakes, but some things were not done by me alone. There are things I cannot say, as I don't want to hurt anyone any further." After this interview aired, surprisingly many were deceived by him in the comments. So pitiful he was cheated on and still scolded by the whole internet. Finally, someone spoke the truth. Jiang Wan is too ruthless, ruining someone's life and sending them to prison. Jiang Wan's fan club argued with these people in the comments section for thousands of messages with keywords ranging from green tea, acting, to why not go act. But the trolls stirred up the conversation, turning public opinion into a 50-50 split. Jiang Wan looked at Lin Zihan's meticulously crafted, worn-out face and almost laughed out loud. In her past life, he had deceived her for 3 years with this very face, leading her to ruin. In this life, he would still rely on this face, but this time she would not be deceived again. She picked up her phone and sent a message to the legal department, compile the materials regarding Lin Zihan's paid interviews during his bail period, along with the doubts about the source of his bail, and send them to the Public Security Bureau. publishing false statements during bail affecting the case investigation. This should be enough for him to stay put. After sending it, she forwarded Lin Zihan's interview link to Lin Zhou, adding a note, "I took a screenshot while helping you gather evidence, no need to thank me." Lin Zhou replied, "Instantly, Miss Zhang, your efficiency scares me." Meanwhile, at the top of Zhang's building, Lin Zhou stood in front of Zhang Guohua's desk with a tablet to screen displaying the Weibo trending list. Zhang Wan's mysterious boyfriend ranked first, Zhang Wan being kept third, and Zhang Wan's new love identity seventh. He cautiously handed the tablet to his boss. The trending topic has been up for 3 days. Public opinion is increasingly unfavorable towards Miss Zhang. Should we have the public relations department intervene? Zhang Guohua leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping over the entries and comments on the screen. Today he was not in formal wear, but had changed into a light gray cashmere sweater, the collar slightly open, appearing softer than usual. However, his expression remained that of a cold, distant demeanor. After reading, he placed the tablet back on the desk and took a sip of his coffee. Then he said something that almost made Lin Zhou drop his pen. "Don't suppress it." Lin Zhou thought he misheard. "Not only don't suppress it," Zhang Guohua set down his coffee cup, lightly tapping his fingertip on the rim, the corner of his mouth, barely lifting. "Have the trolls boost the heat. Boost it until everyone sees." Lin Zhou fell silent for a while, then cautiously took out his notebook, opened a new page, and wrote down a line. "Boss suspected of being possessed. Not suppressing the trending topic, but instead boosting the trolls. Analysis, either latest love brain or laying a trap, I can't understand. To be observed. Boss, may I ask if there is a strategic purpose behind this?" "No strategic purpose." Zhang Guohua stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window with his back to Lin Zhou, gazing at the city skyline shrouded in twilight. "I just want her to earn more. She enjoys making money. Scandals bring traffic, and traffic can turn into money. If she's happy, I'm happy too." Lin Zhou jotted down another line in his notebook. "Today's diagnostic result, latest love brain abandon treatment." "What are you staring at? Go do it." Zhang Guohua's voice pulled him back to reality. "Right away." Lin Zhou walked to the door, but stopped, turning back to ask, "By the way, boss, should we screenshot and keep records of the slanderous and personal attacks? The rest don't matter." Zhang Guohua sat back down at his desk, opened his computer, and the screen displayed the homepage of financial news. The headline reading, "Zhang Wan scandal ferments, Wan phone capitals, stock price, short-term fluctuations draw attention. She doesn't need me to shield her from the storm, but I can help her clear the hail in advance. When the timing is right, none of those who insult her will escape." Lin Zhou silently noted this down and turned to leave. At the moment he closed the door, he took out his phone in the hallway, opened Weibo, and posted a comment under the topic, "Zhang Wan being kept. Do you know what the asset authorization letter of the Zhang Consortium looks like? If you don't know, don't speak nonsense." After posting, he quickly switched his phone to silent mode and stealthily headed towards the public relations department. The venue of the press conference was packed to the brim. The largest banquet hall of the Junhua Hotel, originally designed to accommodate 300 people, now held at least 500. The aisles on both sides were filled with reporters wielding cameras and microphones, while several self-media bloggers in the back were live streaming with selfie sticks, their bullet screens scrolling rapidly. The air was filled with the mingled scents of perfume, coffee, and anxious anticipation. Everyone's cameras were focused on the large screen in the center of the stage, which displayed the words "Wanfeng, Capital New Project Launch Conference." But everyone knew in their hearts, they weren't here to see the new project. They were here to force Zhang Wan to admit to being supported by a wealthy benefactor. "Mr. Zhang, what is your response to the trending topic of being a kept woman? Mr. Zhang, what is your relationship with that mysterious gentleman? Is he a senior executive at the Zhang Group? Mr. Zhang, Lin Zihan said you were cheating before your engagement party. How do you explain that?" Several reporters in the front row had already set up their cameras with questions sharper than knives, their tone carrying the insinuation that you want leave until you clarify everything today. The nearby photographer aimed the lens at Zhang Wan's face, waiting to capture her flustered, angry, or aggrieved micro-expressions, anything that could be turned into a viral short video. Zhang Wan stood on stage wearing a dark green velvet suit dress with a small diamond brooch pinned at her collar. Faced with the overwhelming barrage of questions, her expression was as calm as if she were listening to a weather report. She picked up the microphone, cleared her throat, and was about to announce the new project as planned when suddenly the doors of the banquet hall were pushed open. It wasn't opened by a servant or blown by the wind, but pulled apart simultaneously by 2 security personnel in black suits. The heavy carved wooden doors slid open to the sides, allowing the corridor's light to flood in, forming a river of light on the floor. Out of the river of light came a figure. Zhang Guohua. He was dressed in a deep blue bespoke suit with a subtle platinum lapel pin and cufflinks that occasionally glimmered under the lights. His steps were steady, each one placed with precision, and his leather shoes made crisp and even sounds on the marble floor. The over 500 people in the room fell silent the moment he entered, not out of deliberate quietness, but as if an invisible aura had seized their throats. That aura was not supported by volume or action, but rather emanated naturally from someone who had long stood at the pinnacle of power, radiating an oppressive presence. He walked straight towards the stage. The reporters parted like the Red Sea under Moses, some instinctively retracting their microphones, others involuntarily taking a half step back. One blogger holding a selfie stick forgot he was still live streaming, pointing his camera down at the floor for over 10 seconds with comments flooding and saying, "Where's the footage? Why are you filming the floor? Who was that handsome man just now?" Jiang Wan stood on stage watching Zhang Guohua approach her. Her first thought was he didn't say he was coming. Her second thought was, which suit is that? She had never seen it before. Her third thought was, he wore that cedar-scented perfume today. Zhang Guohua reached her side, paused, and turned to face the reporters below. His hand naturally rested on the back of her chair, not around her waist, not holding her hand, merely placed on the chair's back. But that posture was enough to signify everything. This was a declaration of ownership, elegant, restrained, yet undeniable. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, his voice deep and steady, not loud, but the microphone delivered each word precisely into the ears of everyone present. "I am Zhang Guohua, Executive Director of the Zhang Group. In response to the recent false statements about Ms. Zhang Wan circulating online, I am here to provide a unified response today." The reporters below held their breath. The sound of shutters clicked in unison, and the flashlights illuminated the entire banquet hall in a strobe-like fashion. Someone below quickly typed, "Zhang Guohua personally appears at Zhang Wan's launch conference. The male lead of the rumors is actually the Zhang Group's heir. Are the rumors of being kept going to be reversed, or are they confirmed?" Zhang Guohua did not look at any teleprompter, nor did he prepare any speech. He merely tilted his head, slightly glanced at Jiang Wan, then turned to the audience below, using the cold tone known in the business world as that of a living llama, to say something that left everyone stunned. Ms. Jiang Wan is the founder of Wanfeng Capital and the most important strategic partner of the Zhang Group. I am deeply bound to Mr. Jiang. The Zhang Group will fully invest in her projects. The audience fell silent for 3 whole seconds. Then, like water poured into hot oil, the entire banquet hall erupted. Deeply bound. Did he just say deeply bound? What does that mean? Is it a business binding, or what kind of full investment? Full. The Zhang Group fully invests in Wanfeng. How much is that? Quiet. Zhang Guohua's voice was not loud, but the entire banquet hall instantly hushed. He took out a document from his suit pocket and raised it for everyone to see. It was a cooperation agreement that had been signed, stamped, and notarized, with the cover printed with the Zhang Group's gold-embossed logo. The Zhang Group has officially signed a contract to invest 1 billion yuan into Wanfeng Capital for the joint development of the second phase of the Golden Land project, the Linjiang Commercial Complex, and overseas market expansion. This fund has already been fully allocated today. Not an intention, not a framework agreement. It's a contract. 1 billion in cash already in place. The sound of gasps from the audience was synchronized, as if rehearsed. 1 billion in cash. Not in installments, not a bet, not a figure that might arrive at some future point. It is today 1 billion that has already arrived. A glasses-wearing finance reporter in the front row gaped, nearly dropping his recording pen. Beside him, an entertainment reporter forgot what he was writing, typing a string of garbled text on his phone screen. The aggressive reporter from earlier was now frantically typing on his keyboard. Zhang Wan is not being kept at all. She stands behind the Zhang Group. 1 billion investment. Full investment. Deeply bound. This is not being kept. This is a marriage alliance. No, this is the strongest endorsement in business history. Those reporters who had just minutes ago been pressing her about cheating evidence instantly swallowed their questions and began to lavish praise. "Mr. Jiang, what is the start date of your cooperation with the Zhang Group? Mr. Jiang, will Wanfeng Capital's future strategic direction adjust due to the Zhang Group's involvement? Mr. Jiang, when you say deeply bound, is it on a commercial level, or?" The reporter hastily swallowed the words personal level, but the gossiping fire in his eyes still burned brightly. Zhang Guohua glanced at him, did not answer, but his mouth seemed to twitch slightly. Jiang Wan stood on stage watching this scene. Her surprise lasted less than 2 seconds. Then she quickly took over the situation. "Thank you for your trust, Mr. Jiang." Since everyone is so interested in the new project of Wanfeng Capital, she picked up the microphone, pressed a remote control, and the large screen switched to the project rendering. A streamlined commercial complex, a rooftop starry terrace, and a sunken music fountain square. Then let me take this opportunity to formally announce Wanfeng Capital's flagship project for the second half of the year, Linjiang Tiandi. With a total investment of 8 billion, the funds allocated so far amount to 11 billion. The project covers 3 major sectors: commerce, culture, and technology, and is expected to be completed by the end of next year. 47 brands have already signed contracts to settle in, including 3 first-tier international brands making their debut in the city. The reporters below were furiously scribbling on their papers, the sound of keyboards clattering. But Jiang Wan was not finished yet. Additionally, I will announce 3 things. First, Wanfeng Capital has officially signed a strategic cooperation agreement with the Zhang Group, making Zhang Group the largest institutional shareholder of Wanfeng. Second, Wanfeng Capital has officially signed settlement agreements today with 3 leading companies: Huayao Technology, Jinhua Culture and Tourism, and Hengji Real Estate. The CEOs of the 3 companies are present. After Mr. Zhang's announcement of 1 billion earlier, they proactively moved the signing time forward. As she finished speaking, 3 individuals stood up from the audience: the CEO of Huayao Technology, the president of Jinhua Culture and Tourism, and the chairman of Hengji Real Estate, each gesturing to the audience before stepping onto the stage to sign at the prepared signing table. The sound of shutters exploded, and the flashlights illuminated the entire banquet hall as if it were daylight. Third, Jiang Wan waited for the applause to subside, picked up her phone, flipped to a screenshot, and projected it onto the large screen. It was a screenshot from Weibo's backend showing several familiar keywords: the reading volume, interaction volume, and forwarding volume of the topic. Jiang Wan kept woman evidence, as well as the advertising revenue associated with the topic. Thank you to the friends who contributed heat to my rumors these past few days. The traffic revenue you helped me earn just about covers the expenses for today's conference venue tea break and the gifts prepared for everyone present. Each person receives a customized gift box from Wanfeng containing a limited edition model of the Golden Land project and VIP experience cards for the mall after its opening. Thank you for your traffic. Next time there's such free trending news, feel free to continue. He'll take it all in. She smiled, her smile bright, flamboyant, and revealing a hint of unrestrained cunning. The audience fell silent for a moment before someone burst out laughing, followed quickly by applause that mixed with laughter erupting. The reporters who had been waiting to see her make a fool of herself had all flipped sides, frantically typing the same keywords on their keyboards. Jiang Wan's counterattack rumor turns into 1 billion bonus business. Queen gains fame in 1 battle. In just 1 hour, she went from being scolded on the internet to being praised. And the man who helped her achieve this counterattack was now standing beside her, his expression cold, yet a small curve only she could see played at the corner of his mouth. After the conference ended, Jiang Wan and Zhang Guohua walked out of the banquet hall side by side. The corridor was softly lit, isolating them from the noise inside with the crisp and orderly echo of high heels and leather shoes on the marble floor. Thank you today. Jiang Wan turned to look at him, but could you let me know in advance next time before such a big move? I almost thought you were here to ruin the event. Not a big move. Zhang Guohua stared ahead, his voice flat. It's a normal cooperation. Does normal cooperation require you to come up on stage and say deeply bound? That phrase wasn't in the original speech. That phrase was added when you were being pressed by the reporters. They were forcing you. I couldn't help it. Jiang Wan stopped in her tracks, looking at him. The corridor's light spilled down from above his head, casting 2 small shadows under his eyelashes. She suddenly found this man quite interesting. He could calmly say the ambiguous term deeply bound in front of hundreds of people without a change in expression, exuding confidence. Yet when she exposed him, his ears turned red, just like when she first tugged at his tie. It's just business cooperation, mister. Jiang doesn't need to think too much. He added, his voice still cold, but the blush had spread from his earlobes to the back of his ears. I'm not overthinking. Jiang Wan smiled at him. It's you who's overthinking. The elevator has arrived. Zhang Guohua pressed the elevator button, his movements quick as if he wanted to escape. The elevator doors opened. He stepped inside, turning to press the close button. Jiang Wan stood in the corridor through the slowly closing elevator doors. She saw him bow his head in the elevator, one hand in his pocket, the other touching his earlobe. Before the doors fully closed, she heard Lin Zhou's voice coming from the elevator. This omnipotent assistant had probably been holding back in the corner, finally unable to contain himself. Boss, when you said deeply bound, Miss Jiang's face turned red too. Although she quickly covered it with her hair, I could see it from my angle. Also, that 1 billion investment agreement just completed its final approval this morning, and you stayed up late last night to change 8 clauses, adding 3 that were favorable to Miss Jiang. I saw it all. When will you learn not to pretend? The elevator doors shut, completely cutting off Zhang Guohua's response. But Jiang Wan stood in the corridor, hearing a low, muffled, and slightly angry voice coming from the elevator. Lin Zhou, your bonus for this month will be deducted. Jiang Wan leaned against the corridor wall, laughing so hard that she doubled over. That afternoon, the news of Wanfeng Capital's 1 billion investment surged to the top of the trending searches. The earlier entry Jiang Wan kept woman evidence had been spontaneously changed by netizens to Jiang Wan kept. Laughing to death, she has 1 billion in hand. The comments section completely flipped. I was wrong. I apologize to Mr. Jiang. This isn't being kept, this is being pursued by a big shot who is throwing money and still can't catch up. Did you notice, Mr. Zhang said deeply bound, not deeply cooperating. The difference between these 2 words is worth savoring. Savoring it. Deeply bound, business marriage. Business marriage, eventually getting a certificate. Eventually getting a certificate. Lin Zhou's CP is real. Wait, who is Lin Zhou? Mr. Zhang's assistant. He has a small account on that CP site which got The introduction says professional bystander amateur assistant. His pinned Weibo post is did the boss confess today? Yes. Did the boss invite Mr. Zhang today? Yes. Did the boss ears turn red today? Absolutely. So everyone in the company knows about Mr. Zhang pursuing Miss Zhang. Not just the company. After the last summit, the global business community should all know. In the East City Detention Center, Lin Zihan sat on the iron-framed bed gripping his phone. This was smuggled in at a high price by Su Shurong said to facilitate business contact. At this moment, the screen displayed Weibo's trending list. Jiang won 1 billion investment, followed by an explosive character. His fingers swiped across the screen, reading the comments section one by one. Each comment praised Jiang Wan while mocking him. Lin Zihan said he was cheated on. Laughing to death, what level are you compared to the Zhang Group's heir? Jiang Wan can fight back after being kidnapped. You only know how to steal money and people. Even during bail you can accept interviews. It seems you think your sentence is too short. His fingers tightened more and more. The words on the screen started to blur, and then, with a loud bang, he smashed the phone against the wall, the screen fracturing into a spider web, pieces bouncing back to land on his pillow. He buried his face in his hands, fingers digging into his short hair, nails scraping against his scalp, emitting a low, muffled sound like a trapped beast. The guard's voice came from outside the iron door. Lin Zihan, quiet. If you don't behave, you'll be sent to solitary confinement. Lin Zihan did not respond. He looked down at the broken screen phone on the ground, the screen still stubbornly lit up, showing a newly popped news push. Jiang Wan from being dumped to a 1 billion leader. The word defeated doesn't exist in her dictionary. In the photo, Jiang Wan stood on the stage of the press conference, the spotlight illuminating her magnificently. She picked the phone up from the ground, the crack in the shattered screen perfectly crossing her face like a scar. He rubbed his thumb along the crack, trying to wipe it away. Suddenly, he recalled the day of their engagement party in his past life. She stood in front of the mirror asking him, do I look good? He hadn't even looked up, simply saying not bad. At that moment, the light in her eyes was exactly the same as in the photo now. But he hadn't looked up to see. Now he saw it through the fractured screen. 3 days after the press conference, Jiang Wan returned home from work in the evening and found that the luxurious house next door, which had been empty for half a year, was being moved into. Her first reaction was curiosity. In her memory, this house had always been vacant. The former owner was a businessman involved in foreign trade, who fled after his business failed, leaving the house to be seized and auctioned by the court with no buyers for half a year. Just last week, she joked with her secretary Xiao Zhou, saying who would spend tens of millions on a house that no one lives in. Xiao Zhou replied, maybe it's some fool. Now this fool had appeared. Workers from the moving company were carrying furniture from the truck upstairs. Not ordinary mahogany furniture, but limited editions from an Italian independent designer brand that she had seen in a design magazine, each piece exuding a minimalist aesthetic that was completely different from the vulgar taste of the house's previous owner. She mentally crossed out the words fool. Then she saw the person standing at the door directing the movers. To be precise, she first saw the person's back, a broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted figure clad in a deep gray cashmere coat, standing straight like a snow-covered pine. He was speaking to a nearby mover, his voice low and steady, drifting through the winter night's air like the lingering notes of a cello. The mover was holding a large box, and the label on the side read "Study Room, handle with care," with a sticky note underneath that had handwritten instructions. Arrange these books in alphabetical order by the author's last name. The shelves are custom-made with varying heights, and do not mix them up. Jiang Wan stood at her doorstep, still gripping the key she had just taken out, feeling as if she had been put on pause. That person turned around. Zhang Guohua. His expression remained that same unchanging cold face, yet his ears, those damned ears, turned red the instant he saw her. Mr. Zhang. Jiang Wan leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed the curve of her lips, somewhere between amusement and incredulity. You're not trying to tell me that you bought the house next door that's been empty for half a year as a coincidence, are you? Not a coincidence. Zhang Guohua slightly nodded, his expression unyielding, his voice as low and steady as ever. It's close to the company, convenient. Jiang Wan nearly laughed out of anger at his words. She started counting on her fingers. First, Zhang's building is over 10 kilometers away. With traffic in the city center, it's a nightmare. Are you really saying it's close? Second, this house has been on the market for half a year with no buyers, and you just happen to grab it now? That timing is too coincidental, isn't it? Third, she pointed at the moving truck behind him, which still had several boxes left to unload. One box had a glaring label that read "Kitchen Supplies, includes electric hot pot," with a small note written underneath, "She likes it extra spicy." You even brought an electric hot pot when moving in. Are you planning to open a restaurant next door? Not a restaurant. Zhang Guohua said, without changing his expression, it's just convenient. In case you want to have hot pot, you won't have to travel far. How do you know I want to have hot pot? You liked a hot pot review on Weibo last week. Jiang Wan fell silent for a while. She didn't even remember At the time, she was just scrolling through Weibo, saw someone recommend a new hot pot restaurant, and casually liked it, not even remembering the name of the place. Yet he not only saw it, but remembered it, packing the electric hot pot into the moving boxes and placing it in the kitchen next door. She took a deep breath, deciding to temporarily abandon her pursuit of the truth behind the coincidence. After all, she glanced at the box for the electric hot pot. It was a brand she had wanted to buy, but had hesitated due to its high price. He even remembered the things she had been reluctant to buy. Fine, if you say it's a coincidence, then it's a coincidence. She waved her hand and turned back towards her door, but after taking 2 steps, she turned back. By the way, since we're neighbors now, there's something I need to clarify. Please don't ring my doorbell before 7 in the morning, and don't come borrowing soy sauce after 10 at night. Neighborhood relations require some distance. Zhang Guohua nodded seriously, his expression grave, as if signing a legally binding bilateral agreement. Understood. I won't ring the doorbell. The next morning at 6:50, Jiang Wan opened her door to head to the office. Then she saw a thermal bag placed at her doorstep. Inside was a latte and a sandwich. A sticky note was affixed to the latte, the handwriting sharp and cold, yet the content was extremely plain. Bought an extra one. Enjoy it while it's hot. Zhang. The edges of the sandwich were cut off neatly, the knife work far superior to her own. She stood at the door holding the sandwich, staring at the building across from her for a long time. Zhang Guohua's car was no longer in the parking space. He had left earlier than her, but left breakfast at her door before she stepped out. He hadn't rung the doorbell, hadn't knocked, hadn't sent a message. Strictly speaking, he hadn't violated the rule of no ringing the doorbell before 7 in the morning. Even exploiting loopholes in the rules so seriously. She stuffed the sandwich into her mouth and took a bite, chewing a couple of times before mumbling indistinctly, bacon and egg not bad. The third chance encounter happened in the underground parking lot. Jiang Wan returned from overtime at 10:30 in the evening, rummaging through her car for tissues to clean up the coffee she accidentally spilled on the passenger seat. There were 2 knocks on the car window. She looked up to see Zhang Guohua standing outside the car, wearing a dark gray loungewear hoodie with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, carrying a toolbox. The scene was too incongruous. Head of the Zhang Group, a hidden billionaire worth trillions, standing outside her car window in a basic hoodie that looked like it was bought from Uniqlo, holding a toolbox and seriously asking, "Is your car broken? I'll take a look for you." "Mister Zhang, why are you up so late in the underground parking lot? Throwing out garbage?" "Yes," he said without changing his expression. "You're throwing out garbage without a garbage bag, holding a toolbox." "Just fixing that loose socket you mentioned yesterday." Jiang Wan leaned against the steering wheel, staring at his perfectly expressionless cold face, suddenly feeling that all her life experiences over the past 20 years had failed in front of this man. Every single one of his "just fixing it" statements precisely hit the points where she needed help, and each time it was almost too perfect, not overly eager to the point of annoying her, nor deliberately distant enough for her to feel he was retreating. It was just the right distance, the perfect temperature, like that latte that was never too hot or too cold. "Mr. Zhang," she rolled down the car window, resting her arm on the window frame, looking up at him. "Are you trying to pursue me?" Zhang Guohua was silent for a moment, then switched the toolbox to his other hand, his voice steady, as if reading a financial report. "Not pursuing. It's normal neighborly assistance. Also, you said not to borrow soy sauce after 10 at night. I didn't borrow any." Jiang Wan looked at his calm, infuriating face and suddenly smiled. It wasn't the kind of smile that was amused, but one that acknowledged defeat after being struck in a soft spot by some gentle insistence. She opened the car door and stood in front of him. "All right. Since it's neighborly assistance, the socket is in the living room. Come fix it. After you're done, also check the faucet in the kitchen. Oh, it's been dripping lately. Also, I'm out of soy sauce. I'll go get it. I brought it when I moved." He took a few steps towards his own house, then turned back to add, "Not on purpose. It was a Buy on Edge 1 free promotion at the supermarket last time." Jiang Wan leaned against her own doorway, watching his figure disappear at the door next door, then heard the sound of him rummaging through things in his kitchen. The night breeze blew in through the corridor window, carrying the chill of the winter night and the faint sound of distant traffic, but she stood there without feeling cold at all. She looked down at the empty space on her ring finger and suddenly remembered what he had said at the summit last time. "I'm pursuing her, but she hasn't agreed yet." "Mr. Zhang, are you still pursuing?" She softly spoke to the empty corridor, then turned and entered, leaving the door slightly ajar for him. On the weekend, Jiang Wan invited Zhang Guohua over for hot pot. The reason was, last time you brought the electric hot pot. When moving, it would be a waste not to use it. Zhang Guohua responded by arriving on time with a whole bag of ingredients. Neither more nor less, just at the agreed time, with no more than a 5-second error. Halfway through the hot pot meal, Jiang Wan's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, frowned slightly, then answered, putting it on speaker while continuing to cook the tripe. On the other end of the line was a man's voice, deliberately warm, yet insincere. "President Jiang, congratulations. I heard Zhang's invested 100 billion in you. You're truly impressive. However, let's not beat around the bush. Regarding the commercial complex project in the city center, our Zhou family has been eyeing it for a long time. We're all decent people here, fair competition, each relying on our own capabilities, wouldn't you agree? Jiang Wan dipped the tripe in the oil dip and replied, Mr. Zhou, you say fair competition, and I agree. But, does your new business consultant also think so? There was a moment of silence on the other end. Jiang Wan picked up a piece of tripe and chewed slowly, leisurely, adding, when did Lin Zihan join your Zhou family? He can't leave the country while on bail, he can only operate locally. Can he handle the position you arranged for him? Or did you just see his understanding of Wanfeng Capital and Jiang Group as an opportunity to find my The other end was completely silent. After several seconds, Mr. Zhou's voice rang out again, but the warmth had vanished, replaced by a stiffness and wariness that came after being exposed. President Jiang is quite well informed. However, Mr. Lin is a formally hired senior consultant of our Zhou family. His personal issues do not affect his professional capabilities. We'll see you at the bidding conference. The call ended. Jiang Wan placed her phone on the table and continued to cook the tripe, her expression calm, as if she had just received a sales call. Zhang Guohua fished out a slice of beef from the pot and placed it in her bowl, his voice still cold, but with a hint of unnoticeable tension. Lin Zihan has joined the Zhou family. Yes. He continued to mix in a new shell while on bail. Jiang Wan picked up the beef and chewed angrily. After Su Shirong's downfall, the Zhou family has become Lin Zihan's last lifeline. The Zhou group has been competing with us for that piece of land in the city center for over a decade. They're determined to win this commercial complex project. Lin Zihan knows me, knows Wanfeng, knows all the operational habits of Jiang Group. He's the best weapon the Zhou family has against me. Do you need help? No need. I'll handle the business matters myself. She put down her chopsticks, looking at the bubbling red oil in the pot, a cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. However, there is one thing I need to prepare in advance. Lin Zihan knows where my bottom line is. He won't win against me in business, so he will definitely resort to other means. Zhang Guohua set down his chopsticks and looked at her. She met his gaze, smiling, her smile lacking the previous coldness, instead carrying a hint of cunning. Don't worry, I've prepared a surprise for him. Does he think he can make a comeback in the Zhou family? He underestimates me. On the day of the preliminary review for the bidding conference, Jiang Wan wore a sharp white suit dress and led Wanfeng Capital's bidding team into the government's bidding conference room. The corridor was long, the lighting harsh, and the sound of footsteps echoed rhythmically on the marble floor. She walked at the front of the group, holding the bid document, her steps neither hurried nor slow, her back straight. Pushing open the conference room door, her eyes immediately fell on him. Lin Zihan sat among the Zhou group's team, wearing a brand new deep blue suit, his hair styled anew, and even his glasses had been updated. He looked like a completely different person from the once down and out Phoenix man. In front of him lay a thick stack of bidding materials next to a cup of coffee, his demeanor calm, as if he had already won. When he saw Jiang Wan enter, he looked up and revealed a sinister smile. That smile was familiar to Jiang Wan. He always smiled like that before every success in their past life. He had smiled like that when he received the Jiang Group's equity transfer document, smiled when watching her kneel and plead with him, and smiled again as he watched her silhouette disappear from the rooftop. It carried a certainty, a malevolence that believed it had everything under control. Jiang Wan sat down opposite the Zhou team. Her team took their seats in unison, no one glancing at Lin Zihan. She placed the bid document on the table, took a sip from her water cup, then looked up, meeting Lin Zihan's gaze, her lips curving into a smile more certain than his. Long time no see, President Lin. I heard you found a new job at the Zhou family. Congratulations. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for everyone in the quiet conference room to hear. However, before we start, I'd like to ask President Zhou a question. You might not know, but your senior consultant's previous partners are now in what situations? He nearly emptied the Jiang Group while he was there. Now he's at the Su Group, and Su Shirong is in prison. I wonder how the Zhou family will end up. Will it be any different? Jiang Wan's words, I wonder what different ending the Zhou family will have, echoed in the conference room. The faces of the Zhou team collectively changed. Several young project managers instinctively shrank back, as if Jiang Wan's gaze carried substantial weight. Lin Zihan's smirk momentarily froze before he returned to his calm demeanor, even taking a sip of coffee in front of him. However, Jiang Wan noticed that when he set down the coffee cup, his fingers trembled slightly on the rim. She was too familiar with this gesture. Each time he lied or felt guilty in her past life, his fingers would unconsciously twitch. After 3 years of dating, she had learned to recognize this signal through countless nights of betrayal. The few party reviewers in the main seats exchanged a subtle glance. The chairperson of the review panel, Old Chun, the deputy director of the City Planning Bureau, an elderly man with graying hair, but still spirited, took off his reading glasses to wipe them and slowly began. We are here for the preliminary review today. Everyone should present their proposals in order. It's all fair competition, no need for such a tense atmosphere. Yet clearly some did not want to ease the mood. The project leader of the Zhou team stood up, a man in his 40s, his hair slicked back, surnamed Qian, known in the industry as Qian Huyu, because his reputation was built on deceiving the clients. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, looking at Jiang Wan with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. General Manager, Jiang, you're young and accomplished. Who in the circle doesn't know? With President Zhang backing you and Zhang's billions invested, how could we dare compete with you? In today's bidding, we are just here to run alongside. Participation is what counts. His tone was sarcastic on the surface. He was flattering, yet every word suggested that Jiang Wan's success was not due to her own abilities, but rather Zhang Guohua's massive funding. The other bidding parties in the conference room began to whisper. A balding middle-aged man leaned closer to his companion, saying, I told you, how could someone so young achieve this on their own? His companion nodded in agreement. With Zhang Guohua's resources thrown in, what project is unattainable? Seizing the opportunity, Lin Zihan stood up, adjusting his suit collar, wearing that practiced for your own good expression he had honed for 3 years, speaking gently, as if comforting a clueless child. Wan, I know you work hard. Having known you for so many years, I understand your capabilities, but bidding relies on real skills, not resources and connections. You've been in the limelight lately, and there are whispers in the circle. Well, I don't want you to be talked about. If you truly want to win this project, you need to present something substantial. Don't let people say you got here on. Well, he intentionally left his words unfinished, allowing everyone to imagine the implications. His expression was so sincere, and his tone so earnest, as if he genuinely cared about Jiang Wan's reputation. Among the Zhou team, someone sighed in agreement, as if to echo Consultant Lin is truly well-meaning. Qian Huyu also sighed, adding with a tone of I'm helpless too. Consultant Lin is right. In business competition, fairness is paramount. Connections and background resources. After all, they are not a long-term solution. Jiang Wan leaned back in her chair, crossing her legs, watching this duo perform their act, her expression a mix of amusement and irony. When Qian Huyu finished his last word, she clapped her hands, and the applause rang out distinctly in the quiet conference room. Have the two of you finished your performance? She stood up, took the remote, and walked to the projection screen at the front of the conference room. That was quite a show. One played the bad cop, the other the good cop. One accused me of relying on men for backdoor dealings, while the other pretended to care that I might be gossiped about. Your coordination is quite commendable. However, this is a bidding meeting, not a theater group. The quality of the proposal is not determined by words, but by results. She pressed the remote, and the projection screen lit up with the proposal from Wanfeng Capital. The lights in the conference room dimmed, and everyone's attention was inevitably drawn to the exquisite PPT. Jiang Wan did not look at the teleprompter or flip through the script. She stood beside the screen, holding the remote, her voice clear and confident. The Urban Center Commercial Complex Project, Wanfeng Capital's positioning is City Cultural Living Room. It is not a traditional mall, but a composite urban landmark that integrates commerce, culture, technology, and public services. Our business plan is divided into 3 levels. The basement to the 3rd floor is for commercial retail, featuring 47 signed brands, including 3 international first-tier brands entering the local market for the first time. The 4th to 6th floors are cultural spaces, including independent bookstores, art exhibition halls, and immersive drama theaters. The 7th floor to the top is a technology experience center and a rooftop stargazing camp. She flipped to the next page, and the screen displayed a series of exquisite renderings and detailed data tables. We have prepared 3 profit models corresponding to optimistic baseline and conservative market conditions. Under the baseline model, the project is expected to achieve break-even in the 3rd year, with a net profit margin exceeding 20% in the 5th year. All traffic forecast, sales per square meter estimates, and rental calculations are based on the latest publicly available data from the city's Statistics Bureau and Planning Bureau, with detailed explanations of data sources and calculation methods in Appendix 3 of the proposal. You may verify each item. Several party reviewers simultaneously lowered their heads to flip through the appendices. Even old Chun, who had been stern-faced, began marking the pages seriously. Qian Huyu from the Zhou team secretly glanced at the materials in front of him, his expression already looking grim. Jiang Wan flipped to the next page, and the screen displayed an overview of the brand entry situation. In terms of brand resources, we have signed letters of intent with 47 brands. This includes the flagship store of Printemps in Asia, the first Lego Exploration Center in the province, and the second Starbucks Reserve Roastery in the city. These 3 brands have never entered commercial complex projects in the city before and were independently negotiated by Wanfeng Capital over 6 months. The original letters of intent are in Appendix 5 of the proposal, each with the official seal and contact information of the brand representatives, and the clients can call at any time to verify. She flipped to the last page, and the screen froze on Wanfeng Capital's project slogan. Not just business, but a city's calling card. Then she turned around, facing the review panel, her voice calm, yet weighty. This is the summary of Wanfeng Capital's proposal. We have no exclusive resources from the Zhang Group. All brands' data and models were completed independently by the Wanfeng team. Zhang's investment of billions is based on recognition of Wanfeng Capital's business capabilities, not the other way around. Please judge for yourselves. If anyone believes I got here through backdoor dealings with men, feel free to present evidence. If not, then let the proposal speak for itself. The conference room fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Then Old Chen put down his pen, removed his reading glasses, and slowly nodded, saying to the reviewer next to him, "The data is solid." His voice was not loud, yet in the quiet conference room it was loud enough for everyone to hear. Jiang Wan walked back to her seat, pausing for a moment as she passed the Zhou team's spot. She picked up the cover of the Zhou proposal in front of Lin Zihan. He had intentionally laid it out on the table so that both the reviewers and Jiang Wan could see, as if showing off the strength of the Zhou family. General Manager Lin, she opened the cover, flipped to the third page, pointed at a specific line of data, her tone flat, as if reading a menu. "The per capita consumption expenditure growth rate you cited on the third page of your proposal is listed as 12.7%. The original source of this data is from the statistical yearbook published by the city's Statistics Bureau last year. However, you may not have noticed, this March the Statistical Bureau issued a correction announcement stating that 3 data points from last year's yearbook were reevaluated due to sampling errors, and the per capita consumption expenditure growth rate was corrected from 12.7 to 8.4. The correction announcement is still posted on the homepage of the city's Statistics Bureau. The data you cited is incorrect. A proposal that even fails to verify publicly available data dares to compete." Lin Zihan's expression changed instantly. He quickly flipped open his proposal, turning to the third page, staring at the number, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Qian Huyu's smile also froze, the upward curve of his lips stuck in midair, resembling a frog that had been frozen. He hastily flipped through the proposal, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his gold-rimmed glasses sliding down without him noticing. "This is not some profound professional judgment." Jiang Wan straightened up, casting a glance at the Zhou team. "This is the basic skill required to draft a proposal. When I was 2012, I helped General Manager Lin revise his company's proposal and learned this principle. Every number submitted must be verified by oneself. Thank you, General Manager Lin, for giving me this learning opportunity back then. But it seems you have forgotten. Because of this, it was even more lethal than any mockery. She was not counterattacking you, she was merely stating a fact. And the fact was, all the professional abilities Lin Zihan once possessed were supplemented by her. Without her basic skills, he couldn't even submit a qualified proposal." Lin Zihan's face shifted from red to green, then to white, ultimately collapsing like a deflated balloon, slumped in his chair, his fingers tightly gripping the edge of the proposal, knuckles turning white from the pressure. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't find any point to counter. Because that number was indeed data he handled. After Su Shirong's downfall, he hastily pieced together this proposal in less than 3 days to establish himself in the Zhou family, unaware that the Statistics Bureau had updated the correction announcement. Old Chen took off his reading glasses, looking gravely at the Zhou proposal, his expression quite grim. "Manager, Qian, has your Zhou family's proposal not been verified for data?" Qian Huyu wiped the sweat from his forehead, stammering, "This might be a statistical caliber issue. We use data from other channels." "What channels? More authoritative than the Statistics Bureau's correction announcement?" Jiang Wan pulled out her phone, the screen already opened to the correction announcement page from the city's Statistics Bureau, holding it up for everyone to see. "This correction announcement was issued on March 17th this year. What date is it today? It has been nearly a year. How can you expect the clients to trust you with billions in projects when you haven't even followed up on such basic public information?" Lin Zihan finally found a point to counterattack. He stood up, pointing at Jiang Wan's proposal, his voice sharpening. "The profit model for that cultural space in your proposal is strikingly similar to the business plan we discussed before. Do you dare say that idea entirely belongs to your Wanfeng capital?" Jiang Wan almost laughed upon hearing this. Leaning back in her chair, tilting her head to look at Lin Zihan, her eyes filled with a near-pitying helplessness. She opened the proposal, flipping to the appendix section, pulling out a document, raising it for everyone to see. It was an intellectual property declaration with the formal registration number from the National Copyright Administration, dated 6 months ago. The copyright for this proposal was registered 6 months ago. 6 months ago, General Manager Lin, where were you? Still at Su Shirong's company, advising him on how to short the Jiang Group stock. She gently placed the declaration on the table, her voice soft, yet the entire conference room heard her clearly. "You say this idea was discussed between us. Would you care to explain how you managed to discuss a commercial complex proposal with me while shorting Jiang stock 6 months ago?" The conference room was so silent that one could hear someone swallowing. Qian Huyu's face had completely turned. Lin Zihan opened his mouth, unable to utter a word. His bail conditions explicitly prohibited him from engaging in any business related to the Jiang family. If he now admitted to participating in the discussion of Jiang Wan's proposal 6 months ago, It would mean acknowledging that he violated the no-contact clause during his bail. If he denied it, he would be publicly lying. His lie would be exposed on the spot by the evidence Jiang Wan casually tossed out. At that moment, Old Chen's phone vibrated. He glanced down, furrowing his brows slightly, then passed his phone to the reviewer next to him. Several reviewers huddled together to discuss quietly, and Old Chen stood up, clearing his throat. I just received an urgent notification from the city's bidding office. He glanced at the Zhou team, his stern gaze causing Qian Huyu to instinctively shrink back. Someone has anonymously submitted evidence of the Zhou group's collusion in the past 3 municipal projects, including bank transactions and internal communications. The bidding office has decided to suspend the Zhou group's qualification for this bid and initiate a formal investigation. During the investigation, the Zhou group is prohibited from participating in all government procurement projects in the city. Please, members of the Zhou team, leave now. Just as Party A was about to announce that the ranking of the Wanfeng capital proposal was first, the head of the review panel, Director Chun, was about to stand up to read the results when the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. A staff member hurriedly walked up to the review panel, handed over a freshly printed A4 sheet, and whispered a few serious words. Director Chen glanced at the sheet, his brows furrowing deeply, and raised his head to scan the room, ultimately fixing his gaze on Jiang Wan. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly shifted. General Jiang, he raised the sheet, allowing everyone to vaguely see the densely packed text. The organizing committee has just received an anonymous report email. The report claims that your core proposal is suspected of plagiarizing the business plan of the Zhou Group and demands that your bidding qualifications be immediately revoked. With that, the room erupted into chaos. The Zhou Group team, who had not yet left the conference room, immediately turned around, as if energized. Qian Huyo was the first to jump out, a smug smile almost spilling over his lips, his small eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses shining with glee. What did I say? Today's young people, accustomed to shortcuts, even have to plagiarize bidding proposals. Director Chen, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. Revoking qualifications isn't enough, we need to pursue legal responsibility. Although our Zhou Group has had its qualifications suspended, we cannot watch others win bids with plagiarized proposals. What credibility will the city's projects have if this gets out? Lin Zihan stood behind Qian Huyo, arms crossed, wearing an expression of "I knew this would happen," with a slight smirk, his eyes betraying unmasked resentment and delight. The embarrassment he felt when Jiang Wan publicly exposed his data forgery had completely vanished, replaced by a sense of satisfaction of "it's your turn now." Other bidding parties began to whisper among themselves, some frowning and shaking their heads, others relishing the misfortune, while some merely leaned back with a spectator's attitude, waiting to see how this drama would unfold. Several staff members of the review panel had already pulled up the report materials on their computers, their expressions grave as they compared the two proposals on screen. Jiang Wan stood up. Her movements were neither rushed nor slow, as natural as getting up from the sofa to pour a glass of water. There was no sign of panic, anger, or grievance on her face, only a calmness that bordered on unsettling certainty. She picked up the microphone on the table, her voice clear and steady, resonating throughout the conference room. Since there is a report, let's investigate. It is the perfect opportunity, with all reviewers and bidders present, to clarify matters. She turned to the review panel, her tone neither servile nor arrogant. Director Chun, I request on-site verification of the original creative documents for both proposals, including draft versions, creation timestamps, email transmission records, and modification traces. Wanfeng Capital can provide all evidence on the spot to prove that this proposal, from creative conception to data calculations to the final draft, was entirely completed by my team independently. If the organizing committee requires, I can also open my office computer and log into the cloud backend on-site to showcase the complete creation timeline of the proposal. Director Chen adjusted his glasses and nodded slightly. Qian Huya's smile froze for a moment, but quickly returned. He had personally written the report, and the evidence of plagiarism was fabricated by Lin Zihan. He thought Jiang Wan was just bluffing, waiting to see how she would handle the real hard evidence. Jiang Wan leaned over and whispered a few words to her secretary Xiao Zhou. Xiao Zhou quickly opened her laptop and pulled up all backup files of the proposal creation. At the same time, Jiang Wan took out her phone and sent 2 messages to the company's legal department and IT department respectively. The first message to the legal department: Party A has received a report email claiming that the proposal is plagiarized. Please organize all copyright registration certificates, notarization documents, and original creation timelines ready for submission at any time. The second message to the IT department: there has been a leak of internal proposals. Immediately trace all working accounts that have interacted with the core proposal. Check the document download records for this week, abnormal IP logins, and emails sent outside of working hours. Targets new hires within the past month whose permissions allow access to the proposal and who have had anomalous operations recently. Then she sent a third message to a number without a saved contact. That was the investigator she had arranged in advance with Lin Zhou. After discovering by Rao's cosmetic surgery, she knew this day would eventually come and had already laid the groundwork within the company. Target confirmed. We will net the operation tonight. Is everything ready? The other party replied instantly, all set. Recording and filming equipment has been tested. The security team is on standby. Are you sure it's in the underground parking lot? Yes. She knows my driving habits too well. Tonight I intentionally left it open for her. She will definitely go there to meet Lin Zihan. After sending the messages, Jiang Wan flipped her phone face down on the table and looked up. Xiao Zhou had already arranged the retrieved documents in chronological order and projected them onto the big screen. Ladies and gentlemen of the review panel, this is the complete creation timeline of Wanfeng Capital's core proposal. She picked up the remote control, displaying page by page. The creation date of the first draft was 6 months ago, and each subsequent revision had precise timestamps, editor IDs, and modification descriptions. Some early modification records showed the complete iterative process from draft to final version, with ideas clarified from vague to precise and data refined from rough to accurate. Each version retained complete modification traces with no sudden insertions or large-scale copy-pasting anomalies. Now let's look at the report materials claiming that I plagiarized the Zhou Group proposal. She turned to the cover of the Zhou Group's proposal, pointing at the date on it. The creation date of this proposal is 3 months ago, while my proposal had a draft 6 months ago. Did I traverse into the future to plagiarize their proposal written 3 months ago? Several reviewers huddled together to compare the timestamps of the two documents, starting to shake their heads. Qian Hui's smile completely froze, but Jiang Wan was not finished. She turned to the third part of the proposal, profit model and financial calculations. On this page there is a set of data in Zhou Group's financial calculation model that is completely identical to the preliminary draft I submitted to the City Planning Bureau 3 months ago, including a unique anti-plagiarism mark that I specifically designed. She zoomed in on that set of data, circling an inconspicuous number with a laser pointer. The indicator was named Project Cycle Adjustment Coefficient with a value of 0.973. The design logic of this number is extremely unique, derived by Jiang Wan based on the geographical characteristics of the project location, including sunlight angle attenuation rate of the business district's radiation radius and consumption frequency distribution of the target demographic. Through a mathematical model she designed herself and is by no means an industry standard. Any normal bidding party could not coincidentally generate the same number. This coefficient is not an industry standard. It is an original design validated repeatedly against local specific conditions in my project planning. May I ask the Zhou Group team, can you explain why your proposal is identical to my unique parameters? The conference room fell silent, the only sound being the ticking of the clock on the wall. Qian Huyo opened his mouth, unable to utter a word. Lin Zihan's face turned as white as the projection screen on the wall, and he unconsciously took a step back, his back colliding with the armrest of a chair. I do not need the organizing committee to revoke Zhou Group's qualifications. They have already been suspended. Jiang Wan turned around, facing Qian Huyo and Lin Zihan, her voice not loud, but every word sounded like a hammer driving into the ears of everyone present. What I want is for the organizing committee to officially initiate an investigation into Zhou Group's infringement of commercial secrets and malicious defamation of competitors. My legal team has prepared all the necessary litigation materials, including the comparative analysis presented earlier and the IP tracking records we are currently retrieving. During the investigation, I ask that all members of Zhou Group cooperate. If necessary, I can arrange transportation to and from the court. Director Chen removed his reading glasses, his expression grim. He first turned his gaze to Jiang Wan, nodding slightly, his tone serious. General Jiang, the organizing committee will make a detailed record of today's events. We have rechecked your proposal. It is solid in data, clear in creativity, and complete in copyright protection. There are no issues with Wanfeng Capital's bidding qualifications. Thank you for your cooperation and restraint and for responding to this baseless accusation in such a transparent manner. He then turned to the Zhou Group team, his tone suddenly stern. Zhou Group is suspected of defaming competitors' commercial disparagement and infringing on commercial secrets in this bidding process. The organizing committee will formally report to the city's bidding office and public security agency, recommending a comprehensive investigation. During the investigation, Zhou Group's qualifications to participate in all government procurement projects in this city will be suspended, and they will be placed on the industry's integrity blacklist, the duration to be determined based on the investigation results. You may now leave. Several members of the Zhou Group team exchanged glances, some bowing their heads to pack their things, while others shot a furtive glance at Lin Zihan, clearly communicating with their eyes, "This is all your bad idea." Qian Huyo wanted to argue further, but Director Chen had already stopped looking at him, simply making a gesture toward the door. Jiang Wan sat back down. She took a sip from the cup of water in front of her, her fingers trembling imperceptibly, not from nervousness, but because there was an even more important operation to execute tonight. What she meant by retrieving IP tracking records was that the IT department had already sent the information of the leaker to her phone, the new administrative assistant Lin Yu. Having been employed for less than a month, her work account had logged into the company intranet late at night 3 days ago, downloading all files of the core proposal and then forwarded them to Lin Zihan via an encrypted email from an overseas IP. Moreover, there was a transfer of 50,000 yuan in Lin Yu's bank statement sent from an account named by Mao. By Ro. Indeed, she hadn't given up. At 6:30 in the evening, Wanfeng Capital's work hours ended. Jiang Wan walked into the underground parking lot, as usual, pressed the remote key, and the car lights flashed twice. She did not get into the car, but leaned against the door, taking out her phone and pretending to make a call. She deliberately raised her voice a few notches, creating a slight echo in the empty space of the underground parking lot. Director Chun. Yes, it's me, Jiang Wan. Regarding the bidding, there's been a small issue with the proposal, and I need to discuss it with you privately tonight. Yes, privately, the fewer people who know the better. 8 o'clock, the usual place. Just you alone. I have the revised proposal with me. Don't worry, no one will know. After hanging up, she put her phone back in her bag, opened the car door, got into the driver's seat, and started the engine. As her car exited the garage, a slender figure wearing a mask and a baseball cap darted out from the shadow of the figure stood for a moment, then took out a phone and quickly typed, her fingers trembling with excitement. Minutes later, a gray sedan without its headlights on silently slid into the garage, stopping next to the fire escape. Lin Zihan stepped out from the driver's seat, still wearing the dark blue suit that had been thoroughly criticized by Jiang Wan during the bidding meeting. Bai Rou stepped forward, removing her mask to reveal a face still bearing signs of her recent cosmetic surgery, lowering her voice, her tone filled with impatient pride. Did you record it? Lin Zihan asked. Yes, I did. She said she wants to negotiate privately with Director Chun and mentioned the fewer people who know the better. Bai Rou waved her phone, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her lips curling into the same arc as when she had stepped on Jiang Wan's fingers in a previous life. Last time she stole our shop and then bit back, accusing us of stealing her proposal. This time it's her turn. Send this recording to the bidding office and all media along with the previous bribery bank statement, making it impossible for her to defend herself. Let's see how she can turn this around this time. This time no more anonymity. We'll file a direct complaint. Let's ruin her reputation. Lin Zihan reached for the phone, but before his hand could touch Bai Rou's phone case, all the lights in the garage suddenly turned on. The blinding white light split the dim space like a scalpel, causing both to shield their eyes instinctively. The fire escape door was pushed open from outside and 6 security guards filed in, followed by a lawyer team with recording pens and cameras, and finally Jiang Wan entered wearing a black suit dress, holding her phone. The phone screen was lit, recording video with the lens aimed at the corner of the garage, where the two caught in the light could no longer hide. Bai Rou, General Lin, long time no see. Jiang Wan pressed the stop recording button and nodded to the lawyers behind her. That conversation just now, along with your movements tonight, and the IP tracking records and bank transfer receipts obtained by the IT department. All of it is recorded. See you in court. Oh, and by the way, wasn't your last insider trading evidence recorded the same way? Only last time you were hiding in the fire escape of a securities company's VIP room, filming me, and this time I'm standing at the fire escape door filming you. The wheel of fortune turns. Bai Rou's face completely lost its last trace of disguise under the bright light, her lips trembling as she wanted to say something, but was choked up. She instinctively raised her phone to smash it on the ground, but was seized by a security guard beside her, and the phone was taken as evidence and sealed. Lin Zihan stumbled back, his back hitting the hood of the gray sedan with a hollow thud. Jiang Wan turned and walked away, the sound of her high heels clicking crisply on the concrete floor. As she reached the elevator, she took out her phone and sent a message to Zhang Guohua. The mole has been caught. Bai Rou and Lin Zihan, all recordings and videos on site, are locked in. Your investigator was very cooperative, and the security team and lawyer team coordinated seamlessly. It was arranged quite beautifully. He'll treat you to dinner another day. The reply came almost instantly. Tonight. I know a nice restaurant. The location that followed was the most expensive Western restaurant in the city, the kind where the per capita consumption had 4 zeros after it. Jiang Wan looked at the location, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. Did you book in advance? I guessed you would treat me. Following up with, I've already cleared your schedule for tomorrow morning. You can sleep in. How did you clear it? That's my company's schedule. I told Lin Zhou. He said you were the boss lady, and he didn't dare to disobey. Who is his boss lady? I haven't agreed yet. You didn't deny it when he called you boss lady. I heard it. Jiang Wan stared at the screen, her finger hovering over the keyboard, wanting to retort, but after thinking it through, she realized he was right. Last time Lin Zhou called her boss lady at the annual meeting, she indeed did not deny it. Leaning against the elevator wall, she pressed her phone to her chest, the elevator mirror reflecting the upward curve of her lips. That evening, Zhang Guohua arrived at the restaurant half an hour early. Lin Zhou learned that his boss was going to dinner over the phone, and asked in a tone of I expected this whether he needed to book the most expensive Western restaurant in the city, to which Zhang Guohua replied, "It's already booked." Lin Zhou then asked if he needed to arrange roses, and Zhang Guohua fell silent for a moment, saying no need to be too deliberate, then added she likes white yustomas, don't get it wrong. Lin Zhou silently wrote down in his notebook the boss said no need to be too deliberate, then specified flower materials. Note saying one thing and meaning another has become instinct. When Jiang Wan received her father's call, she was having a thank you dinner with Zhang Guohua. The table was adorned with a snow-white linen tablecloth and the candelabra was handcrafted from brass, while an abstract painting she couldn't quite understand but knew was expensive hung on the wall. Zhang Guohua arrived half an hour early and had the red roses originally placed in the center of the table replaced with white delphiniums, claiming it was because she likes them. As Lin Zhou jotted down this sentence in his notebook, he nearly couldn't suppress the curve of his lips. When Jiang Wan arrived and saw the delphiniums, she paused for a moment. She took off her coat and handed it to the server, sat down, picked up her knife and fork, and with a half-smile looked at the aloof man across from her. "Mr. Zhang, we agreed that I would treat for this meal, yet you have already taken care of the flowers. Who's treating whom?" "You treat, I arrange." Zhang Guohua poured her a glass of warm water, his actions as natural as if he had done it countless times before. "It's just neighborly assistance." "How is arranging a Western restaurant neighborly assistance? Last time I helped you fix the socket you said that didn't count. This time it's a different approach." He remained unperturbed, pushing the cup toward her. "The temperature is just right." Jiang Wan raised the cup and took a sip. It was indeed just right. Not too hot nor too cold, the temperature she preferred. She was just about to retort his so-called neighborly assistance when her phone rang. The caller ID showed Dad. She answered, and her father's hurried voice came through the background noise filled with the ringing of phones and anxious voices from the conference room. Chaotic, like a pot of porridge. "Wan, something's wrong." The stock of Jiang Corporation was maliciously short-sold, directly hitting a trading halt at the opening. "It's only been half a day, and the market value has evaporated by 1.8 billion. Come back quickly." Jiang Wan put down her knife and fork. She glanced at Zhang Guohua, who was also looking at her, his gentle gaze instantly shifting to a cold vigilance. He had already read the seriousness of the situation from the change in her expression. "Dad, don't panic. I'll be back right now." Her voice was steady, showing no signs of panic. "Have the finance department prepare all available liquid assets. No one is allowed to make any decisions without my permission before I arrive." After hanging up, she picked up her coat and stood up. Zhang Guohua had already gotten up and grabbed the car keys. "I'll drive you." "No need, I can drive myself. Your current emotional state is not suitable for driving." He pulled out the chair, his tone leaving no room for argument, yet his voice remained gentle. "I'll drive. You can make calls on the way. When we arrive, I won't get out. I'll wait for you in the car. You can take charge of your dad's company. I'm just the driver." She didn't refute, because she knew he was right. Her hands were slightly trembling, not from fear, but from Zhou Corporation, Lin Zihan. They couldn't win against her in the bidding, so they resorted to such despicable means to attack her father's company. In her past life, this was how Jiang Corporation collapsed. Short-selling rumors, panicked, selling the same old tricks. In her past life, she kneeled before Lin Zihan, begging him to back off, only to receive the response, "I'll stop if you sign the equity transfer agreement." She signed. Then Jiang Corporation was gone. Her father jumped off the hospital rooftop, and her mother swallowed a whole bottle of sleeping pills. In this life, she would not let anyone lay a finger on Jiang Corporation. On the way to Jiang Corporation's headquarters, she made 4 phone calls. The first call was to the financial director of Jiang Corporation, asking for the total amount of liquid assets available, the number of stocks being short-sold, and the sources of margin financing. The financial director's voice trembled, but the data was reported clearly. Zhou Corporation had used over a dozen secret accounts to launch a concentrated assault, coordinating with margin selling, while spreading rumors about Jiang Corporation's project fraud and funding chain break, resulting in a direct trading halt within half an hour and panic selling flooding in with dozens of pages of sell orders that couldn't be fulfilled. The second call was to the finance department of Wanfeng Capital, ordering the immediate withdrawal of all available reserve funds to transfer to Jiang Corporation's protective account. "President Jiang, that's reserved for our next quarter's projects. I know. Transfer. I'll bear all consequences." The third call was to the legal department, requesting the preparation of a complete set of litigation materials against Zhou Corporation for malicious short-selling and spreading rumors, including charges of market manipulation, commercial defamation, and unfair competition, applying to freeze Zhou Corporation's related accounts and report to the Public Security Bureau. The fourth call was to Lin Zhou, instructing him to immediately investigate Zhou Corporation's margin leverage ratio, sources of funds, and the actual controllers behind all secret accounts. "I have already found part of it." Lin Zhou's voice was calm. "Give me half an hour, I'll send you the complete path." After finishing the 4 calls, the car just stopped downstairs at Jiang Corporation's headquarters. Jiang Wan pushed open the car door and glanced back at Zhang Guohua. He sat in the driver's seat, not turning off the engine, just nodding at her. That nod was light, yet it carried significant weight. She didn't say thank you, nor did he say good luck. Some words didn't need to be spoken. Jiang Wan strode through the corridor of Jiang Corporation's headquarters. The sound of her high heels on the marble floor echoed coldly and steadily with each step. The receptionist was taken aback upon seeing her, momentarily stunned before reacting. Over half a year had passed since her last visit, but her aura was sharper than before. She pushed open the conference room's large door. The long conference table was filled with people. Jiang's father sat at the head, his temples seemingly whiter than yesterday, and the ashtray in front of him was piled high with cigarette butts that had been extinguished after smoking only halfway. He was speaking with several old shareholders, his voice hoarse, clearly having debated for a long time. Several gray-haired board members were arguing. Some were saying to immediately sell core assets to stop losses, while others suggested surrendering to Zhou Corporation and seeking peace, and some were banging the table cursing, "It's all your Jiang family's fault, now the whole company is in trouble. That piece of land cannot be sold. That is the foundation of Jiang Corporation." An old shareholder with reading glasses banged on the table. "What do you propose? The stock price has already hit a halt. If it drops again tomorrow, the bank will come to demand repayment." Another bald elder shouted back, his face red and neck thick. "If you ask me, let old Jiang go talk to Zhou's family." A third voice interjected sarcastically, "It's all old friendship, why make it such a fuss? Just apologize and pay some money, and this matter will be over. Young people are too impulsive, offending people, and now we old folks have to clean up the mess." Just as Jiang's father was about to speak, the conference room door was pushed open. Everyone turned to see Jiang Wan's. She wore a black suit dress, her hair neatly pinned up, the diamond ring on her ring finger occasionally glimmering under the lights, her expression as cold as a blade. She walked in, not sitting at any empty seat, but directly walked to the head seat, resting her hands on the table, surveying all those present from a superior position. The elder who had just suggested surrendering to Zhou's family was caught in her gaze and instinctively shrank his neck. "Ladies and gentlemen," her voice was not loud, but every word reached every corner of the conference room precisely. "I just came from the company. I have already understood the situation completely. Now is not the time to discuss whether to sell assets or seek peace. Zhou Corporation is using over a dozen secret accounts to launch a concentrated assault while spreading rumors to create panic, which is typical market manipulation. Their goal is not to profit from the stock price. They want to bring Jiang Corporation down. Do you think selling core assets will stop the losses? They are waiting for you to sell assets. If you sell, they will buy at a low price. If you don't sell, they will continue to assault. This is a dead cycle in the past. Many companies have been swallowed up this way." She pressed the remote, and the large screen in the conference room lit up, displaying the short-selling funding structure chart of Zhou Corporation that she had Lin Zhou just send over. The dense accounts, capital flows, and leverage ratios were clear at a glance. The connections between the secret accounts resembling a spider's web, and several accounts were already marked with red annotations, such as suspected of using other securities accounts and margin sources suspected of underground banks. Their cost of margin trading is very high, and the leverage ratio is close to the limit. If the stock price continues to hit a halt tomorrow, they will indeed make a profit. But if the stock price rebounds, even if it only rebounds to the point where they cannot cover their margin costs, the shorts will be forced to close their positions, buying more as the price rises, creating a short squeeze. They are using a huge amount of funds. Once a forced liquidation is triggered, the losses will be at least in the hundreds of millions. She turned around, looking at all those present, her gaze finally landing on the elder who had suggested seeking peace with Zhou Corporation. "This is my plan. Comprehensive protection. All liquid assets of Jiang Corporation, along with the 500 million reserve funds drawn from Wanfeng Capital, will all enter the market, placing high-priced buy orders. No sell orders at the halt price, no passive defensive orders, but actively pushing the price up. Let the market see that someone dares to buy. Once the stock price rebounds, panic selling will turn to wait and see, and the shorts will begin to divide internally. The pressure will return to Zhou Corporation." The air in the conference room froze for a moment. Then it exploded. "Are you crazy? All the company's liquid assets to gamble on a rebound." The bald elder jumped up. "What right does Wanfeng Capital have to interfere in Jiang Corporation's affairs? There is no connection in the equity of the two companies. This is called misappropriation of funds." Another person shouted in agreement. "Young people shouldn't think that just because they earn some money they know everything. Many veterans have died trying to fight back against short selling." Jiang Wan waited for them to finish shouting, calmly flipping to the next slide of the PPT, which detailed the funding sources of Zhou Corporation's short-selling accounts, clearly listing the funding ratios, financing parties, and leverage multiples. According to this funding path analysis, Zhou Corporation's short-selling of Jiang Corporation has a leverage ratio of at least 4 times, with some secret accounts even reaching 5 times. A considerable portion of their funding sources are short-term loans with high monthly interest, which cannot be sustained. The total available liquid assets of Jiang Corporation plus Wanfeng Capital's reserves amount to 9 billion. This volume is enough to eat a large number of short-selling orders at the halt price, while sending a signal of buying power returning. Once market confidence reverses, the shorts will face margin pressure. If the stock price rebounds by more than 8%, with the current leverage of Zhou Corporation, some of their short positions will trigger forced liquidations. At that time, it won't be us begging them, it will be them begging us. The conference room fell silent. Several elders who had prepared to continue arguing were choked into speechlessness by this precise data down to the decimal point. They lowered their heads, flipping through the materials printed in front of them, their expressions changing from anger to surprise to speechlessness, finally settling into a subtle look somewhere between embarrassment and awe. Jiang's father sat at the head holding an unlit cigarette, and since Jiang Wan entered the room, he just watched his daughter stand in front of the big screen, analyzing data line by line, deconstructing the opponent's strategy, and deploying the steps for a counterattack, her voice steady, logic, clear, decisive, and ruthless. He remembered the night of her engagement banquet 6 months ago when his daughter returned from the hotel and stood in the living room saying, "Trust me once." At that time, he wasn't entirely sure. He just didn't want her to feel isolated and helpless anymore. Now he watched her convince a group of old shareholders who were decades older than her in the conference room, clearly explaining a counterattack plan that even he hadn't thought of, suddenly feeling that unlit cigarette was a bit bitter. But his eyes were warm. He took off his reading glasses, stood up, and walked to his daughter's side. All the elders' gazes concentrated on him. He was the chairman, the final decision-making power rested in his hands. Do as Jiang Wan says. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was firm. From now on, the protective actions of Jiang Corporation will be fully commanded by her. If anyone disagrees, come find me. The last trace of dissent in the conference room also disappeared. Those few elders who had just banged the table were now all lowering their heads to flip through materials, no one daring to speak. The bald elder who had shouted the loudest muttered, "The Yangtze River pushes the waves ahead," stuffing the materials into his briefcase, sighing as if resigned to fate. The elder who had suggested surrendering to Zhou Corporation secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, shifting his chair back half an inch as if trying to distance himself from his earlier embarrassing self. Just when Jiang Wan was deploying the protective actions, Jiang's father's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and frowned. Lin Zihan. Everyone knew this name. The whispers in the conference room suddenly ceased, the air tightening once again. Jiang Wan gestured for her father to answer the call and put it on speaker. Lin Zihan's voice came through the phone speaker, carrying a triumphant Catan mouse calmness. "Uncle Jiang, it's been a while since we last contacted. I heard Zhou Corporation's stock price hit a halt today. I'm really sorry. This is just business competition, inevitable friction. I have a suggestion for you. Let Wan come talk to me. If she's willing, we can settle privately. After all, she and I once had feelings. If she kneels down and begs me, I might still leave a meal for the Jiang family." The expressions of everyone in the conference room changed completely. Some clenched their fists, while others turned pale with anger. Jiang's father's veins were bulging on the back of his hand, just about to speak, when Jiang Wan pressed down on his arm. She picked up the phone, pressed the mute button, and said to her father and all the elders, "I'll handle this," then unmuted, her voice calm, as if talking to an ordinary business partner. "Lin Zihan, at the bidding meeting, you faked data, bribed insiders to steal trade secrets in the underground garage, and now you are colluding with Zhou Corporation to manipulate the market maliciously. You haven't even started serving your sentence for all these crimes, and you've added another one. Thank you for your concern. Every crime you commit just gives me more evidence. When your case is consolidated for trial at the end of the year, I will personally attend the hearing. I hope your performance on the defendant's seat will be more spectacular than today's call. Additionally, please pass on a message to Bai Ro. The recording from the underground garage is very clear. I've watched your expressions several times, and each time I do, it's quite entertaining. Thank you for providing me with material." She hung up the phone and placed it back in front of her father. A round of scattered applause arose in the conference room, led by someone. Jiang Wan didn't look back, continuing to deploy the protective actions. That afternoon, the protective funds of Zhou Corporation began to enter the market. 9 billion placed in batches, actively consuming the short-selling orders piled up at the trading halt. In the trading room, a dozen traders operated simultaneously, their fingers flying across the keyboards, the Klein chart on the screen fluctuating violently like an electrocardiogram. Jiang Wan stood in the trading room, holding a cup of black coffee, her eyes never leaving the monitoring chart of the capital flow on the big screen. The first wave of orders consumed 1/3 of the sell orders at the trading halt, the stock price rebounding slightly by a fraction of a percentage point before being pushed down again. The second wave of orders consumed the remaining half, and the stock price began to show fluctuations. This indicated that some shorts were hesitating internally. A thin layer of sweat formed on her forehead, but she didn't wipe it away. She remembered the day Zhou Corporation was short-sold in her past life. It had also hit a trading halt, and her father had poured all the money he could raise into it. But the volume was too large, and the funds were insufficient, ultimately failing to hold on. That evening her father sat in his office, staring blankly at the screen, filled with green numbers for a long time. Later he told her on the rooftop that if they had had enough funds back then perhaps they could have held on. In this life, she would not let that have happened again. But just as the third wave of orders was about to be executed, the market suddenly changed. It was neither Jiang Corporation's funds, nor Wanfeng Capital's reserves. It was a strange colossal capital flow surpassing everyone's expectations, surging into the buying channel of Jiang Corporation stock from multiple accounts simultaneously, like a pod of whales surfacing from the deep sea. The prices that were about to drop back to the trading halt were supported, pushed up, and broken through by massive buy orders. Declines on the intraday chart, flipping from green to red bars rising one after another like a volcano erupting. Everyone in the trading room was stunned, their fingers hovering above the keyboards, forgetting what they were supposed to type. Someone shouted. Jiang Wan stood in the trading room of the Jiang Corporation headquarters, still holding her phone, the echoes of Zhang Guohua's words. The Jiang Corporation is your father's lifeline. Ooh, I will not let it come to harm, still resonating in her ears. She took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions in her chest, and redialed Zhang Guohua's number. Mr. Zhang. Her voice regained its usual calmness, but the address had quietly shifted from Mr. Zhang to a more direct opening. The funds you invested are routed through the Zhang Consortium. Since you are already involved, why not collaborate directly? They'll provide strategy and intelligence, and you provide funds and channels. The piece of meat that is the Zhou Corporation we will feast on together. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Then Zhang Guohua's voice rang out again, his tone still that of official business, but his speed had quickened slightly, as if he had waited a long time for her to take the initiative. I have this intention. I am downstairs at your company. Should I come up to talk, or he'll come down? The trading room is too noisy. Jiang Wan picked up her coat, gestured for the traders to continue monitoring, and strode out of the trading room. Outside the Jiang Corporation headquarters, the black Rolls-Royce was still parked in its place, the window partially lowered, revealing Zhang Guohua's sharply defined profile. Jiang Wan opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. The warmth from the heater was just right, and the seat heating was set to the most comfortable level. She noticed he always adjusted the temperature before she got in, yet she had never told him what temperature she preferred. She leaned back against the seat, tilting her head to look at him. When did you set your sights on the Zhou Corporation? Before the bidding meeting. Zhang Guohua took out a thermos from the armrest, unscrewed the lid, and handed it to her, his movements as natural as if he had done it countless times. This was not coffee, but warm water at the perfect temperature. Half of the funding sources for Zhou Corporation's more than a dozen hidden accounts come from underground banks, while the other half is laundered through subsidiaries of the Zhang Consortium. They think those channels are known only to heaven and earth, but in reality each transaction is recorded in the group's audit system. I originally planned to close the net later, but they should not have targeted you. So you moved up the net closing plan. Not moved up. He looked at her, his gaze calm and resolute. It's handing the entire net over to you to close. I know you will fight back, and I know you will win. What I am doing is ensuring that when you fight back you have enough ammunition. After you were kidnapped last time, I told myself, never again will I let you fight alone. Jiang Wan's fingers tightened slightly around the thermos. The night outside deepened, and the streetlight's glow streamed in through the car window, casting a play of light and shadow on the seat between them. She lowered her head to take a sip of water, then raised her head, a curve appearing at the corner of her mouth reminiscent of the murderous intent she had shown at the bidding meeting. Since we are teaming up, let's play it big. The Zhou Corporation believes they are in the dark while we are in the light, but in reality we have already figured out every one of their accounts, every bit of funding, every key point for the crash. When the market opens tomorrow, they will definitely continue to crash. Today is a limit down, and tomorrow another limit down will drive market panic completely out of control. We will just wait for them to crash. The more they crash, the more we take. We will eat through all their bottom positions. Then, she pulled out the Klein chart on her phone, pointing at the steep downward curve. When they realize their chips have been eaten clean, their financing costs skyrocketing, and the financiers start demanding margin calls, it will be time for us to pull up. The rise does not require much capital, just a spark at the key point. Once the short sellers panic, the Zhou Corporation will help us lift the stock price. The more they buy, the higher it rises, and the forced liquidation losses will sever their cash flow completely. Listening to her strategy, the corner of Zhang Guohua's mouth moved slightly. Her manner of speaking had fully transformed into that of a seasoned hunter. Using others' greed as bait, using others' fear as a weapon, each step taken to the rhythm most uncomfortable for the opponent. He suddenly recalled the first time he saw her name in a business file in his past life, a note in the margin read, extremely gifted, but has been PU'd by a scumbag for years, severely lacking in self-confidence, unable to realize potential. Now looking at her, the woman who had been dragged down by a scumbag had transformed into another person. Not transformed, but finally found herself again. You can set the strategy. I will provide the funds. He handed her a printed document, the cover embossed with the golden logo of the Zhang Consortium. The channels for the 14 short-selling accounts of the Zhou Corporation have all been identified. 9 of them are through off-exchange financing and 5 borrowed other people's securities accounts. My people have already been in contact with major financing platforms. Before the market opens tomorrow, the financing limits on these accounts will be locked. They want to increase their positions to crash, but they can't. Jiang Wan took the document, flipped through a few pages, then looked up at him, her eyes reflecting an emotion rarely seen on her face. Not moved, not admiration, but a tacit understanding of being evenly matched. She closed the document and extended her hand. Pleasure to cooperate. The spoils will be divided according to the proportion of investment. Your funds and my strategy 1/2 each. No need to divide. Zhang Guohua grasped her hand, his palm cool but firm. I provide the funds, you provide the strategy. If we win, it's yours. If we lose, it's mine. That doesn't conform to business logic. With you, I don't need to discuss logic. He released her hand and started the engine. Where to? Back to the company or home? No matter where, I will drive you. You need to rest tonight. Tomorrow there will be a tough battle. Jiang Wan leaned against the passenger seat, the city's neon lights flickering across her face. She looked at the Jiang Corporation tower receding in the rearview mirror, suddenly feeling as if a heavy burden she had carried for a long time was steadily supported at this moment. Not removed, but shared. Back to the company. All night. She tilted her head to look at him. You just said if we win, it's mine. If we lose, it's yours. This all-nighter coffee is on you. Fair enough. Fair. There was a hint of almost inaudible amusement in his voice. The entire night, the temporary war room on the top floor of the Jiang headquarters remained brightly lit. On the giant display wall formed by 4 large screens, the Klein charts, capital flow monitoring, market sentiment index, and movements of Zhou Corporation's accounts were rolling in real time. Jiang Wan took off her high heels, sat cross-legged on the chair, holding the remote control, and meticulously simulated every time point after tomorrow's market opening on the screen. 9:15 a.m. for the collective bidding probe, 9:30 a.m. to officially crash, 10 a.m. panic selling, 1:00 a.m. short selling increase, and 11 a.m. retail investor panic. She ran through every possible move Zhou Corporation might take, then noted the corresponding countermeasures beside them. For each point listed, she wrote down an amount precise to the millions. Zhang Guohua sat in the chair beside her, his laptop open with 3 windows. One showing the capital allocation interface, another the channel monitoring backend, and the third a real-time chat box with Lin Zhou. Every half an hour, he would quietly give instructions to Lin Zhou through the earpiece, coordinating with her capital response plans for each crash point. Increase the third wave of orders by 2 billion, spread it across 6 accounts. Do not concentrate on one channel. The financing channels have been locked. The other party is adding margin, and 3 accounts financiers have decided to withdraw funds. Pour her another glass of water. Not too hot. As dawn approached, Jiang Wan fell asleep at the table while simulating the last node. She still held the remote control, unfinished notes displayed on the screen, but her eyelids could no longer hold up and slowly closed. Zhang Guohua paused, his fingers on the keyboard, gently pulled the remote control from her grasp, and draped his jacket over her shoulders. As the sleeve fell on her shoulder, he bent down to adjust the collar's gap. Then he returned to his seat, continuing to liaise with Lin Zhou about the funding channels. In the corridor, Lin Zhou, holding 2 cups of coffee and preparing to push open the door, caught sight of this scene through the glass. He quickly hit the brakes, turned, leaned against the wall, and pulled out his notebook to hurriedly write a line. During the overnight battle, Jiang Zong fell asleep, and the boss draped his coat over her. He moved extremely lightly, his facial expression intensely tense, as if defusing a time bomb. Note the action of a business tycoon covering a woman with a coat is even more cautious than when I opened the boss express delivery. After finishing, he stole another glance inside, adding another line after the note. Looks like I can only drink the coffee myself. Both cups have gone cold. At 9:15 a.m. the next day, the stock market's collective bidding began promptly. The traders of Zhou Corporation indeed launched the second wave of crashes as scheduled. Dozens of accounts simultaneously placed enormous sell orders, and the green numbers poured down like a torrential rain, crashing the Jiang stock's collective bidding price from yesterday's closing price to nearly the limit down. Lin Zihan stood in front of the large screen in the Zhou Corporation trading room, a satisfied smile on his face, holding a steaming cup of coffee. He had barely slept last night, not because of tension, but because of excitement. He had waited too long for this. Jiang Wan had exposed his data fraud at the bidding meeting, recorded his conversation with Bai Rou in the underground garage, and brought him down in court. Now he wanted to reclaim it all bit by bit. He wanted Jiang Wan to watch Jiang Corporation's stock price plummet to 0, to kneel before him and plead just like in his past life. Keep crashing. Don't stop. He waved his hand at the traders, his voice brimming with suppressed pride. Crashing another limit down today, and tomorrow those retail investors will be lining up to jump out of windows. Jiang Corporation's funds won't last long. That last wave of protection has already almost exhausted their ammunition. The opening price came out, only a penny higher than the limit down. Lin Zihan blew on his coffee, laughing as he shook his head. Is this it? 9 billion went in yesterday, and today only a penny left. Keep it coming. His words abruptly halted, because suddenly a massive influx of buy orders surged into the market. These were not defensive sell orders nor tentative small buy-ins, but proactive buying. Every short seller's order hanging near the limit down was being swiftly swept away, and the decline on the intraday chart flipped from green to red in less than a few minutes. The traders at Zhou Corporation froze at their keyboards, some shouting, "Where's the buying coming from?" Others crying out, "This is not the funds from yesterday." And someone yelled, "The off-exchange channel has been locked. We can't add to our positions." The entire trading room descended into chaos. Lin Zihan's smile froze. He slammed his coffee cup down on the table, the brown liquid splattering onto the keyboard, hissing with steam. "What's the panic? Keep hanging. Whatever they're buying, just hang it all. I don't believe. How much capital can there still be?" But his words had already lost all efficacy. Because what happened next was worse than he had anticipated. After all the sell orders from Zhou Corporation were eaten clean, the stock price of Jiang Corporation began to rise slowly. It was not a straight surge, but a rhythmic, steady, stepwise ascent. Each small pullback was supported by larger buy orders, and each spike did not rush to seal the limit down, but slowly pushed upward, as if an invisible hand was precisely controlling the tempo. This was the curve Jiang Wan had drawn on the strategy board last night. Stepwise rise, forcing the short sellers to step on themselves. The first half was supported by the buyers, while the second half was left to the shorts to infight. When Lin Zihan saw that curve, cold sweat began to break out on his back. Because he knew what this meant. Someone was setting a trap for the short sellers. Once the rebound of the stock price exceeded the critical point of the financing cost, the short sellers would be in a passive position. Continuing to crash would require additional margin, but the financing channels had already been locked. If they didn't crash, they would have to buy back the borrowed stocks at high prices to cover their positions, losing more and more as the price rose. This was the classic squeeze tactic, using the opponent's greed as bait, using the opponent's fear as a weapon. Financing channels. Quickly contact the financing channels. He grabbed his phone, fingers sliding frantically across the screen, searching for contact information for those off-exchange financiers. "Can't reach them," a trader shouted back, panic filling his voice. "Several financing platforms' phones are not connectable, either turned off, or the number is invalid. We have insufficient margin for 3 of our accounts. The financiers say they will force liquidation. If we don't add margin soon, we'll be forcibly liquidated." "Then let them force liquidation." "No, wait. We can't force liquidation." Lin Zihan's voice began to rise. "Forcing liquidation will push the stock price even higher. Then we'll be in worse trouble. Add funds. Transfer all available funds to cover the margin." All the funds on hand have been transferred. "Oh, any more would what? Would require approval from the chairman. As for Zhou Zong, we do not have the authority to touch larger funds pools." Lin Zihan slammed his phone down on the table. The phone bounced up, knocking over the coffee cup, brown liquid splattering on the keyboard and desk, flowing onto his sleeves, but he remained oblivious. He stared at the Jiang Corporation stock price pinned down by the red plate on the screen, his hands pressed against the table, his knuckles whitening from the force. He recalled the day Jiang Corporation stock price was driven to delisting in his past life, sitting in the same position. Not the same position, but beside Su Shiro. At that time he had crossed his legs, holding a wine glass, watching Jiang Wan kneeling before him, filled only with the joy of victory. He thought then that the winner would always be himself. Now on the same screen, Jiang Corporation stock was still rising while his margin account was frantically alarming. All his financing channels had gone dark, and he had nowhere to add margin. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he felt as if his backbone had been pulled away. The smoke of the stock market battle had yet to dissipate when the second wave of attacks from the Zhou family arrived. Jiang Wan was in the temporary command room of the Jiang family headquarters when she received the call. After 2 days of staring at the market, she had just leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes when her phone began to vibrate on the table. She reached for the phone, her eyes not fully open, her voice already returning to its usual calmness. "Hello." On the other end was old Zhao from the Jiang engineering department, his voice urgent, as if squeezed from his throat, speaking so fast that each word was almost indistinguishable. "President Jiang, something big has happened. Our 3 construction projects in the northern part of the city, Jinyu Mansion, Jiang Wan Phase 2, and that Talon apartment, have all received letters from the 3 concrete suppliers stating they will stop supplying. Furthermore, 2 steel suppliers have also said they received notice from their superiors to suspend supply starting today. The construction site, just called the materials from the mixing station, will only last until this afternoon. No materials will arrive before tomorrow, and all 3 sites will have to stop work." Jiang Wan's eyes opened. She sat up straight, ran her fingers through her loose hair, her voice still steady. "Which 3 suppliers?" Hungtong Building Materials, Shunda Commercial Concrete, and Xinglong Steel. They have all been long-term suppliers for Jiang, and there has never been a problem before. Today they suddenly sent letters simultaneously with almost identical wording stating, due to difficulties in capital turnover we are temporarily unable to continue supplying. To send letters at the same time with the same wording. This is definitely not a coincidence. Understood. Have the engineering department calm the construction sites and prepare for the work stoppage plan. I will give you a response within half an hour. She hung up the phone but did not immediately put it down. Instead, she opened her contacts and found a number saved as Old Sun from Hungtong dialing it. The phone rang for quite a while before it was picked up. The voice on the other end carried a distinct sense of awkwardness and guilt, each word seeming to have been spun around in his mouth several times before being uttered. President Jiang. This matter, it's not that I don't want to supply, it's just that our capital flow is truly tight. The price of raw materials has risen too sharply, though our small factory really can't bear it. How about you look for other suppliers? Jiang Wan leaned back against her chair, her voice carrying a faint smile that was hard to read. President Sun, your Hungtong has cooperated with Jiang for over a decade. When my father started the business, you were the one supplying him with concrete. Now when Jiang is in trouble, you cut off supplies without even a word. Capital flow is tight. Do you believe that reason yourself? There was silence on the other end. Jiang Wan did not wait for his response, and continued, President Sun, I'm not here to make things difficult for you. I know you are also under pressure from someone else. What conditions did the Zhou family give you? Equity? High-interest loans? Or did they help extend the life of your nearly bankrupt sand and gravel factory? You don't need to answer. I just want to tell you one thing, the Zhou family's capital chain will not last through this month. Betting on him to win is not as good as betting on me to win. If you resume supply now, I want pursue today's matter, and we can renegotiate future cooperation terms. If you insist on cutting off supplies, when the cost of picking the wrong side comes due, don't blame me for not giving you a chance in advance. There was even longer silence on the other end. Then Old Sun sighed, the awkwardness in his voice turning to bitterness. President Jiang, it's not that I, Old Sun, am ungrateful. The Zhou family has a hold on my capital chain. Hundreds of people in my factory are waiting for their meals. Not everyone has your confidence. The Zhou family promised that as long as I cut off supplies for 3 months, they would inject funds into my company and help me solve that high-interest loan that is about to expire. How much do you still owe on that high-interest loan? Over 6 million. I will pay it for you. Jiang Wan's voice was light, but every word struck like a nail in Old Sun's ear. Moreover, starting from the next quarter, Jiang will review the profit-sharing ratios with all suppliers. Those who prioritize supplying Jiang will have a profit-sharing ratio that can exceed the industry's standard by a certain percentage. The precondition is, restore supply within today. You should know the owners of Shunda and Xinglong, right? Help me convey the message to them. The same conditions apply. Old Sun's voice finally showed a hint of wavering, like a drowning person grasping at a piece of driftwood. President Jiang, are you serious? I invested billions in the stock market to stabilize it. Do you think I would care about this 6 million? The sound of a deep breath came from the other end. Then Old Sun's tone changed, no longer the previous awkwardness, but a gratitude, as if someone had finally handed him a ladder after being cornered. All right. I will call them now. I will restore supply this afternoon, but I have to say something first. The one who initiated the cutoff is not me, Old Sun. It's Su, the fat guy from Shunda. He holds dry shares from the Zhou family, and the benefits exchanged between Shunda and the Zhou family have been going on for quite some time. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Wan's mouth. This was exactly the sentence she had been waiting for. The collective cutoff of suppliers must have had someone leading the charge. She noted down the name Old Sun had revealed in her phone's memo, adding a notation beside it. Su, the boss of Shunda Commercial Concrete. Holds Zhou's dry shares. Suspected of benefit exchange. Investigate. Thank you, President Sun. I will have someone transfer the 6 million to your company account today. Additionally, please convey a message to Su. Have him check his company's equity structure to see if the dry shares Zhou provided him have been registered with the Market Supervision Administration. If not, then it's commercial bribery. Let him weigh that himself. She hung up the phone, stood up, and called out to her secretary outside. Xiaozhou, help me schedule a meeting with the boss of Shunda Commercial Concrete. Surname Su. No meetings, just direct investigations. Have the legal department retrieve the industrial and commercial records and check the shareholder list of Shunda and the related transactions with the Zhou family. I need it by tomorrow at the latest. However, before securing these 3 suppliers, the other 2 steel suppliers who had been privately contacted by the Zhou family also began to hesitate and observe. Although they had not formally sent letters to cut off supply, the delivery quantity sharply decreased, and transport drivers were sluggishly working under excuses like vehicle maintenance, and loading workers are on leave. At the same time, several shareholders who had been bribed by the Zhou family began to stir things up at the board meeting. During the temporary board meeting that afternoon, several gray-haired elders were pressuring Jiang's father to hand over control with their words. Old Jiang, it's not that we don't have feelings. The stock price of Jiang has been like a roller coaster for the past 6 months, and the suppliers have all been offended by your daughter. 3 construction sites are about to stop work. The board must give all shareholders an explanation. Indeed, old Jiang, I see that Zhou's side is not unnegotiable. Their financial strength is evident. Why not take this opportunity to bring in a strategic investor? Let them buy shares so everyone can benefit. Another elder surnamed Lu chimed in, knocking on the table for emphasis. Jiang Wan leaned back against her chair, crossing her legs, waiting for the two of them to finish their duet. Then she took out her phone, pulled up a set of data from her notes, and began to read. Her tone was as flat as if she were reading the weather forecast, but with each sentence the expressions on the faces of shareholder Fong and shareholder Lu grew increasingly grim. Uncle Fong, how much is your son earning as the vice president of Zhou's trading company, including salary and bonuses? I believe he even got a new car last year. Uncle Lu, how many contracts did your son-in-law's decoration company win from Zhou last year? Do you want me to check the specific contract amounts for you? The air in the meeting room suddenly froze. Shareholder Fong nearly dropped the cigar from his mouth onto the table, and shareholder Liu's face shifted from red to white, trying to speak several times, but unable to utter a single word. Several neutral elders also withdrew their earlier hesitations, exchanging glances before unconsciously leaning back, as if distancing themselves from the two insiders exposed. Jiang Wan stood up, resting her hands on the conference table, her gaze sweeping over everyone present, finally landing on shareholder Fang's face. I have no equity relationship with Jiang, and I am not speaking here as a shareholder today. But I have a few things I want everyone to listen carefully to. First, the Zhou family has spent over 10 billion in the stock market shorting Jiang, and a significant portion of that money is borrowed. They are now being cornered by the bulls. Second, the suppliers who cut off supplies have begun to gradually restore supply, with the leader currently under industrial and commercial investigation. Third, and this is the most important point, Jiang and the Zhang consortium have officially joined forces. Our capital is greater than Zhou's. Our patience is longer than Zhou's. Our trump cards are more ruthless than Zhou's. She straightened up, her tone measured as she concluded. If everyone still wishes to cooperate with the Zhou family in internal strife, be my guest. But there is one precondition. Do not let me catch you with any handles. Once I do, the minutes of today's board meeting along with the details of your related transactions will be sent to the Securities Regulatory Commission. The meeting room fell silent. The shareholders who had wanted to speak in favor of the Zhou family all fell silent. Shareholder Fong secretly flipped the management adjustment plan face down on the table, and shareholder Lu wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, not daring to breathe. Jiang's father sat in the main seat holding a cup of tea that had long gone cold, watching his daughter use data and solid evidence to overpower a group of elders older than him, raising the cup and downing it in one gulp. Usually he would frown at cold tea, but today drinking this cup felt particularly refreshing. Less than an hour after the board meeting adjourned, an unfamiliar number called Jiang Wan's phone. She answered, and a robust voice came through the line, infused with an air of self-satisfaction. President, long time no see. I heard Jiang is encountering some minor troubles recently. We at Zhou happen to have some idle funds, and would like to see if there are any opportunities for cooperation. How about we meet today to discuss the acquisition? I brought the contract with me. Jiang Wan held her phone slightly further away, silently curving her lips. She had been waiting for this call all day. Zhou Guotao, the head of the Zhou family, had finally called personally. Zhang Guohua had previously cut off Zhou's loan channels at several banks, and their capital chain was clearly at a critical point, eager to shift the battleground from the stock market to the negotiation table, intending to swallow Jiang at the lowest price to fill their own hole. President Zhou, you really have your ear to the ground. However, I have to visit the construction site this afternoon. Let's postpone it. I'll treat you another day. Don't postpone. Let's meet today. I heard Jiang's capital chain has encountered some problems, and all 3 construction sites are about to stop work. We are all respectable people. Rather than forcing it, we should meet early to discuss it. I have very favorable conditions that definitely won't shortchange Jiang. I have prepared the acquisition contract, fully sincere. Jiang Wan remained silent for a few seconds, pretending to hesitate. Then she said in a tone as if she had no choice and could only take this path, a statement that nearly made Zhou Guotao laugh. All right then. At 3 this afternoon at Jiang's headquarters. Bring the contract with you. After hanging up, she sent Zhang Guohua a message: the fish is hooked. At 3 this afternoon at Jiang's headquarters. Please organize the evidence of Zhou's bribery of suppliers that you previously found and send it to me. Also, have the security adjust the monitoring of those meeting rooms to the best angles in advance. Zhang Guohua replied quickly, I'm already organizing it. There's also a detailed record of the funds exchanged between Hengtong Shunda Xinglong and the Zhou family. I had the legal department retrieve Shunda shareholder list too. Your old son said that Fat Sue from Shunda holds dry shares from Zhou that have not been registered. Screenshots have been taken and are usable. After a moment he added, do you need me to be present? Jiangwan quickly replied, no need. I will perform this play alone. You just be an audience in the background. Alright, front row audience. Bring your own sunflower seeds. Jiangwan stared at that reply for several seconds, her lips curling up as she laughed out loud. He, a hidden billionaire worth trillions, said he would bring his own sunflower seeds to be an audience. This was probably learned from Lin Zhou. Just as she was about to put her phone down, another message popped up. By the way, how many hours did you sleep last night? 3. Not enough. After the meeting, I will have Lin Zhou send you a cup of honey water. Stop drinking coffee, you've been drinking it all day. Are you my personal doctor? No. I'm your neighbor. After a 2-second pause, neighbors are obliged to care for neighbors. You helped me fix the faucet last time, and I haven't repaid the favor. Jiangwan did not reply. She placed her phone on the table and leaned back in her chair, smiling for a long while. Last time he had clearly helped her fix the socket and faucet, but now he had turned it into she helped him fix the faucet. This person could distort basic facts without batting an eye just to create an excuse of mutual neighborly assistance. At 3 in the afternoon, Zhou Guotao arrived punctually at Jiang Group headquarters. Behind him were 2 well-dressed assistants holding thick folders. Zhou Guotao wore a brand new gray suit today, his tie meticulously knotted and his shoes polished to the point of reflecting a person's image. He looked quite satisfied, like a general who had already seen the victory flag planted at the enemy's camp. Lin Zihan did not come along, likely due to the conditions of his bail, or perhaps Zhou Guotao felt it was inappropriate to bring him along for the acquisition talks. But the clauses in that acquisition contract were everywhere indicative of his influence. Not only did he demand to acquire Jiang's core projects at below market prices, but he also required Jiang's father to step down from the board and Jiangwan to relinquish all influence over Jiang. Jiangwan was waiting for them in the conference room, accompanied by Jiang's father and 2 legal advisors. As soon as Zhou Guotao entered, he began with enthusiastic small talk, shaking hands with a grip noticeably stronger than usual, his laughter ringing out loudly enough to be heard in the corridor. President Jiang. Chairman Jiang. Oh, long time no see, long time no see. The last bidding incident was all a misunderstanding. It's just business competition, and one doesn't get acquainted without a fight. This time I am here with sincerity, to erase the previous unpleasantness and start anew. He handed over the acquisition contract he had prepared for a long time, emphasizing that the conditions were very favorable. You've seen Jiang's current stock price. I'm genuinely trying to help you through this tough time. Jiangwan accepted the contract expressionlessly and flipped through a few pages at a slow pace. She flipped through each page leisurely, occasionally pausing to examine a particular clause, the curve of her lips becoming increasingly pronounced. Zhou Guotao watched her expression, feeling increasingly reassured. This woman could not hold out any longer. She was just putting on a show before the negotiations. He pulled his chair a little closer to the table, preparing to discuss the sincerity of the first acquisition price, when Jiangwan closed the contract. She then pulled out a stack of materials from her own folder and pushed them towards Zhou Guotao. The cover of the materials was printed with phrases like Shunda Commercial Concrete Shareholder List, Hungtong Building Materials Bank Transactions, and Zhou Group related transaction details. The first page was the equity structure diagram of Shunda Commercial Concrete, clearly indicating that Zhou Group held a significant proportion of Shunda's dry shares through a shell company which had not been registered with the industrial and commercial department. The second page contained records of Zhou Group transferring funds to the personal accounts of the owners of Hungtong Shunda and Xinglong under various pretenses, with the transfer timing occurring just the day before all 3 suppliers sent letters to cut off supplies. The third page was a recording of a conversation between Jiangwan and Old Sun from Hungtong, in which Old Sun clearly stated it was Su, the fat guy from Shunda, who initiated the cutoff. He holds Zhou's dry shares. Zhou Guotao's smile froze. He picked up the equity structure diagram, his fingers trembling slightly on the paper, unable to speak for a long time. His assistant leaned over to take a look, the color draining from his face. President Zhou, with these things along with the evidence of shorting in the stock market and the records of the rumors you spread, will it be enough to take you to court? Less than 3 days after Zhou Guotao gloomily signed the settlement agreement in Jiangwan's office, the extraordinary shareholders meeting of the Jiang Group was held in the largest conference hall of the Junhua Hotel. This shareholders meeting was forcibly called by Zhou's company in alliance with 3 dissenting shareholders, claiming that the current management of the Jiang Group has mismanaged, leading to a plummeting stock price, halted projects, and severe damage to the company's reputation, necessitating the replacement of the chairman and management and the introduction of strategic investors for restructuring. There was only one item on the agenda, worded in a stark and unembellished manner: the removal of Jiang's father from the chairman position to be replaced by a candidate nominated by Zhou. On the notice for the shareholders meeting, this item was bolded and enlarged as if the conclusion had already been scripted, waiting only for the shareholders to sign. Jiang Wan stood in the VIP room to the side of the conference hall, looking through the one-way glass at the happening. The hall, capable of accommodating over 300 people, was nearly full, with shareholders whispering among themselves, their expressions varying. Some anxious, some gleeful, and others staring down at stock price charts on their phones, where the green bars on the Klein graph resembled a row of tombstones. On the podium, Jiang's father sat in the center, his silver hair at the temples glaring under the lights. In front of him lay a document, its cover emblazoned with the words, Management Restructuring Plan, the very one that the shareholder Fong had brought up at the board meeting last week, forcing him to sign. The representative from Zhou's company was the first to strike. He was a man in his 40s named Zheng Zhou, Guotao's deputy, dressed in a dark gray suit, standing up with a small motion, yet a loud voice, as if fearing the last row could not hear clearly. He enumerated Jiang's 3 major offenses. First, the stock price had fallen continuously, losing more than half its market value with the management taking no action. Second, 3 ongoing projects faced suspension, the supply chain had broken down, and the engineering department was in chaos. Third, the founder abused family power, excluding talented individuals and refusing to cooperate, with Zhou leading the company into a crisis. Each point was delivered with impassioned rhetoric, and a few paid supporters seated below timely shouted. A few retail shareholders in the front row began to murmur, quietly, some nodding with furrowed brows, while others sighed and shook their heads. Based on the above facts, we recommend the candidate nominated by Zhou to assume the position of chairman fully restructure the management and introduce strategic investors to stabilize the company's operations. Zheng placed a nomination letter on the table, turning his gaze towards Jiang's father, his tone exuding an air of confident assurance. Director Jiang, you are a senior figure, and we respect you. However, for the benefit of all shareholders, we kindly ask you to resign voluntarily, exit gracefully. The podium fell silent. Several neutral shareholders exchanged uneasy glances, yet no one dared to speak up in the tense atmosphere. At that moment, a figure walked in through the side door. Lin Zihan. He wore a brand new dark blue suit, his hairstyle freshly done, holding a briefcase as he walked leisurely to the front row of the conference hall, sitting down in the empty seat next to Zhou's representative. After sitting down, he deliberately adjusted the collar of his suit so that the front row shareholders could see the newly purchased tie clip, golden engraved with the words Zhou. Ladies and gentlemen, he stood up, his voice filled with an uncontainable pride, a disingenuous and gentle smile gracing his face. I am Lin Zihan. Today I am here as a representative of the creditors. Jiang owes me a personal debt that remains unpaid. Of course, personal grievances are unimportant. What matters is that under the leadership of the current management, Jiang has indeed approached the edge of a cliff. I am quite familiar with Director Jiang and Wan. I have known her for a long time, since she was still in university. She is very intelligent, but intelligence and managing a company are 2 different matters. During this time, she has relied on Jiang's resources to pile up some achievements, but can resources last a lifetime? Having a strong backing is certainly advantageous, but those who support can also withdraw their investments. He deliberately elongated the words, having a strong backing, and a few bought shareholders in the front row responded with knowing laughter. Several female shareholders in the back row furrowed their brows, but no one stood up to retort, as no one wished to be the scapegoat in this shareholders' meeting. Jiang's father's fingers trembled slightly. He raised the teacup in front of him only to slam it down heavily, the porcelain cup's bottom hitting the table with a dull thud. Tea leaves swirled at the cup's edge, splashing a few drops onto the tabletop, prompting an assistant to hurriedly wipe it up. He gasped, attempting to say something, his lip muscles twitching, yet he could not utter a single word. At that moment, the heavy oak door of the conference hall was pushed open from the outside. The thick door swung open, and light from the corridor spilled in, creating a river of light on the floor. A person stepped out of the river of light. Jiang Wan, dressed in a black suit, dressed her hair, meticulously styled, the diamond ring on her ring finger occasionally glimmering under the lights. She was followed by 6 individuals. 2 lawyers carrying briefcases, 2 auditors holding thick stacks of files, an IT technician pushing a projection device, and a middle-aged woman with a sharp demeanor, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, carrying a briefcase, her expression stern. Someone recognized her as Prosecutor Yu from the Economic Crime Division of the Municipal Prosecutor's Office, and a collective gasp echoed in the room. Jiang Wan approached the podium, neither sitting down nor allowing those behind her to take a seat. She simply turned around and faced the more than 300 shareholders below, speaking in a voice that was not loud, but clear enough for everyone to hear. Dear shareholders, I am Jiang Wan. Today, I am not here as a member of the Jiang family. I am here as the founder of Wanfeng Capital. Before you cast a vote of no confidence in the current management, I have a few materials I would like you to review first. I will take up 10 minutes of your time. Perhaps this 10 minutes can save you 10 years. She pressed a remote, and the large screen lit up. The first piece of material, the bank transfer records of Zhou's bribery to the 3 dissenting shareholders. Each transaction had precise timestamps, amounts, payee, and payer details, along with corresponding shareholder names and the timelines of their coercive actions at the board meeting. One transfer's date coincided with the day of the last board meeting, and the payee was none other than the shareholder Fong, who had just applauded the loudest. A few dissenting shareholders sitting in the front row began to shrink back. The cigar in Fang's mouth had long extinguished without notice, and he glanced at his phone, which displayed undeniable transfer records, his face turning pale. The second piece of material, a tracing diagram of accounts manipulated by Zhou to maliciously short-sell Jiang's stock. 14 secret accounts were marked one by one, each annotated with corresponding funding channels and information about actual controllers, with several funds directly circled in red pointing to the risk approval document, signed by Zhou Guotao himself. Gasps were heard in the seating area, and several retail shareholders in the back row slapped their thighs in sudden realization. The third piece of material, the true reasons for the halt of 3 ongoing projects in the northern city of Jiang. The equity held by Su, the boss of Shunda Commercial Concrete, in Zhou's company was not registered with the Industry and Commerce Department, constituting commercial bribery, and Shunda's business license had been revoked by the Market Supervision Bureau, rendering them unable to continue operations. Hungtong Building Materials has officially resumed supply, and the revised contract terms were announced, with Jiang signing strategic cooperation agreements with 2 new high-quality suppliers offering prices even lower than before. What Zhou had previously claimed as the collapse of Jiang's supply chain was merely a self-directed farce. The fourth piece of material, Prosecutor Yu stood up leisurely and presented a copy of the case filing notice to all shareholders. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her tone calm, yet clear. Dear shareholders, I am Yu Min from the Economic Crime Division of the Municipal Prosecutor's Office. Upon preliminary verification, Zhou Group and certain affiliated parties involved are suspected of violating Article 55 of the securities law, constituting the crime of manipulating the securities market. Our office has officially initiated an investigation. Any shareholder present who has suffered losses due to this artificial manipulation of Jiang's stock can submit a civil compensation request to our office with transaction records. Additionally, anyone who cooperated with Zhou to manipulate the market or accepted bribes shall be deemed an accomplice. Please take heed. Amidst the uproar, Jiang Wan picked up the fifth piece of material, the strategic cooperation agreement between the Zhang Consortium and Jiang Group. She flipped to the last page, raising it so everyone could see the signatures and official seal. This is the formal strategic cooperation agreement between the Zhang Consortium and Jiang Group. Total investment of 10 billion without holding controlling rights. The agreement includes a special clause. If Jiang's controlling rights change due to malicious acquisition, Jiang has the right to unilaterally terminate cooperation and withdraw all investments. She set down the agreement, looking at everyone in the audience, a faint smile playing on her lips. In other words, if Zhou successfully takes control today, this 10 billion will vanish. The stocks in your hands will continue to hit the floor tomorrow. If Jiang's management remains stable, Jiang's investment will remain intact, and the 3 projects in the northern city will resume normal operations. The stock price will rebound just as it fell. Thus, today's vote is not about whether to support General Zhou or Director Jiang, but whether to vote for a limit down or a limit up. Please weigh your decisions carefully. The conference room fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Then, like water poured into hot oil, the entire hall erupted. The previously defected shareholders frantically raised their hands, demanding to speak. Some stood up and shouted at Zhou's representative, calling him a fraud, while others pulled out their phones to call Fong, questioning him about how much he had received. The voice of several retail shareholders in the back began to chant, "Director Jiang, stay," rising higher and higher. Security personnel walked back and forth down the aisles to maintain order, but the emotions below had completely spiraled out of control. Several hot-headed shareholders charged towards Zhou's representatives, only to be stopped by others. Fong slumped in his chair, his gold-rimmed glasses askew, his lips trembling as he tried to say something, but couldn't utter a word. He instinctively tried to edge closer to Zhang, but Zhang was already overwhelmed, retreating in haste, his tie half undone, his expression as disheveled as someone who had just leaped from a toppled war chariot. Jiang Wan ignored the defected shareholders. She turned around, gazing at Lin Zihan. Lin Zihan still stood in the front row, his briefcase having fallen at some point, his tie askew, and his expression shifting from pride to stiffness, then to pallor. The calmness and smile he had earlier vanished, replaced by a naked terror of being publicly stripped of all disguise. He tried to retreat, but the chair blocked his way, his leg bumping against the armrest, producing a dull sound. Lin Jiangwan picked up the creditor representative nameplate he had left on the table, glanced at it, then set it down. "Let me calculate for the shareholders." She pressed a button on the remote, and a bill appeared on the big screen. Lin Zihan had spent Jiang's family's money over 3 years, received gifts from them, and utilize their resources, all meticulously itemized with principal and interest. Imported sports cars, a luxurious flat at Zhu Tiandi limited edition, watches the original shares of the trading company funded by Jiang Group, first-class flights and 5-star hotels for 6 overseas trips, and that 30 million that had been transferred from Jiang Wan's personal account only to be intercepted. Each item had dates, amounts, expenditure accounts, payee accounts, and actual usage explanations accurate to the cent. These 28 items total 28 million. Mr. Lin, that debt you hold cannot even cover the change in this account. You are a creditor. No, if you think the bill is incorrect, I can go through it with you item by item. Each entry has bank records and transactions. If you believe it is accurate, please explain now in what capacity and with what qualifications do you stand here representing Zhou. Lin Zihan's lips trembled, unable to say a word. He instinctively turned to look at Zhou's representative, but Zheng was at that moment surrounded by 2 furious shareholders being questioned and had no time for him. Can't explain. Jiang Wan pressed the remote again, and the screen switched to another document. An official notification from the police stating in black and white that Lin Zihan had repeatedly violated contact prohibitions during his bail, participated in Zhou's business activities, and made false statements to interfere with the judiciary. Then let the law explain for you. Mr. Lin, all your violations during the bail period have been documented by Lin Zhou. Today's meeting minutes will serve as new evidence against you. Along with the evidence presented earlier, all will be sent to the court. Jiang Wan set down the remote and nodded at the security personnel at the door. Please escort Mr. Lin out. He is neither a shareholder, nor a creditor, nor a representative. He is a debtor who owes Jiang's family 28 million, a criminal suspect who violated prohibitions during his bail. The shareholders' meeting does not need such a person to stir up trouble. Mr. Lin, after you go out, please convey a message to Bai Rou. The recording from the garage last time had a very good effect in court. Thank you for providing me with material. See you at the next court session. 2 security personnel grabbed Lin Zihan's arms, dragging him towards the door. As he struggled, he turned around to shout, his voice sharp like nails scraping glass, echoing throughout the conference hall. Jiang Wan, do you think you have won? Do you think that by getting close to Zhang Guohua you are invincible? Let me tell you, Zhou has even bigger financial backers behind them. Do you think winning against Zhou is the end? Dream on. They can crush Jiang with just a flick of their fingers. Just wait. Just you wait. His voice grew fainter, finally cut off by the elevator door, leaving only an echo in the corridor. Jiang Wan turned around, facing the audience. Now, shareholders, you may cast your votes. Those in favor of removing Chairman Jiang and introducing Zhou as a strategic investor, please raise your hands. The room fell into silence. Not a single hand was raised. The shareholder Fong, who had shouted the loudest earlier, pressed both hands tightly against the armrests of his chair, wishing he could curl up into a ball. Applause began in the back row, starting as a small wave and then spreading throughout the entire hall until the whole conference room was clapping. The applause was deafening, louder and more prolonged than any laughter during Zheng's speech.